In the early morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Lu Yang slowly sat up from the bed. Hiss. My head hurts. He felt dizzy and heavy-headed, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on his head. He only remembered drinking with his classmates yesterday, and then he blacked out. Marriage certificate. As Lu Yang's mind cleared a little, he found a small red booklet in his hand. The cover clearly read 3 characters, marriage certificate. What the hell? Lu Yang was stunned. Opening it, he found 2 names written inside. One was his own. The other was the woman's. In other words, his nominal wife. Li Shishua. Lu Yang was dumbfounded. He was certain he had never met this woman. How could he be married to a stranger? Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. The life reversal system is activating for you. At 21, you just graduated and found a job as a programmer working 996 like crazy. At 25, after saving diligently, you finally accumulated your first 2,000 yuan. Through a matchmaker's introduction, you married a woman and the entire 2,000 was given as a bride price. At 26, after discussing with your family, you drained the savings of 3 generations to take out a mortgage to buy a house. At 35, the company downsized, and you were laid off. As the head of the family, to maintain household expenses and pay the mortgage, you had no choice but to become a delivery driver. At 41, you became the top earner on the platform, but due to a traffic accident your leg was injured, you couldn't deliver anymore, the economic pillar was gone, and eventually the house was auctioned off, and your wife chose to divorce you. The life reversal system has been successfully activated. Do you have the courage to reverse your life again? Reverse my life again. System, are you nuts? My life has just begun. Looking at this series of prompts, Lu Yang couldn't help but curse. He was only 20 years old and still in college. This damn system had described him as 41, a difference of 21 years. System, did you get the time wrong? Don't bully the middle-aged poor, alright. Faced with Lu Yang's complaints, the system completely ignored him. Do you have the courage to reverse your life again? Having no other choice, Lu Yang took a deep breath and said yes. He had read web novels before, and a system represented a golden finger. And the protagonists in novels often relied on golden fingers to reach the pinnacle of life. Although the system he had awakened seemed a bit abnormal. Ding. Your failed marriage has left you with a profound lesson. You reflect deeply, pull yourself together, and decide to start a new life. Mission for the happiness of the rest of your life: marry a girl you like. Lu Yang was slightly stunned. Get married? Where was he supposed to find a wife on such short notice? Besides, he was still in college. And his parents were quite conservative. If they found out he was dating early, they would surely break his legs. Lu Yang suddenly remembered something. He picked up the marriage certificate in his hand and showed it to the system. Does this count? Ding. Mission complete. Reward 1,000 yuan. System, are you serious? Lu Yang was even more confused. He had initially thought the marriage certificate was someone's prank. Now that the system had acknowledged it, this meant the marriage certificate was real. Hotel room 405. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Presently, are you in there? Inside the room, a woman sat dazedly on the bed. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, delicate features, and a pair of charming eyes that naturally carried a hint of coldness. Hearing the knock at the door, she did not respond. Her name was Li Shishua. Yesterday, troubled by family matters, she had drunk alone in the hotel, and upon waking up, she found a marriage certificate in her hand. Lu Yang, looking at the name on the marriage certificate, Li Shishua, tried hard to recall what happened yesterday, but couldn't remember. She only knew that she had blacked out after drinking. And then, she inexplicably had a marriage certificate. And she was married to a man she didn't even know. Just then the voice outside came again. President Li, there is an important meeting today that requires your presence. I know. Li Shishua said impatiently. Important? Is it more important than the major event of my life? As a female CEO worth billions, she had actually gotten a marriage certificate with a man she didn't know. If this got out, what would happen? Your account ending in 1234 received 1,000 yuan on MMDD. After completing the system task, Lu Yang soon received a message. In addition, Lu Yang also found that there was an extra call in his contact list. Is this her phone number? Lu Yang flipped through his phone's contact list. One call was even labeled wife. It seemed that the two had exchanged contact information last night. Ding. Mission to enhance the bond between husband and wife. Please talk more with your wife. Looking at the mission prompt, Lu Yang hesitated. He was hesitating whether to call her. But if he did, what would he say? After all, the two didn't know each other at all. Ring, ring, ring. Just then his phone rang. It was Li Shishua. She had called first. Lu Yang quickly answered. A pleasant female voice came through. You? Are Lu Yang? I am. Although he knew who it was, Lu Yang still asked subconsciously, who is this? Li Shishua. A brief silence fell between the two. Are you free to come out now? Okay. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. He also wanted to figure out what was going on. The two soon met. It turned out the distance was not far. Lu Yang was in room 404, and Li Shishua was in the next room 405. Suddenly, a classical delicate oval face came into Lu Yang's view. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a beauty mark beneath her clear right eye and noble and aloof temperament tempered with a hint of dominance. Although there was a photo on the marriage certificate, seeing her in person was far more stunning than the picture. The two met, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. For a moment neither knew what to say. Lu Yang scratched his head and spoke first. Sister, I'm sorry yesterday. I drank too much and blacked out. The marriage certificate indicated the ages of both parties. Li Shishue, 28 years old, was 8 years older than him, so calling her sister was not a problem. Li Shishue was 8 years older than him, but there was no trace of time on her face. On the contrary, she was at the most charming age for a woman, looking more like a mature beauty. Lu Yang took a deep breath. Maybe we should get a divorce. Oh, Li Shishue was slightly surprised. To be honest, at first she had thought Lu Yang was a con artist trying to pull a routine on her. After all, she was a female CEO worth over 10 billion, and countless men had pursued her. Yet without exception, none had succeeded. And it wasn't just about money. Her looks were hardly lacking either. She had never expected that the first thing Lu Yang would say to her would be about divorce. Are you really planning to divorce me? Li Shishue tucked a strand of hair at her forehead and asked softly, Sister, we don't even know each other, and suddenly getting married. It's pretty weird, right? Lu Yang said directly, so let's just get divorced. He had to admit she was very beautiful, and he did like that. But suddenly having a wife out of nowhere felt strangely off to him. No, with her figure and looks, any man would find it impossible to refuse. But this mysterious new wife appearing out of nowhere just felt oddly unsettling to him. Besides, if his family found out he had gotten married without even meeting the in-laws, they'd break his legs. Fine then. Li Shishue had no objections. Soon the two of them arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, according to regulations, their divorce required a mandatory cooling-off period. Lu Yang urgently said to the Civil Affairs Bureau staff, we just registered yesterday. Surely you can't cancel it. The staff replied, cancel it. You think this is a text message to your girlfriend? Cancel it whenever you feel like it. With no other choice, the two had no choice but to wait and come back later. Are you in a hurry? Li Shishue raised her head, her star-like sparkling eyes looking straight at Lu Yang. It was clear. Lu Yang was dead set on the divorce, no pretense about it. Of course I'm in a hurry. Aren't you? I'm fine. Li Shishue suddenly became intrigued by Lu Yang, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. Do you know who I am? Besides your ID card, what other identity could you possibly have? Li Shishue was silent for a moment, then said, from the moment we got married, every minute of money I earn is our marital property. I don't need your money. After the divorce, you go your way, I go mine, and we each do as we please. As Lu Yang spoke, he grew wary. His 1,000 yuan had just hit his account. Surely this woman wasn't scheming after that 1,000 yuan, was she? Forget it. Li Shishue exhaled, and a smile bloomed across her coldly beautiful face. Do me a favor, will you? Her smile, as enchanting as a lotus blossom, left Lu Yang momentarily dazed. He instinctively asked, what favor? For this period of time you'll act as my boyfriend, and I'll pay you for it afterward. Lu Yang crossed his arms over his chest. What are you trying to do? Li Shishue's smile widened. Relax, I'm not asking for anything physical. Lu Yang still didn't believe her. Li Shishue sighed and said bluntly, let me be straight. My parents keep pressuring me to go on blind dates. Since we're stuck in this relationship for a while, anyway, let's make a deal. Got it. Lu Yang suddenly understood. Li Shishue was 28 this year. At her age, most women would already be married with children. Yet here she was still single. How could her parents not be anxious? Every few days her parents would come over to nag her about marriage, even arranging blind dates constantly. Because of this, Li Shishue had been driven to frustration, which was why she had been drinking alone. And now, because of the divorce cooling-off period, the divorce couldn't be finalized anytime soon. So she figured she could have Lu Yang help her fend off her parents for a while to give them some peace. Li Shishue said directly, once it's done, name your price. Any number will do. No need. I'm not a male escort. Lu Yang shook his head and refused, saying, since we've gotten our marriage certificate for this period, we're legally husband and wife. As long as you ask, I'll help you. Are you sure? I'm sure. Aren't you going to ask how much I can pay you? I told you. I'm not a male escort. Lu Yang said resolutely. Li Shishue's coldly beautiful face softened a fraction, and she said something rare, thank you. Then she tossed out, send me your address. I'll come pick you up later. Lu Yang, pick me up. What are you trying to do? Li Shishue, of course, to meet my parents. Otherwise they won't believe it. Lu Yang, fine, but just so we're clear, I sell my art, not my body. Li Shishue huffed, then turned and left. Am I really that bad? Ding. Task complete. Spousal affection raised. Reward 1,000 yuan. Watching Li Shishue's retreating figure, Lu Yang was instantly thrilled. This was great. 2,000 yuan in the account now. Wasn't this better than being a male escort? Lu Yang gathered his things and quickly left the hotel. Not long after leaving the hotel, he received a phone call. It was from his classmate and sworn brother Wang Hao. Yo, Lao Yang. Where did you disappear till last night? We only had a few drinks and you vanished. Yesterday had been a class reunion, and everyone had been drinking. No one expected that with just a few drinks Lu Yong had gone and resolved the biggest matter of his life. How's he? Where are you right now? Me. We're at the hotel parking lot. Lu Yong arrived at the parking lot. Lao Yang over here. Wang Hao waved continuously at Lu Yong. Not only Wang Hao, but even the rest of their classmates were present. They had all gotten drunk last night and stayed at the hotel. Everyone knew Lu Yong couldn't hold his liquor, but no one expected him to pass out after just 2 or 3 drinks. By the way, Lao Yang, where exactly did you run off to last night? Nothing much, just took a spin around the graveyard of life. The graveyard of life. Wang Hao scratched his head, utterly baffled. What kind of place is that? However, he didn't dwell on the question too long. Instead, he said, Lao Yang, you missed it last night. The class president actually confessed to campus beauty Wang in front of the whole class. Lu Yang replied casually, oh, come on, aren't you going to ask what happened? Wang Hao pressed. In his memory, Lu Yang had been one of campus beauty's suitors. Lu Yang said indifferently, what's there to ask? You saw what our class president looks like. He's built like a pig. If she had said yes, what would that even mean? Lu Yang, what do you mean by that? A voice came from behind them. The two looked over to see a young girl glaring at them angrily. She held a bouquet of flowers from some unknown admirer dressed in a pure and innocent floral dress. Whoa, campus beauty Wang. She heard. Wang Hao instantly sensed trouble and shrank back. Ding. System task issued. During the newlywed period, please avoid entangled misunderstandings with other women. No special meaning. I just think you and the class president are quite a good match. Lu Yang finished speaking and didn't want to deal with her any longer. He looked at Wang Hao. How's he? Let's go. You. Wang Xing stamped her foot in fury. In the past, Lu Yang had never treated her this way. What was with this attitude now? 3,000 yuan credited. Lu Yang burst into delighted laughter. In the past, he would have had to work part-time for at least a month outside to earn this much. Old Yang, what are you laughing at? From just now, Wang Hao had been noticing Lu Yang grinning from ear to ear every so often. Anyone seeing this might think he'd gone mad from drinking. Wang Hao hesitated, then suddenly said, Old Yang, the school belle hasn't agreed to the class monitor, but she hasn't rejected him either. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yang was done discussing her. Now his only focus was completing tasks and making money. He admitted in the past he had lusted after her, but things were different now. He was already a married man. Wang Hao started to speak, then stopped. Since his bro had let go, he didn't say anything more. The two arrived at the hotel's electric cart parking area, about to ride their little electric scooter back to the dorm. At that moment, a BMW pulled up in front of them. It was class monitor Yuan Xiangrong's car. There was also a girl inside, none other than the school belle Wang Xing. Yuan Xiangrong manually rolled down the window, his chubby face forcing out a smile. Lu Yang, the weather's getting colder now. You must be freezing on that thing. Want me to drive you back? In the car, Wang Xing wore a cold expression, looking angry about something unknown. No need. Lu Yang shook his head. This ride of mine is quite comfortable, nice and cool. The moment he finished speaking, the BMW belched out a cloud of black exhaust and rumbled away. What a show-off in a second-hand BMW. Wang Hao coughed a few times, complaining, and the windows are still manual. As the saying goes, driving a BMW means you've made it young. Love doesn't negotiate on price. Though Yuan Xiangrong looked like a pig, the man simply had money. The next moment, a pink Porsche Panamera came driving out from the hotel entrance. Wow, that Porsche is gorgeous. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly, showing an envious expression. Those big wheels, and it's the top trim. This pink Porsche and its engine sound were quite eye-catching, and the students' gazes were immediately drawn over. It was on an entirely different level from Yuan Xiangrong's BMW. Though somewhat blurry through the car window, everyone could make out the figure in the driver's seat. It was a beautiful elder sister with flowing long hair. For some reason, Lu Yang felt the figure in the car looked familiar, but since it vanished in an instant, he hadn't seen it clearly. Old Yang, did you see that? There's apparently an elder sister in the car. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, damn, I can't even imagine how blessed a man would be to marry a rich sister like that. Lu Yang immediately shattered his fantasy. Come on, stop daydreaming. Wang Hao complained, can't a guy at least fantasize if he can't get it in real life? Lu Yang gave him a look cutting right to the point. That's not fantasy, that's sci-fi. Get it? Fair enough. Wang Hao nodded. It made sense. A rich elder sister falling for me. Such plot lines that only exist in novels could indeed be called sci-fi. After all, how could something like that happen in reality? The two rode their little electric scooter and quickly returned to the school dorm. Pushing open the dorm room door, two figures were frantically clicking away at their keyboards. These were his other two roommates, Li Yunbin and Su Guangquan. Moreover, these two were the reclusive type, not fond of social activities, so neither had participated in the gathering this time. The moment they entered, Lu Yang heard a string of highly mother-filled greetings. F.I. At that moment, Li Yunbin was wearing headphones, having a friendly chat with his teammates in the game. Su Guangquan was scrolling through short videos, occasionally breaking into silly laughter at the content. Seeing Lu Yang and Wang Hao return, neither showed any reaction. They were used to it. Lu Yang flopped onto his bed. After sleeping off the hangover, he felt utterly exhausted. He swore he would never drink again. Just then Su Guanquan's voice came through. "Old Yang, I heard the school bell dumped you last night." At these words, Li Yunbin, who had been chatting with teammates, also stopped and took off his headphones, pricking up his ears. When it came to gossip, a man's curiosity was certainly no less than a woman's, especially when it involved his own bro. Lu Yang turned his head. "Who told you that?" "It's all over the group chat." Su Guanquan opened the class group chat. The video of the class monitor confessing to Wang Xing last night had already been shared in the group. There was even a rumor that Lu Yang, unable to withstand the blow, had gone outside alone to cry all night. After all, Lu Yang had once been the school bell's devoted pursuer. Who the F spread this fake news? Lu Yang was instantly furious. "I'm going to sue him for defamation." He could tolerate other things, but rumors were going too far. Su Guanquan asked curiously, "Then tell us, where did you go last night?" "They say you had 2 drinks and just ran out." "I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Do you believe that?" "Civil Affairs Bureau?" The three exchanged glances. "Old Yang, don't joke around. The Civil Affairs Bureau is where people get married. What were you doing there?" Lu Yang didn't explain. After all, getting drunk and registering to marry an unfamiliar girl was too absurd. "Old Yang," he confessed to her. "Are you really not going to try to win her back?" Yeah. This idiot class monitor looks like a pig. In terms of looks, he doesn't stand a chance against our old Yang. As long as you're willing to try, I think there's still a chance." Lu Yang was 1.8 meters tall, and his looks qualified him as campus hunk level. That was his only advantage. As for disadvantages, besides being handsome, he had nothing else. As the saying goes, being handsome doesn't fill your belly. Modern girls are quite sensible too. A class monitor who looked like a pig could still get with the school bell just by driving a dilapidated BMW. This proved that money could cover 99% of a person's flaws. No matter what, Lu Yang had invested both effort and money into Wang Xing in the past. Now he hadn't even held her hand. It was honestly a bit of a loss. "Don't give a damn." Lu Yang had an indifferent attitude. "What if you try finding a rich sugar mama?" "Not bragging, Old Yang, with your looks you could definitely be a male model." "Are you f***ing stupid? Where do you find so many rich sugar mamas? Besides, would a rich elder sister even look at his scrawny self?" The 3 roommates chattered on endlessly. Just then they spotted Lu Yang lying on his bed, making strange, evil laughter sounds. "Old Yang, what are you laughing at? Did you actually land yourself a rich sugar mama?" The reason Lu Yang was laughing was not for any other reason, but because a series of system notifications had appeared before his eyes. Having many friends makes the road easier. You need to rebuild your social connections. Treat your brothers to a hearty meal and raise their goodwill. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yang suddenly said, "By the way, are you guys hungry?" "Starving. I'm utterly famished." Su Guanquan clutched his growling stomach and replied loudly, "I've run out of this month's allowance. I've been surviving on instant noodles since yesterday, and today, I'm about to throw up." Wang Hao asked in surprise, "Wait, it's only the beginning of the month. How did you blow through your allowance so quickly?" Li Yunbin chimed in, "That idiot just maxed out his credit to buy an iPhone 18 a few days ago. All 3 nice." Lu Yang chuckled and said straightforwardly, "Come on, I'm treating you guys to a meal today." At those words, the 3 roommates turned their heads in unison. Wang Hao was the first to jump up and exclaim, "Seriously? You're really treating us, Old Yang?" Su Guanquan instantly perked up and cried, "Godfather. You are my reincarnated godfather." Li Yunbin looked somewhat surprised. "Wait, Old Yang, where did you get the money? Didn't you say last time you bought a gift for the campus bell and only had 300 left for the month?" "Let's talk, are you coming or not?" Coming. I'm coming, Godfather." Su Guanquan didn't even put on his shoes properly. He grabbed his slippers and charged toward the door. Whoever turns down a free meal is a dog. Li Yunbin took off his headphones and shut down the game. He wasn't one for many words, but his actions were honest. The 4 of them left the dormitory building riding 2 electric scooters toward a commercial street outside the school, where food, drinks, and entertainment were all available. "Old Yang, where are we going to eat?" "To the commercial street. There's a decent Shaxian restaurant on that street. Affordable and good." "Shaxian? Who do you take me for?" Lu Yang said calmly, "Today we're all eating well. Don't hold back, got it?" The 3 of them turned to look at him. Old Yang was acting strange today. First he did a complete 180 toward the campus bell, and now he's suddenly being generous. Could it be that he's had a shock and something's wrong with his head? Wang Hao said, "How about we go to Wallace's and order a 4-person deluxe jet-set meal?" Lu Yang sighed. Indeed, in the eyes of men, a deluxe meal was already considered a lavish feast. A few minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at the commercial street. Lu Yang scanned the shops along the street. Shaxian Lanzhao pulled noodles, braised chicken, spicy hot pot. These were all the usual places, nothing interesting. His gaze swept forward and finally stopped at a lavishly decorated storefront. This was the highest-end restaurant on the commercial street, where each meal cost at least 1,000 yuan. It featured premium dishes completely out of reach for broke students like them. "Let's go with this one." Lu Yang pointed at the luxurious storefront ahead. The 3 fell silent simultaneously. Wang Hao spoke first. Old Yang, that place costs 2 or 300 per person. A meal for 4 of us would be at least 1,000. Why are you more worried about my money than I am? Lu Yang said with a smile. Back when he treated the campus belle to such a meal, she didn't even say thank you. But with his brothers, if he treated them to a lavish feast, they'd worry he was up to something drastic. Old Yang, you're not thinking of doing something stupid because the campus belle dumped you, are you? Don, Old Yang, don't do anything rash. She's just a woman, so what if she dumped you? You'll find someone else later. Whatever you do, don't do something foolish. How about I treat this time? The Shaxian next door is filling. Wang Hao, Li Yunbin, and Su Guanquan all chimed in to comfort him, afraid that Lu Yang might do something desperate after being dumped by the campus belle. Treating them to a meal was one thing, but treating them to such an extravagant place. That looked like a last supper. Let's talk, let's go. Lu Yang strode forward without hesitation. The three exchanged glances and quickly followed. The doors swung open and 2 rows of hostesses in Cheongsam bowed in unison. Welcome. Wang Hao, Li Yunbin, and Su Guanquan bowed back instinctively. It was their first time in such a high-end restaurant. Wang Hao lowered his voice and tugged at Lu Yang's sleeve. Old Yang, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Lu Yang replied calmly. The waiter asked with a smile, Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? No, give us a larger booth. Lu Yang answered. Very well, sir. Please follow me. The waiter led them to a booth by the window and handed them the menu. Su Guanquan swallowed hard. He opened the first page and his eyes went wide. Sashimi platter. 388. Just a few slices of fish. That's almost worth my life. He quickly pushed the menu toward Li Yunbin, his voice trembling slightly. Li Yunbin, usually lightning fast at gaming, found his hands shaking as he turned the pages. Damn, a plate of braised pork belly costs 398. Was this pig raised on gold? Wang Hao didn't even dare to open the menu. He leaned over to Lu Yang and whispered, Old Yang, we can still leave now. We could have barbecue next door for 200. Wouldn't it be better to save that money for some ribs? Lu Yang ignored their protests entirely and turned to wave at the waiter standing nearby. The system's task was to treat his roommates to a lavish feast. He didn't know exactly what a lavish feast meant, but he figured he'd just pick the most expensive items. A large portion of the sashimi platter, 1 serving of black truffle abalone braised pork, 4 portions of wagyu steak, medium rare, and for soup, a bowl of fish maw chicken soup. The waiter replied respectfully, Very well, sir. Would you like any beverages? Bring us your signature freshly squeezed juice. Certainly, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, the scene fell into dead silence. Su Guanquan counted on his fingers, his face turning pale. Old Yang, everything you just ordered must be at least 2,000. Tell me the truth. Did you take out a payday loan? Li Yunbin also grew anxious. Payday loans are a bottomless pit. Once you're in, you can't get out. Hearing this, Lu Yang felt a warmth in his heart. His brothers truly cared about him, afraid he'd get taken advantage of. Lu Yang smiled and said, Put your minds at ease. I didn't take any loan. This money is from a part-time job I've been doing recently. A part-time job? Wang Hao's face was full of doubt. What kind of part-time job pays this much? Nothing special, just being a companion. Lu Yang explained. He couldn't possibly tell them about the system. And recalling his earlier promise to Li Shishue, he figured this was a good opportunity to cover it up. Hearing that, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a loan, it was fine. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, What kind of companion gig pays this much? I got lucky and met a nice older sister. A sugar mommy. Su Guanquan's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Old Yang, can you hook me up with that job? I'm young and in great shape. I can help share the load. We'll see. Lu Yang waved his hand. Soon the dishes were all served. Staring at the food on the table, the 3 couldn't help swallowing hard. They were poor students who had always eaten in the cafeteria, and they had never seen so many sumptuous dishes. Don't just stand there, eat up. Lu Yang picked up his chopsticks first. At his words, 3 pairs of chopsticks descended in unison. Holy crap. So this is what rich people eat. The beef melts in your mouth. Were the beef brisket I used to eat made of rubber? Su Guanquan stuffed his cheeks with braised pork bulging like a squirrel and mumbled indistinctly, Godfather, who are you planning to kill? Ding. Host treated his brothers to a sumptuous feast, successfully moving them. Mission accomplished. Reward 100,000 yuan. Lu Yang couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face as he stared at the system notification. After all, the meal cost at most a couple thousand, but the system directly rewarded him with 10,000. A massive profit. Godfather, tell us who you want taken care of. The 3 looked at Lu Yang with unwavering loyalty, their expressions deadly serious, as if they were ready to go at his command and bring back the target's head. What are you thinking? Just eat. Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. It was just a meal, no need to be so dramatic. Besides, he wasn't raising a private army of assassins. Just then a few more people entered the restaurant. Wang Hao glanced toward the entrance and spotted a familiar figure. Damn, Godfather, look who's here. Lu Yang followed his gaze. Yuan Xiangrong's chubby face was unmistakable, and beside him walked Wang Xing. Not only that, but there were also a few other classmates from their class. What a small world. Wang Hao curled his lips and lowered his voice. This fatso chose this place to eat too. Lu Yang paid it no mind and continued eating. It was Yuan Xiangrong who first noticed their table. After all, their booth was quite conspicuous and the lavish spread of dishes on the table drew everyone's attention. Yuan Xiangrong froze. He remembered Lu Yang being so broke that last month he had argued with the cafeteria lady over a 1 yuan egg. How did he end up at this restaurant? And ordering so many dishes? Lu Yang. Yuan Xiangrong walked over, his eyes sweeping across the table. Lu Yang picked up a piece of abalone with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth, without even lifting his head, clearly not interested in acknowledging him. Yuan Xiangrong's smile stiffened. Well, since when did you become so generous? None of your damn business. Lu Yang continued eating. The classmates nearby couldn't help swallowing hard. The dishes on the table were far too extravagant. Even if they came here to eat, they wouldn't order so many at once, and they would have to pack the leftovers. But Lu Yang had ordered all this. When had he become so rich? Godfather, do you need us to take action? The three loyal followers quietly leaned in and asked. If Lu Yang gave the word, they would immediately take him down. I'll get the plastic bag. I'll grab the fish from the fridge. I'll handle the cleanup. The three had a clear division of labor. Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. No need. Wang Xing stood beside Yuan Xiangrong, her gaze also falling on the dishes. When Lu Yang used to chase her, he would even hesitate to buy a 20 yuan milk tea. One Valentine's Day, he gave her a 200 yuan necklace which she thought too cheap and left it in a drawer, never wearing it. Now he was treating his three roommates to a feast here and ordering so many dishes at once. He was even more generous than when he used to treat her. Putting on a show. Yuan Xiangrong finally couldn't hold back. Lu Yang, you're something, man. You must have blown your entire month's allowance just to impress us, right? Or did you borrow from some shady online loan platform? What's the point? We're classmates. Why act so fake? Wang Hao slammed down his chopsticks. Fatty Yuan, what crap are you spewing? Old Yang earned his own money fair and square. What's wrong with him having a meal? His own money? Yuan Xiangrong laughed out loud. This meal must be at least a couple thousand. What job could he have to earn that much? Distributing flyers or waiting tables? Lu Yang, don't say I didn't warn you. The interest on online loans is predatory. When the debt collectors call the school, you can kiss your college life goodbye. Wang Xing put on a concerned expression. Lu Yang, don't be like this. I know you were upset yesterday, but you don't have to gamble with your future. What's the point of putting up a false front? And I've told you before, I'm a bit slow to warm up. If you'd been a little more patient, I might have considered forgiving you for what happened yesterday. Forgive me. Lu Yang put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Wang Xing's face. She was indeed beautiful. He had been blinded by that facade before. But now in his eyes that face screamed manipulator. A seasoned tea artist. And who might you be? Do you even qualify? Lu Yang said flatly. Wang Xing was stunned. She had expected Lu Yang to take the easy way out and beg for her forgiveness, but instead, he was so cold. You? Her cheeks flushed red. Li Yunbin pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and added a jab. Old Yang, who is this auntie? A relative of yours? Su Guanquan still had half an abalone stuffed in his mouth. No idea. Maybe she's selling gym memberships. Annie, we don't want a card. Please leave and don't disturb our meal. You. Wang Xing stomped her foot, in anger, her eyes turning red. Seeing his goddess wronged, Yuan Xiangrong's temper flared. Lu Yang, don't be ungrateful. Xing was kindly advising you. What kind of attitude is that? Sorry, I don't like tea. Lu Yang leaned back in his chair. Also, you're standing here ruining my appetite. Please move. Yuan Xiangrong was so furious he laughed. Fine, keep pretending. When it's time to pay, don't come crying to me for a loan. He turned and loudly called for the waiter. Waiter, give us the best private room. A waitress in a cheongsam walked over and bowed politely. Sir, our finest room is the Imperial Pavilion with a minimum charge of 5,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to book it? 5,000 yuan. The fat on Yuan Xiangrong's face twitched violently. That was his entire monthly allowance. If he spent it all on this meal, he'd be eating dirt for the rest of the month. Damn it, I shouldn't have tried to show off. But he had already said it out loud with Wang Xing and the other classmates watching. He couldn't lose face in front of his goddess. He had to go through with it, even if it meant borrowing from online loans. Book it. Yuan Xiangrong gritted his teeth and squeezed out the word. What's 5,000? I've got money. I can afford it. Unlike some people who have to pay off loans for half a year, just for one meal. The waitress smiled. Very well, sir. Please follow me. Yuan Xiangrong puffed out his chest and strutted toward the private room. Wang Hao watched their backs and lowered his voice. This guy is such a poser. Su Guanquan chimed in, hilarious. The look on that fatty's face was like he'd eaten crap. He's really bleeding this time. Lu Yang couldn't care less. After all, the system was footing the bill for his meal. Just then Lu Yang's phone vibrated. The screen lit up. It was a message from Li Shishua. Li Shishua, where are you? I'll come pick you up now. The message was short and direct. Wait already. Lu Yang checked the time. Unknowingly, it was the time he had agreed to meet her. Although he wasn't ready, his fingers still tapped the screen and sent her a location. He added a line, Commercial Street, Shifu Restaurant. Li Shishue replied instantly, I'll be there in 5 minutes. What's wrong, Dad? The three asked in unison, noticing Lu Yang's troubled expression. Putting away his phone, Lu Yang quickly took a sip of the freshly squeezed juice beside him. Eat up. Someone will pick me up later. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask who. Not that gaming companion boss, is it? Sort of. Lu Yang didn't elaborate. The identity of the wealthy gaming companion was a fabrication of his. He had no idea who she really was, or if she had any money. Then came the problem. From the moment of marriage, the law clearly stated that any income belonged to the couple's joint property. Damn it. Careless. He had no idea if that woman would take a share of his money when they divorced. After all, he now had a fortune of over 10,000 yuan. Wouldn't he lose out when dividing assets in the divorce? Su Guangquan swallowed a piece of braised pork, burped, and said, Dad, is this job long-term? This boss of yours seems generous. You make so much in one gaming session. Can you ask if they need more people? I'm great at games, so I'll definitely satisfy the boss. Li Yunbin adjusted his glasses. With your looks, they probably wouldn't want you. Get lost. Am I that ugly? Su Guangquan was displeased. In the private room, Yuan Xiangrong stared at the menu prices, his heart bleeding. He usually played the big shot only at street stalls. This restaurant was upscale. Even a simple plate of stir-fried greens cost 88 yuan. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Wang Xiying sat beside him, absent-mindedly playing with her phone. She kept replaying Lu Yang's attitude earlier. That obedient dog who used to cater to her every whim. How had he changed so much today? Could he really have come into money? No, impossible. After all this time, she knew his background well. Both his parents were ordinary workers, and his monthly allowance was only 1,000 yuan. It was an act, definitely an act. He must have blown his entire semester's allowance, just to spite her. With that thought, Wang Xiying felt a little better. Xiying, try this wine. Yuan Xiangrong swirled the glass pretentiously. This imported wine is decent, though the vintage isn't great. The taste is passable. A few classmates nearby stifled their laughter. The menu clearly said domestic. Domestic imported wine, right? I'm going to the restroom. Yuan Xiangrong suddenly set down his glass and stood up. He wanted to see if Lu Yang and his group had left. If not, he could step on them while paying the bill. Minutes later, the roar of an engine sounded outside the restaurant. A pink Porsche Panamera pulled smoothly into the VIP parking spot by the entrance. The color and model turned heads instantly. The door opened. First, a long, fair leg stepped out. Then a tall figure emerged. Li Shishue had changed into a black fitted suit dress with a white silk blouse underneath black red-soled heels, and her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore sunglasses exuding a full, domineering aura, cold and elegant. The hostess hurried over, showing even more deference than she had to Lu Yang, for the woman's presence alone indicated she was a wealthy figure of high status. Ma'am, do you have a reservation? Li Shishue ignored her, took off her sunglasses, and looked around. I'm looking for someone. Soon her gaze fixed on Lu Yang, who was eating with his roommates by the window. She strode over on her long legs. Her heels clicked on the wooden floor. Li Shishue stopped at the table, glanced at Lu Yang, then at the three bewildered roommates. Had enough? She asked Lu Yang. At that, Wang Hao's half-eaten crab leg fell onto the table. Li Yunbin's hand froze mid-air while adjusting his glasses. Su Guangquan's toothpick dropped to the floor. Her presence and beauty instantly dwarfed the so-called campus queens. Could this be the wealthy gaming companion Lu Yang mentioned? They had imagined she'd be pretty, but not this stunning. How lucky could he get? Lu Yang grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, then stood up. I'm full. Let's go. Wang Hao stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Wang Hao, Lu Yang's college roommate. Li Shishue didn't even glance at him. She turned to call the waiter. In a cool voice, she said the bill for this table. She was about to pull out a black card from her bag when Lu Yang stopped her. No need. This meal is my treat for my roommates. I'll pay. Li Shishue looked at him and didn't insist. It was just a regular meal. Who paid didn't matter. Lu Yang took out his phone. 2,800 yuan. He didn't blink. With a beep, the payment went through. Putting away his phone, Lu Yang turned to Li Shishue. Let's go. Aren't you in a hurry? Li Shishue said nothing and walked out. The rhythmic click of her heels echoed on the floor. At that moment, Wang Xiying and a few classmates emerged from the private room. They all wanted to see Lu Yang make a fool of himself when he couldn't pay. Yuan Xiangrong belly outled the way. Wang Xiying followed with other classmates, peeking eager for a show. They expected Lu Yang to be stopped by the waiter, forced to wash dishes because he couldn't afford the bill. But reality was different. Lu Yang had paid and was standing at the restaurant entrance with his three roommates. And beside Lu Yang was a woman. Yuan Xiangrong halted. From his angle, he could only see her profile, but it was enough to make him gasp. In looks and aura, she was 10 times more impressive than Wang Xiying. Absolutely stunning. The unique beauty of a mature woman even made Yuan Xiangrong feel an urge to bow and greet her. Wang Xiying also stopped. She stared at Li Shishue's red-soled heels, then looked down at her own flat shoes. A sense of defeat washed over her. Honestly, it was the first time she felt a woman could be so beautiful. She was outclassed in looks, style, and presence. Lu Yang. Yuan Xiangrong snapped out of it and strode forward. Finished eating without paying. Trying to sneak out. This isn't a place for freeloaders. He deliberately raised his voice in front of Li Shishue, as if showing off. Lu Yang turned and looked at him like he was an idiot. Before Lu Yang could speak, the front desk hostess smiled and explained, "Sir, Mr. Lu's bill has been settled. A total of 2,800 yuan paid in full." Yuan Xiangrong's mouth hung open. He looked at Lu Yang, then at the hostess, his Adam's apple bobbing. He really paid. Where did he get the money? Li Shishue put on her sunglasses covering most of her face. She didn't even give Yuan Xiangrong a glance, instead turning to Lu Yang and asking, "A friend of yours?" "Hello, I'm Yuan Xiangrong." Yuan Xiangrong immediately extended his hand toward this aloof beauty, eager to seize the opportunity for a handshake. Li Shishue showed a hint of disgust and did not take it. Instead, she turned to look at Lu Yang. "A friend of yours?" "No," Lu Yang answered bluntly. "Just an ordinary classmate, not particularly close." "Since you're not close, then let's go. Don't waste time." Li Shishue didn't even glance at Yuan Xiangrong before directly turning around and pulling open the restaurant's glass door. Lu Yang followed behind her. Outside the door, that pink Porsche Panamera sat quietly in the VIP parking space. Li Shishue walked to the driver's side and pulled open the door. At that moment, a startled voice from Wang Hao suddenly rang out. "No way." Wang Hao pointed at the pink Porsche Panamera, his mouth gaping open, as if trying to fit a whole manto inside. "Isn't this the car that was at the hotel entrance?" Pink exterior, large wheels, top-of-the-line Panamera. He had seen it with his own eyes that morning in the hotel parking lot. At that time, he had been sighing about how fortunate a man would be to marry such a wealthy sister from the car. And now, the wealthy sister from the car was standing right next to Lu Yang. Wang Hao's mind suddenly buzzed. A wealthy sister falling in love with me. Such plot lines only exist in novels, and calling it a sci-fi movie wouldn't be an exaggeration. But at this very moment, this sci-fi movie was unfolding right before his eyes. Lu Yang was also stunned for a moment. Honestly, he had no idea what kind of car Li Shishue drove. Moreover, he had never given a thought to whether Li Shishue was wealthy or not. A 28-year-old woman still being pushed by her parents to get married. How much money could she possibly have? That was simply how uncomplicated Lu Yang's thinking was. She's the owner of the Panamera. Wang Hao took a deep breath. "Pan? What's that?" Su Guangquan and Li Yunbin were somewhat puzzled, having not attended the class reunion after all. The Panamera, the top-of-the-line model. Over 3 million when it rolls off the lot. Over 3 million. The two were stunned. Not only them, but the surrounding classmates were all stunned as well. They were utterly confused as to why such a wealthy, elegant beauty would have any connection to Lu Yang. "Let's go." Li Shishue settled into the driver's seat, tapping on the window glass through the door, urging Lu Yang on. Lu Yang didn't overthink it, pulled open the passenger door and bent down to get in. The genuine leather seat wrapped around him, a faint warmth radiating from beneath, incredibly comfortable to sit on. And there was a subtle bodily fragrance inside the car, not strong but fresh and clean. "Seatbelt," Li Shishue reminded him. Lu Yang pulled the seatbelt across and fastened it. With the engine roaring to life, the Porsche steadily pulled out of the parking space, then vanished at the end of the commercial street, leaving a few people standing there. No, it was a group of people. A top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera. Compared to this car, his father's 12-handed BMW wasn't even worthy of being a toothpick. The question was, how could Lu Yang possibly know such a wealthy sister? On what grounds? Several classmates nearby were also completely stunned. One classmate secretly took out his phone to look up the price of the same model, then quietly stuffed the phone back. He couldn't say a single word. The price of this car was enough to buy his entire life. Wang Xing stood at the entrance, staring at the direction where the Porsche disappeared, motionless for a long time. The wind blew and the hem of her dress fluttered. On the road, inside the car, it was very quiet. Lu Yang sat in the passenger seat, his palm resting on the edge of the genuine leather seat. To be honest, this car was genuinely comfortable to ride in. "This car is pretty expensive, isn't it?" Lu Yang asked. Li Shishue held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting on the edge of the window, the wind ruffling her long hair. "Around 3 million. Her tone was flat, carrying no hint of showing off, as if she were simply talking about a 30 yuan daily necessity at a supermarket. Lu Yang's throat tightened. 3 million was an astronomical figure for an ordinary sophomore like him. Even if he entered a major company after graduation and worked the infamous 996 schedule without eating or drinking, he wouldn't know how long it would take to earn that much money. At the intersection, the traffic light turned red and the car came to a steady stop. Li Shishue turned her head, looking him up and down. "Having second thoughts?" she asked. "Second thoughts about what?" Lu Yang asked in return. Li Shishue tapped twice on the steering. "Well, having second thoughts about asking me for a divorce. You should now clearly understand my financial situation. If this divorce drags on, and we don't finalize it according to marriage law, half of my income belongs to you. Testing me. Lu Yang could tell. The woman was extremely guarded. If it were yesterday, he might have truly hesitated. After all, who wouldn't want to lie back and enjoy life without putting in any effort? But he now had a system. Though this system was somewhat abnormal, at least he had the capital to turn his life around. A wealthy woman. Leeching off someone. I don't need it. You're overthinking. Lu Yang leaned back against the seat, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. Once the cooling off period ends, I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whoever doesn't show up is a grandson. Li Shishue stared at him for a moment. She couldn't find any flaw. Then the green light turned on, and she pressed down on the accelerator. Let's hope so, she said. Lu Yang thought for a moment, then asked, so next you're taking me to your house? Li Shishue shook her head. More precisely, we're going to meet my parents. Lu Yang paused slightly. Seeing this, Li Shishue revealed a rare smile. What? Scared? Lu Yang laughed. Scared? No way. Right. Meeting the parents is nothing. What's the big deal? The next second, a mechanical voice rang out in Lu Yang's mind. Ding. Task released. As a newlywed son-in-law visiting your mother-in-law for the first time, how can you come empty-handed? Please purchase a uniquely creative gift for your mother-in-law to increase family harmony. Lu Yang's spirits lifted. He had to buy a gift for his mother-in-law. With that thought, Lu Yang immediately said, turn right at the next intersection, find a shopping mall, and pull over to the side. What for? Li Shishue turned her head, instinctively stepping on the brake. Shopping. Lu Yang said. A gift. Not necessary. Li Shishue said coldly. Lu Yang said matter-of-factly, going to your house to meet your parents. I can't possibly show up empty-handed, can I? You may not care about losing face, but I do. Li Shishue was momentarily speechless by his words. However, she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she turned the steering wheel and drove into the underground parking lot of a large shopping center. The two walked into the mall. Li Shishue strode ahead in her high heels, heading straight for the high-end health products counter on the first floor. This store's bird's nest and cordyceps are quite good. My mom usually has these. She stopped in front of a counter, taking out her phone to prepare for payment. Pick any 2 boxes to bring along. I'll pay. Wait. Lu Yang stopped her. Bird's nest. Cordyceps. Where's the creativity in that? Every son-in-law brings these when visiting. The system specifically requested a uniquely creative gift. If the task is judged as failed, he'd be done for. Tacky. Giving these is way too tacky. Li Shishue's hand paused slightly. What did you say? I said giving these is way too tacky. Lu Yang pointed at the exquisitely packaged gift boxes inside the counter. What does giving these prove other than that you're rich? What kind of sincerity is shown? Does your mom need these 2 boxes of bird's nest from you? Li Shishue narrowed her eyes. Then what do you plan to buy? Follow me. Lu Yang turned and walked toward the second floor of the mall. Li Shishue suppressed her impatience and followed behind him. Though his words were blunt, they weren't without reason. Upon reflection, the gifts she had in mind were indeed quite cliché. During holidays, many people would send gifts to her family. Things like cordyceps and bird's nest, which they could never finish. 10 minutes later, Lu Yang emerged from a small home appliance store carrying a large cardboard box. Printed on the box in bold letters were the words fully automatic heating and blood circulating foot bath. Li Shishue stood there staring at the rough cardboard box, unable to speak for a long time. You're planning to give this to my mother. What's wrong with it? Lu Yang patted the box and said with a smile, don't underestimate this thing. It has infrared sterilization and roller constant temperature massage. Your mother wears high heels a lot, doesn't she? At her age, her blood circulation is poor. Soaking her feet is far more effective than eating those roots and barks. Li Shishue rubbed her temples. She valued dignity. The thought of bringing a husband home carrying a 200 yuan foot bath was a scene she couldn't even bear to imagine. Return it, Li Shishue said coldly. She regretted it. She shouldn't have let Lu Yang choose. It would have been better to just buy some bird's nest. No, Lu Yang insisted. This is my gesture. You said it yourself. I'm your boyfriend now, and I decide what to give. Li Shishue took a deep breath. Though furious, she had no way out. In all her life, she had never been so utterly helpless because of a man. Fine. Anyway, you're just a shield. As long as it messes up the blind date my family arranged, it doesn't matter what you give. But don't blame me if you embarrass yourself later. With that, they got back into the car. About half an hour later, the vehicle entered a well-known wealthy villa district. The car stopped in front of a 3-story standalone villa. The yard was filled with rare flowers and plants, and there was a private pool. This woman really is a rich lady. Lu Yang took a breath as he looked around the villa. He had known Li Shishue was wealthy, but he hadn't expected her to be this wealthy. A true white, rich, and beautiful woman. Lu Yang pushed open the car door and lifted the foot bath from the back seat. Once we're inside, talk less and follow my lead. Li Shishue walked ahead in her high heels, clicking loudly, and whispered a reminder. Got it. Lu Yang followed, carrying the box, then after a moment's thought added, by the way, what should I call you? Even though it was fake, they were supposed to be a married couple now. They needed an appropriate address. After all, they couldn't just call each other by name. That would be too strange, and it might blow their cover. Li Shishue fell silent. Yes, she was completely silent. She had never seriously considered this. After a long while she exhaled, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiaoxue. All right, Xiaoxue. Lu Yong immediately used the address naturally, as if it were second nature. Li Shixue gritted her teeth and said seriously, this address is only for when we're in front of my parents. Lu Yong nodded, got it Xiaoxue. You. Li Shixue was furious. Lu Yong couldn't help but smile. After all, there weren't many people who could make this lady angry. Pushing open the villa's front door, the living room was extremely spacious with a crystal chandelier and luxurious decor. At that moment, two people were sitting on the sofa. Seated in the main seat was Li Shixue's father Li Guoqing, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a teacup, exuding an imposing aura without even trying. Beside him was Li's mother Song Qiulan, a well-preserved beauty in a custom-made cheongsam, looking no older than 30. Hearing someone at the door, Li Guoqing put down his teacup and looked over. Song Qiulan immediately stood up and hurried over, especially when she saw that her daughter had brought someone. She was taken aback. Oshware is back. Song Qiulan smiled warmly at Li Shixue, but her gaze quickly shifted to the man beside her. Song Qiulan looked him up and down, her eyes lighting up. And this is A. Lu Yong quickly set down the cardboard box and politely greeted. Hello uncle, hello auntie. My name is Lu Yong. Hearing this, Song Qiulan's eyes grew even brighter. She knew that her daughter had never brought a man home before. Even when she went on blind dates, she just went through the motions. Yet now she had voluntarily brought a man home. What did that mean? Could it be? Thinking this, Song Qiulan became excited. Xiao Lu, is it? Come, don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. Lu Yong smiled and handed over the box. Auntie, this is a small gift for our first meeting. I heard from Xiaoxue that you often wear high heels and your feet get sore, so I picked out a foot bath for you. Soaking your feet before bed can relieve fatigue and help you sleep. Oh Xiao Lu, you shouldn't have brought anything. You're such a thoughtful child. Song Qiulan beamed with joy. Li Shixue turned her head away, unable to bear watching. Oh dear, oh dear. Song Qiulan opened the box and looked at it, smiling from ear to ear. Xiao Lu, this is so practical. Oldly, come and see. Just a few days ago I was complaining about heel pain and sleepless nights, and now Xiao Lu has brought a foot bath. This is so much more thoughtful than those people who send birds' nest and cordyceps every day. Li Shixue stood frozen. This wasn't going according to her script. Were her parents actually impressed by a 2 or 300 yuan item? Li Guoqing put down his teacup, came over to look at the foot bath, and nodded. Very considerate. Those tonics are too heaty. This is truly practical. Lu Yong glanced at Li Shixue without changing expression. His look seemed to say, see, I know better than you, don't I? Li Shixue bit her lip and said nothing. Damn it. He actually got away with it. Seeing the system notification, Lu Yong was in a great mood. The foot bath had cost only 2 or 300 yuan, and he had just earned over 4,000. Don't just stand there. Come and sit. Song Qiulan took Lu Yang's arm and made him sit next to her, looking at him like a future son-in-law. Li Shixue had no choice but to sit beside her father Li Guoqing. Xiao Lu, how old are you this year? Where are you from? Song Qiulan asked eagerly, pulling Lu Yong along. Lu Yong answered calmly. Auntie, I'm 20 this year, and I'm a local. 20. Li Guoqing frowned. Are you still in school? Yes, Lin University, sophomore year. Li Guoqing's expression darkened. He looked at his daughter, a 28-year-old CEO worth billions, and now she had found a 20-year-old college boy. The age gap was not insignificant. If it's genuine love, age is never an obstacle. Song Qiulan held Lu Yang's hand, gazing at him with growing fondness, much like a mother would look at her future son-in-law. Being younger is actually quite nice, and being a college student is wonderful, young and full of vitality. Our Shuer is always so busy with work, going around with a stern face. What she needs is someone lively like Xiao Lu. Li Guoqing furrowed his brow, resembling a stern father. Shuer is 28 this year. You two are 8 years apart. How did you meet? Before Li Shixue could fabricate an answer, Lu Yong spoke first. When fate arrives, there's no resisting it. Honestly speaking, he had never believed in fate before. But ever since he mysteriously got married and registered with Li Shixue yesterday, he became a believer. When fate comes knocking, there's simply no escaping it. Li Guoqing was rendered speechless. Song Qiulan patted the back of Lu Yang's hand. Yes. Who can predict fate? An older woman with a younger man brings nothing but blessings. This child Xiao Lu gives me such a steady impression. By the way, when do you two plan to get married? How many children will you have? The sip of tea Li Shixue had just taken sprayed right out of her mouth. Mom, what are you saying? We just started seeing each other. Li Shixue grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth. Although they had already registered their marriage, this line of questioning still felt rather sudden. She wondered what expression her parents would make if they knew they had already registered. As for having children, at the thought of this, the cold, elegant cheeks of Li Shixue suddenly flushed scarlet. Who would want to have children with him? Song Qiulan shot her daughter a glare and said impatiently, isn't the purpose of dating to get married? Look at yourself, already 28. Annie Wang's daughter from next door is already sending her third child to kindergarten, and you haven't even brought a boyfriend home. Now that you've finally brought Xiao Lu home, shouldn't you make things official quickly? Besides, don't you young people nowadays popularize something called flash marriage? Yes, flash marriage. Song Xiaolan was very straightforward as she turned to Lu Yang and asked, by the way, Xiao Lu, what's your family situation like? What do your parents do? Lu Yang didn't hide anything and directly answered, ordinary employees. The family conditions are modest. Song Xiaolan slapped her thigh. Modest conditions are excellent. With modest conditions you can stay at our place permanently. Annie tells you as long as you marry Schwer we won't ask for a single cent of bride price. Lu Yang was stunned. Song Xiaolan continued to raise the stakes. Not only will we not take the bride price, but Annie has also prepared a large flat in the city center for you too. Cars, you can pick whichever you like, and if you want it I'll buy it for you. Li Shishue was on the verge of tears. Mom, have you gone mad? No matter how she looked at herself, she was supposed to be a refined lady from a good family. How could her mother make her sound so cheap? Not asking for bride price was one thing, but actually paying them instead. You couldn't sell your daughter, even if you wanted to, could you? What do you mean have I gone mad? Song Xiaolan's voice suddenly carried a tearful tone as she said, that best friend of mine, how many grandchildren does she already have this year? She flaunts it in front of me every single day, making me feel so insignificant. And look at you, you're not young anymore either. Mom just wants to hold a grandchild as soon as possible. Is that so wrong? Lu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He had heard of mothers-in-law demanding sky-high bride prices, but he had never seen one so desperately trying to shower gifts upon the groom. This wasn't finding a son-in-law at all. This was practically inviting the god of wealth. Just then the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. The mother-in-law's enthusiasm leaves you overwhelmed. Please host accept the mother-in-law's request to better maintain family harmony. Looking at the system prompt, Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Cars, houses, and all that. Sometimes suddenly becoming a kept man didn't seem like such a bad idea. After all, my stomach isn't feeling too well. I disagree. Li Guoqing's face was stern as a board. Marriage is no child's play. A student who can't even support himself. What right does he have to be responsible for Schwerer? Xiaolan, stop getting carried away. Song Xiaolan's eyebrows shot up in anger. I'm getting carried away. You force our daughter to go on dates with those oily, flashy, rich, second-generation boys every day. Which one of them looks as pleasing as Xiao Lu? I'm set on Xiao Lu, and that's final. Besides, if he can't support himself, then we'll support him. Lu Yang listened to the couple argue as he calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Li Shishue tugged at Lu Yang's sleeve and lowered her voice. Say something. Quick, think of a way to get us out of this. Lu Yang set down his teacup and looked at Li Guoqing. Uncle is right. I have nothing right now, but I possess a heart that truly loves Schwer. Li Shishue. Upon hearing this, Li Shishue's suspended heart instantly crashed to the ground. Song Xiaolan was overjoyed. Oldly, did you hear that? This child knows how to speak so beautifully. This marriage, I give my blessing and I approve. Li Guoqing did not respond to Song Xiaolan. He lifted his teacup, his gaze fixed on Lu Yang. That scrutinizing look was similar to the ones Lu Yang had seen from teachers when called to the office at school. The difference was at school it was because he had skipped class, whereas here it was because he had married their daughter. Xiao Lu, what major are you studying? Li Guoqing finally spoke. Finance. How are your grades? Average. Lu Yang thought for a moment and added, I skip class occasionally. Li Shishue shot him a fierce glare from the side. Skip class? Saying something like that? Wasn't he just sabotaging himself? But Song Xiaolan didn't think that way. Instead she smiled and said, young people, what ones doesn't get lazy? Our Schwetter even skipped class to go out and play when she was in school. Mom, the vein on Li Shishue's forehead twitched. Why did her mother have to bring up that topic? How could she do this? Li Guoqing was not distracted and continued asking, what are your plans after graduation? Find a job first, then take it step by step. Lu Yang spoke the truth. Although he had the system, now he still needed to proceed one step at a time. Li Guoqing set down his teacup and tapped his fingers twice on the desk. Xiao Lu, I'll be direct. You're still young, and your future is uncertain. I won't oppose you dating Schwerer, but marriage. It's still too early. Lu Yang nodded, I understand. The only problem was, they were already married. He answered too quickly, so quickly that Li Shishue didn't even get a chance to say the prepared lines she had been rehearsing. Song Xiaolan wanted to argue a few more words, but was silenced by Li Guoqing's warning gaze. The atmosphere cooled for a moment. Li Guoqing took out a purple clay teapot and began preparing tea. He took a deep breath and spoke in a soft voice, stay for dinner tonight. I'll have the housekeeper prepare a few more dishes. The smile instantly returned to Song Xiaolan's face. Yes, yes, yes. Stay for dinner. Xiao Lu, do you have any food restrictions? I eat everything. Nothing I can't stomach. Lu Yang replied. Wonderful, wonderful, not being a picky eater is excellent. Then I'll have the housekeeper prepare plenty for you. Song Xiaolan rose to her feet and walked toward the kitchen, humming a tune on her lips, her entire person as happy as a child. Only 3 people remained in the living room. Li Guoqing busied himself with making tea, while Li Shishua gazed down at the tea in her hands, occasionally glancing up at Lu Yang. Honestly, Lu Yang's performance had exceeded her expectations. She had thought Lu Yang would be nervous or even slip up, but he had actually kept his composure throughout the entire encounter. The phrase, neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't really want to use it because it was simply too cliched. To be precise, Lu Yang was simply thick-skinned. Ding. Host has successfully gained the mother-in-law's favor. Task complete. Reward 5,000 yuan. Lu Yang felt a fresh wave of satisfaction surge through him. Just one meeting with his mother-in-law, and he'd already earned 1,000 yuan. This task grinding was simply too satisfying. Just then the doorbell rang. The maid emerged from the kitchen to answer the door. Standing outside was a man in his late 20s dressed in a dark gray suit carrying 2 bags of exquisitely packaged gifts in his hands. Uncle Lian Song, I'm here. The man smiled as he entered, speaking with such familiarity that it was clear this was not his first visit. Song Qiulan poked her head out from the kitchen, and upon seeing the visitor her smile faded by half. Zhou Yuan. What are you doing here? Li Guoqing cradled his teacup, his expression placid. I invited him. Li Shishua's face instantly changed. She knew her father too well. This was no coincidence at all. It was a prearranged blind date. The man named Zhou Yuan set the gift boxes on the table, his gaze sweeping across the living room. He saw Li Shishua, then spotted Lu Yang sitting beside her. The smile on his face subtly faded. Shishua, long time no see. Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile, then turned his attention to Lu Yang. And who might this be? There was undisguised hostility in his tone. Li Guoqing answered on Lu Yang's behalf, Shishua's friend Xiao Lu. Friend. Fortunately not a boyfriend, just a friend. Zhou Yuan breathed a small sigh of relief. Li Shishua pressed her lips together. Just as she was about to correct the statement, Lu Yang beat her to it. Lu Yang stood up, extending his hand naturally toward Zhou Yuan. I'm Xiaoshua's boyfriend, Lu Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression froze instantly. Li Shishua's boyfriend, and he even called her Xiaoshua. Even someone like him, a notorious playboy, had never encountered a woman as wealthy, well-connected, beautiful, and talented as Li Shishua. She was already the wife he had set his sights on marrying, yet now she had been snatched away by Lu Yang. What gives him the right? Zhou Yuan quickly regained his composure, proactively handing Lu Yang his business card, then shaking his hand. Hello, I'm Zhou Yuan, a good friend of Shishua's. He emphasized the words, good friend, with particular weight. The moment their palms met, Lu Yang clearly felt Zhou Yuan pressing down harder. Lu Yang smiled and matched his force. The two competed for about a few seconds before releasing each other's hands. Zhou Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he sat down in the adjacent seat. Been busy with the company lately. Not too bad. Last quarter the company secured 2 new projects. Zhou Yuan's response was polished and unassuming. The very picture of a successful professional. Good. Young people should strive for their careers. Your father went through the same when he was your age. Li Guoqing nodded with satisfaction. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yang had figured it out. This Zhou Yuan was clearly the blind date that had been arranged for Li Shishua today. Who would have thought that Li Shishua would bring Lu Yang along today? I agree. A man should have a career of his own. Zhou Yuan straightened to suit his tone, carrying a hint of superiority. By the way, I don't suppose Shishua's boyfriend has a career. He's still in college. Still in college? Zhou Yuan was stunned. Li Shishua was actually dating a college student. What's the appeal? Is it his stamina in bed? Zhou Yuan continued. Uncle Li, we officially acquired that plot of land in the South District last week. We're planning to develop a high-end commercial complex there. Li Guoqing took a sip of tea, asking coolly, have you finished the development plan? The preliminary proposal is already done. Zhou Yuan's smile carried a hint of smugness as he shifted his gaze toward Li Shishua. Shishua, I recall your company has been expanding into new business recently. For that South District project, I can reserve a few of the best storefronts in the prime first-floor locations for your company. Are you free later? The implication was crystal clear to anyone with half a brain. This wasn't about business. It was an invitation. Li Shishua ignored him entirely, her attitude frosty. The smile on Zhou Yuan's face faded slightly. He could only press on. If you've been busy lately, we could reschedule for another day. No need. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she coldly uttered 2 words. With that attitude, the outcome was already painfully obvious. She had no intention of having any interaction with him. Zhou Yuan hesitated, rendered speechless. Just then a system's voice rang out in Lu Yang's mind. Ding. A rival has appeared. The couple's relationship faces external threats. Host, please demonstrate your intimate relationship in front of the rival. Demonstrate their intimate relationship? Lu Yang froze. How the hell was he supposed to prove that? The task sounded simple, but executing it would be difficult. Right at that moment, Song Qiulan called out to everyone. Come on, let's eat. The dining table was over 2 meters long, laden with steaming dishes. Song Qiulan pulled Lu Yang to sit beside Li Shishua, then took her seat next to Li Guoqing. Zhou Yuan found himself in an awkward position. He'd expected today's matchmaking visit, but his seat had been stolen by Lu Yang. He wanted to sit across from Li Shishue, but those seats belonged to Li Guoqing and his wife. In the end, he could only choose a diagonal seat quite far from Li Shishue. Shall Lu try the sea bass? We bought it fresh from the market this morning. The meat is so tender. Song Xiaolan enthusiastically placed a large piece of fish onto Lu Yang's plate. Lu Yang politely nodded, "Thank you, aunt." Then he carefully picked out the bones and placed the fish into Li Shishue's bowl. "Xiaoxue, your stomach hasn't been well lately. Eat some lighter food." Li Shishue's chopsticks froze mid-motion. She looked up at Lu Yang, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Who told you my stomach was upset?" But given the current situation, she couldn't very well refuse. Thanks. Lu Yang added, "You mentioned having stomach pain last time, so I prepared some medicine for you. Remember to take it when you feel uncomfortable next time." Li Shishue hummed in cooperation, then lowered her head to eat the fish. After the small piece of fish entered her mouth, her cheeks actually warmed. Perhaps it was Lu Yang's improvisational skills that impressed her, but she actually found the fish to be remarkably fresh. Song Xiaolan watched from the side, beaming with delight, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "Look at that. Xiao Lu is so attentive. Shishue, you never even told the family about your stomach problems." It was Xiao Lu who mentioned it, and only then did I find out. The meat nearly caught in Li Shishue's throat. She shot Lu Yang a glare. Well played. This had now been confirmed. If she ever stopped pretending to have stomach problems, her carefully crafted image would crumble. Zhou Yuan, sitting in his neglected corner with a dark expression, quickly grabbed his chopsticks and dished some food for Li Shishue. "Shishue, try this cilantro. Your stomach isn't well, so you should eat more healthy green food." Li Shishue said nothing as she dumped the cilantro aside. Not only that, she even swapped out the bowl that had touched the food. Zhou Yuan's expression instantly darkened. Song Xiaolan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Xiao Zhou, I'm so sorry. Our Shishue has never liked cilantro since she was little." "Nonsense, aunt. The problem is entirely mine." Zhou Yuan lowered his head, his expression dark, eating in silence. He had planned to earn some extra points, but instead he had directly lost them. On the other side, Lu Yang peeled another shrimp, dipped it in some soy sauce, then placed it into Li Shishue's bowl. "Xiaoxue, this shrimp is fresh. Try it." Li Shishue was somewhat dazed. "Not again. You're supposed to act, not use your real self." Song Xiaolan's smile grew even wider. "Oh my Xiaoxue, you really couldn't have chosen a better boyfriend. A man who knows how to peel shrimp is truly the best. Back in the day, I wanted your father to peel shrimp for me, but he never learned in his whole life." Li Guoqing was drinking soup when he heard this, set down his spoon, and wore a stern expression. "I didn't fail to learn. You never let me peel them. When did I ever not let you peel them? Last time I peeled half a shrimp for you, you complained I was too slow, and just did it yourself. That's because you moved like an ox pulling a broken cart." The old couple bantered back and forth, and the atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became lively. In contrast, Zhou Yuan, sitting at the edge of the corner, couldn't get a word in edgewise like an outsider. He lowered his head in loneliness, took a few bites of food, then glanced up at Li Shishue. Li Shishue was eating that peeled shrimp, a faint sheen of oil at the corner of her mouth, her dining manner elegant, but clearly savoring every bite. Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth, his jealousy growing increasingly intense. But in the next moment, Li Shishue suddenly picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lu Yang's bowl. This action surprised even herself. Probably because Lu Yang had been constantly serving her dishes earlier, she felt it would be inappropriate not to reciprocate in some way. Without a word, Lu Yang ate the rib in one bite. Delicious. So delicious. Wait. Li Shishue suddenly realized something was wrong. They had been using the same pair of chopsticks to serve the dishes. Thinking this, Li Shishue's earlobes first turned red, then the flush spread down to her neck. Did this count as an indirect kiss? Song Xiaolan witnessed this scene, and the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. "Only did you see that? What did I tell you? These two are perfect for each other." Li Guoqing didn't look up. "Eat your food." As for Zhou Yuan, his eyes held only envy, jealousy, and resentment. After dinner ended, Zhou Yuan left in a furious rage. Song Xiaolan couldn't even be bothered to see him off. She simply clapped her hands. Good riddance, he should have left long ago. By the way, the 2 bags of gifts he brought, I forgot to ask him to take them back. Li Guoqing said, "That's his kind gesture." "What gesture?" "Just some bird's nest and caterpillar fungus. Our family storage has who knows how many of those. They pile up like mountains every new year." Song Xiaolan pointed to the foot bath basin beside her. "Our Xiao Lu is more practical. Tonight I'll use it when I get home." Saying this, she turned toward Li Shishue. "Xiaoxue, since you brought him here, make sure you see him off properly later. Don't be careless, understand?" Li Shishue replied impatiently, "Got it, Mom." "Oh right, I heard there's been a thief around lately. We'll lock the door at night, so don't come home." Li Shishue was stunned. A thief? How come she had never heard of this? And this villa area is surrounded by patrolling security guards. Where would a thief come from? "So where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" "At your boyfriend's place, of course." Li Shishue was filled with question marks. The villa door slammed shut and locked. not even giving her a moment to react. Looking at the system's notification before Lu Yang could even feel pleased, he saw Li Shishue walking out of the villa with a dark expression. It was evening and the wind was a bit chilly. As the Porsche's headlights turned on, Li Shishue pulled open the door. Get in. No need, I can take a taxi back myself. Lu Yang declined. Having completed what he had agreed to do for her, there was nothing else for him to do. Taking a taxi back to school seemed straightforward enough. Li Shishue stared at Lu Yang with fierce eyes, her tone deliberate and measured. I will drive you back. With no other option, Lu Yang could only sit in the passenger seat and buckle up. Li Shishue gripped the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, the car's speed instantly increasing. He couldn't understand what had gotten into her, but throughout the drive Lu Yang always felt the atmosphere was somewhat strange. He didn't think he'd done anything to upset her, right? Outside the window, the street scenery rushed backward. Lu Yang turned his head to look at Li Shishue in the driver's seat. When this woman wasn't speaking, she was as cold and stunning as a block of ice. Slow down. Lu Yang spoke up to break the silence. The car's speed was a bit too fast. Li Shishue ignored him, and the speed only increased further. You're quite talkative tonight. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought Lu Yang would hold back with his acting, but he was completely improvising. Now her mother was completely convinced. Lu Yang smiled. You get what you pay for. I received your benefits, so I had to put on a good show. I didn't pay you any money. The gesture was enough. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively. He had made over 10,000 yuan from the system tonight. That was plenty. Besides, Auntie is a really nice person. Hearing the word, Auntie, Li Shishue slammed on the brakes. Her forehead veins throbbed as she turned her head to glare at Lu Yang. Mention her again, and I swear I'll throw you out of the car right now. 20 minutes later, the car turned onto the school's main road. It was precisely the peak time for people heading out to get late-night snacks. Both sides of the snack street near the school gate were lined with stalls, grilled cold noodles, fried skewers, stir-fried noodles. A pink Porsche drove into this street, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A luxury car worth millions paired with this flashy pink color was incredibly conspicuous on a street filled with shared bicycles and electric scooters. Pull over by the roadside is fine. Lu Yang pointed to a less crowded spot ahead. After all, at school he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Li Shishue pulled the car over smoothly. Lu Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the car door. Hey! Li Shishue suddenly called out to stop him. Lu Yang turned around. Thanks for today. She turned her face away, her voice soft. No problem. Lu Yang replied with a smile. If there's something good like this in the future, remember to call me. How could he possibly miss out on such a good deal where he could both earn money and eat good food? What do you mean? No particular meaning. I just enjoy helping others. Li Shishue paused, swallowing back the words she wanted to say. After all, she'd still need Lu Yang to help keep up the deception in the future. Lu Yang thought for a moment and asked, by the way, what did Auntie just say to you? Why do you look so angry? Hearing this, Li Shishue's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she bit her lip. None of your business. Li Shishue snorted, floored the accelerator, and the Porsche's engine roared as it quickly turned around and soon disappeared down the street. Hey, why are you still angry? Lu Yang shrugged, not wanting to argue with the girl, and turned to head back to the dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him in unison. Su Guangquan was the first to leap up. Father, you finally returned. Lu Yang sat down on the chair. Su Guangquan kneaded his shoulders while asking, by the way, Godfather, what's the background of that big sister who drives the pink Porsche? Wang Hao and Li Yunbin chimed in. Why did she pick you up today? Where did you go together? The 3 of them bombarded Lu Yang with questions, their eyes filled with impatience. Lu Yang had actually gotten involved with a sugar mommy like that. A car worth over 3 million. He took a sip of water and said casually, didn't I tell you? We met online, I'm her paid companion. Su Guangquan was skeptical. What kind of companion service does that involve? Just helping out with some small stuff. What kind of small stuff? Helping her deal with family matters. The 3 exchanged glances. Was there really such a thing as a companion service? They had learned something new today. Wang Hao's tone turned meaningful. Lao Yang, if you really latch onto a sugar mommy, remember to help us out. Also, Godfather, does she have any rich friends or sisters? Introduce them to us too. Yeah, we're in great shape lately. The 3 pressed on relentlessly, showing no sign of letting go. Lu Yang sighed, having no choice but to pull out the business card Zhou Yuan had given him earlier and hand it to them. Here. What's this? You want to know rich people, right? This is one. Hearing this, the 3 immediately perked up, picked up the card, and examined it. Holy crap, it's a guy. How many sugar mommies are there in this world? Lu Yang spread his hands and said grumpily, exactly. True. The 3 nodded, finding it reasonable. Then they studied the card seriously. Real estate developer Zhou Yuan. The 3 exchanged glances. A guy. That's not impossible either. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yang entered the classroom as the bell rang. Monday's first class was Introduction to Finance, held in a lecture hall that could seat over 200 students. In reality, at most half showed up. The back rows were always the most contested territory, farthest from the teacher ideal for phone use. Lu Yong slipped into the third row from the back, where Wang Hao had already saved him a seat. Godfather, you're late. Don't call me Godfather. Lu Yong sat down. If you say that outside, what will people think? Okay, Godfather. Lu Yong ignored him, spread his textbook, leaned back, and planned to catch up on sleep. Last night the system had given him a task: write a 3-year personal development plan, reward 2,000. He had stayed up until 2 in the morning to finish it. The moment he closed his eyes, a voice came from beside him. Excuse me, may I get through? Lu Yong turned his head and saw Wang Xing coming toward his row holding a textbook, smiling at him. She usually sat in the first 3 rows. Why was she suddenly coming to the back? Lu Yong pulled his legs in to let her pass. But Wang Xing didn't go past. Instead, she sat down in the empty seat next to him. Then the teacher entered and began the lecture. Wang Xing opened her textbook, flipped 2 pages, then closed it again. She leaned over and whispered, Lu Yong, are you still mad about what happened last time? Lu Yong didn't even lift his eyelids and replied coldly, what happened? You know? Yuan Xiangrong's confession at the party. Are you ignoring me because of that? Said Wang Xing. Lu Yong finally opened his eyes and looked at her. Wang Xing had put on light makeup today, tied her hair in a low ponytail, and wore a cream-colored knit sweater that revealed her collarbone. With her looks, half the guys in the class would line up to chase her. Back then he had been utterly smitten by that face. Now, what came to mind was yesterday's trip to his mother-in-law's house, where he had earned over 10,000 in one go. With money, what kind of girl couldn't he find? When he had money, he would open a bathhouse and switch to a different girl every day. I'm not mad. After saying that, Lu Yong closed his eyes again. Seeing this, Wang Xing grew anxious. Lu Yong, listen to me. Actually, Yuan Xiangrong confessed to me that day, but I didn't accept him. I have nothing to do with him. So can we go back to how we were before? Go back to how it was before. Continue being a desperate admirer. Lu Yong laughed. Wang Xing continued, I know you pretended to have a girlfriend just to make me jealous, to make me regret. Deep down you still like me, don't you? After the restaurant incident, she had gone home and thought about it for a long time. How could a poor ordinary student like Lu Yong find such a rich and beautiful woman as his girlfriend? It was completely unrealistic. The only thing she could think of was that Lu Yong had deliberately found a woman to piss her off, to make her regret. And it had worked. She did regret it. Deliberately make you jealous. Are you overestimating yourself? Lu Yong said with a smile. Wang Xing bit her lower lip and was silent for a few seconds. Then she changed her tone, softer now. Lu Yong, I've been thinking. My attitude was bad before. I shouldn't have acted that way when you gave me gifts. Actually, I've always regarded you as a very, very good friend. And you're a good person. From now on, I won't be so cold to you anymore. Can we get along like before? As soon as she finished speaking, a system voice rang out. Ding. System task released during the newlywed period. To avoid unnecessary emotional entanglements, please maintain a reasonable distance from other members of the opposite sex and refuse ambiguous relationships. Lu Yang's spirits immediately lifted. He had triggered a system task. It seemed this Wang Xing was still useful after all. He sat up straight and looked at Wang Xing. Classmate Wang. Seeing his change in attitude, her eyes brightened. In that instant, she felt as if the familiar simp had returned. Sure enough, as long as she spoke, Lu Yong could never refuse. But the reality was, I understand what you just said. Lu Yang's tone was flat. But it's unnecessary. Wang Xing's smile froze. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. I used to be crazy, always clinging to you. Now I'm cured. Wang Xing's expression changed instantly. She hadn't expected Lu Yong to say such a thing. In her mind, his feelings for her had been built up over time. How could such a deep affection just vanish? She felt she had already lowered her stance today. Usually 8 out of 10 sentences she said to him were perfunctory. Today her willingness to take the initiative was the greatest sincerity she could offer. Just then a chubby figure squeezed in. It was Yuan Xiangrong. He squeezed in and plopped down next to Wang Xing. Xing, why are you sitting in the back? I saved your spot in the front. Yuan Xiangrong placed a cup of milk tea in front of Wang Xing and said with a smile, you said you liked mango pomelo sago, right? I just wanted to shop at the school gate and queued for over 20 minutes to buy it. Yuan Xiangrong placed a cup of milk tea in front of Wang Xing and said with a smile, you said you liked mango pomelo sago, right? I just wanted to shop at the school gate and queued for over 20 minutes to buy it. Wang Xing glanced at the milk tea without reaching for it. Comparing Lu Yong, she had only today realized that Yuan Xiangrong was nothing more than a greasy-faced fat man. Compared to Lu Yang's school heartthrob-level looks, why had she been entangled with such a fatty? Unbothered, Yuan Xiangrong pulled out another gift box from his school bag. By the way, Xing, this is a phone case I bought for you online yesterday. Limited edition, couple style. Do you like it? Lu Yong glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye, and goosebumps broke out all over his skin. This guy was doing exactly what he himself had done back in the day, cut from the same mold. A sycophant to the end, gaining nothing in return. Looking back now, it was truly humiliating. How utterly mortifying. Lu Yong. Only then did Yuan Xiangrong notice the person beside him, his smile fading. Recalling how Lu Yang had gotten into a car with that cold, elegant beauty before Yuan Xiangrong felt deeply uncomfortable. Even now he couldn't forget that icy goddess's face. She was simply too beautiful. Moreover, because of Lu Yang, he had not only lost face in front of Wang Xiying and his other classmates, but had also spent up all his living expenses for this month. A classic case of losing both wife and army. Yuan Xiangrong's tone dripped with displeasure. Is this the seat you should be sitting in? Move to the back quickly. Oh right, almost forgot. You should have maxed out all your online loans hiring that actor last time, right? Before Lu Yang could respond, Wang Xiying spoke up. Yuan classmate, is that how you're supposed to speak? Yuan Xiangrong froze. He glanced at Wang Xiying, then at Lu Yang, his mind spinning in circles before it finally clicked. Wait, what? What's going on here? Wang Xiying was actually standing up for Lu Yang. Xiying, you. What? Yuan Xiangrong blurted out instinctively. Wang Xiying frowned. What's wrong with you? This is Lu Yang's seat. On what basis are you asking him to move? Yuan Xiangrong's mouth opened, but no words came out. That's not what I meant. Finally, Yuan Xiangrong forced a dry laugh. I was just kidding around. Wang Xiying ignored him and turned her attention to Lu Yang. Lu Yang had his textbook open, covering his face, as if preparing to sleep. Wang Xiying pushed the milk tea toward Lu Yang. Lu Yang, do you want some milk tea? Yuan Xiangrong. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yuan Xiangrong finally spoke. Xiying, this is the milk tea I bought for you. Wang Xiying furrowed her brow and in a commanding tone said, you gave it to me, so it's mine. I don't want to drink it right now, so I'm giving it to someone else. Do you have a problem with that? What do you mean? You're giving my milk tea to another man and you're asking if I have a problem. Although that's what he was thinking, Yuan Xiangrong didn't dare say it. All he could do was respond submissively, and no problem. Lu Yang didn't stand on ceremony and directly picked up the milk tea to drink. After all, free milk tea is too good to pass up. Besides, he had sent her so many milk teas before. This was just interest on that debt. Yuan Xiangrong sat beside him, a lump of anger stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. Damn it. The milk tea he had waited in such a long line to buy had actually gone to Lu Yang. Lu Yang drank his milk tea as if it were only natural. The phone case he had gifted remained untouched by Wang Xiying. Worse still, Wang Xiying's entire attention was now focused on Lu Yang. Lu Yang, who was that sister from yesterday? Wang Xiying tilted her head to ask. It was clear she was also very curious about why Lu Yang knew such a beautiful, elegant woman. Although there was a high chance she was just an actress, she still wanted to hear it confirmed from Lu Yang's mouth. Lu Yang took a sip of milk tea. None of your business. In the past, if Lu Yang had spoken to Wang Xiying in such a tone, she would have lost her temper long ago. But now not only did she not get angry, she said, I was just making conversation. Why are you being so fierce? By the way, do you want to go to the library together after class? The end-of-term exams are coming, and there's a lot I'm not understanding. We could study together tonight. She changed the subject. Lu Yang didn't even lift his head. No. Wang Xiying pursed her lips, refusing to give up. Then I'll come find you at your dormitory. I have some English words I'm stuck on. Could you explain them to me tonight? Yuan Xiangrong immediately spoke up. Xiying, I know all the English words. Why don't I come tutor you tonight? Wang Xiying glanced at him, rolled her eyes, and had no intention of entertaining him. Lu Yang finished the milk tea in one gulp and casually placed the empty cup on the desk, saying coldly, English isn't my strong suit. Wang Xiying stomped her foot in frustration. She had dropped such obvious hints, yet Lu Yang remained unmoved. Wang Xiying took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Fine, then I won't study either. It's pointless anyway. Listening nearby, Yuan Xiangrong's fingernails nearly dug into his own palms. He had been pursuing Wang Xiying for more than half the semester, buying her meals, purchasing milk tea, running errands to collect her packages for her. In the end, all he received was a "you're a nice person." He had finally confessed at the last gathering, but Wang Xiying had only said, "Let me think about it." Yet now Lu Yang was enjoying everything that should have been his. What angered him most was that Lu Yang had even drunk his milk tea. On what grounds? With this thought, Yuan Xiangrong tilted his head back and shouted at the ceiling, Why? Hearing the commotion from the back row, the teacher at the podium asked, Yuan classmate, what's wrong? Yuan Xiangrong's face turned ashen. Teacher, this problem is too difficult. I can't solve it. I really can't. Ding. System quest completed. Reward 2,000 yuan. Not bad, another 2,000 earned. Looking at the system notification, Lu Yang couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the class dismissal bell rang. Just as Lu Yang was about to walk out of the classroom, his phone buzzed. He picked it up. It was a message from Li Shueshue. Li Shueshue, are you free this weekend? Lu Yang replied with a single word, yeah, why? Li Shueshue, come out. I'll pick you up then. Lu Yang considered, for what? Li Shueshue, why so many questions? Just come out. Lu Yang, then I'm not going. Li Shueshue, you. After a few seconds, Li Shueshue finally relented. My mom doesn't want me staying home. Lu Yang, what's that got to do with me? Shouldn't you be taking this problem to your mom? Li Shueshue, she told me to stay at your place. They're satisfied. Lu Yang quickly replied, I sell my talents, not my body. Thanks. Seeing those words, Li Shueshue couldn't help but laugh despite her frustration. Being rejected by a man, this was a first for her. Never mind that she was the president of a billion-dollar company, and her looks weren't bad either. Other men upon seeing her would have been eager to rush things along. But Lu Yang, he kept refusing her again and again. Am I really that terrible? Fine, you just wait. Li Shueshue quickly sent another message. Sister changed her mind. This divorce. We're not getting one. This marriage is not getting a divorce. Lu Yang stared at that line on his phone screen for several seconds. Not getting a divorce. What does that mean? He quickly typed, sis, don't mess around. Our relationship is fake, don't get too into it, okay? Li Shueshue, who said it's fake with you? The marriage certificate is real and the stamp from the Civil Affairs Bureau is real too. Smug, Lu Yang, didn't you say yesterday that as soon as the cooling off period ends we'd go handle the procedures? Li Shueshue, I changed my mind. Can't I? Lu Yang. Lu Yang typed quickly, sis, I was wrong. Li Shueshue, come out this weekend. Got it. Lu Yang, got it. Whatever you say, lady sis. Lu Yang, then this marriage. Li Shueshue, it depends on your performance. Hearing that, Lu Yang was dumbfounded. My performance? What performance? Wait. Could it be that this woman wants to latch onto me? Just as Lu Yang was thinking, and about to put his phone back in his pocket, Lu Yang. Wang Ziying's voice chased after him from behind. Why are you walking so fast? I haven't finished speaking yet. Wang Ziying jogged a couple of steps to catch up. I'm done. Class is over. Go do what you need to do. Lu Yang didn't stop walking, heading straight out of the teaching building. Wang Ziying continued to follow, walking side by side with Lu Yang. How about we go to the cafeteria together for lunch? A new Malatang place opened on the second floor. I heard it's pretty good. No. Then what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Not hungry. Lu Yang stopped and turned to look at her. Classmate Wang. Wang Ziying's eyes lit up. Someone's looking for you from behind. Wang Ziying turned around, but there was no one there. When she turned back, Lu Yang was already more than 10 meters away. Hey, Lu Yang, wait for me. Wang Ziying stamped her foot and chased after him again. This scene was clearly witnessed by Yuan Xiangrong, who had just come out of the classroom. Seeing the backs of these two, Yuan Xiangrong's legs suddenly went weak, and he fell to his knees. No. After finally shaking off that sticky Wang Ziying, Lu Yang returned to the dormitory, laid down on the bed, and flipped open his phone to check the balance. With the system rewards from the past few days, his account already had over 20,000. 20,000. For a student like him, this number was already quite substantial. But Lu Yang knew well that relying solely on system tasks to earn money, though fast, was not a long-term solution. After all, he couldn't control the system's tasks. Sometimes there would be 3 or 4 in a day, other times none at all. Lu Yang took a deep breath. Start a business. This thought had emerged since he wrote that 3-year plan last night. Finance major, studied a bit of everything, but not deeply. If he tried to compete in big companies, he couldn't outwork those top-tier students from 985 universities. Getting a 9-to-5 job felt like settling. So he might as well do something on his own. 20,000 in capital, not much, but enough to start. The question was, what can I do? Lu Yang climbed down from the bed, turned on the computer, and started researching. Wang Hao poked his head down from the top bunk. Lao Yang, what are you doing? Looking to see if there's any small business I can do. Lu Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly got excited and jumped straight down from the top bunk. Start a business. You have capital. Saved up a bit. Wang Hao leaned in and asked, what kind of business? Selling jianbing. Or setting up a street stall. Can't you think bigger? Then, opening a hotel chain. Lu Yang glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to speak. He searched online for a while, and most of the entrepreneurial projects either had high entry barriers or were scams disguising as franchise opportunities. After browsing for over half an hour, one direction did catch his attention. A bubble tea shop near the campus. After all, Linjiang University had over 10,000 enrolled students plus the neighboring technical college. That area alone had nearly 30,000 students. On the snack street outside the school gate, there were already 4 or 5 bubble tea shops, all with lines during dismissal time. And these shops had a common problem: old brands, average taste, and outdated decor. Those chain brands were on the pricey side, with a signature drink costing nearly 20 yuan, affordable only to a few students. If he could carve out a niche in the middle of this price range, offering a quality product at an affordable price, there should be a market. The more Lu Yang thought about it, the more he felt this was doable. But 20,000 yuan was clearly not enough to open a bubble tea shop. Rent, equipment, raw materials, decoration. It would take at least 70 or 80,000 to start. Learning that Lu Yang wanted to open a bubble tea shop, Wang Hao couldn't help but chime in. Lao Yang, opening a bubble tea shop nowadays costs tens of thousands casually. Where would a college student like you get that much money? Wang Hao thought for a moment and added, Lao Yang, maybe you can ask Goddess Mother for help. What Goddess Mother? That sister from last time, didn't you see the car she drives? If she can drive such a luxury car, her family must be rich. Ask her. Lu Yang laughed. Better not. His relationship with Li Shueshue was already delicate. Dragging money into it would only make things messier. Besides, he wasn't a gigolo. Liu Yang sat in front of the computer for the entire afternoon going over the bubble tea shop plan 3 times from location to pricing to raw material suppliers, listing everything out. 20,000 not enough. He saved the table and shut down the computer. Wang Hao asked, "Godfather, have you come up with a plan?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No." Just then Su Guanquan pushed the door open, holding a bag of grilled cold noodles, filling the dorm with the smell of sauce. "Who wants some? I happen to buy too much." Li Yunbin stretched out a hand from under the covers, and Wang Hao also took a portion. Liu Yang waved his hand, no appetite. "Lao Yang, what's up with you today? You've been out of sorts all afternoon." Su Guanquan asked while munching on the grilled cold noodles. Wang Hao, with his mouth full, mumbled he wants to open a bubble tea shop, but he doesn't have enough money. Su Guanquan paused, a bit surprised. "Open a bubble tea shop?" Li Yunbin also sat up from under the covers. "How much do you need?" "At least 70 or 80,000. Liu Yang said. The dorm instantly fell silent. For students like them, 70 or 80,000 was simply an astronomical figure. Li Yunbin raised his hand and said, "I have 1,000 in my card." Wang Hao followed. "I have 800 here." Su Guanquan turned his closed pockets inside out. "Don't look at me, I'm still in debt." The 3 of them together, 1,800. Not even a fraction of the needed amount. "Thanks, but keep your money for yourselves." Liu Yang shook his head. These 3 guys usually hesitated even to treat themselves to a decent meal. He couldn't gamble with their living expenses. "Then what are you going to do?" Wang Hao asked. Liu Yang didn't answer. He really hadn't figured it out. Loan. As a college student with no credit history, the bank wouldn't approve it. Ask his family. No need to think. His parents would definitely say no. As for Li Shishua, forget it, don't think about it. Liu Yang put on his jacket, looking ready to go out. The 3 asked, "Godfather, where are you going?" Liu Yang didn't look back. "Going out for a stroll, checking out the situation." Liu Yang walked back and forth along the street outside the school gate twice. He had already scouted the location of the milk tea shop. The storefront near the intersection was ideal, with heavy foot traffic and a broad view. Next door was a courier station, making it convenient for students to grab a drink after picking up their packages. But the rental notice posted on the storefront door chilled his enthusiasm. Monthly rent, 12,000 yuan. 3 months deposit plus 1 month's rent up front meant he would need nearly 50,000 yuan just to start. He had over 20,000 yuan in his pocket, far from enough. Liu Yang circled through a few more alleys. There were cheaper storefronts, but either the location was too remote or the space too small. One second-floor shop was cheap with a monthly rent of 3,000, but who would go upstairs to buy milk tea? Unless they had long legs. After wasting over an hour, Liu Yang still hadn't found a suitable place. He returned empty-handed, ready to head back. Just then a system voice rang out. Ding. The host is currently unemployed. Long-term unemployment will affect family stability and spousal security. To maintain the marital relationship, please find a formal job within 24 hours. Liu Yang was stunned. Find a job. Though many college students took part-time jobs to supplement their living expenses. But, "I can't work for others, it's impossible for this lifetime." Liu Yang couldn't help but say. He was thinking about starting a business, becoming the boss. How could he go work for someone else? Besides, according to the system's previous script, he would be laid off from the company, then run himself ragged delivering food, and eventually his wife would run off with someone else. A lesson from the past. Work for others. Even a dog wouldn't. The next moment the system popped up another notification. Detected that the host has completed enough tasks. This mission reward triggers a 10-fold critical hit. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly cleared. A 10-fold critical hit. If it followed the previous rewards, then the cash reward this time would be 10 times. Liu Yang put his phone back in his pocket and cleared his throat. Actually, working for others wasn't a shameful thing. After all, working people were the most glorious. Moreover, young people should gain experience, go through the grind, and accumulate know-how. That would help with starting a business later. Besides, who said working for others and entrepreneurship were mutually exclusive? Work while saving up experience and money. No conflict. Don't ask, I love working. Liu Yang walked while opening his phone to search for nearby job postings. There were plenty of finance-related positions, but most required full-time office hours, and he still had classes to attend, so the timing didn't match. Besides, most finance jobs required prior experience, making it hard for a college student like him to get in. After scrolling through a dozen posts, just as Liu Yang was about to give up, one caught his attention. Shuyu Group, Financial Analysis Intern. Requirements: finance or related major, currently enrolled, must be on-site at least 3 days a week, flexible working hours accepted. Salary negotiable. Flexible hours, relevant major, and no full-time requirement. The conditions seemed tailor-made for him. Without much thought, Liu Yang sent his resume. Not long after, his phone buzzed with a reply. Hello, are you Mr. Liu Yang? Yes, I am. This is the HR department of Shuyu Group. We saw your resume and would like to invite you for an interview tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that convenient? Such a quick response. Liu Yang paused for a moment, then replied, convenient. The other party promptly sent the address. Linjiang City Financial Center. A rather upscale place. And the people working there were all elite white-collar workers. Liu Yang returned to the dormitory with his phone in his pocket. When he pushed the door open, Wang Hao was lying on the edge of the bed chewing on a sausage. Su Guangquan was huddled under the covers doing who knows what, and Li Yunbin was having a friendly exchange with his teammates through the screen. "Old Yang, you're back," Wang Hao asked, still holding the sausage in his mouth. Liu Yang took off his jacket, hung it on the back of the chair, and lay down on the bed. "Any luck after your rounds?" Li Yunbin suddenly turned his head and asked. "I did get something." Liu Yang nodded. "I have an interview tomorrow." "Interview?" Wang Hao looked puzzled. "Wait, weren't you going to start a business? Why an interview?" "A real man knows when to bend and when to stand," Liu Yang said directly. After all, he didn't have enough money yet, and his top priority was still to complete system tasks to earn cash. Besides, the system only asked him to find a job. It never said he had to stay there forever. Li Yunbin grew curious. "What company is the interview at?" "Shuyu Group," Liu Yang replied. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Shuyu Group. Damn, Old Yang, that's impressive. That's one of the top 3 leading companies in the city. You actually applied there." "What can I?" Liu Yang said. "It's not that you can't, but whether they'll even consider you," Wang Hao said bluntly. "I applied there before and my resume sank like a stone. I didn't even get a scene notification." "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Of course." Liu Yang didn't say anything. He also found it strange. His resume had received an interview invitation less than 10 minutes after submission. "Lucky. Maybe. Forget it, I'll just go and try first. Long live the benefactor." Wang Hao instantly changed his address. Li Yunbin chimed in, "Good luck, benefactor. If you get into the big company, don't forget to give us a hand." Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. He was long used to his 3 roommates' quick change act. Just then his gaze drifted to Su Guangquan, who was silent under the covers. The guy had his blanket pulled up to his chin, his phone hidden under the quilt. The screen's light flickered through the fabric, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching upward, emitting a suppressed snickering sound. That expression, Liu Yang knew it all too well. It was exactly the same as his own when he used to send messages to Wang Ziying. Wang Hao also noticed, and asked, "Brother Kuan, who are you chatting with over there?" Su Guangquan glanced at him, then turned back, tapping away on his phone screen. "No, I'm not chatting with anyone. I'm watching a video." "Watching a video and laughing like that? What video? Let me see too." Wang Hao jumped down from the upper bunk. Don't look." Su Guangquan clutched his phone tightly. The more he acted like that, the more suspicious it was. Li Yunbin's curiosity was piqued. "Hey, you little rascal, you're not secretly dating someone, are you?" "How could that be?" Su Guangquan immediately denied it, his voice defensive. Wang Hao and Li Yunbin exchanged a glance, then one pinned his arm, while the other snatched the phone away. Liu Yang climbed down from the bed and looked. It was the WeChat chat interface with a profile picture of a man in a suit, a half-body shot. And the face looked familiar. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. It was Zhou Yuan. Wang Hao also saw it, and his expression turned priceless. "Whoa, Brother Kuan, you actually started chatting with him." Su Guangquan's face flushed red, but he still put up a front. "What's wrong? He's a real estate company boss. I'm just networking with him. What's the problem? It's about expanding my connections, understand?" The 3 of them replied in unison. 6. The next morning at 9:30, beneath the financial center, a 50-story office building, its glass curtain wall reflecting the sunlight dazzling to the eyes. "So this is the Snow Domain Group headquarters?" Liu Yang lifted his head to glance at it. Confirming he hadn't taken the wrong path, he strode directly inside. At the lobby, 2 receptionists in professional attire stood, their makeup exquisite and smiles immaculate. "Hello, I'm here for an interview." The receptionist scanned Liu Yang. "May I ask your surname?" "Liu Yang." "All right, Mr. Liu, please proceed to the 32nd floor, exit the elevator, and take the second conference room on the left." Liu Yang offered a word of thanks and turned into the elevator. On the 32nd floor, the conference room. Several interns in suits clutching resumes stood by the door. Seeing another intern arrive, they cast a glance at Liu Yang, then resumed their discussions. "Those going in are all graduate students, right?" Looking at that resume, a 211 university graduate with 2 years of experience. "The threshold at Snow Domain Group gets higher every year. Last time my classmate from Fudan University couldn't even get past the resume screening." Liu Yang refrained from interjecting, silently awaiting his interview. People came and went, the process swift. Each candidate spent less than 10 minutes inside. Their expressions varied, some clearly troubled. That last one from a 985 university didn't make it. Alas, it's too tough. Even a 985 graduate couldn't pass. Liu Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated difficulty joining this company, but not to this extent. After all, his own university was at best a 211. After a while, the interviewer called a name. "Liu Yang." He knocked on the door. "Enter." Pushing the door open, the conference room was modest, with a long table and a man in his early 30s seated opposite. The man's hair was meticulously combed, he wore a suit, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. On the table lay Liu Yang's resume, already opened. Liu Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. The interviewer flipped through the resume, lifted his head to look at him. Luoyang Lingjiang University, finance major current student. Correct. Internship experience blank. Project experience blank. The man placed the resume on the table, adjusted his glasses, and wore a stern expression. How did such a pristine resume receive an interview invitation? The female interviewer quickly interjected, apologies supervisor. The newcomer in HR must have mixed up the resumes. Luoyang said nothing, waiting for them to continue. After all, it was their mistake, not his. The man leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and dismissed him with a gesture. All right, you can leave now. The female interviewer had already started gathering the documents on the table, not even sparing him a glance. Luoyang frowned slightly. I haven't said a single word, and you're already sending me away. It wasn't that he wanted to linger, but the interviewer's attitude infuriated him. He hadn't even spoken a word before they had already judged him a failure. Who would accept that? We're all employees here. Do they really think they're above everyone else? Not necessary. The male interviewer pulled out the next resume, his voice cold. Our group only recruits elites. Your resume shows no internship experience, no project experience. Coming here is just a waste of our time. Luoyang gave a faint smile. The position I applied for stated it was open to current students without requiring internship experience. The male interviewer's gaze behind his glasses turned icy. Open to students doesn't mean just anyone can get in. Those sitting before you include graduates from 985 universities and overseas returnees. What do you have to compete with them? Hearing this, it was no longer just a rejection. It was contempt. That's a problematic statement. Luoyang's tone was equally unyielding. You haven't asked me a single professional question. How can you judge my ability? Just by a few words on a resume? Luoyang was not one to be easily cowed. Moreover, he detested such suit-wearing people who exuded a false sense of superiority. What's with the act? The male interviewer pushed his glasses up. Kid, do you know where you are? This is Snow Domain Group. It's not a street-side milk tea shop that you can just waltz into. Then what's the point of your interview process for interns? Why not just screen candidates directly from the academic database? The male interviewer's face darkened. The female interviewer was also stunned. In her 2 years in the industry, she had never seen a candidate speak to the supervisor like that. The male interviewer stood up, fuming. Get out of here right now. You'll never set foot in this company for the rest of your life. Who cares? Luoyang also stood up, then spat out 2 words at the arrogant man, idiot. Security. The male interviewer, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. He was a supervisor in this company. Everyone bowed their heads in his presence. Yet now a newcomer had called him an idiot. He was determined to have Luoyang thrown out today. Just then the sound of clicking high heels came from outside. The female interviewer reacted first, her expression instantly shifting, and she immediately stood up straight. The next second the door swung open. A woman in a black suit skirt, a regal presence, stepped in. Her hair was pinned up, revealing a slender neck with a pair of silver stud earrings and no other adornment. Yet it was precisely this restrained minimalism that exuded an aura of cold detachment. Her gaze was not one of haughty scrutiny, but a natural, innate sense of pressure. It was Li Shishua. Luoyang. Wait, what was she doing here? Li, President Li. Zhao Li's expression instantly changed. In an instant, he switched from his earlier arrogance to a standard subordinate demeanor. After all, standing before him was the president of Snow Domain Group, Li Shishua. The female interviewer quickly bowed her head and said, hello, President Li. Li Shishua didn't look at them. Her cold gaze swept across the conference room and finally landed on Luoyang. Their eyes met for a second. Li Shishua blinked slightly, surprised, though her expression remained unchanged. What's going on here? Her voice was soft, yet carried a hint of authority. Zhao Li immediately explained, President Li, this new candidate has a terrible attitude. I was just about to have security escort him out. Terrible attitude. Li Shishua picked up the resume on the table and flipped through it. Yes, he not only lacks any internship experience, but also argued with the interviewer during the process and even questioned our work. Zhao Li stated bluntly. After all, in his view, President Li would never side with a college student of no background. Li Shishua closed the resume, looked at Luoyang, and asked calmly, is there anything you'd like to add? The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Li sneered. A student with no internship experience who had insulted the interviewer. No matter the company, the outcome was the same, kicked out. Luoyang stared at Li Shishua, his mind reeling. How could he have imagined she would appear here? And they had called her President Li. What the hell? Could this woman actually be the president of this place? At this moment, Luoyang gazed at Li Shishua. Li Shishua gazed back at him. Their eyes met in the air between them. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. One had come for an interview, the other was the company's president. Neither had ever imagined they would encounter each other here. Zhao Li failed to notice this shift in dynamics, continuing to report loudly beside them. President Li, this person's resume is completely blank. They were rude during the interview and severely damaged our company's image. I recommend adding them to the industry blacklist immediately. Once added to the industry blacklist, it would mean Luoyang could never work in the financial industry again. Did you ask them any professional questions? Li Shishue turned around frowning as she asked. Of course, she understood the severity of an industry blacklist. Once on it, Liu Yang's future would be ruined. Zhao Li's mouth opened slightly. What? Li Shishue's tone was stern as she spoke. I said during the interview process, what professional questions did you ask them? The smile on Zhao Li's face froze for a moment. He hadn't asked. Not a single question. The moment he saw the blank resume, he had simply sent the person away. In his eyes, this was perfectly normal procedure. President Li, their resume was completely blank. I asked if you asked any professional questions. Li Shishue's cold voice rang out once more. You only need to answer me. Yes or no. Zhao Li's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. No. Li Shishue placed the resume back on the desk. This person came here for an interview, and you didn't ask a single professional question before kicking them out. Zhao Li, is this the interview process I assigned you? Upon hearing this, red and white patches alternated across Zhao Li's face. Snow Domain Group was the leading company in the entire city, with graduates from prestigious universities flooding to apply. To put it bluntly, they never lacked talent. So what if someone was from a famous university? They interviewed dozens of such graduates every day. Anyone they disliked, they would simply send away. The female interviewer beside them lowered her head, saying nothing. Since you won't ask, I'll do it myself. Li Shishue pulled out a chair and sat down. She crossed her legs, the black stockings on her legs particularly striking under the light. Her gaze fell upon Liu Yang. Then she flipped through Liu Yang's resume once more. Finance major, currently a sophomore, GPA above average, no internship experience. The only club activity listed was singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Objectively speaking, this resume truly was unimpressive. Why did you apply to our company? Li Shishue asked. Liu Yang answered directly. The job posting mentioned flexible working hours and that students could apply. My schedule fits. That's the only reason. What else would it be? Li Shishue posed another question. If I asked you to analyze the current investment logic of the domestic consumer sector, what would you say? Zhao Li froze. This question wasn't designed for an intern. This level of inquiry was only reserved for Snow Domain Group's formal employee assessments. What was President Li doing? Giving him a chance? Why? He was just a newcomer. Liu Yang's mind raced for a few seconds before he began to speak. The consumer sector has been difficult these past 2 years. Capital in the primary market is pulling out. The number of consumer brands that received funding last year dropped significantly compared to the year before. However, the fundamental demand for consumption hasn't disappeared. It's merely shifted. Where has it shifted to? It's shifted toward lower-tier markets and toward value for money. There's a misaligned window period in this transition. Whoever can capture this middle ground in the price range will reap the benefits. Give me an example. Li Shishue asked again. Milk tea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li couldn't help but scoff. So he thought he could say something profound. Liu Yang ignored him and continued. Currently, the top milk tea brands have an average price point between 15 and 22 yuan. In lower-tier markets, there's a massive gap in both products and brands within the 5 to 8 yuan range. Whoever can create differentiation in this price segment can break through. This logic applies to the entire consumer sector. Li Shishue watched him in silence. After 2 or 3 seconds, she closed the resume. Hired. The expression on Zhao Li's face was a spectacular sight to behold. President Li, this violates protocol, doesn't it? They haven't even completed the basic interview process. I just asked them professional questions, and they answered them. Li Shishue's tone was calm. The process is complete. But their resume. I said hired. Do you not understand? Li Shishue's voice hardened. Zhao Li's mouth snapped shut immediately. Zhao Li, I recall that last month during interviews you rejected 3 candidates with overseas backgrounds. Your reason was that the chemistry wasn't right. Since you can judge people by your own chemistry, I now find you unpleasant to look at. Li Shishue tapped twice on the desk with her fingers. So, you're fired. At these words, Zhao Li stood frozen in place. His mind spun in circles before he finally confirmed he had heard correctly. Fired. President Li said she was firing him. President Li, you must be joking, right? Zhao Li couldn't quite believe it. Would she really fire him over something like this? Li Shishue didn't look at him, lowering her head to organize the files on her desk. Her tone was as casual as commenting on the weather. Zhao Li, I'll repeat myself once more. You're fired. Go to HR to handle your departure procedures. As for the reason for termination, I find you unpleasant to look at. Zhao Li's smile finally collapsed entirely. He had worked at Snow Domain Group for 3 years, climbing step by step from a grassroots employee to the position of interview supervisor. 3 years. Over 1,000 days and nights. Gifts to leaders during every holiday. Finally crawling to where he was. And now all of it gone because of some college student. President Li, I've been with the company for 3 years. 3 years. I may not have made great contributions, but I've worked hard. Zhao Li was desperate. 3 years. Li Shishue lifted her head. In 3 years all you learned was to reject people based on your mood. I pay you to be an interviewer, not a gatekeeper. Zhao Li opened his mouth to speak, then stopped. His expression was terrible. The female interviewer beside them secretly glanced at Lu Yang, then looked at Li Shishua. Fortunately, she hadn't participated. Otherwise, she might have been fired too. As a leading enterprise, Snow Domain Company's benefits and treatment were top tier in the industry. No one wanted to be optimized out by the company. Lu Yang's expression was somewhat complicated. Although the two of them had that kind of relationship, firing someone directly, that was quite aggressive. No wonder she's my wife. Oh wait, she's supposed to be the domineering CEO. Zhao Li tried to struggle, attempting to salvage the situation. President Li, please reconsider. I won't dare do it again. I told you to leave. Why are you dragging this out? Li Shishua stacked the files on the desk and said coldly, also the potted pot hose on your desk belongs to the company. Don't forget to leave it behind. Zhao Li's expression shifted from reluctance to anger, finally settling into bewilderment. 3 years. And just like that, snap, damn it was all gone. All of this because of a newcomer. After Zhao Li left to pack his things and prepare for the departure procedures, Li Shishua turned to the female interviewer beside her. All of you get out. With that, her gaze shifted to Lu Yang. You? Stay behind. The door of the conference room closed. As the footsteps by the door gradually faded into the distance, Lu Yang finally couldn't hold it together anymore. He slumped back against the chair, letting out a long, drawn-out breath. Just now, when he was confronting that Zhao Li, his adrenaline was surging, and he dared to say whatever came to mind. Now that the man had left, the feeling of lingering fear slowly began to well up within him. Although Zhao Li was merely a supervisor, his words carried considerable weight. There was a genuine possibility that he could end up on the industry's blacklist. Thinking of this, Lu Yang turned his head to look at Li Shishua. Without her intervention, he would most likely have been blacklisted from the entire industry. Li Shishua stood by the window, her back turned to him, her phone in hand, as she seemed to be replying to some message. Her fitted suit skirt accentuated her waistline perfectly, her hair pinned up in a neat bun. Thanks, Xiaoxua. Lu Yang smiled, expressing his gratitude. Li Shishua's anger flared instantly. She spun around and glared at him. My name is Li Shishua. All right, Xiaoxua. Li Shishua stomped her foot in frustration, yet could do nothing about him. After all, this man was at least nominally her husband. So, you're the boss of this company? Lu Yang asked. Li Shishua countered with a question of her own. What do you think? The president of Shuyu Group. The one worth billions? Li Shishua finally turned around, frowning as she glanced at him. What are you trying to say? Lu Yang opened his mouth, then closed it again without speaking. Good heavens. His nominal wife was actually the president of the city's leading enterprise. Did that mean he was? No, what was he thinking? They were getting divorced anyway. He was never going to be a kept man. But, if he absolutely had to, well, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. After some contemplation, Lu Yang finally managed to say, why didn't you tell me earlier? You never asked. Li Shishua replied matter-of-factly. All right then. Lu Yang nodded. Following this, his gaze began to wander around the conference room. With the interview tension finally past, his mood relaxed visibly. The chairs in the conference room were high-backed leather ones equipped with wheels. Lu Yang twisted his hips, and the chair spun halfway around. Quite smooth. He twisted again, completing a full rotation. Gripping the armrest, he gave a gentle push with his foot against the floor, and the chair glided forward half a meter. Hey, this chair's pretty nice. Lu Yang muttered to himself. Li Shishua's eyes narrowed into a thin line. At that moment, Lu Yang was spinning around on the chair like a top. The view from this floor is pretty nice too. After playing around for a while, Lu Yang asked, Xiaoxua, is your regular office on this floor too? I'm on the 48th floor. Li Shishua said coldly. Regarding Lu Yang's nickname for her, she had lost all desire to engage. She should have known better than to let him call her that back then. Now look, he had become completely addicted to it. 48th floor. Now that's quite a view. Lu Yang wandered around the conference room once more and picked up the bottle of mineral water placed at his seat. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Even the mineral water was more premium than what they had at school. The things rich people drank truly were something else. Can you please be more serious? Li Shishua could finally take no more. Lu Yang looked at her with an utterly serious expression. I am being serious. You call this serious? Li Shishua was so exasperated she could have laughed. As a newcomer, Lu Yang had not only taken her seat, but also drunk her water. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown out dozens of times already. Lu Yang set down the water, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away. But he couldn't really be blamed. The main seat was even larger than the one he'd been sitting in before, and the leather was far shinier. Besides, this was his wife's company after all. So, could we possibly switch seats? Lu Yang pointed to the spot where he had been sitting before. Li Shishua's expression instantly froze over. Want me to give you my president's seat as well? That would be wonderful, it's a deal. Lu Yang readily agreed, without hesitation. Li Shishua could contain herself no longer. Lu Yang, you're here for an interview, not a spring outing. I know, but I just want to sit there and get a feel for it. No, just 1 minute. I said no means no. Lu Yang shrugged, dropped the subject, and returned to his original seat. Li Shishua spoke first, her tone returning to normal. Why did you apply to our company? I saw a job posting online. Lu Yong answered directly. Didn't you know Shuiyu Group was mine? I only found out your surname from the marriage certificate. How was I supposed to know what company you ran? Li Shishue considered this, finding his logic sound. So now that you know, what are your thoughts? What do you mean, what thoughts? Right now you're an employee of my company, I'm your boss, and I'm also your nominal. She paused, unable to utter that particular word. Lu Yong finished for her wife. Can you not say that so loudly? Li Shishue furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing toward the door as if they were conducting an illicit affair right there in the company. There's no one here anyway. Lu Yong shrugged. Li Shishue sighed. She was beginning to regret keeping him around. In any case, inside the company we are boss and subordinate. Outside the company you may do as you please. But within the company premises you are forbidden from mentioning our relationship to anyone. Yes, Xiaoxue, Lu Yong said very seriously. Upon hearing this, Li Shishue's cheeks flushed slightly. Biting her red lips, she said, call me Li Shishue. Oh, he almost forgot. Lu Yong quickly corrected himself. Yes, President Li Shishue continued. Also, I'm hiring you this time because your approach to answering questions was indeed quite good. It's not for any other reason, so please don't read too much into it. I understand. Lu Yong smiled. Are you worried I might think you're showing me favoritism? Li Shishue offered no answer. Instead, she pulled out an onboarding document from her drawer and handed it over. Employment contract. Fill this out, and once done, submit it to the front desk. Lu Yong accepted the document and glanced at it. Intern monthly salary $15,000. Getting $15,000 as a college intern was considered quite high-paying in this city. There are too many sections to fill out. Can I take it home? No. Fill it out now. Lu Yong obediently picked up the pen and began. When he reached the marital status section, he paused and asked, how should I fill this out? Whatever you prefer. Li Shishue glanced at the question, then embarrassedly closed her eyes. Lu Yong directly wrote married. Li Shishue was handling work messages on her phone across from him, occasionally glancing up. This man couldn't sit still even when filling out a form, shaking his legs one moment, chewing on the pen cap the next. After about 10 minutes, Lu Yong finished filling it out and pushed the document back toward her. Li Shishue took it and reviewed everything carefully. Confirming there were no issues, she tucked it into a folder. All right, you may go now. Already kicking me out. What else would you stay for? Continues spinning in the chair. Fine, I'm leaving. Lu Yong pulled out his chair, stood up, and prepared to leave. Li Shishue reminded him as an afterthought, don't forget about the weekend matter. You promised me. Lu Yong rubbed his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. The weekend? What matter? Did I actually agree to something? Sorry, I'm a bit forgetful. Lu Yong turned around with an innocent look. Li Shishue's face instantly darkened, her chest heaving with a surge of emotion. Was he not angry enough to begin with, and now he had amnesia? Was this guy doing it on purpose? Li Shishue took a deep breath. You promised me, or else this marriage would. Lu Yong interrupted directly, not divorcing, right? Fine, then let's not divorce. Let's see who loses out. After all, the Shuiyu Group was a publicly listed company worth tens of billions, and Li Shishue's daily income was beyond his estimate. Once they divorced by law, it would all be joint property. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Although he never intended to live off her if she insisted on supporting him, that wasn't entirely unacceptable. Li Shishue gritted her teeth, her anger burning. Clearly this guy was doing it on purpose. Are you coming or not? Let me think it over. You. Li Shishue tapped her heels twice on the floor, walked up to Lu Yong, and looked down at him. Lu Yong, do you think I have a good temper? Lu Yong stepped forward without backing down. This woman had played him once before. This time, he would pay her back. The distance between them suddenly shrank, and he could even smell her fragrance. As their faces drew closer, Li Shishue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she eventually relented. What exactly do you want? As the CEO of a 100 billion company, she had seen all kinds of people in the business world. Many old foxes at the negotiation table had to be polite in front of her. Yet today she had lost to a 20-year-old college student. When asking for a favor, you should say please, trouble you, and be a bit more polite. Lu Yong added, also you wouldn't want the people in the company to know that I'm your husband, would you? Li Shishue bit her red lips and said word by word, please. Trouble you. Is that enough? Though your attitude is a bit perfunctory, I'll accept it. Lu Yong smiled. This woman was tough, but he was no pushover. Li Shishue's expression softened slightly, but she still added a reminder, Saturday morning at 9 at the school gate, I'll pick you up. I won't be at school on the weekend, though I need to go home. Fine, I'll pick you up at your place. Li Shishue thought for a moment and said, also when you meet my mom this weekend, watch your mouth. Don't be as disrespectful as you were at the company. Don't worry, I know how to behave. Lu Yong stood up, patted his pants, and walked toward the door. At the entrance he turned back and said, by the way, what you said earlier about giving me the CEO position, does that still count? Li Shishue paused as if she could hear the sound of teeth grinding. Get lost. Lu Yong sighed and walked out of the meeting room. Sigh, this woman really couldn't take a joke. Too cold, like a block of ice. Boring. Meanwhile, the people who had been waiting for their interviews were still there. Two of them were sitting on a bench scrolling through their phones, but their eyes kept drifting over. Zhao Li's desk was already empty, a half of his things were packed, and he was nowhere to be seen. A young man beside him leaned over to the female interviewer and whispered, "Was that new guy personally interviewed by Sophomore?" The female interviewer paused in organizing her files and didn't answer. But not answering was the best answer. The young man drew in a sharp breath. With thousands of employees in the Shuyu Group, Li Shishua, as the CEO, rarely even attended department heads' performance reviews. Yet she had personally shown up for an intern's interview. What did that mean? Could he be her boyfriend? No, they quickly dismissed that possibility. In their eyes, Li Shishua was an ice queen who was cold to everyone, never interested in men, and certainly not dating. Did you know that Zhao Li was just fired? What? Zhao Li was fired. CEO Li gave the order herself on the spot. I heard. Heard what? I heard it was because he offended a new employee. Offended a new employee. The group exchanged glances. Zhao Li had been at the company for 3 years. He was a senior manager. Li Shishua was usually strict, but rarely fired people directly, let alone on the spot. This time she not only fired him on the spot, but also personally interviewed a new employee. This treatment had never been given to anyone, not even a vice president. Now the group had completely lost their desire to interview, their minds full of one question: who the hell was this person? Ding. Host successfully joined Shuyu Group. Mission completed. Reward 3,000 yuan. Detected that the host has accumulated enough mission completions this time, triggering a tenfold critical hit. Reward increased to 3,000 yuan. Looking at the system's reward, Lu Yang was instantly thrilled. 3,000 plus the 2,000 from before. He now had over 5,000 in just 2 days. It was much faster to milk the system. Now he was one step closer to the startup capital. Leaving the financial center, Lu Yang headed straight back to school. At 1130, he was just in time for the school cafeteria lunch. Lu Yang carried his tray to the window, got 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. As he was about to find a seat, he saw 3 familiar figures in the distance. Lu Yang walked over and placed his tray on the table. Back. Wang Hao glanced at him. Yeah. How did it go? Li Yunbin asked curiously. Lu Yang sat down, picked up a rib, and took a bite. The 3 of them exchanged looks. Wang Hao put down his chopsticks and patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. Old Yang, it's okay. Not succeeding is normal, no shame in it. Exactly, success is the exception, failure is our norm. Besides, the Shuyu Group isn't something just anyone can get into. My cousin, a master's from a 985 university, sent his resume 3 times and never got through. Li Yunbin patted Lu Yang's shoulder and comforted him. Su Guangquan nodded. Old Yang, I think you should start with smaller companies step by step. So don't lose heart. When you apply to other companies next time, I'll help you polish your resume. My cousin works in HR, she can help touch it up. No need. Lu Yang wiped his mouth. Because I already passed. At that, 3 pairs of chopsticks froze in midair. What did you say? Wang Hao's expression froze. You mean? You passed the interview? Li Yunbin asked, incredulously, confirming again. Yeah, I even signed a contract. Slap. Su Guangquan's chopsticks fell to the floor. Holy shit. Wang Hao jumped up from his chair. Old Yang, are you serious? The Shuyu Group. That Shuyu Group. You really got in. What other Shuyu Group could there be? Wait, so many 985 graduates didn't get in, how did you? Li Yunbin stopped mid-sentence, realizing it sounded a bit offensive. Just lucky. Lu Yang said 3 words. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Lucky. Just luck to get into the Shuyu Group. Awesome, Godfather. Su Guangquan finally snapped out of it, instantly thrilled. I knew you had it in you. Right. Old Yang, I knew you would make it. Lu Yang kept his head down, eating, too lazy to bother with these backseat drivers. Wang Hao thought for a moment, and then asked, by the way, how much is the monthly salary for interns at Shuyu Group? Not much, just 15,000. What a... The 3 of them were instantly dumbfounded. A monthly salary of 15,000. Just... You see, the 3 of them usually did part-time jobs, handing out flyers for 80 yuan a day, moving goods for 120, and if they encountered a shady boss, they'd even get deductions. After a month of exhausting work, they barely made 2 or 3,000, and they had to put up with their boss's attitude. And Lu Yang in turn was getting 15,000. That was way too good. Godfather, I heard that regular employees at Shuyu Group earn a starting annual salary of 500,000. Is that true? Li Yunbin swallowed hard, his envy beyond words. After all, wasn't the point of going to school to get into a good company? I don't know, I'm just an intern. Then can you become a regular employee later? If you do. Lu Yang cut him off directly. He had gone for the interview mainly to complete the system mission and had never intended to stay there long term. Just then a few people walked in through the cafeteria entrance. Leading the way was Wang Ziying, followed by several classmates. Half a step behind was Yuan Xiangrong carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Lu Yang could guess the scenario, even with his eyes closed. Yuan Xiangrong bought the milk tea, Wang Ziying wouldn't drink it, and then he chased after her like a groveling sycophant. Ziying, have a seat first. I'll get your meal. Yuan Xiangrong put down the milk tea. What do you want to eat today? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes or stir-fried peppers with meat? Wang Xing didn't respond to him. Her gaze suddenly swept over to Lu Yang not far away. Lu Yang, you're here. Without a word, she immediately sat down beside him. The smile on Yuan Xiangrong's face froze for a second, then he followed. The two groups converged, and the table instantly became crowded. A few other classmates also gathered around, pricking up their ears. Both Lu Yang and Yuan Xiangrong were suitors of the campus beauty, so their encounter was bound to be a good show. After all, who doesn't love watching the drama? However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yang showed no reaction at all, as if he hadn't seen them. Wang Xing took a deep breath. Forget it. She sat down diagonally opposite Lu Yang, propping her chin on her hand, opened her phone, tapped it a few times, then closed it, her expression troubled. Xing, what's wrong? The female classmate beside her noticed her unusual behavior and asked. So don't even mention it. I'm so worried. Wang Xing sighed. I want to find an internship or a part-time job, but I've sent out over a dozen resumes, and they've all been read without a reply. Without Lu Yang, she felt her financial pillar had collapsed. As for Yuan Xiangrong, that rich kid, ever since the last meal, even buying a cup of milk tea had become a struggle, so she had to rely on herself. Jobs are really hard to find these days. Another female classmate sighed along. Yuan Xiangrong heard this and quickly chimed in. Xing, you're looking for a job. My dad's company happens to be short-staffed. If you're interested, I can talk to my dad and arrange an easy job for you. Wang Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Your dad's company. What does it do? Resource recycling. Yuan Xiangrong puffed out his chest. Wang Hao was drinking soup nearby. Upon hearing this, he almost choked. Resource recycling. Isn't that just collecting junk? A few classmates were stunned, then struggled to hold back their laughter. Yuan Xiangrong's face immediately lost its composure. What crap are you talking? My dad's company is a legitimate business, scrap metal recycling and reuse, with an annual turnover of several million. Wang Hao blinked. Several million, huh? That's indeed a big junk business. Yuan Xiangrong slammed the table and pointed at Wang Hao. Then what are you? You can't even afford to collect junk. How much is your monthly allowance? A few hundred. 1,000. Laughing at me. Wang Hao smiled. I'm poor, but I wouldn't let a girl go collect scrap. It's resource recycling. Yuan Xiangrong said darkly. Fine, resource recycling. Wang Hao's smile didn't fade. So are you planning to have classmate Wang go to your place to sort garbage? Or go out to collect garbage? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing instantly became disgusted. Collect garbage. Sort garbage. There was no way in hell she would do that. So dirty. Yuan Xiangrong wanted to say something more, but Wang Xing gave him another look, and he forced the words back down. He glanced at Wang Hao, then at Lu Yang, and sneered. Wang Hao, what right do you have to laugh at me? You call a poor freeloading loser godfather every day. So your dorm is a branch of the beggars gang. At these words, Wang Hao couldn't sit still. Who says we have no income and are poor? Yuan Xiangrong snorted. You guys spend all day in the dorm playing games, splitting the bill for every meal, and you're telling me you have income. I don't. Wang Hao pointed at Lu Yang beside him, but old Yang does. Lu Yang was eating with his head down. Upon hearing this, he lifted his eyelids, full of confusion. Why am I being dragged into this again? Him. Yuan Xiangrong's tone was full of disdain, sneering. What kind of job could he have? Oh, I almost forgot. Has he finished paying off the online loan for that fake girlfriend he hired last time? Wang Hao laughed. Guess where old Yang went this morning when he took leave? Yuan Xiangrong crossed his arms and said coldly, where else? Went to the job fair to queue up and submit resumes. Wang Hao straightened his back and said word by word, he has been accepted by Shuyu Group. At these words, the surroundings instantly fell silent for a moment. Shuyu Group? Haha, are you kidding me? Yuan Xiangrong's first reaction was disbelief. What is Shuyu Group? It's the strongest leading enterprise in the city. Even someone like him with connections wasn't qualified to get in. The surrounding classmates were also stunned, all looking at Lu Yang. Wang Xing's expression was complicated. She had sent out over a dozen resumes that all sank like stones into the sea, not even getting an interview opportunity from second-tier companies. Shuyu Group had an annual revenue exceeding 10 billion, and the competition ratio for campus recruitment was said to be over 50 to 1. Wang, how can you make up a story that's at least plausible? Yuan Xiangrong laughed. First of all, Shuyu Group only recruits from universities ranked 985 or above. Don't you know what kind of school we're in? And even if they take interns, they require project experience and professional background. What could he have on his resume? A blank page. Secondly, last recruitment season, a friend of mine who graduated with a master's from Fudan didn't even pass the initial screening. Yuan Xiangrong turned to look at Lu Yang. You're not hiring someone to act again, are you? Last time it was a girlfriend, this time it's a company. Why not just say you're the company's president? The surrounding classmates, hearing this, shifted their gazes between the two. To be honest, they were more inclined to Yuan Xiangrong's judgment. With Lu Yang's background, let alone entering Shuyu Group, even getting into some second-tier companies in the city would be difficult. I'm telling the truth. Old Yang really got into the Snowland Group. Wang Hao's face flushed red as he desperately tried to explain. How do you actually believe that? Yuan Xiangrong's expression was no different from looking at a clown. He turned to the surrounding classmates. Do you believe it? No one responded. Clearly no one believed it. Wang Hao grew anxious and slammed his hand on the table. Believe it or not, old Yang went for an interview at Snowland Group this morning, and they hired him on the spot. Hired on the spot. Yuan Xiangrong chuckled. Why don't you say the CEO interviewed him personally? Maybe that's exactly what happened. Wang Hao retorted without backing down. Ha ha ha, the CEO personally interviewed him. Do you even believe that yourself? Do you know who the CEO of Snowland Group is? Even our principal has to be respectful when meeting him. What qualifications does Lu Yang have? Yuan Xiangrong sneered relentlessly. And let me tell you, I have a cousin who does business with a supplier of Snowland Group. Every time he wants to schedule a dinner with one of their procurement managers, he has to wait in line for half a month. For their intern positions, the resume screening alone goes through 3 rounds. First automated filtering, then HR, then the department head. Tell me, how did Lu Yang, a second-tier university graduate with a blank resume, get through all 3 rounds? The surrounding classmates exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It really does seem unlikely. Snowland Group is such a major company. Oh, I've never heard of anyone from our school getting in before. They did come to the last campus recruitment fair, but only graduate students were lining up at their booth. Undergraduates couldn't even submit their resumes. Wang Hao's face turned crimson as he listened. He turned to look at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was still eating with his head down, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Old Yang, say something. Wang Hao urged anxiously. Lu Yang wiped his hands with a tissue, looked up at Yuan Xiangrong, and said, Are you done eating? Yuan Xiangrong was taken aback. What? If you're not done, then hurry up and eat. Lu Yang pushed his tray aside and stood up. I'm not wasting my breath on this nonsense. With that, he picked up his tray and walked away. No explanation, not even an extra expression. Wang Hao was still frozen in place when Li Yunbin tugged at him. Let's go. Wait, I haven't finished. Let's go. Li Yunbin lowered his voice. The more you explain, the less they'll believe. You'd be better off going back to play a couple of rounds. Wang Hao was reluctant, but he knew Li Yunbin was right. He glared at Yuan Xiangrong. Believe it or not, just wait and see. Wait for what? For him to show me his employment contract. Yuan Xiangrong shook his head with a laugh. Fine, I'll wait. I'll say this now, if Lu Yang really gets hired by Snowland Group, I'll crawl around the playground on my knees calling you dad, with every step. All right, remember what you said. Wang Hao replied. After the 3 of them left, only Wang Xing and a few classmates remained at the table. Wang Xing had been silent the whole time. She poked at the greens on her plate with her chopsticks, not taking a single bite. Xing, you don't actually believe that, do you? A female classmate leaned in. Wang Xing shook her head, but her gaze lingered on the direction Lu Yang had gone. She couldn't quite put her thoughts into words. If this had been a week ago, she would have laughed just like Yuan Xiangrong. But too much had happened in the past few days. Lu Yang seemed to have changed into someone she could only look up to. On the way back to the dormitory, the more Wang Hao thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked an empty bottle by the roadside. Damn, it's infuriating. That trash collector dared to mock old Yang. Li Yunbin was more level-headed. Why bother arguing with him? Once old Yang actually starts working and flashes his paycheck, he'll shut up. Then I'll be waiting to see him crawl around the playground calling you dad. Sigh. Wang Hao rubbed his face. Old Yang didn't even defend himself. He could have shut him up right then and there. Lu Yang replied, defend what? Whether I got into Snowland or not, what does it have to do with him? Wang Hao thought about it. That made sense. But it still grated on him. Godfather promised me that when your job offer comes through, you'll let me know immediately. Wang Hao was still fuming. I can't wait to see him crawling on the playground calling me dad. They returned to the dormitory. Lu Yang lay on his bed, pulled out his phone, and checked his balance. 53,400 yuan. Then he locked the phone and set it aside. Money could wait. He had to go home this weekend anyway. Wang Hao suddenly asked, tomorrow's the weekend. Anyone want to hit the internet cafe? Su Guanko and me. Li Yunbin won. Lu Yang turned over to face the wall. Wang Hao leaned in. Godfather coming along. No, I have plans tomorrow. Plans? What plans? Not another date with that rich lady, are you? What are you thinking? I have to go home tomorrow. Lu Yang pulled the blanket up higher, too lazy to deal with them. He had rarely gone home since starting college, only a few times a semester. Early the next morning, Lu Yang packed a couple of changes of clothes into his bag. There wasn't much to pack since he was only going back for 2 days. It took about an hour and a half by bus from school to home. Lu Yang's family lived in the old district of Linjiang City in a rundown residential building from the last century. 6 stories, no elevator. His family lived on the 4th floor, a 2-bedroom apartment of about 60 square meters. When Lu Yang arrived at the building, he happened to run into Aunt Zhang from next door, who was picking vegetables at the stairwell entrance. Oh, Xiaoyan, you're back. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Your mother was just talking about you the other day, saying you never come home all semester. Lu Yang smiled, but didn't respond, heading upstairs. He pushed open the door. The living room TV was on at low volume, playing local news. His father, Lu Jiangwo, wearing an old undershirt, was hunched over the coffee table, studying a lottery chart with a pencil and a half cup of cold tea beside him. Dad, Lu Jiangwo didn't look up and back. Where's mom? Kitchen. Lu Yang changed into slippers and headed toward the kitchen. Before he even entered, the aroma of braised pork wafted out. His mother Zhou Huifang was wearing an apron with several dishes set on the stove. Mom. Zhou Huifang turned around and nearly dropped the spatula. Xiaoyang. Why didn't you call me before coming back? It was a last-minute decision. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then go wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready. Lu Yang washed his hands and leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching for a while. His mother was 47 this year. Her hair was dyed, but the roots had already grown white. Her hands were rough with some deformed knuckles, the marks of years spent working in a garment factory. He had made up his mind now that he had money, he couldn't let his parents keep working so hard. What are you staring at? Go call your father for dinner. Zhou Huifang shot him a glare. She had no idea what had gotten into this child. He'd been fixated on her since he came back. Lu Yang chuckled and turned back to the living room. Dad, dinner's ready. Lu Jiangwo folded up the lottery trend chart and stuffed it into the drawer of the tea table. The dishes were set on the table. The family of three sat down. It had been a long time since they were all together like this. Zhou Huifang placed a generous piece of braised pork belly into Lu Yang's bowl. Eat more, look at you, you've gotten so thin from school. I'm not thin. Still saying you're not. Your face is all sharp. Zhou Huifang added another piece. Lu Jiangwo took a sip of soup and asked, how's school? Are your grades okay? They're okay. What do you mean okay? What's the exact score? Dad, in college it's not about scores, it's about GPA. Then what's your GPA? A. Above average. Lu Jiangwo snorted. Above average just means average. Work harder. Lu Yang took a big mouthful of rice and fell silent. Zhou Huifang frowned. The kid just came back and you're already lecturing him. Can't we just have a nice meal? Lu Jiangwo took a big mouthful of rice and fell silent. Halfway through the meal, Lu Yang set down his chopsticks. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? I found an internship. Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Huifang both looked up at the same time. Zhou Huifang was the first to speak. An internship? What internship? What are you always thinking about, child? You just need to focus on your studies right now. Don't worry about money. Mom, Dad, I got into a good company. I'll handle my own living expenses from now on. Lu Yang said this. He had come home this time precisely to ease his parents' worries. At that moment, a system voice rang out. Ding. Family mission triggered. Show your parents your financial capability. Let them feel your growth as a child. Lu Yang glanced at the mission prompt. This system was pretty good. It actually thought the same as him. Lu Yang pulled out his phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother's card. Mom, check your phone. Zhou Huifang wiped her hands and opened her phone. An incoming transfer notification, 5,000 yuan. Her chopsticks clattered to the floor with a snap. 50,000. Zhou Huifang's hand holding the phone began to tremble. Xiaoyang, where did this money come from? Lu Jiangwo set down his bowl and chopsticks, snatched the phone, and stared at the string of numbers on the screen several times. After all, they were just ordinary workers earning at most 4,000 or 5,000 a month. After deducting daily expenses, saving 50,000 in reality wasn't that easy. This was real life, not a web novel where everyone had a net worth of hundreds of millions. 50,000. Lu Jiangwo raised an eyebrow, his tone turning stern. Tell me the truth, kid. Where did this money come from? Zhou Huifang twisted the edge of her apron in her fingers. Have you been doing something outside? Or did you take out an online loan? I'm telling you, you must never touch online loans. Old Wang's son next door took one out, and the interest just snowballed and snowballed. The old couple used up all their savings and still couldn't cover the interest. Mom, Dad, don't overthink it. Lu Yang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Actually, he could understand. Suddenly pulling out so much money would naturally worry any parent. It was only human. Actually, it's just my savings plus my internship salary. Lu Yang said. He couldn't exactly say it was from the system, so he had to tell a little white lie. Internship. Lu Jiangwo narrowed his eyes. You're a college student. An internship pays 50,000. Do you think your dad is stupid? He had worked in a factory for over 20 years, earning just over 4,000 a month. Adding his wife's income, it was less than 7,000 total. The family had scrimped and saved for so many years, and the savings in their bank card were only around 100,000. His own son, still a student, casually handed over 50,000. Which father wouldn't panic? Zhou Huifang was also nervous, tugging at Lu Yang's sleeve. Are you doing some kind of Daigo or WeChat business? Don't lie to your mother. That little Lee from the next building. She said she was doing WeChat business too, but ended up being tricked into a pyramid scheme. Lu Yang sighed. He realized that if he kept explaining like this, his mother would run through every case from the social news. Mom, I got into the Shuyu group. Lu Yang decided not to hide it and said directly, I'm a financial analysis intern at their company. The monthly salary is 15,000. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Both parents were stunned. Which company did you say? Lu Jiangwo's tone changed. Shuyu Group. Shuyu. The one that's always in the news. Yes. Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Huifang exchanged a glance. Anyone in the city would have heard of the Shuyu Group. The local news reported on it every other day. Big taxpayer charitable donations, industrial zone expansions. At the last city commendation meeting, Shuiyu's name was at the top of the list. But precisely because they had heard of it, they found it even harder to believe. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand. Do you know what level of company Shuiyu is? Your cousin who graduated from a first-tier university applied to them several times and never even got a response. And you're from a second-tier college. Lu Yang found this a bit headache-inducing. To be honest, he really couldn't prove it right now. That I really did get into the Shuiyu group. You could tell me you got into Zhongnan High, and I'd believe you. Lu Jiangwo rolled his eyes. Do you really think your dad is senile? Zhou Huifeng said. I'll have your uncle call your academic advisor later. Lu Yang. Fine, that was a ruthless move. Mom, calm down. I can prove it. How? Lu Yang scratched his head. What could he use as proof? His employment contract was at the company, his employee ID hadn't been issued yet, and the only thing on his phone was a notification message saying he passed the interview. His parents wouldn't understand that, and the more he explained, the more confusing it would get. Just as he was scratching his head, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Shishua. Li Shishua, send me your home address. I'll come pick you up right now. Lu Yang stared at the message, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Perfect timing. He replied, I'll send the address later. First, do me a favor. Li Shishua, what favor? Lu Yang typed, pretend to be my boss for a while. Come to my house and explain the situation to my parents. After the message was sent, there was silence on the other end for about 20 seconds. Li Shishua, are you kidding me? Lu Yang, no. I told my parents I got into the Shuiyu group, but they don't believe me. Now they think I've been tricked into a pyramid scheme. Li Shishua, that's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Lu Yang thought for a moment and typed a line. Last time I helped you put on an act in front of your mom. This time you helped me put on an act in front of my parents. One good turn deserves another. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Li Shishua, just this once. Never again. Just this once, no second chances. Looking at these words, Lu Yang chuckled and replied, okay. Lu Yang put away his phone and turned his attention back to the dining table. Mom, don't rush to call uncle. I'll have my company's boss come over now, and you can ask him directly. Boss? What boss? My direct supervisor. Lu Yang said with a smile. Zhou Huifeng exchanged a glance with Lu Jiangwo, her face full of doubt. An intern could actually get his boss to visit. And from Shuiyu Group, no less. Did these big companies have so much free time on their hands? Lu Jiangwo furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly skeptical. Fine, I'll give you one chance. But let me be clear, if you're lying to us, you'll pack up and go back to school tomorrow and forget about all this nonsense. And if it's true, Lu Jiangwo snorted. If it's true, you can do whatever you want from now on, and your mother and I won't interfere. Deal? Lu Yang smiled and said nothing more. He sent the address to Li Shishua, then returned to the living room and sat down. Zhou Huifeng had already started clearing the dishes, her face still tense with anxiety. Lu Jiangwo sat on the sofa, remote in hand, flipping through channels aimlessly, from local news to health programs, then to shopping channels, clearly distracted. How long until your boss gets here? Lu Jiangwo asked without turning his head. Soon. Coming from where? From the city center's financial district. Financial district. Parking there costs 40 an hour. Your boss and intern's supervisor drives over 10 kilometers to your house, just to prove you're not in a pyramid scheme. Is he out of his mind? Lu Yang thought about it. It did seem a bit unreasonable, but he couldn't think of a better solution right now. He couldn't really let his mother call uncle, and then uncle call the academic advisor. Zhou Huifeng came out after washing the dishes. Xiaoyang, when your boss arrives, should I prepare tea? Do we have any good tea leaves left? Though half doubtful, she knew that if it turned out to be true, a poor reception could ruin Lu Yang's future prospects. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, didn't Dad get some health tea as a gift after his checkup 2 years ago? Lu Jiangwo interrupted, it's expired. So what if it's expired? As long as the water turns color, it's drinkable. Lu Yang rubbed his temples. Forget it, he wouldn't count on that. He rummaged through the kitchen cabinets and found an unopened jar of chrysanthemum tea. That would do. About half an hour later, Lu Yang's phone rang. Li Shishua arrived. Which building is yours? Lu Yang replied with the building and unit number, then got ready to go out. Mom, she's here. I'll go down to meet her. Lu Yang went downstairs and out the unit door. He immediately spotted a black sedan parked by the curb. It wasn't the pink Porsche Panamera, but a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Li Shishua got out from the driver's side. Today she was dressed differently. No high heels, just white flats, a plain knitted cardigan, and her hair loose, cascading over her shoulders. She looked nothing like the aloof female CO she usually was. Lu Yang walked over. Today this woman gave him the impression of a gentle, virtuous wife. He asked, you change cars? Why? Li Shishua thought for a moment, then said, I asked my assistant. She said when visiting someone's home for the first time, you shouldn't be too flashy. You need to keep a low profile. Lu Yang was stunned. Not too flashy, so you switched to a Mercedes-Benz S. Li Shishua blinked, tilted her head, and looked confused. Is there a problem? Lu Yang couldn't help but say, sister, a Mercedes-Benz S costs over $1 million, right? You call that low-key? This is the car my aunt usually uses for grocery shopping, Li Shishue said matter-of-factly. Lu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Fine, a Mercedes-Benz S as a grocery car. Was this the world of the super-rich? Clearly people with billions of assets had a completely different understanding of low-key compared to ordinary folks. Still, compared to the pink Panamera, the black Mercedes parked under the old residential building was indeed less conspicuous. You brought gifts. Lu Yang glanced at the bags in her hand. 2 gift boxes with elegant packaging that looked expensive. It wouldn't be proper to show up empty-handed. Li Shishue handed him one of the bags and said, "You may not care about face, but I still have some dignity." Lu Yang paused. Fine, learning from me on the spot, huh? He took the bag and glanced at the label. How much did these 2 things cost together? Not expensive, just over 10,000. Lu Yang almost tried to shove the bag back. Over 10,000, and she said not expensive. His father's monthly salary was only 4,000. These 2 boxes would take his dad several months to earn. Too expensive. Get something else. Already bought it. Why would I return it? Li Shishue ignored him and walked straight toward the stairwell. After a couple of steps, she stopped and turned to look at him. Which floor? 4th floor, no elevator. Li Shishue nodded, then stepped onto the stairs. The hallway walls were peeling, covered in flyers and ads. To be honest, compared to the office buildings and villas she frequented, this environment was extremely shabby. But she showed no sign of disgust. Instead, she seemed a bit curious. By the way, Lu Yang called out from behind. Li Shishue turned around. I told my parents you're my direct supervisor and manager at Shuyu Group. Don't blow my cover. What if I deliberately blow it? If you do, I won't play along anymore. Li Shishue snorted and said nothing more. When they reached the 4th floor, Lu Yang took out his keys and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Zhou Huifang was already waiting at the entrance, nervously wiping her hands on her apron. Lu Jingwo had also stood up from the sofa. Lu Yang immediately introduced, "Dad, Mom, this is my direct supervisor at Shuyu Group, Li." He paused. What should he call her? President Li. No, too formal. His parents would find it fake. Sisterly. Even worse, too intimate and hard to explain. Manager Li. Lu Yang thought for a moment and finally blurted out. Upon hearing this, Li Shishue's eye twitched slightly. Manager. She was the president of Shuyu Group, and now her title had been demoted by 18 levels. But she didn't expose him. Instead, she gave the couple a dignified smile. Her smile was perfect, her tone gentle, and her posture humble, completely different from her usual aloof image. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Li Shishue. Just call me by my name. I happened to be passing by on business and Xiao Lu asked me to come and have a word with you. Li Shishue spoke in a gentle tone. It was the first time Lu Yang had heard her speak to anyone in such a manner. He never imagined that this woman, who was usually cold-faced or sharp-tongued with him, could have such a hidden side. Beyond that, she was also a bit nervous. Although her encounter with Lu Yang was an accident, the people standing before her now were, after all, his mother and father. Zhou Huifang was momentarily stunned when she saw the visitor. She hadn't expected her son's superior to be so young, and not only a woman, but a beautiful one at that. Come in quickly. Zhou Huifang showed a warm smile and hurriedly ushered them inside. Li Shishue changed her shoes and walked into the living room, placing the gift box on the table. Uncle and Aunt, since this is my first visit, I brought a few things. A small token of my respect. Zhou Huifang glanced at the brand and packaging on the gift box. Though she didn't know what it was, it looked quite premium. She quickly withdrew her hands. This is too extravagant. I couldn't possibly accept it. It's not expensive, Auntie. Just ordinary health supplements. Li Shishue spoke lightly as if it were nothing, and to her it truly wasn't. Lu Jingwo cast a glance at the gift box, but dared not touch it. He had seen one of the brands on a TV shopping channel not long ago, priced at over 5,000 yuan per box. 2 boxes would be. Lu Jingwo cleared his throat and sat back on the sofa. Manager Li, please have a seat. Thank you, Uncle. Li Shishue sat upright on the sofa, her legs together and slightly tilted to one side. Zhou Huifang bustled about making tea. Lu Yang followed her into the kitchen and saw her rummaging through the cabinets, taking out a jar of chrysanthemum tea, putting it back, then taking it out again. Mom, just make chrysanthemum tea, it's fine. Can chrysanthemum tea be enough? She's a big company leader. Zhou Huifang said, we don't have any decent tea leaves at home. That child, he didn't even call ahead. Oh, nothing's prepared. Mom, don't be nervous. Just talk normally. Helpless Zhou Huifang could only bring out the chrysanthemum tea. Lu Yang followed and sat down beside Li Shishue. Lu Jingwo had already started his interrogation. Manager Li, which department are you in at Shuyu Group? Financial Investment Department. Li Shishue answered smoothly. And what do you do? I oversee the company's investments and asset management. Lu Jingwo nodded, though he didn't understand. He put on an air of knowing. Then he asked, how is my son doing under you? Li Shishue looked up at Lu Yang beside her. Lu Yang quickly shot her a glance, signaling her to just brush it off. He's doing quite well, Li Shishue said without changing expression. Xiao Lu is still in his probation period, but he learns quickly and is diligent. Several of the department leaders speak highly of him. Lu Yong sat beside her, his face calm, but his heart already in turmoil. Diligent. He had only been at Shuyu Group for one day, not even knowing where his desk was, yet now he was an outstanding intern praised by the whole department. This woman was even better at making up stories than he was. After hearing this, Lu Jingwo's brow relaxed a bit, but he still wasn't fully convinced and pressed on. Then is his monthly salary really 15,000? Base salary of 15,000 plus performance bonuses. Li Shishua added fuel to the fire. Lu Yong nearly choked. 15,000 with performance bonuses on top. Sis, that's going too far. This is way too exaggerated. Yet to his surprise, his parents didn't doubt it. Zhou Huifeng's eyes went wide listening. 15,000. And that's not including bonuses. Really? Really, Annie? Li Shishua said in a steady tone. Our company's intern compensation is relatively high in the industry, but the workload is also considerable. No problem, no problem. Xiaoyang can handle hard work. Zhou Huifeng smiled. Just a moment ago she had suspected her son was in a pyramid scheme, and now she was ready to bow down to his leader. Lu Jingwo was silent for a while. He asked a few more questions about work hours, company address, and so on. Li Shishua answered each one without any flaw. Finally Lu Jingwo let out a long but Lu Yong could tell his father was convinced. Zhou Huifeng sat next to Li Shishua, brimming with enthusiasm. Manager Li, have you eaten? Let me make you a few dishes. No need, auntie. I have some things to do later. Oh well, then next time. You must come next time. We'll treat you to a proper meal. All right. Li Shishua stood up ready to leave. By the way, Manager Li, may I ask if you're married? Zhou Huifeng blurted out instinctively. The moment she spoke, Lu Jingguang couldn't help but shoot her a glare. His wife's terrible habit was acting up again. Whenever she saw a young woman, she'd ask if she was married, itching to play matchmaker. Zhou Huifeng smiled and said, "Don't mind me, auntie, just can't hold back what's on her mind." Li Shishua paused for a few seconds, glanced at Lu Yong, then looked back at Zhou Huifeng and uttered two words, "I'm married." Hearing this, Zhou Huifeng felt a pang of regret. Such a beautiful and graceful girl. If only she could be her daughter-in-law. But since the girl was already married, she said nothing more. Li Shishua rose to take her leave. Zhou Huifeng saw her all the way to the stairwell, repeatedly saying things like, "Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyang, and please continue to look after him." After confirming Zhou Huifeng had gone back inside, Li Shishua's face instantly fell. She turned to Lu Yong and said, "You owe me for this." I know. Lu Yong waved his hand, also relieved. They had managed to get through it. Manager. Li Shishua shot him a sideways glance, not entirely pleased. Couldn't you have given me a nicer title? Then what should I call you? CEO? If I said that, my dad probably would have called the police on the spot. Lu Yong replied. Li Shishua glared at him in annoyance, walked to the car, and pulled open the door. Before getting in, she suddenly said, "Your parents are nice people." Lu Yong. Come on, get in. Wait, I need to go back and say goodbye to them. Lu Yong said. After this visit, he didn't know when he'd be back next. He had to at least say goodbye. Just as he reached the door, he heard his mother Zhou Huifeng's voice from inside. "Old Lu, look at that leader of his. Young, beautiful, and so polite. Xiaoyang is lucky to have such a leader." All right, I get it. Lu Jingwo said this, but his tone was no longer as hard as before. Lu Yong pushed the door open, and Zhou Huifeng immediately grabbed him. "Xiaoyang, how old is your manager, Li?" "Mom, why are you asking that? I'm just curious." Zhou Huifeng's eyes darted around. "I didn't see her wearing a ring." "Mom." Lu Yong gave a wry smile. "Can you please stop trying to set me up with every woman you see? You young people just don't get it." Zhou Huifeng continued. "By the way, Xiaoyang asked Manager Li when she's free. We'd like to return the favor and give her a gift sometime. Though she wasn't well educated, she could tell the gift was valuable. She understood the importance of reciprocating favors." Lu Yong said directly, "No need, Mom. She has plenty of money. Ahem, she doesn't need it. And she's at the office every day. Then we can arrange a time to visit her at the company. We'll talk about it later." Ding. Successfully dispelled your parents' doubts. They felt your growth. Mission complete. Reward 600,000 yuan. Lu Yong looked at the reward amount, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had given his parents 50,000, and now the system had given him an extra 10,000. But this time the focus wasn't on the money, it was that his parents finally stopped suspecting him of being involved in a pyramid scheme. This mattered more than anything. Lu Yong bid farewell to his parents. As he went downstairs, Li Shishua had already rolled down the car window, a fair arm resting on the window frame, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the edge. At this moment, she had transformed from the gentle and virtuous woman of before into an aloof female CEO. Lu Yong opened the passenger door and got in. "Tell me, what role am I supposed to play this time?" Li Shishua didn't rush to answer. She first pulled the car away from the curb, and only after merging onto the main road did she speak. Nothing. Lu Yong glanced at her, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Then why did you come all this way? I can't go back to my place." "So, what does that have to do with me?" Li Shishua took a deep breath, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, as if she exhausted all her strength to utter 3 words, live together. Lu Yong was stunned. What the hell? Perhaps too shocked he felt he had misheard. What? Live together? Li Shishue repeated it, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Yang's expression shifted from confusion to bewilderment in less than 3 seconds. No sis, are you crazy? Our marriage was an accident. A fake one, you understand. The marriage certificate is real. Then we still can't live together? Don't you know there's a difference between men and women? Li Shishue stepped on the brake, waiting for the red light. She turned her head to look at Lu Yong, her eyes sweeping over him from top to bottom. You think I'll take advantage of you? I didn't mean that. Then why are you panicking? Lu Yong opened his mouth, but for a moment he was at a loss for words. Li Shishue added coldly. If we're talking about who's losing out, clearly it's me. A big man like you living with me. I don't even mind, but you're the one who's unhappy. These words left Lu Yong completely speechless. He thought from another angle, and said, if you can't go home, why not just find a hotel? You're so rich, finding a 5-star hotel is a piece of cake, isn't it? You think I don't wanna? Li Shishue's tone carried a hint of helplessness. My mother has blocked every place I could stay outside. A hotel. She has her assistant monitor my credit card spending. The moment I check into a hotel, she'll show up in person. What about staying at the company? Lu Yong continued. Li Shishue grew more and more agitated as she spoke. She called the company's front desk directly and said if I spend the night at the office, she'll pull the main power switch. Lu Yong listened, remaining silent for a long time. This mother-in-law's execution was too impressive. He leaned back in his seat, staring at the car's ceiling for several seconds. Is your mother retired? No. Then where does she get all this energy to do these things? All her energy is focused on me. After saying this, Li Shishue turned the steering wheel, and the car veered into another street. Both sides were lined with high-rise residential centers. The further they went, the newer the buildings and the denser the greenery. Lu Yong glanced out the window. He recognized this area. It was one of the most central and expensive residential districts in the city. The development that had caused a stir in the real estate circle last year had an average price of 100,000 per square meter. Live here. Emma, my mother bought it. Li Shishue said. She said this apartment was originally prepared as our wedding home, and now it's just right. Lu Yong swallowed hard. Wedding home. Every word this woman uttered reminded him that his world and hers were separated by more than a galaxy. The car turned into the underground garage, and Li Shishue parked. They both sat in the car, neither moving. Are you coming up or not? Li Shishue's cheeks were a bit red, but she spoke first. Lu Yong rubbed his face, his mind spinning rapidly. Going up? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Not going. Before he could decide, a series of system sounds rang in his mind. Ding, ding. Mission issued. In order to maintain the emotional bond between husband and wife, please sleep under the same roof as your wife. What? System, are you crazy? Lu Yong stood frozen in place. Sleep under the same roof. This damn system wants me to do something dangerous. Back to reality, Lu Yong said with righteous indignation. I can live together, but I have one condition. Speak. Separate bedrooms. Li Shishue looked at Lu Yong as if he were an idiot, an expression that could be translated as, what are you thinking? A 320 square meter apartment with 5 bedrooms. Do you think I'd let you sleep in the same room as me? Lu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. No. Wait. He suddenly realized something was off. A 320 square meter flat. Based on the average price of 100,000 per square meter here, that's over 30 million. The two took the elevator up from the underground garage. Li Shishue pressed the button for the 26th floor. In this building, it was a prime floor. When the elevator doors opened, the corridor was spacious with warm yellow lighting, and the entire floor had only 2 units. Li Shishue directly unlocked the door with her fingerprint. As the door swung open, Lu Yong stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in. He was simply stunned. What did 320 square meters mean? His family's apartment, just over a few dozen square meters, could fit 5 times into this space and still have room. The living room had a ceiling height of over 4 meters, and floor-to-ceiling windows directly faced the city center's night view. Mind you, with this floor and this view, it was priceless even in the entire city. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Li Shishue changed into a pair of pink slippers, then turned to look at Lu Yong standing at the door. Are you planning to stand there all night? Lu Yong snapped back to reality, changed into a clean pair of slippers, and went inside. His feet on the floor, the feel of solid wood was a world apart from the cement floor of his dormitory. He took a turn around the living room, then walked to the balcony to take a look. How much is this apartment? Why are you asking? Just curious. Li Shishue thought for a moment and said casually, my mother bought it for about 50 million or so. Lu Yang's steps faltered. 50 million. His starting capital for the milk tea shop was 70 or 80,000. Forget it, better not to think about it. The more he calculated, the more it hurt. Your room is over there. Li Shishue pointed to a bedroom at the end of the hallway. Everything you need is inside. The sheets and pillowcases are new, towels and toothbrushes are in the bathroom cabinet. Lu Yong pushed the door open and took a look. The room was not small, estimated at over 50 square meters with south-facing windows and good lighting. The key point was that it was bigger than the living room in his home. Mind you, he had been sleeping on a metal-framed bed in his dormitory for nearly a year. He couldn't quite adapt to this all of a sudden. What's wrong? Li Shishue walked over, seeing Lu Yang in a daze. Nothing. Lu Yang touched the mattress and said, "It's just that this bed is like 1,000,000 times better than the one in my dorm. There's one more thing." Li Shishue frowned, crossing her arms over her heaving chest. "My mother will be coming over soon. Remember to be clever with your words. Is your mother coming too? Otherwise, why would I have you come over?" Li Shishue replied impatiently. Lu Yang felt a wave of panic rising within him. "Is my mother-in-law coming for an on-site inspection?" "Otherwise what?" Li Shishue countered. The moment her words fell, the doorbell rang. "Your mom." Lu Yang glanced at Li Shishue, then toward the door. This speed. Was his mother-in-law timing her arrival to the second? Li Shishue shot him a withering glance. "She's your mother too." Lu Yang. Li Shishue hadn't expected her mother to arrive so quickly either. She quickly straightened her appearance and hurried to open the door. Song Qiulan stood at the entrance, her arms laden with 2 large bags, a broad smile spreading across her face. "Mom, how did you get here so quickly?" Li Shishue exclaimed. "What do you mean quick? I've been waiting downstairs this whole time, waiting for you two to go inside before I came up." Song Qiulan stated matter-of-factly, not seeing anything unusual about her timing. Good heavens. Lu Yang stood in the living room, caught completely off guard. He didn't know how to position himself. Standing like a waiter felt inappropriate, sitting seemed potentially disrespectful. Finally, he simply walked over to help Song Qiulan with her bags. "Auntie, let me help you with those." Song Qiulan's face lit up with delight. "Ah, Xiao Lu really is sensible." As she changed her shoes, she examined the living room like a quality inspector surveying a house. Her gaze swept from floor to ceiling, from balcony to kitchen. The lighting is lovely. Warm tones, perfect for comfortable living. Li Shishue followed behind her, privately wishing she could disappear from this situation. Having a mother like this, she'd simply have to endure it. Song Qiulan walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "Empty. How is there nothing in the fridge? You've moved in and haven't even stocked the place." Song Qiulan sighed, her expression clearly conveying, "How do you two even manage?" With that, she stuffed both bags into the refrigerator. Milk, eggs, fruit, and several packages of cut steak, all looking quite premium. "I figured you two probably can't cook, so I brought some simple things to get you started." As Song Qiulan arranged everything, she muttered, "I'll have the housekeeper come over tomorrow." Li Shishue's lips twitched. "Mom, there's no need to be so dramatic. We don't need a housekeeper." She knew perfectly well that calling a housekeeper was really just an excuse to monitor her. What's dramatic about that? 2 people living in such a big place with an empty fridge. Is that any way to live? Li Shishue rolled her eyes. "Mom, it's the 21st century now. Don't you know about takeout?" "Takeout? That stuff is unhealthy, eaten too often. Cooking at home is better, and what's it look like eating takeout every single day?" After her lecture, Song Qiulan returned to the sofa and patted the seat beside her. "Xiao Lu, come sit here." Lu Yang sat down. Song Qiulan glanced around. "The renovation in this house is pretty nice, isn't it? How do you find living here?" "It's great." Lu Yang spoke honestly. "It's much bigger than my school dormitory." Song Qiulan laughed. "That goes without saying. How big can a dormitory be? If you like it, stay here permanently. Just go back to campus for classes once in a while." Li Shishue interjected. "Mom, he's still in school." "So what? That doesn't conflict with anything." Song Qiulan waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Lu Yang with a smile. "Xiao Lu, be honest with your aunt. Are you satisfied with this house? If anything doesn't satisfy you, just say so." "Sofa not good. We'll change the sofa." "Bed not good. We'll change the bed." "Renovation not good. We'll redo the entire renovation." Lu Yang glanced at Li Shishue. Li Shishue shook her head slightly, meaning just vaguely agree and get it over with. "It's all great, Auntie. Good, good." Song Qiulan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly she remembered something and asked, "Xiao Lu, which room do you sleep in?" Lu Yang pointed ahead, "The one at the end of the hallway." Song Qiulan quickly walked over and examined it. "This one. Excellent, excellent. Good natural light facing south." Then she walked out and pushed open the door to the master bedroom, her expression slightly nuanced. "Why are you two sleeping in separate rooms?" The moment she said this, the air went silent. Li Shishue glared at Lu Yang fiercely, already regretting having Lu Yang say he slept in the other room. Lu Yang's mind raced at lightning speed, hastily explaining, "Auntie, I snore when I sleep. I was afraid it would disturb Xiaoshue's rest." Song Qiulan looked half convinced. "You snore at such a young age." "It's hereditary." Lu Yang's face remained impassive. "My dad does too." Li Shishue grabbed a glass of water and took a sip, nearly choking. Song Qiulan hummed with suspicion, but didn't pursue the topic further. "All right, you young people shouldn't be in a rush." She said this, but immediately followed up with, "However, don't take too long either. Your father and I aren't getting any younger. While we can still hold a grandchild, have one sooner rather than later." Li Shishue finally choked, spraying water out of her mouth in one burst. "Mom, Can you please be normal? Song Xiaolan defended herself without a trace of embarrassment. What's not normal about that? You two young people live together, and I'm just asking one question. As your mother, am I not allowed to show some concern? We only just... Li Shishua started to speak, then swallowed the rest of her sentence. She'd almost slipped up. They'd known each other for less than a week. What children? But she couldn't say that. Lu Yang coughed beside her. Auntie, let's just take things as they come. Take things as they come? Song Xiaolan turned around. Xiao Lu, let me tell you something. Don't think your aunt is being pushy. My old friend's granddaughter can already call grandma. Every time we meet, she brings it up just to jab at me. How can I not be anxious? Lu Yang had no response. He certainly couldn't say, Annie, I haven't even held your daughter's hand yet, could I? Song Xiaolan sighed, her tone softening. I'm not pressuring you two, it's just. You young people shouldn't just focus on work. If it's time to build a relationship, build it. If there's something that needs doing, do it. Don't drag your feet. With that, she glanced specifically at Li Shishua. That look translated into human language meant, Mom can only help you this much. The rest is up to you. Go for it. Li Shishua's ears burned bright red. She turned her back toward the balcony, refusing to acknowledge either of them. With her daughter out of earshot, Song Xiaolan lowered her voice to Lu Yang. Xiao Lu, don't blame your aunt for being direct. Shui'er has been strong and self-reliant since she was little. She carries everything on her own shoulders, and her mouth is stubborn. But inside she's actually quite soft. You should give in to her more. She may not say it out loud, but she remembers everything in her heart. Lu Yang nodded. I understand, Auntie. One more thing. Song Xiaolan leaned even closer to Lu Yang, her voice dropping further. Shui'er has never been in a relationship all these years. It's not that no one pursued her. Her standards are just high. Rich men and wealthy heirs, she wouldn't even glance at them. You're the first person she's ever brought home. That means she approves of you. So you better step up, kid. Don't let your aunt down. Rest assured, Auntie. Lu Yang thought for a moment before uttering these 4 words. But facing his mother-in-law's heartfelt words, he couldn't coldly reply, we're acting. Song Xiaolan nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Li Shishua slowly walked over from the balcony, the blush on her face mostly faded. Mom, you've seen enough and said enough. Time to go. What's the rush? I haven't finished looking yet. Song Xiaolan wandered into the bathroom. Nice bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. Convenient for the two of you to shower. Li Shishua's temple twitched. What did she mean by convenient for the two of you to shower? Song Xiaolan finished giving all her instructions and finally prepared to leave. Alright, I won't disturb you two lovebirds. It's getting late, get some rest. Oh, Xiao Lu Xiao Shui, I left something in the bedside drawer of the master bedroom. Remember to use it. The two were baffled. Li Shishua quickly asked, Mom, what is that thing you mentioned? Song Xiaolan had already reached the entrance and waved without looking back. Try it, and you'll find out. The door closed. She was gone. The living room fell silent instantly. Li Shishua stared at the door, letting out a sigh of relief. She had finally sent away that bodhisattva. So, what exactly did you tell your mom? Lu Yang plopped down on the sofa, exhaling as he asked the question that had been on his mind all day. There must be a reason she suddenly wanted him to live with her. Li Shishua pursed her lips, walked over to the opposite sofa in her pink rabbit slippers, and sat down, crossing her long legs. My mom signed me up for a blind date show before the kind on TV. Lu Yang pictured Li Shishua on a dating show. Stone-faced throughout, not saying a word, with all the male contestants turning off their lights. And then, then I got pushed too far and just said I was already living with you. Lu Yang almost dropped the water glass he was holding. What did you say? Li Shishua turned away. I just said it offhand, hoping she'd stop nagging. Offhand? You call that offhand? Lu Yang's mouth twitched. Who knew she'd react so strongly? Li Shishua grew anxious. After I said it, she started calling people. Within half an hour, she had notified all the aunts and uncles in the family. The next morning, she sent the keys to this apartment to my company. I refused, but she said if I didn't move, she'd tell my dad about the marriage certificate and that I couldn't stay at hotels or company dorms. Lu Yang blinked, even more confused. Wait, she knows about the marriage certificate? Li Shishua was silent for a moment. She saw it when she rummaged through my bag. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. So your mom knows we got the certificate? What about your dad? He doesn't know? Then what was your mom's reaction? She cried on the spot. Lu Yang. And after crying, she went to the temple to burn incense, and came back saying it was a sign from Buddha. Lu Yang was completely speechless. He leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling for a long time. No wonder Song Xiaolan always treated him like her own son, with an enthusiasm that bordered on absurd. She had known all along that he was her son-in-law, legally certified. So you dragged me into this because you've lied yourself into a corner? Lu Yang turned his head to look at her. Li Shishua lowered her head, fiddling with the cup on the table. It was as good as an admission. Lu Yang sighed. Fine. You're not angry. Li Shishua looked up. Would anger help? I'm already living here. Then, just do me a favor and stay here for now. I'll find a chance to explain to my mom later. Okay. Lu Yang was actually thinking about something else. Living in a 50 million yuan penthouse for free. No rent, no dormitory, and even meals were provided. He did the math. If converted to rent, he'd save at least tens of thousands a month. Tens of thousands. Even if he couldn't earn it, saving it was still a gain. Besides, the system had just issued a mission, and completing it would bring rewards. Thinking it over, there was really nothing to refuse. You can stay anywhere in the house, but we need to set 3 ground rules. Li Shishue raised a finger. First, we sleep in separate rooms. Lu Yong had no objection. No problem. Li Shishue raised a second finger. Second, you're not allowed in my room. Lu Yong nodded and added, same goes for mine. Third. Li Shishue thought for a moment. Haven't figured it out yet. Let's leave it at this for now, and I'll add more later. Lu Yong nodded, then asked, can I eat the steak in the fridge? Li Shishue was almost amused. Help yourself. Deal. Lu Yong stretched. After a day of being grilled by his father, and then surprised by his mother-in-law, his mental energy was completely drained. By the way, what was that thing Annie mentioned? How should I know? They exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shishue got up and walked toward the master bedroom. Lu Yong followed out of pure curiosity. The master bedroom door opened, revealing a more elaborate setup than the guest room. A large bed by the window with a nightstand on each side, holding a lamp and a small potted plant. Li Shishue opened the drawer. Inside lay a flat box, elegantly packaged. What's this? Lu Yong leaned in curiously. Li Shishue stared at the box for a few seconds, her expression suddenly becoming very interesting. Lu Yong took the box, turned it over, and read the product description. Oh, couples lamps. In short, they were a pair of small night lights that could change color. One for each partner placed on the nightstand. When one touched the lamp, the color changed, and the other lamp would synchronize. Marketed as a long-distance relationship essential. Throw them away. Li Shishue turned her head. Your mom spent money on them. Lu Yong had already opened the box. Inside were 2 lamps, palm-sized, one white and one pink. Lu Yong casually touched the white one, and it lit up. A soft, warm yellow light filled the room. Then the pink lamp lit up as well, the colors synchronized. Lu Yong touched it again. The light turned pale blue. Again, it turned purple. The walls and ceiling of the master bedroom shifted from blue to pink to alternating purple and red, making the room look like a KTV booth. Lu Yong was quite entertained. Li Shishue bit her lip, her face flushing from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. Not because the lights were pretty, but because she suddenly realized what her own mother meant by placing this in the bedside drawer. Your mother certainly knows how to pick things. This lamp has a nice texture. Lu Yong placed the lamp on the bedside table, growing more intrigued as he fiddled with it. Meanwhile, Li Shishue's forehead was covered in dark lines. Then she immediately reached out and turned off the lamp. Click. The room returned to normal lighting. All right, if you like it, you can take the lamp. Take it. Lu Yong looked at the lamp in his hand. Isn't this a couple's lamp? One for each of us. As he finished speaking, he turned the lamp back on. The multicolored light cast onto Li Shishue's fair face, shifting through shades of blue, purple, and pink, creating an eerie and unsettling effect. Li Shishue gritted her teeth, finally reaching the end of her patience. Take your lamp. Now immediately get out. Bang. The sound of a door lock clicking shut. After being expelled, Lu Yong glanced at the lamp in his hand, then at the tightly closed master bedroom door. He shook his head and walked toward his own room. Back in his room, he took a shower, changed clothes, and lay down on the bed. The bed was truly comfortable. When he lay down, his body sank halfway in as if cradled by clouds. Lu Yong turned over, pulled the blanket over himself, and prepared to sleep. Just then the lamp on the bedside table lit up on its own. It glowed a soft blue. Lu Yong looked at it. The lamp was indeed on, its pale blue light reflecting on the ceiling. That meant the other side had touched it. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing, turning over to face away from the lamp. After about 10 seconds, the lamp went out. Then it lit up again, this time in pale purple. It went out. Lit up again. Lu Yong rolled back over and stared at the lamp. What was that woman doing? Playing with the lamp on the other side in the middle of the night. She said it wasn't fun, but her actions told a different story. Forget it, let her be. Soon the other side seemed to realize what was happening. The lamp quickly turned off. Lu Yong stared at the pitch-black ceiling for a while. Well, time to sleep. A 50 million yuan house and a couple's lamp. His mother-in-law's thoughts were sometimes harder to decipher than the system's tasks. Ding. Host has completed the task of living under the same roof with his wife. The marital relationship is steadily progressing. Mission complete. Reward 8,000 yuan. Lu Yong squinted as he read the notification. 8,000 yuan. Free lodging and getting paid. This must be the pinnacle of freeloading, right? But it was fine. He was one step closer to the money needed for his startup. The next day, the alarm clock rang. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and a warm ray of sunlight leaked through the gap. Lu Yong stretched lazily, reluctant to get out of bed. He had slept incredibly well last night. The comfort of this bed was entirely beyond his previous experience. Back in his dormitory on that iron-framed bed, every time he turned over he'd hear a creaking sound, like sleeping on a brick. Lu Yong lingered in bed for 2 minutes, then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. The master bedroom door was still closed with no sound. He walked to the living room, poured a glass of water, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing outside. The view from the 26th floor was indeed different. The entire city skyline spread out before him with the glass facades of several office buildings reflecting the morning light in the distance. If this were his old fourth-floor apartment, opening the window would reveal a pair of oversized shorts hanging on the balcony across the way. Lu Yong finished his water and was about to put the glass down when the master bedroom door opened. Li Shishue emerged with her hair a complete mess, like a bird's nest. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Yong had seen her like this. At that moment her eyes were half open, half closed, and she wore a loose silk nightgown. She looked nothing like the usual cold and aloof CEO. "Morning." Lu Yong greeted her. Li Shishue hummed in response, then went to wash her face. She casually tied her hair into a ponytail, looking a bit more awake. "I'm hungry." Li Shishue plopped down on the sofa and began scrolling through her phone. "What are you doing?" "Ordering takeout." Li Shishue looked at her phone, the food delivery app already open. The next second the system's voice chimed in first. "Ding. Mission issued. Cook a hearty breakfast for your wife with your own hands, demonstrating your responsibility as a husband and enhancing the couple's bond." Seeing the system prompt, Lu Yong immediately stopped her from ordering takeout. "Don't order." Li Shishue looked up at him, her face full of question marks. "I'll cook," Lu Yong said, puffing out his chest. "You cook?" Li Shishue gave him a look. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm making breakfast." "You know how to cook?" "Yes." Lu Yong was full of confidence. In truth, he did know a little. At home he occasionally helped his mother in the kitchen, and frying up some egg fried rice was no problem. As for the quality, as long as it was edible. After all, the system only asked him to make breakfast for her. It didn't say it had to taste good. Li Shishue put down her phone, hugged a pillow, and curled up on the edge of the sofa, looking like she was ready for a show. "All right, then go ahead." Lu Yong opened the refrigerator and rummaged through the things Song Qiulan had stuffed in yesterday. There wasn't a huge variety of ingredients, but enough to make a mess. The question was what to make. Lu Yong thought for a moment and finally decided on a 3-item combo: fried eggs, pan-seared steak, and a glass of warm milk. No time to overthink. Just go for it. Lu Yong rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Heat the pan, add oil. Sizzle. Oil splattered everywhere. Lu Yong flinched, quickly tossing the steak into the pan. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Li Shishue's skeptical voice came from the living room. "A man never says he can't," Lu Yong declared and continued cooking. About half an hour later, everything was done. Lu Yong brought the steak, eggs, and 2 glasses of milk to the table. How to describe it? Overall rating 60 out of 100, barely passing. Done. Lu Yong wiped his hands. Li Shishue got up from the sofa, walked over to the table in her slippers, and inspected the food with a critical eye. The edges of the fried egg were burnt black, and its shape was, to put it kindly, irregular, to put it bluntly, a mess. The steak was cooked through, but the color was too dark, and the cut was uneven. The 2 glasses of milk were the only normal thing. After all you had to do was pour it into a cup and heat it up. "Is this even edible?" Li Shishue looked doubtful. "Of course it is." Lu Yong set an example by sampling the food himself, cutting a piece of steak and eating it. Seeing this, Li Shishue hesitated for a moment, then picked up her knife and fork, cut a small piece of steak, and put it in her mouth. She chewed a couple of times. "How is it?" Li Shishue put down her knife and fork, took a sip of milk, and said, "Not bad." That was her verdict. Lu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Edible was enough. The system didn't require Michelin 3-star quality. Sure enough, the next second the system's voice rang out. "Ding. Mission complete. You have prepared breakfast for your wife, enhancing the marital bond. Reward: cooking skill upgrade." Cooking skill upgrade. Lu Yong was taken aback. The system could directly grant skills like this. This was the first time he had received something other than money. At the same time, a wealth of knowledge flooded into Lu Yang's mind. Various methods of handling ingredients, control of heat, proportions of seasoning. As if someone had poured a complete culinary textbook into his brain. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. What are you laughing at? Li Shishue picked up a piece of fried egg with her fork and glanced at Lu Yong. At this moment, Lu Yong still had the smile from receiving the system reward on his face. After all, the system knew nothing of its own existence. In her eyes, he was simply a fool chuckling to himself. Lu Yong snapped back to his senses and immediately said, "Nothing, just thinking about making you a nice meal next time." Now that his cooking skills had improved, whatever he made would undoubtedly be countless times better than the current fare. "No need, thank you." Li Shishue refused quite bluntly. "Next time I'll just order takeout." Lu Yong didn't press the matter. It was all the same to him. He quickly lowered his head and swept everything clean from his plate. After breakfast, the two returned to their respective rooms to change clothes. Lu Yong slipped into a hoodie and jeans he'd brought from his bag, sunny and dashing. Li Shishue, on the other hand, changed into a business suit. A black blazer with a pencil skirt paired with a white blouse, her hair pinned up. She had transformed from the disheveled woman with a bird's nest atop her head just moments ago back into that unapproachable corporate president. "What are you staring at?" Seeing Lu Yang's gaze fixed upon her, Li Shishue furrowed her brow. Lu Yang smiled. Nothing, just thinking that compared to your cold, stern expression, if you smiled even a little, you'd be so much more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Shishue immediately composed her features into an icy stare, refusing to engage with him. What a defiant one. Lu Yang sighed. The two stepped outside, taking the elevator down to the underground garage. That pink Porsche Panamera sat parked in its designated spot. Li Shishue picked up the car keys and instinctively asked, "Going to school?" "Taking the same route." "No. Thanks anyway." Lu Yang acted the rogue, pulling open the Porsche door and settling into the passenger seat as if he owned the place. "You?" Li Shishue gritted her teeth, angrily stamping her high heels twice against the floor. This man truly had no shame. What infuriated her most was that she could do absolutely nothing about Lu Yang. Ark, how maddening. With no other recourse, she could only drive Lu Yang to school. For Lu Yang, this place was far from the city center. Taking the bus required 2 transfers, and the subway meant multiple line changes. With a car available, only a fool would refuse. "Stop at the intersection. Don't drive in." When they were nearly at the school, Lu Yang reminded her. Li Shishue shot him a glance. "What? Afraid of being seen by your classmates again? Your car's too flashy. Park it at the school gates, and people would think I've been kept as a gigolo." Lu Yang said. "Don't you men all love that sort of thing?" Li Shishue said with a cold sneer. Lu Yang considered this. Fair point, actually. After all, who could refuse a beautiful, wealthy older sister? Lu Yang smiled. "Then how about we go along with Auntie's wishes tonight? Get lost." Li Shishue slammed the brakes, the car jerking to an abrupt halt, nearly ejecting him. "By the way," before Lu Yang departed, Li Shishue suddenly spoke up. "Do you have classes this afternoon?" "No, the afternoon schedule is free." "Then come by the company this afternoon. There's a project that needs an intern to organize data." "Sure." After Lu Yang walked into the school, he made his way directly back to the dormitory. Lu Yang tossed his bag onto the bed, kicked off his shoes, and sprawled himself across the chair. Nearby, Wang Hao's nose twitched a couple of times. His fingers were still swiping across his phone screen, but his body had already drifted over. "What's that smell, eh?" "What smell, eh?" "The nice kind." Wang Hao set down his phone and leaned in closer to sniff. "You've got a fragrance on you." Li Yunbin poked half his head down from the upper bunk. "I smelled it too. So fragrant, so pleasant." Su Guangquan's expression gradually turned knowing. "Godfather, were you spending time with a woman?" Lu Yang lowered his head to sniff his hoodie. Indeed, there was something there. It must have transferred from Li Shishue's place. "Nope." "Bullshit." Wang Hao plopped himself down on the edge of Lu Yang's bed. "I recognize this scent. My ex-girlfriend used it." "Your ex-girlfriend? You actually had a girlfriend?" Li Yunbin cast him a dubious look. Wang Hao rolled his eyes at him. The girlfriend was obviously a lie. He was fishing for information. He quickly pivoted. "Don't change the subject. Old Yang, just tell us straight. Where did you go last night?" Lu Yang leaned back with his eyes closed. "Went home. Like I told you. Going home doesn't make you smell like this. Who do you think you're fooling? And your mom is way too old to wear perfume." Wang Hao ruminated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Old Yang, is it that pink Porsche sister from before? Did you go to her place this weekend?" That was the only plausible explanation. The 3 men's gazes converged on Lu Yang simultaneously. Lu Yang shrugged, neither confirming nor denying guess. "What the hell? Old Yang, you son of a bitch. You really went to her place?" Their eyes burned red, hearts overflowing with envy and jealousy. Having a girlfriend wasn't scary. What was terrifying was that she was a wealthy woman. Wealthy wasn't scary either, but this particular woman happened to be a stunning, sophisticated beauty. Wang Hao was the first to lose his composure. "Old Yang, give us a straight answer. What exactly is your relationship with that rich sister?" Previously, Lu Yang had mentioned they met through a companionship service. Wang Hao had scoured that circle and discovered they were all guys using voice changers. He could never find any beautiful, wealthy women like the one Lu Yang had encountered. Lu Yang rolled his eyes. "She has a name, you know." "What's it then?" "Guess." Wang Hao slapped his thigh. "See, not denying means admitting it. Old Yang, are we brothers or not?" Li Yunbin climbed down and crouched by Lu Yang's bed. "Old Yang, I'm not asking about anything else. Just one question, how big is her place?" "Why do you want to know?" "Just curious." Lu Yang thought about her 300-plus square meter penthouse. "Pretty decent." All 3 of them gasped in unison. When Lu Yang said pretty decent, it usually meant extraordinarily impressive. Su Guangquan rubbed his hands together. "Godfather, since you've already landed yourself a wealthy woman, when you make it big later, could you?" "No. I haven't even finished speaking. Whatever you were going to say, the answer is no." Su Guangquan awkwardly fell silent. After all the commotion, the dormitory finally settled into quiet. Lu Yang suddenly spoke up. "By the way, I might not be living on campus anymore." "Not living at school." The 3 of them froze simultaneously. They all knew Lu Yang's home was quite far from campus. If he wasn't staying at school, where else could he possibly live? It couldn't be that. With that thought dawning on them, the 3 couldn't sit still. "You're not moving in with her, are you?" "What the hell? Are you 2 actually cohabiting?" The dormitory exploded. Wang Hao leaped directly from his bed, not even bothering with his slippers. Old Yang, speak clearly. Are you really moving in with her? Lu Yang leaned against the headboard, hands folded behind his head. Not exactly. I'm just staying temporarily. Temporarily. Wang Hao couldn't contain his curiosity. Old Yang, just give us a hint. How far have things progressed between you and that sister? What do you mean how far? You know? Have you done that or not? What's that thing? You know that thing. The three of them wore rather mischievous expressions. Lu Yang gazed at their eager faces and replied calmly, what are you thinking? The expressions on all three froze instantly. Lu Yang, are you even a man? Li Yunbin shook his head. What a waste of a good opportunity. Su Guangquan went even further, pressing his palms together and closing his eyes. Father figure, if you don't seize this chance, I'll be next in line in the next life. Please, please. I'd trade all my roommate's lifespan for this. Lu Yang kicked him. Get lost. After some more fooling around, things finally calmed down. Wang Hao returned to his game. Li Yunbin put on his earphones to watch short videos, and Su Guangquan rolled over to catch up on sleep. Lu Yang lay on his bed, but his mind wasn't resting. The money from the system combined with what he'd saved, his account balance had reached over 70,000. Almost there. Regarding opening a milk tea shop, Lu Yang had been contemplating it for quite some time. Low barriers to entry, quick cost recovery, stable cash flow. Within a 3-kilometer radius around campus, milk tea shops had a significantly higher survival rate compared to other food and beverage categories. As long as the location wasn't completely off, one could basically recover costs within half a year. But there was one core problem. Branding. He opened the delivery platform and searched for milk tea shops near the school at random. Almost all of them were franchise chains. One had to understand that franchise stores came with built-in brand recognition, traffic on day one of opening. But what about a self-created brand with zero reputation? People walking by wouldn't even spare a glance. This was the biggest issue with creating a brand from scratch. No matter how good your drinks were, without customers walking in, it was all for nothing. Furthermore, the taste of milk tea nowadays was largely homogeneous. Most self-created brands attracted customers through a few predictable methods: opening discounts, buy one get one free, offers, minimum spend reductions. Did these work? They did. But this kind of traffic was one time only. Once the promotion ended, the customers dispersed. You needed to make people remember you. Not remember you for being cheap, but remember you for being interesting. Lu Yang stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, then turned around to look at Li Yunbin, who was watching short videos not far away. The video happened to feature a maid girl. Maid. An idea suddenly struck Lu Yang's mind. That's it. A maid theme. To be precise, a milk tea shop with a maid theme. He'd seen this concept before while scrolling online. There were a few scattered shops in the country, but they were all done rather crudely. Some relied purely on suggestive content for attention, others had great atmosphere, but terrible products. Virtually no one could do both the theme and the products well at the same time. And that was precisely the opportunity. Young people buying milk tea weren't just purchasing a beverage, they were buying an experience. After all, milk tea shops nowadays were all more or less the same, and experience itself was a form of innovation. Maid-clad staff, distinctive service procedures. These elements had inherent viral potential. Especially when a girl in a maid outfit serves you milk tea and says, "Welcome home, master." Didn't the appeal just arrive on its own? The more Lu Yang thought about it, the more viable it seemed. But before that, he needed to find a good location. Near the campus would be ideal. Business districts where young people gathered, high foot traffic, precisely targeted consumer groups. Next was the decor. Japanese style as the main aesthetic, but not too otaku. It needed to feel comfortable for ordinary consumers too. You couldn't have them walk and see walls plastered with anime stickers and turn right back around. Third was the staff. This was the core. A maid wasn't just anyone you could throw clothes onto. Appearance, temperament, service, attitude. None could be lacking. Plus, they'd need to recruit college students for part-time work. First, costs would be manageable, and second, college students had good images and strong adaptability. Fourth was the product. This he had confidence in. The system had just given him a cooking skills upgrade. Beyond cooking meals, he could now handle milk tea formulas and the like. Moreover, milk tea formula development was essentially just rearranging combinations of tea bases, syrups, and various toppings. As long as he was willing to spend time experimenting, creating several memorable products wouldn't be difficult. Fifth was the budget. Startup capital 70,000. It might be a bit tight, but it should be barely enough. Lu Yang reviewed everything from start to finish once more. Where was the biggest risk? Not funding, not products, but people. For a maid milk tea shop, the word maid carried half the weight of the entire concept. If you couldn't recruit the right people, the whole concept wouldn't stand. Lu Yang rubbed his temples. Forget it. Find a storefront first. Take it one step at a time. Old Yang, what are you doing? Writing a thesis. Seeing Lu Yang tapping away on his phone, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Lu Yang shook his head. No, just writing something. What's so serious about it? A business plan. Wang Hao froze for a couple of seconds, then said, "You're starting a business. Wait, aren't you planning to work at Snow Realm Group? Why start a business now, eh? Working a job and being a boss aren't mutually exclusive," Lu Yang said. Fair point. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then continued, still doing that milk tea shop from before. Yeah. Lu Yang told him his plan. A made milk tea shop. After hearing it, everyone was stunned. Wang Hao's game paused immediately, the character on screen being chased by others, the health bar running low, but he couldn't care less. Dude, you're serious? Would I waste my breath if I wasn't serious? Made? Milk tea shop. Li Yunbin read it out word by word, then his eyes lit up. Old Yang, this idea of yours is sick. I love it. He was a diehard otaku. At the mere mention, he couldn't resist. Where's the brilliance in that? Wang Hao's mind was still turning. Li Yunbin was getting excited. Think about it, every milk tea shop on the street outside our school is a franchise. A new brand enters that market. How are you supposed to compete? But if you go with a maid theme, it's a different story. You're not selling milk tea, you're selling an experience. Wang Hao thought about it and found the logic sound. Wait a minute. Su Guanquan scratched his head, then said, Old Yang, where are you going to find maids? It's not like you can put any of us in maid outfits, right? At these words, the dormitory fell silent for a beat. All three of them simultaneously imagined the scene of each other in maid outfits. Gag. Wang Hao dry heaved, feeling like he wanted to die. You idiot, shut your trap. Li Yunbin kicked Su Guanquan. Lu Yang ignored their shenanigans. I'll handle the maid situation. Just tell me, is this direction viable or not? It is. How could it not be? Li Yunbin was the first to voice his support. I give this my full two-handed, two-foot endorsement. The reasoning was simple. There were over 10,000 students around campus, with boys making up 60%. These people, besides attending classes and gaming, lacked nothing more than opportunities to talk to attractive girls. And now you tell them buy a cup of milk tea and a pretty girl in a maid outfit will say welcome home master to you. Wouldn't they absolutely swarm in? I have just one question. Wang Hao raised his hand and spoke. Speak. Lao Yang, can I come to your shop every day for milk tea? The free kind. Lu Yang said coldly. You can come, but not for free. Godfather. Discount. How much discount? A broken bone. Wang Hao immediately shut up. Li Yunbin also raised his hand. Godfather, if you need help, I can assist with odd jobs. You. Lu Yang looked Li Yunbin up and down. His physique was 175 meters tall, 160 jean, with a round face and waist. If he put on a maid outfit, forget it. If you stand at the shop entrance, customers would think it's a sumo wrestling theme. I'm not wearing a maid outfit. I meant working in the back kitchen. Money doesn't matter. We'll see. Lu Yang gave him a sidelong glance. Money doesn't matter. This guy must have set his eyes on his maid. Jokes aside, the direction was settled. Moreover, from a business perspective, this type of shop naturally has viral potential. On the first day of opening, as long as someone films a short video and posts it online, traffic would come on its own. Just imagine. A girl in a maid outfit holding a cup of milk tea with a Japanese-style decorated shop in the background. How could it not attract traffic? This was also the reason he favored this model. Traditional milk tea shops rely on discounts to attract customers, while maid milk tea shops rely on content. The former burns money, the latter saves money. The next issue was finding a shop. After making his plans, Lu Yang went out directly. In the university town area, the surrounding commercial streets were mainly concentrated in two directions. One was Qingyan Road outside the main gate, and the other was Wenshuang Lane from the east gate. Qingyan Road was a main thoroughfare with heavy foot traffic, but the shop rent was also high. Wenshuang Lane was slightly cheaper, but its location was remote. A 15-minute walk from the school's main gate, which in the milk tea industry was practically a death sentence. Drinking milk tea is an impulse purchase. After walking 15 minutes, the impulse would be long gone. Lu Yang first took a stroll on Qingyan Road. On both sides were various food shops, barbecue, malatang, fried chicken, with a few milk tea shops interspersed. This indicated that the consumer base on this street was dense enough. But the problem was also clear: the market was already largely divided. Forcing one's way in and competing solely on product would be a dead end. Differentiation was necessary. The maid theme was the differentiation. At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly noticed a shop front next to him. The location wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. A handwritten note was posted at the door: prime shop for transfer, price negotiable. Lu Yang took out his phone and dialed the number on the note. It rang 3 times and was answered. Hello, who is this? It was a middle-aged woman's voice. Hello, I saw your shop transfer information. Is it still available for rent? Yes. Do you want to see the shop? Yes, I'm right at the door. Oh, wait a moment, I'll be there in 10 minutes. The other party hung up. Soon a middle-aged woman in her 40s arrived on an electric scooter, holding a bunch of keys. Young man, you want to rent the shop? Just have a look first. The woman was called Sister Lu. She had previously been running a fried rice takeout business here for over a year, and said that the delivery platform commission was too high, profits were thinning, and she didn't want to continue. She opened the rolling shutter door and led Lu Yang inside. Lu Yang swept his gaze around, estimating the usable area to be about 45 square meters, which was acceptable. Moreover, there was a small compartment in the back used as a storage room, which could be converted into a kitchen without much trouble. Water and electricity were available, and the exhaust duct was already in place. The shop was fine, or it all came down to the price. Sister Lu, what's the monthly rent for this shop? 8,000. Lu Yang didn't say a word. 8,000 was already considered high for this location. Lu Yang tried to negotiate, can you make it cheaper? Sister Lu waved her hand. Young man, you've seen the location yourself. It's on 2 streets. This price really isn't expensive. Previously someone doing Malatang came to look and offered 9,000 right away, but I didn't rent it to him. Why? Because Malatang produces a lot of oil smoke which would blacken the walls and require repainting. Too much of a loss. Lu Yang smiled. I'm doing milk tea, no oil smoke. Sister Lu's eyes lit up. Milk tea. That's good clean. So, can you make it cheaper? Sister Lu thought for a moment and finally said, the minimum is 7,500, can't go lower. If you're sincere, I can deduct 500 for the first month, making it 7,000. 7,000. Lu Yang did the math. With a deposit of 1 month and payment of 3 months up front, the initial payment would be 28,000. For decoration, controlling hard and soft decoration within 20,000 was achievable. Labor costs were not considered for now, but he could handle it himself initially. Sister Lu's 7,000 is acceptable, but I have a condition. Go ahead. The deposit of 1 month and payment of 3 months with the first month reduced by 500 remains. Additionally, can we negotiate the transfer fee? Sister Lu had previously quoted a transfer fee of 10,000, which included some infrastructure and previous decoration left behind. Put simply, a few shelves on the wall and a stainless steel sink were worth at most 2,000. The transfer fee is at least 8,000. 5,000. Lu Yang held up a palm. Sister Lu frowned. Sister Lu, your shop has been vacant for quite a while, hasn't it? Lu Yang pointed at the yellowed note on the door. You should know every extra month vacant means you lose another month's rent. I can sign the contract and pay tomorrow after seeing it today. Sister Lu's expression finally softened. 6,000, can't go lower. Deal. Lu Yang smiled and extended his hand. Sister Lu was taken aback, then also reached out and shook his hand. Deal. After settling the shop matter, Lu Yang checked the time. It was already afternoon. Li Shishue had told him to come to the company in the afternoon to complete the onboarding process, which was just in time. After all, business was business, but he still had to work. Earning from both sides was the optimal strategy. So Lu Yang took the subway for 20 minutes and soon arrived at that 50-story office building. Last time he came for an interview, he was a bit nervous, but now he was calm. After all, the boss was his nominal wife. What could happen? On the 32nd floor of the financial center in the HR department. As soon as Lu Yang stepped out of the elevator, he felt something was off. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, just that feeling of being stared at constantly. The 2 girls at the front desk recognized him. One of them quickly bent down to pull out the pre-prepared onboarding documents, moving briskly. Mr. Lu, President Li has instructed us. Here are your onboarding procedures. Please sign here to confirm. Lu Yang glanced down. It read, in turn, in 3 characters. Since Li Shishue had already given instructions, he could just go through the process. His paperwork went smoothly all the way. Indeed, having someone backing you made a difference. Then the front desk girl handed him another document. This is your workstation information. Please go check it out. Okay, thank you. Lu Yang was about to head to his workstation with his belongings. Behind him, a series of murmurs suddenly arose. That's him, the newbie whom President Li personally interviewed yesterday. Manager Zhao, who had been with our company for 3 years, was fired on the spot. Because of him, I heard. No way. Really? Who does he think he is? No idea. His resume was blank. Not even a single internship. Lu Yang could faintly hear the whispers around him, but he didn't turn around. While he had become a hot topic, he hadn't expected Zhao Li's incident to spread so quickly through the company. Soon, Lu Yang found his workstation. On the desk sat a brand new laptop. Though the space wasn't large, the view was good. He could see half a river outside the window. Not bad at all. Lu Yang smiled, quite satisfied with his workstation. However, the moment he sat down, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Yang? Lu Yang turned around. It was a woman around 25 or 26, dressed in a dark gray professional suit, her hair tied in a low ponytail, walking with an air of confidence. You are? My name is Chun Yin, President Li's assistant. Chun Yin said with a smile. Lu Yang nodded. Hello, Lu Yang. Chun Yin handed him a document. President Li asked me to give this to you for handling. Where is she? She's still in a meeting. Though she said that she actually thought it was better not to meet Lu Yang in the company. They needed to avoid suspicion. This was the office, not home. Tongues would wag otherwise. Lu Yang took it and flipped through it. It was a company acquisition proposal. This task, for an intern to handle. This project is currently led by the financial analysis department, but President Li wants someone to simultaneously follow up on data verification, Chun Yin explained. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, Sister Chun, a project of this level should normally be assigned to a senior analyst. Why give it to a newcomer like me? After all, he had just joined today. How could an acquisition proposal be given to a rookie? Could this woman be trying to get back at him by assigning an impossible task? Chun Yin shook her head. It's President Li's arrangement. She didn't say why. Fine. The boss lady's thoughts were unfathomable. Just then a system voice rang in Liu Yang's mind. Ding. First day on the job. For the sake of your future, complete your superior's task and earn her appreciation. Since the system had issued a quest, what else could Liu Yang say? Get to work. He flipped through the document twice. Honestly, the content was more complex than he had imagined. This acquisition proposal involved a company specializing in new energy materials. From the financial data, the company's fundamentals looked decent, but the debt ratio was high, and there were quite a few overdue accounts receivable. If the Shuyu Group were to acquire this company, data verification would be the critical linchpin. Missing a single zero would mean an error of millions or tens of millions. Though Liu Yang was a finance major, theory and practice were different. But he didn't back down. Since Li Shishue had thrown the task his way, he would just do it. Worst case, he would get scolded for poor performance. It wasn't the first time she had scolded him anyway. President's office. Li Shishue sat behind her desk typing an email with her fingers, the coffee on her desk, already cold. The door was suddenly knocked 3 times. Come in. The man who pushed the door open was in his early 40s, wearing a dark blue suit, his hair cut very short. Sun Wenba, manager of the financial analysis department at Shuyu Group, had been with the company for 5 years, a seasoned veteran. President Li, regarding the acquisition proposal for that new energy materials company, I have some thoughts I'd like to share with you. Li Shishue didn't even look up, coldly uttering a single word. Speak. Sun Wenba clutched a document in his hand. This project involves assets worth several $100 million, and financial data verification is the core link. According to our department's arrangement, it should be led by a senior analyst with at least 3 years of experience. Li Shishue was still typing, not responding. Sun Wenba continued. But I just heard from Chun Yin that you assigned the data verification for this project to an intern who just joined today. The typing stopped. Li Shishue finally looked up, frowning. What do you mean? Sun Wenba gritted his teeth and said, President Li, I'm not questioning your decision, but if something goes wrong with this project, if a single account entry is miscalculated, that's a hole of tens of millions. Can a college student with 0 practical experience bear that responsibility? He spoke with confidence. After all, from a professional standpoint, the arrangement was indeed problematic. Li Shishue leaned back in her chair, staring coldly at Sun Wenba. Manager Sun, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Sun Wenba's face changed. That's not what I meant. I just think the risk of assigning a newcomer is too high. Let me ask you, who approved this project? You did. Who decided the person for data verification? You did too. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Li Shishue's tone was flat. Since I made all the decisions, why are you coming to me with this, say? To change my mind. Sun Wenba opened his mouth to speak. President Li, I've been in this department for 5 years, handled no fewer than 20 acquisition projects of various sizes. Suddenly handing such an important task to a rookie, what will my team think? That's your problem. Li Shishue picked up her coffee, took a sip, found it cold, and set it down again. Manager Sun, I don't need to explain to you whom I assigned to what. Your job is to manage your department, not to come to my office and meddle. Those words were harsh. Sun Wenba's face alternated between pale and green. To think he managed over a dozen people, and usually managers from other departments would treat him with respect. Now before Li Shishue, he could only bow and scrape. Anything else? Li Shishue had already turned her gaze back to the screen. If not, get out. The conversation was over. Sun Wenba picked up the document from the desk and turned toward the door. Slap. The door closed. Li Shishue leaned back, her gaze leaving the screen. She had put Liu Yang on this project for 2 reasons. First, to test his abilities. In the interview, Liu Yang had spoken well, but she didn't know if he was all talk. If he did well, it would prove she hadn't misjudged him. Second, after all, legally speaking, Liu Yang was her husband. They had a marriage certificate. They were a legitimate couple. And Liu Yang was still a student with a blank slate in terms of resume and experience. After all, she couldn't let people say he was living off her, could she? The female president of a 10 billion company married to a man who could do nothing. That would be embarrassing for her reputation. If he completed this project, Liu Yang would have a chance for promotion. It would also pave the way for his future. Wait. Why am I so concerned about this guy's future? As this thought crossed her mind, Li Shishue's icy, beautiful face suddenly flushed a little. Once the cooling-off period ends, she would divorce Liu Yang anyway. Why should she care about his prospects? The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. After the divorce, they would go their separate ways. What did his future have to do with her? Could it be because he helped her? Yes, that must be it. There was no other meaning. Li Shishue took a deep breath and regained her composure. As for Sun Wenba, a 5-year veteran, capable, but with a temper. She knew this arrangement would provoke backlash, but Shuyu Group was her company. She could arrange things however she pleased. No one else could tell her what to do. After leaving the office, Sun Wenba's face was grim. He had worked at the company for 5 years, rising from the bottom to manager through solid performance. But today's incident choked him. An intern on his very first day hadn't even warmed his seat before landing a major project. And what about his team of analysts who had been working for 3 or 4 years? They were still sorting spreadsheets and doing odd jobs. What irked him more was Li Shishue's attitude. She didn't offer a single word of explanation, simply shutting him down. Power lets you do whatever you want. Sun Wenba couldn't help cursing under his breath. Nearby employees caught his expression and wisely stepped aside, not even daring to greet him. In this company, Sun Wenba's temper was notorious. When he was in a bad mood, even a glance from you would annoy him. Thud. An employee carrying a stack of documents walked out from the side and collided with Sun Wenba. The papers scattered across the floor. Manager Sun. I'm so sorry. Sun Wenba was already fuming, and the collision set him off. Where are your eyes? Don't you look where you're going? The employee apologized humbly. I'm sorry, Manager Sun, I wasn't paying attention. Even though he knew Sun Wenba had bumped into him, he dared not say it. Not paying attention. What do you even do all day in the company? Can't even walk properly. Do I hire you to work or to cause trouble? The employee's lips moved, wanting to explain, but afraid to speak. Pick up your things and get lost. And remember to write me a self-criticism, got it? Sun Wenba coldly threw out the words and walked away. The employee clenched his teeth, picked up the scattered documents, and took a deep breath. Power lets you do whatever you want. After venting his anger, Sun Wenba felt a bit better. He also realized that power indeed allowed one to do as they pleased. The next moment, as he passed a row of workstations, he saw a person. Lu Yang. Sun Wenba hadn't planned to go over, but his feet stopped on their own. Newbie. Lu Yang looked up. The man standing before him, around 40, wearing a suit, had an unfriendly expression. Yes, just started today. I'm Sun Wenba, manager of the financial analysis department. Sun Wenba crossed his arms. Can you even understand this acquisition proposal? Lu Yang's document was spread on the desk. I'm reading it. Sun Wenba let out a laugh. The target company has a receivable of 32 million with an aging over 18 months. Do you know what that means? Lu Yang said calmly, bad debt risk. Knowing just that is useless. Sun Wenba's tone hardened. Do you know how to assess whether that money can be recovered? Do you know the corresponding contract terms? Do you know how to evaluate credit status and performance capability? 3 consecutive questions hammered down. A few nearby employees peeked up briefly, then quickly lowered their heads again. Manager Sun was like a powder keg at that moment. If Lu Yang crossed him, he would definitely suffer. Lu Yang didn't rush to answer. Sun Wenba's tone grew, even heavier, eerily similar to how Li Shishua had scolded him. My worst analyst has 3 years of experience, handles no fewer than 10 projects a year, and even they have to be extremely careful with this level of acquisition. You, a fresh intern with no basic skills, what makes you qualified for this job? Lu Yang closed the file. Because President Li arranged it. Those 5 words choked Sun Wenba, and he knew very well that this guy was deliberately provoking him. He couldn't back down. So just because President Li arranged it, it's right. Sun Wenba snorted coldly. Kid, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't think you can strut around here just because someone has your back. Shuayu Group doesn't keep freeloaders. If you screw up this project, no one can save you. With that, Sun Wenba shot Lu Yang a glance and turned away. The message was clear, you're not worthy. Lu Yang, however, wasn't angry. Though he had met Sun Wenba for the first time, he had encountered many like him. Following the same pattern as a certain Zhao Li, except Zhao was foolish, and this one was shrewd. In short, he was resentful. Resentful that a newcomer had overstepped his authority. Mr. Lu, don't mind him. Manager Sun is just jealous of you. Lu Yang turned around at the words. There stood Chen Yin 2 steps away, holding a cup of hot coffee. She had seen Sun Wenba's direction from a distance and knew without thinking that he had been rebuffed by President Li, so he came to vent on the new hire. Jealous? What is there to be jealous of? Lu Yang asked. Chen Yin placed the coffee on Lu Yang's desk. Do you know what level of project this acquisition proposal is in the company? Lu Yang shook his head. Chen Yin explained. Let me put it this way, whoever takes charge of this project and delivers results will get a 2-level promotion in the year-end review. You're an intern now. If you do well on this project, you can skip the probation period and jump straight to a regular employee, or even a senior analyst. Lu Yang was taken aback. A jump promotion. He had originally thought Li Shishua had casually dumped a tough task on him. He hadn't expected that the woman actually had his interests in mind. Chen Yin continued. And think about it, Manager Sun has been here for 5 years, but President Li didn't give the project to him. Instead, she gave it to you, a newcomer who just started today. What do you think that means? What does it mean? It means President Li values you greatly. Chen Yan's tone was serious. Having worked as Li Shishua's assistant for so many years, she knew her boss's personality well. Li Shishua was always an ice queen to everyone, but not this time. She had actually taken the initiative to give a man an opportunity. It would be no exaggeration to say it was a miracle. Mr. Lu, may I ask you a personal question? Go ahead. Well, what exactly is your relationship with President Li? Chen Yin quickly added, don't misunderstand me. I'm not being nosy. I just find it rather strange. I've been by President Li's side for several years now, and I've never seen her take the initiative to help anyone. Lu Yang offered a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. He certainly couldn't say, I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with your boss and got married. She's now my wife. The truth was out of the question. If word got out, the entire company would be in an uproar. Perhaps she just finds me easy on the eyes. Lu Yang gave a perfunctory answer. Chun Yin narrowed her eyes, clearly not buying it. When would anyone show such favor simply because someone was pleasing to look at? Even going so far as to fire an old employee. But she could tell Lu Yang had no intention of elaborating. Chun Yin didn't push the matter. After a few more exchanges, she wisely took her leave. Once she was gone, Lu Yang checked the time. It was already past closing. Large corporations like this one kept strict hours, 5:30 sharp. Lu Yang clocked out without hesitation. While waiting for the elevator, 3 or 4 colleagues gathered beside him. A bespectacled young man, a girl with a ponytail, and 2 others who couldn't have been much older than Lu Yang. The elevator arrived, and the group stepped inside together. "You're Lu Yang, right?" The bespectacled young man suddenly spoke up. Lu Yang nodded. "MHM. Nice to meet you, I'm Zhou Ming from the data department." The bespectacled man introduced himself, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Brother, that line you dropped today was absolutely legendary." "Which line?" "As arranged by President Lee, that one." The girl with the ponytail beside him chuckled. Manager Sun ranted in the department for a solid 10 minutes after returning. Zhou Ming grinned. "You don't know, being your first day and all. This guy thought getting promoted to manager made him untouchable. He bullied people with his little bit of authority every single day. Today you really gave us all a taste of revenge. So satisfying. So incredibly satisfying. Ha ha ha, he lost in the connections battle. I've never seen his face turn that green." Lu Yang heard this and waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't really do much. Just told the truth." "Tell the truth. In front of that scumbag. Not many people in our company have that kind of courage. If we're being honest, probably only President Lee has that kind of nerve." Lu Yang smiled, but said nothing. Truth be told, he hadn't planned to clash with anyone today either. But since Sun Wenba came looking for trouble, he wasn't about to bow and scrape like a subordinate. Li Shishue assigned him work, so he did it. As for who was unhappy, that was their problem. Ding. The elevator doors opened once more. A woman in a black business suit, her hair pinned up with meticulous precision, stepped gracefully into the elevator. Her high heels clicked crisply against the floor. "President Lee." "Good evening, President Lee." The colleagues straightened up instantly, their expressions transforming into solemn formality. Zhou Ming, who had been laughing moments ago, now nervously fumbled with his hands, unsure where to put them. Only Lu Yang leaned against the corner of the elevator, hands in his pockets, utterly unmoved. Li Shishue gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of the others' greetings. Then her gaze fell upon Lu Yang last. "Together?" she asked casually. Those 2 seemingly indifferent words made every colleague in the elevator change expression. What was going on? What did President Lee mean by together? Leave together? Walk together? Or go home together? They had suspected Lu Yang had some connection with President Lee, but never imagined it would run this deep. Lu Yang shook his head. "Not tonight. I have something on, so I won't be going back." Upon hearing this, Li Shishue's eyes narrowed into a thin line carrying an edge of danger. Lu Yang quickly opened his phone and replied, "I need to go back to school tonight to pack. I'll move over tomorrow evening." Li Shishue glanced down at the message, her thumb hovering over the screen for 2 seconds. No reply. She stuffed her phone into her bag, and when the elevator doors opened, she strode out, her heels clicking against the floor. Zhou Ming stealthily glanced at Lu Yang from the corner of his eye, his lips moving several times, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. The girl with the ponytail was bolder. "President Lee just now. Was she angry?" No one responded. Honestly, it was their first time seeing President Lee upset. Lu Yang, however, remained nonchalant. It wasn't like it was his first time making her angry after all. By the time Lu Yang returned to the campus, night had fully fallen. He pushed open the dormitory door. "Father, you're finally back." All 3 roommates chorused at once. Overtime. Overtime. Wang Hao tumbled off his bed. "You went to work today, Yeah." Lu Yang tossed his bag onto a chair. "First day." Li Yunbin pulled off his headphones. "You mean? Shuyu Group. You've officially joined. Signed a contract already." Lu Yang said matter-of-factly. "Holy SHD. Father, you're a legend." Wang Hao leaped up entirely. "Your employment contract. Let me see it." Lu Yang retrieved the contract and tossed it to him like it was trash. Wang Hao grabbed it and immediately started taking photos. Looking at his expression, Lu Yang knew he was up to something big. "What are you planning to do?" "That dog Yuan Xiangrong is still strutting around. I'm going to crush his face." Wang Hao drew a deep breath. He had waited too long for this moment. "I'm still waiting to see him kneel on the athletic field while calling you father. Quick, send it. Quick." Su Guangquan and Li Yunbin were already impatient. Wang Hao quickly opened WeChat and found the class group chat. Wang Hao first sent a message. "Yuan Xiangrong, last time in the cafeteria you said that if Lu Yang actually got hired by Shuyu Group, you'd kneel on the athletic field and call him father. Now please begin your performance." The next second, photos of the contract followed. The group chat went silent for about half a minute. Then it exploded like a hornet's nest. "Holy SHD. Is this real or fake? Shuyu Group's employment contract. I must be seeing things." Li Yunbin leaned over to look at Wang Hao's phone screen and burst out laughing. Sure enough, the entire chat exploded. Su Guanquan scrambled out of bed. Let me see, let me see. Wang Hao turned the screen toward them, and the three huddled together to look. Bullets kept flying in the classmate chat. No way this contract's been photoshopped right. Can you Photoshop an official seal? Look closely. That really is Shuyu Group's stamp. I just searched it. The minimum hiring threshold for Shuyu Group interns starts at 985 universities. How did Lu Yang get in? Looking at the exploding chat, Wang Hao's expression was like it was Spring Festival. But after waiting several minutes, Yuan Xiangrong never showed his face. Wang Hao mentioned him again. Yuan Xiangrong, where are you? Are you ready on the athletic field? When will you kneel? Still no response. Li Yinbin chuckled. He's probably crying under the covers. The three of them in the dorm burst into laughter. Lu Yang didn't partake in their celebration. At that moment, he suddenly received a message. It was from Wang Xiying. Lu Yang opened his phone. A message from Wang Xiying appeared on the screen. Wang Xiying, are you there? Lu Yang smiled, but didn't rush to reply. If this had been a week ago, he would have replied instantly. But now, he set his phone down on the desk and decided to let it wait a while. Soon his phone buzzed several more times. Wang Xiying, Lu Yang. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Since Lu Yang wasn't replying, she kept spamming the chat. Lu Yang picked up his phone and casually replied with 2 words, go ahead. The typing bubble on her end flashed for several seconds. Wang Xiying, is that job contract posted in the group real? Lu Yang, what do you think? Wang Xiying, I just want to confirm. Actually, I've always believed what you said and never doubted you really. Lu Yang didn't reply. Always believed in me. Yeah, right. In his view, since the facts were right in front of her, she had no choice but to believe. After more than 10 seconds, Wang Xiying sent another message. Congratulations, Lu Yang. Congratulations on landing a great company. You've made it to the shore. Lu Yang sent a single thanks. There was almost a moment of silence from the other end. Seeing that Lu Yang had replied with thanks and then went silent again, Wang Xiying continued typing. Lu Yang, can I ask you something? Lu Yang more or less guessed what was coming. Given Wang Xiying's personality, if it was just congratulations, she would have stopped after sending it. She had more to say. Wang Xiying, you know I've been job hunting lately, right? I've sent out so many resumes but got no response. Now that you're at Snow Domain Group, could you help me ask if they're still hiring? Lu Yang looked at her message. To be honest, he wasn't surprised at all. He knew Wang Xiying too well. When he was chasing her before she asked for anything, and he gave it. Meals were on him, homework he helped with, even picking up her packages, all run by him. He thought that was romance. Later he realized it was called being a tool. In her eyes, helping her was simply his due. Lu Yang directly replied with 3 words, can't help. Wang Xiying's reply came quickly, you haven't even asked yet, how do you know you can't help? Besides, I just want you to pass along my resume, not asking you to pull strings. Just try. Just as Lu Yang was about to reply, Wang Hao squeezed over. Who's texting you? He glanced at the screen, and his pupils dilated immediately. Holy shit. Campus beauty Wang. Li Yunbin and Su Guanquan gathered around upon hearing this. She's asking you to help submit her resume. Wang Hao couldn't hold back. How does she have the nerve to ask this? Li Yunbin adjusted his glasses. Father figure, this girl treated you like a tool before, and now that you've joined Snow Domain Group, she's coming crawling back. Su Guanquan chimed in, right. Even if anyone should be recommended, it should be us, right? What makes it her turn? I never said I'd help. Lu Yang kicked the 3 of them away. Then he directly blocked Wang Xiying on WeChat. Alright, time for bed. The next morning, Lu Yang had just gotten out of bed when his phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from his counselor Zhang Dalai. Lu Yang, are you on campus right now? Yes. Come to my office. There's something I need to discuss with you. The call ended. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment. When a counselor proactively calls a student, there are generally only 2 scenarios. Either you've done something wrong, or you're about to be held up as a model. He thought it over. He hadn't done anything too outrageous lately. Oh, but skipping class probably counts. When he arrived at the office, the door was half open. Zhang Dalai was in his 40s, wearing a pair of old-fashioned rectangular glasses. Teacher. Zhang Dalai looked up. When he saw it was Lu Yang, his expression immediately warmed up. The thing is, Lu Yang was practically a ghost on campus. The counselor was always very stern when speaking to him. Today's smiling face was indeed unusual. Sit. Zhang Dalai pulled a chair over from the side. Want some water? Water. Even pouring him water. Lu Yang felt even more uneasy. Teacher Zhang, just tell me what's going on. I heard. You got a job at Snow Domain Company. Zhang Dalai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Well, even the counselor knew about this. Lu Yang nodded yes. Zhang Dalai smiled. I called you in today mainly about 2 things. First is your internship conflict with your classes. If you need to adjust your schedule, I can help coordinate for you. No conflict. Flexible working hours. That's good. Second thing. Zhang Dalai rubbed his hands together. You're the first student in our school's history to get into Snow Domain Group. Actually, nothing major. I called you in today mainly to do some publicity, to set an example for our junior students. Lu Yang stayed silent. He more or less understood. For a second-tier university like this, a student getting into Snow Domain Group was like a village producing a top scholar. They wanted to beat drums and cymbals to announce it to the whole village. Zhang Daliai continued, I want to do a special interview with you and post it on the school website and official account. What do you think? Lu Yong. Teacher Zhang, can we keep a low profile? Hey, how can you call that not low profile? Zhang Daliai was flustered. This is the school's honor. And the principal specifically instructed that we must do a good job with publicity. This will greatly help with our school's enrollment and employment rates. To put it bluntly, the school has its own KPIs too. Better employment rate data means the leadership gets more face, and it's also easier to brag about during enrollment season. Lu Yong thought about it and finally agreed. Zhang Daliai's smile widened. He pushed a form across the table. This is the outstanding student recommendation form from the department. Fill it out and give it back to me. You might even be nominated for the annual Outstanding Student Award. Lu Yong took the form and glanced at it. More forms to fill. The past 2 days had seen him filling out more forms than he had in his entire life combined. He hastily filled it out and pushed it back to Zhang Daliai. Zhang Daliai frowned slightly. Lu Yong, why did you only write singing, dancing, rap, basketball in the special skills section? Isn't it a special skill? Can't you write something more serious? Like how you passed the Snow Domain group interview. That would be very inspiring for your junior classmates. I don't know how. Zhang Daliai choked. Don't know. How did you even get hired at Snow Domain group then? Kid, stop joking around. Teacher, I really don't know. Lu Yong was helpless. I can't exactly say my wife is the company president, can I? Zhang Daliai sighed. Fine, forget it. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll get going now. Lu Yong stood up. Wait. Zhang Daliai stopped him, wearing an expression of wanting to say something, but hesitating. Lu Yong, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Zhang Daliai took a deep breath. Is Snow Domain group still hiring? I have a nephew graduating this year. He's also a finance major, and his grades are pretty good. Lu Yong. Well, even the counselor came to pull strings. Lu Yong, my nephew just graduated this year. He's a clever young man ranked top in his major courses, but he's just missing an opportunity. Could you mention him to your HR department and pass along his resume? Zhang Daliai set down his teacup, his smile growing broader. He was well aware that at a formal large corporation like Shuyu Group, the chances of getting in through connections were virtually nil. But if there was even a chance to try, it would be worth the attempt. Teacher Zhang, you overestimate me too much. Lu Yong pushed his water glass away slightly. I'm not even a regular employee, and I'm still in my probation period. On the day of my interview, I didn't even understand how I got through the door. It was purely because the interviewer was in a good mood, and I got lucky. Oh, you're just being too modest. Zhang Daliai waved his hand dismissively. A listed company like Shuyu Group employed rigorous selection processes at every level. How could someone possibly get in on mere luck alone? Even if it was luck, it was still part of one's capability. Though Zhang Daliai understood Lu Yang's meaning. Alright, I won't push it. Go back to your class. Thank you for understanding, Teacher Zhang. Lu Yong stood up and walked out. Just as he reached the lobby on the first floor of the office building, a figure blocked his path. Wang Ziying. She was wearing a white knit top today, paired with light blue jeans, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Like always, she had on that pitiful, delicate look. Lu Yong. Wang Ziying called out to him, her eyes glistening with tears. Lu Yong stopped and looked at her. What's up? Wang Ziying stepped closer, tilting her head up to look at him. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. Why did you block me on WeChat? It was taking up storage. I was cleaning up my contacts and accidentally tapped it, probably. Wang Ziying froze. You're lying. You're doing this to spite me. She bit her lip, her eyes starting to turn red. I just asked you to help pass along my resume. It would be a piece of cake for you. Do you have to be this heartless? We're classmates. We used to be so close. Now that you've gotten into a big company, is helping with something small really so difficult? Lu Yong laughed. Help with something small. Wang Ziying, do you have some misunderstanding about our past relationship? Wang Ziying was stunned. What misunderstanding? Why should I help you? Let me ask you this. Am I your father? This question from Lu Yong left Wang Ziying completely speechless. She had been spoiled by boys at school for so long. When had she ever been treated this way? Wang Ziying fell silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Lu Yong, you weren't like this before. You said you liked me, that you would make me the happiest woman in the world. Now that you've made something of yourself, you want to throw me away. Besides, I just wanted you to help me get an internal referral. If I get into the company, we could work together. We could be together all the time. Isn't that right? Work together. Lu Yong was genuinely amused by her line of thinking. Now he couldn't even stand the sight of her, and she wanted them to work together. The audacity of this woman. First, I don't have the capability to make an internal referral. Second, even if I could, I wouldn't recommend you. Lu Yong stated flatly. Wang Ziying clenched her teeth. Lu Yong, you've changed. You would never have acted like this before. One has to start using their brain eventually. Lu Yong stuffed his hands in his pockets and simply walked around her, heading for the exit. Wang Ziying turned around, shouting at his retreating back. What's so great about you? You're just an intern. You really think you're the boss of Shuyu Group? I'll tell you this. Anyone who gets in on luck will be kicked out eventually. Lu Yong didn't look back, merely raising his hand to wave. Wang Ziying was left alone, stomping her foot in anger. At the storefront on Youth Road. Lu Yong parked his bike in the designated area and walked up to the storefront with the for transfer sign. Sister Lu had already arrived. Today was the day he would sign the contract for his shop. Sister Lu. Lu Yong walked over to greet her. The young man is here. Sister Lu opened the folder she was carrying and pulled out a printed contract. Have a look. I modified it according to the terms we discussed yesterday. 1 month's deposit plus 3 months rent in advance. First month's rent reduced by 500 yuan. Transfer fee, 600 yuan. Please verify. Lu Yong took the contract and read through each clause carefully. A 3-year lease term, penalty of 2 months rent for breach. The terms were all clearly stated. He signed his name and transferred the money. Pleasure doing business. Sister Lu took back the contract and handed him a set of keys. I've cleared everything out. The roller shutter door is a bit sticky. You'll need to use some force when pulling it up. With that, Sister Lu rode off on her electric scooter. Lu Yong took the keys and pulled up the roller shutter door. Turning this place into a Japanese-made cafe would require considerable renovation work. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the dorm group, got work, hurry over. Within 20 minutes, Wang Hao, Li Yunbin, and Su Guangquan arrived panting from the run. Wang Hao glanced at the shop. Holy crap, old Yang, you really leased it. No chatter, let's start cleaning first. Lu Yong tossed a broom over. I'll treat you all to a good meal after we're done. Holy crap, you're the man. All three said in unison. Li Yunbin grabbed a broom, looking around. This dump can become a maid cafe. It looks more like a fried rice shop to me. Wang Hao asked, roughly how long for the basic renovation? About 10 days or so. Lu Yong gave a rough estimate. They were only responsible for cleaning up the surrounding debris. The rest would be left to the renovation crew. So, when are we recruiting maids? Li Yunbin was very concerned about this issue. After all, at a maid cafe, the maids were the key. Posting the recruitment tonight. Lu Yong said directly. Part-time position, 30 yuan per hour plus commission, meals included. Su Guangquan gasped. 30. Part-time jobs at shops around campus only pay 15. You're offering so much. Can you even make a profit? What the maid cafe sells is emotional value, not milk tea. Lu Yong smiled. Good service attitude and good looks. 30 is actually cheap. If you offered 15, everyone you'd recruit would be middle-aged aunties. Would you even want to drink there? Upon hearing this, all three couldn't help but imagine a few middle-aged aunties dressed in maid outfits. The next moment, they simultaneously broke out in goosebumps. That evening in the dorm group chat, Lu Yong had finished writing the recruitment copy. New themed tea shop seeking part-time staff. Requirements: female, minimum height 165 centimeters, a good appearance and temperament, cheerful personality, obedient. Hourly wage 30 plus commission, meals included. Job duties: taking orders, making drinks, interacting with customers. After Wang Hao read the recruitment ad, he couldn't help but comment, this is too formal. You should add the word maid in there. Otherwise, how would anyone know? Lu Yong replied, if I write maid cafe, people will think it's some questionable establishment. What decent girl would dare apply? I'll explain the details during the interview. Li Yunbin sent a thumbs up emoji. Brilliant, truly brilliant, father. Old Yang, leave the interviewing to me. Li Yunbin patted his chest. My eyes are sharp. I can tell a man's height and measurements at a glance. Trust me, I'll pick someone you'll be satisfied with. Height and measurements. Are you hiring a person or picking a concubine? Lu Yong shot him a disapproving glance. Stop daydreaming about the interview and get to work. He knew Li Yunbin's temperament well. If he left this task to him, it might indeed turn into a beauty pageant. Su Guangquan couldn't help complaining. So we're just free labor. You dump all the dirty, tiring work on us and go interview girls yourself. Wang Hao chimed in. Old Yang, I want to interview girls too. Lu Yong pulled out his phone and opened the transfer screen. Think it's dirty? 300 a day, still think it's dirty. The three of them were stunned. Then in unison they exclaimed, Godfather, let us pledge our lives to follow you. I love this kind of work. I live for this dirty, tiring labor. Same here. They knew that handing out flyers would earn them at most a few dozen or 100 a day. 300 was a fortune. Anyone who paid them that much a day would be like a second father. Tomorrow morning at 8 late and you'll lose 50. Lu Yong transferred the money and packed his bags. Godfather, you're really moving out, the three asked in unison. They had been roommates with Lu Yong for so long that his sudden departure felt hard to adjust to. Lu Yong zipped his bag and slung it over his shoulder. I'll leave the bedding here. I'll come back when I have time. The three reluctant friends immediately clung to his leg. Lu Yong sighed helplessly. I'm not leaving forever. They quickly said, Godfather, if you ever make it big, don't forget us. We'll follow you to the death. Same here. Lu Yong kicked them away, shouldered his bag, and walked out the door. Scram. On the way, he rented a shared electric scooter and arrived at the neighborhood in a few dozen minutes. The surrounding greenery was like a tropical rainforest, and the entrance gate was more magnificent than a 5-star hotel. Last time he had come in such a hurry, he hadn't noticed. After checking, he found out the place was called Haihu Ipin, a top-tier luxury residential complex in the city center. Perhaps because he was riding a shared scooter, he drew many curious glances. After all, this was the most upscale neighborhood in the city. How could someone living here ride a shared scooter? They probably thought he was a delivery man. Two security guards stood at the entrance, each over 6 feet tall, dressed in crisp uniforms with white gloves. Seeing Lu Yang, their first reaction was to salute and say, "Welcome home, Rezi. Hey, what are you doing here?" Lu Yang's outfit today, plus a bulging old backpack, looked completely out of place here. "Going home." Lu Yang uttered 2 words. The guard chuckled and turned to his colleague. "Bro, the main gate doesn't allow electric scooters or delivery men. If you're delivering, use the back entrance. There's a special lane." Lu Yang glanced in the direction he pointed, but didn't move. "I'm not a delivery man." "Then you're delivering packages." "Packages also go through the back." "I'm a resident, thank you," Lu Yang said. Although the house belonged to Li Shishue, they were legally married, so calling himself a resident wasn't entirely wrong. The 2 guards first froze, then couldn't help snickering. "A resident? When have you seen a resident come back on that thing? Carrying a shabby bag. If you're gonna lie, at least think of a better one." The other guard stepped forward, his face darkening. "Enough, don't cause trouble here. Leave now, or we'll have to escort you out." Lu Yang sighed. These days no one believed the truth. Just as he was about to pull out his phone and call Li Shishue, a pink Porsche slowly pulled up at the main gate. The window rolled down, revealing a delicate, coldly beautiful face. "Miss Li, you're back." Seeing the person in the car, the guards immediately ignored Lu Yang and forced a smile as they greeted her. Li Shishue paid no attention to the guards. Her gaze fell on Lu Yang. "What are you doing here?" "Going home." Lu Yang scratched his head. "But this guard brother said I look like a delivery man and insisted I use the back door." The guard's face turned pale instantly. He looked at Lu Yang, then at Li Shishue, his mind buzzing. Could this guy really be a resident? And he knew the ice-cold female CEO. "Miss Li," the guard stammered, "is this gentleman your friend?" "He's my husband. From now on, please let him enter through the front gate." Li Shishue's voice was soft, but crystal clear. The 2 guards' eyes widened, their mouths agape. Husband. The billion-dollar ice queen's husband rides a shared electric scooter. Had the world gone mad? Lu Yang was also a bit surprised that she would openly acknowledge their relationship in front of others. "Get in." Li Shishue tilted her snow-white chin. Lu Yang didn't hesitate and opened the passenger door. The Porsche restarted and slowly drove into the complex under the guards' stunned gazes. Li Shishue turned the steering wheel and parked in the garage, casually asking, "Why didn't you drive your car?" "I'm a college student." "What car would I have?" Lu Yang said with a wry smile. "How did you get back without a car?" "I rode a shared electric scooter." Lu Yang answered matter-of-factly. As a man, he definitely needed a car. He had planned to buy a used car after a while. Li Shishue's eyes were complex. She finally understood why Lu Yang had been stopped by the security guard. After all, in a high-end neighborhood like hers, the guards were very strict. After parking, the 2 got out. The area next to them was a separate section. Every parking spot had a car. To the left was a black Maybach, to the right a silver Aston Martin, and against the wall a red Lamborghini. Li Shishue took out several car keys and said directly, "It's inconvenient without a car. Pick one for yourself." Lu Yang stared at the row of keys. They bore the logos of Mercedes-Benz, Aston Martin, and Lamborghini. Yet here these million-dollar luxury cars were worthless to her. She gave them away, just like that. "Sister, can I? These cars usually collect dust anyway." Li Shishue said calmly. "Take one so you won't be stopped at the gate on that shared scooter every day. Besides, if my mother sees it, she'll think I'm mistreating you." Lu Yang took a deep breath upon hearing, "Any car I want." He knew that driving any of these cars would let him strut around with impunity. If he drove it back to school, Wang Hao and the other 2 would probably kneel down and call him grandpa on the spot. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. "Forget it," he said. Li Shishue turned her head to look at him. "Afraid it's too flashy." "No." Lu Yang shook his head. "I can't even afford the gas. With this kind of car, one stomp on the accelerator would cost me half a day's meal money. Besides, I don't have a driver's license yet." Li Shishue gave him a second glance. She had seen too many men who couldn't walk past money and luxury cars. If she was willing to give, they would cling to her like dogs. Lu Yang's attitude somewhat surprised her. At least he wasn't the type of man who coveted her money. "Suit yourself." Li Shishue took back the car keys and turned to walk toward the elevator. The elevator stopped at the 26th floor. Li Shishue pressed her fingerprint and pushed open the door. The indoor climate control system was running smoothly, and a faint scent of aromatherapy lingered in the air. As soon as she entered, Li Shishue kicked off her black high heels without even changing into slippers. Her long legs and black stockings stepped onto the wool carpet, and she plopped down onto the sofa, collapsing without any pretense of grace. The facade of the aloof female CEO was shed, leaving only a weary corporate worker. Her fitted pencil skirt rode up from the movement, revealing a generous stretch of shapely legs. 2 buttons of her white blouse were undone, revealing a defined collarbone. Her long hair messily spilled over the throw pillow. This woman really doesn't treat me like an outsider. Watching her sprawled on the sofa, Lu Yang couldn't help muttering. Where was the CEO now? But this was her most relaxed state. Li Shishue turned over and saw Lu Yang, who had just changed into slippers and walked in from the hallway. She held up her phone and swiped the screen. What to eat? What to eat? Lu Yang countered. Li Shishue continued scrolling. Ordering takeout. I'm hungry. I'll order one for you too. You're not planning to eat takeout every day, are you? Lu Yang said. Otherwise. Li Shishue replied, nonchalantly recalling the breakfast Lu Yang made last time. It was worse than takeout. Eating too much of this stuff is unhealthy. Suit yourself. Li Shishue turned over, annoyed that he sounded just like her mother. She ignored Lu Yang, her fingers capriciously tapping the screen a few times to submit the order. Done. Lu Yang walked to the kitchen and pulled open the double-door refrigerator. Inside were all the provisions that Song Qiulan had brought. It would be a sheer waste to let them spoil. Besides, he had never had the chance to showcase the culinary mastery rewarded by the system earlier. Well then, today I'll show off. Lu Yang took out the ingredients and placed them on the counter. He washed his hands and rolled up the sleeves of his hoodie. He grabbed a chef's knife and honed it on the sharpening steel a couple of times. He removed the heads of the shrimp, split the backs, and deveined them. His movements were clean and crisp. He turned on the heat. The pan heated up, and he added a pat of butter. The butter melted and bubbled. He crushed garlic cloves and threw them in. The intense garlic aroma was released by the high heat and quickly spread. Wagyu cubes went into the pan. Sizzle. The collision of oil and high heat triggered the Maillard reaction, filling the air with meaty fragrance. On the sofa, Li Shishue, who had been resting with her eyes closed, stirred. Her nose twitched. This aroma was completely different from the takeout she usually ordered. Li Shishue opened her eyes and looked at the busy figure in the kitchen, slightly surprised. Lu Yang's skill at tossing the pan was masterful. Flames licked the bottom of the pan as the beef cubes tumbled in the air. Hot oil sizzled, and the shrimp shells turned a bright red from the heat. He added various seasonings, and the fragrance soared. So delicious. Li Shishue swallowed. Just then the doorbell rang. The takeout had arrived. Li Shishue got up to open the door, taking the paper bag printed with a high-end Western restaurant logo. She sat cross-legged and unpacked it. Somehow the healthy meal that usually tasted fine today seemed unappetizing. On the other hand, Lu Yang's cooking. The next moment, Lu Yang emerged carrying several dishes: black pepper butter-seared Wagyu cubes, secret recipe braised prawns, and stir-fried asparagus, plus a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 3 dishes and a soup vibrant in color and aromatic. Lu Yang picked up a Wagyu cube and put it in his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, with meat juices exploding in his mouth. He let out a satisfied sigh. Delicious. So delicious. Truly worthy of the system's skill. His technique surpassed even 5-star chefs. Lu Yang ate his own cooking with great satisfaction. Li Shishue, meanwhile, was eating her cold takeout nearby, occasionally glancing over at him. Lu Yang noticed her gaze and asked, "Want to eat together?" No. Li Shishue turned her head away. She still had her pride. Li Shishue would rather starve to death or jump from here than eat his cooking again. Seeing that she refused, Lu Yang didn't dwell on it and ate heartily himself. Every bite brought immense satisfaction. Watching Lu Yang's contented expression as he devoured the meat, Li Shishue stirred her salad and kept swallowing saliva. The takeout suddenly lost its appeal. Then she stood up, walked to the nearby water dispenser, took a cup, and filled it. The cup overflowed. She held the cup and stood there without moving. Lu Yang looked up. Full, eh? Li Shishue insisted stubbornly. My salad has just the right calories. Eating too much at night is bad for health. Lu Yang picked up a prawn coated in red oil sauce. This shrimp is quite fresh, the meat is springy. Aunt Song has good taste in shopping. Li Shishue's throat moved. You made so much, can you finish it? Lu Yang shook his head. It's fine, I'll put the leftovers in the fridge and eat them tomorrow. This shrimp can't be kept overnight, Li Shishue reminded him. Alright, what to do then? Lu Yang scratched his head. It was true. Seafood was different from other foods. It could breed bacteria if left overnight. Li Shishue looked at the glossy prawns and then at her own pile of green healthy meal. Since you can't finish them, it would be a waste to throw them away. She pulled out a chair and sat down, putting on a reluctant expression. I'll reluctantly help you share a bit today. Lu Yang, come on, if you want to eat, just say so. Li Shishue picked up her chopsticks and, without waiting for Lu Yang's consent, grabbed a large prawn and put it in her mouth. The shrimp shell was crispy and the sauce coating it was full of sweet freshness. Delicious. Really delicious. She had never eaten such amazing shrimp in her life. Then she picked up a piece of beef. The meat was tender and perfectly cooked. Delicious. Utterly delicious. How could there be something so tasty in this world? Li Shishue wolfed down her rice, and half a bowl was soon empty. Lu Yang watched her. Want another half bowl? Li Shishue's ears reddened as she pushed the empty bowl over. Alright, since you can't finish it alone anyway. Lu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. This woman was still putting up a fight. The facts proved that every part of her was stubborn except her mouth. The bowl of rice he had just served her was nearly empty again. Several dishes had been swept clean as well. Li Shishue took a tissue to wipe her mouth and let out a satisfied burp. She, who always maintained her figure, had seriously overdone it tonight. For no other reason. It was simply too delicious. Liu Yang's gaze dazedly swept across the surroundings. The plates on the table were cleaner than a washed face. Who would have thought this woman could eat so much? Liu Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Should I thank you for helping me finish my food? Li Shishue's face flushed slightly as she tried to reclaim her CEO's dignity. I'm helping you. Recalling her just now eating appearance, far from elegant, she quickly changed the subject. Where did you learn to cook like this? The dishes made this time were completely different from last time. No, it could even be said they were worlds apart. She even suspected whether Liu Yang had deliberately made the food unappetizing last time. Self-taught, Liu Yang said calmly. Fine, keep your secrets then. Li Shishue pouted. Since Liu Yang was being mysterious, she couldn't be bothered to press further. After all, everyone had some secrets as long as those secrets didn't affect her life. Full A? Liu Yang asked. Li Shishue turned her head away and hummed an affirmative. Liu Yang stood up. All right, then I'll go shower. You handle cleaning up the table. Li Shishue froze. She sharply turned her head, eyes wide open. What did you say? Clean the table. Wash the dishes. Liu Yang pointed at the dishes on the table, his tone completely natural. Li Shishue remained seated without moving. She had rarely entered the kitchen in her entire life, let alone wash dishes. At the company as president, she could sign off on multi-million yuan projects with a single stroke of her pen. Dishes. These two words simply weren't in her vocabulary. Why should I be the one to wash? Li Shishue countered. Liu Yang crossed his arms. I cooked the meal. Following the fairness principle, I cook, you wash dishes. Is there a problem? I'm your boss. Li Shishue gritted her teeth, directly pulling out her identity. It's after work hours now. Liu Yang wouldn't budge. Moreover, this is at home. At the company you pay my salary, so I follow your orders. But at home we're like roommates. Between roommates, there's division of labor. Besides, you're the one who asked me to live in your house. I'm only staying to help you, reluctantly agreeing to move in. Li Shishue bit her lip. Fine, learning and applying immediately, aren't we? She glanced at the greasy plates. I won't wash them. If worst comes to worst, I'll pay for a cleaning lady to come over. Will the cleaning lady come instantly? For 3 plates and 1 bowl, making such a fuss all night. Liu Yang shook his head. My dear young lady, that's not how you spend money. Li Shishue turned her face away, absolutely refusing to budge. I'm not washing them anyway. We'll just buy a dishwasher tomorrow. Liu Yang watched her unyielding stance without getting angry. Fine, if you won't wash them, then let's agree in advance. From now on I'll only cook my own portion. You can continue ordering takeout. At these words, Li Shishue instantly erupted in rage like an angry queen. But recalling the delicious food from earlier, her stomach instinctively rebelled. Annoyed as she was, she definitely wasn't going to stop eating. As Liu Yang was about to tidy up the dishes before him, wait. Li Shishue called out to stop him. Liu Yang turned back to look at her. What? Changed your mind? Li Shishue's movements were somewhat stiff. Staring at those greasy plates, her fingers curled slightly. I'll wash them. These 2 words emerged from her mouth, carrying a whole sack of unwillingness. Liu Yang instinctively asked, do you need me to teach you? No need. Washing dishes can't be that hard, can it? Li Shishue smiled stubbornly. In no time a series of clattering sounds rang out from the kitchen. Liu Yang walked in to find the water faucet still gushing. Li Shishue's hands were covered in white dish soap foam, and beside her feet lay shattered pieces of plates scattered in every direction. Just stop, miss. You should rest. Liu Yang sighed, deciding to handle it himself. Entrusting this lady with dishwashing was the greatest mistake of his life. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Li Shishue frowned, clearly displeased. Especially that disdainful expression Liu Yang was making. It felt like pure humiliation. Stubbornly, she rolled up the sleeves of her silk shirt and grabbed another plate to wash. Liu Yang leaned against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed. Miss, you're not using dish soap like that. Putting in so much. Are you planning to marinate the plates with flavor? None of your business. Li Shishue didn't turn around, her hand pressing down even harder. Bang! The foam-covered plate slipped from her hands like a slippery mudskipper. Following this, a crisp sound of shattering rang out. Water splashed up, directly drenching her chest. Her thin silk shirt, once wet, clung to her skin, revealing the black lace edge beneath. Li Shishue glanced down at her soaked clothing, then at the broken porcelain pieces in the sink. She was caught between a rock and a hard place. She, the president of the Snow Domain Group, controlling tens of billions in assets, couldn't even wash a plate properly today. If this got out, how could she maintain her reputation? Liu Yang sighed, walking over to turn off the faucet. Grabbing some paper towels, he handed them to her. Dry yourself off. If you keep washing, there won't be any plates left. Li Shishue bit her lip, her ears burning with humiliation. She snatched the paper towels, pressing them against her wet chest, and hurrying out of the kitchen. Liu Yang shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, carefully collected the broken pieces, and swiftly cleaned the remaining dishes. Half an hour later, Liu Yang finished his shower, wiping his hair as he walked into the living room. The main light remained off, with only a floor lamp casting a warm amber glow that enveloped the sofa area in soft illumination. Li Shishue had already changed clothes. Her burgundy silk slip nightgown clung to her body, curves the fabric, gently rising and falling with her breathing. Over it, she wore a matching sheer overlay that barely covered her rounded shoulders. She sat with her legs crossed, leaning against the sofa's edge, a laptop resting on her knees. The screen's cool light illuminated her face, accentuating her striking, refined features. Liu Yang's gaze couldn't help but drift over. Her figure was well-proportioned without a trace of excess fat, dazzlingly pale. These legs were truly exceptional. Just as he was admiring this beautiful scene, the person on the sofa raised those striking eyes. Li Shishua's delicate brow furrowed slightly. "Where are you looking?" Liu Yang cleared his throat and quickly regained his composure. "Aren't you sleeping yet? I need additional data for the merger case for tomorrow's meeting." Li Shishua stared at the screen, her tone carrying undeniable weariness and frustration. Liu Yang acknowledged with a soft, "Oh," and said, "Then I'll head back to my room to sleep." "Wait," Li Shishua suddenly called out to him, then gestured with her finger, "Come here." The living room was bathed in a warm glow. The soft light cast a gentle sheen on the silk pajamas. Li Shishua's crossed legs appeared pale and slender under the illumination. As Liu Yang walked over, his gaze lingered on those legs for an extra 2 seconds. "Still looking?" Li Shishua's voice turned cold. Liu Yang couldn't help but retort, "If it's good looking, why can't I look?" Li Shishua was amused despite herself. "Want to touch them then?" Liu Yang's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I? Get lost." Li Shishua's pale leg kicked out toward him. Liu Yang quickly averted his gaze and sat down on the sofa beside her. "What do you need me for?" Li Shishua patted the empty space next to her. Liu Yang didn't move. Alone with a woman, he feared he might commit a crime. "Sit closer." Li Shishua stared at the computer screen without turning her head, her voice growing sharper. Finally, Liu Yang got up and sat beside her, leaving half a person's space between them. "Chun Yin reported to me." Li Shishua said, her fingers gliding over the touchpad. "Sun Wenba gave you trouble today." "This is trouble." Liu Yang leaned back into the sofa. "Just a dog barking a couple of times. The company doesn't keep freeloaders. Sun Wenba has a bad temper, but he's the strongest in the finance department. If he targets you, you won't pass your probation as an intern. So, are you going to help me, Xiaoxua?" Hearing this, Li Shishua was furious and kicked him again. This time Liu Yang didn't dodge, letting her pale long leg connect. "This leg, comfortable. You cooked today and washed the dishes." Li Shishua took a deep breath, her heaving chest finally steadying. At that moment, she realized getting angry at Liu Yang was completely useless. Then she pushed the laptop toward Liu Yang. "I don't like owing favors. This merger case, I'll teach you only once. Watch carefully." Liu Yang looked down at the screen. "Dense financial statements." Li Shishua pointed at a line of data. "Sun Wenba asked you about those tens of millions in accounts receivable. What did you think?" Liu Yang recalled the daytime documents. "The aging is over 18 months with extremely high bad debt risk. The target company is in new energy materials and their downstream customers have long payment cycles. That money likely won't be recovered." "Wrong." Li Shishua tapped the keyboard and pulled up another appendix. "Look here." Liu Yang leaned in closer. As the distance closed, he caught the lingering scent of her shower gel. "The legal representative of the debtor for these tens of millions is surnamed Li." Li Shishua pointed at the screen. "The current actual controller of the target company is also surnamed Li. They are cousins." Liu Yang reacted quickly. "Related party transactions. They transferred the profits out." "Not too stupid," Li Shishua said, leaning back into the sofa. "That money isn't unrecoverable at all. They're shifting it from left to right, turning it into bad debt to depress the company's profits and evade taxes. After we complete the acquisition, writing off this bad debt will let the money slip into their private pockets." Liu Yang looked at Li Shishua. This woman truly built the company to a tens of billions scale. "Did Sun Wenba see through it?" he asked. "He saw it long ago," Li Shishua said flatly. "He wanted to test you with this. If you only mentioned bad debt risk at the next meeting, he would tear you apart." Liu Yang smiled. "Got it. Thanks for the tip, President Li." Indeed, having the CEO as his wife was great. Even when his boss at work gave him a hard time, it could be easily resolved. "Don't be too pleased. At the next meeting, he'll definitely make you report progress publicly. How to counter him? That's up to you." Li Shishua closed the laptop. The wine-red silk slip slid halfway off her shoulder. Liu Yang suddenly asked, "What I'm curious about is why did you hand such an important case to me? I just started working today." Li Shishua was silent for a moment. Sun Wenba led a team for half a month, and their evaluation report was all green lights, but something felt off to me. This acquisition involves hundreds of millions. So you need someone outside Sun Wenba's interest chain to check the hidden accounts. Liu Yang followed her line of thought. "Exactly," Li Shishua nodded. "The waters are deep here with complex relationships. I need someone with a clean background, untainted by any faction, who is my own person." Liu Yang looked at her and repeated, "Your own person?" Li Shishua's breath caught. She had been so focused on the merger logic that those 3 words slipped out. Now thinking about it, those 3 words sounded incredibly ambiguous in the context of their relationship. Legally married, living under the same roof. What kind of own person was that? A blush crept uncontrollably to Li Shishue's ears. She abruptly sat up straight and cleared her throat. I mean, you were personally interviewed and hired by me with no factional ties, and you fall under my direct supervision. Watching her flustered explanation, Lu Yong couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Li Shishue glared at him, picked up a file folder from the table, and tossed it to him. Get to work. Lu Yong took the folder and went to his room. The merger financial statements were densely packed. Related party transactions. Lu Yong circled the legal representative, surnamed Li. Li Shishue had revealed the most critical link. All he needed to do was follow this thread. The accounts receivable were just one part. Equipment depreciation rates, procurement cost premiums. Everything was suspicious. Sun Wenba had been in the finance department for 5 years. Could he really not see through such low-level tactics? No, he saw it. But his evaluation report was all green lights. What did that mean? There was a conflict of interest. The waters were murkier than he imagined. Just then his phone vibrated twice. Someone had replied to his job posting. The note read, "Hello, I'm applying for the part-time job I saw in the ad." Lu Yong clicked on the sender's profile. A lop-eared rabbit holding a carrot against a pink background. He approved the chat request. The other party replied quickly. "Hello, is the store still hiring?" Lu Yong typed back, "Yes." "Great. My name is Xia Ning, a student at Chengjiang University. I work part-time at a coffee shop for half a summer." A student from Chengjiang University. Lu Yong rubbed his chin. That was right next to his own university. Of course that wasn't the point. The point was that she had food service experience, which would save a lot of training hassle. Good conditions. Lu Yong immediately sent her the location and replied, "Come at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Call me when you arrive." "Okay, boss. See you tomorrow." The message was followed by a sticker of a rabbit bowing. Quite cute. Putting down his phone, Lu Yong refocused on the merger case. The night deepened. He deconstructed and reassembled the data from the reports, forming a complete chain of evidence. Done. Stretching, Lu Yong turned off the desk lamp and collapsed onto the bed. The next morning at dawn, his biological clock roused him punctually. Pushing open the door, he saw strands of morning light filtering through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, a figure was curled up on the sofa. Li Shishue. She was covered with that thin silk outer garment, still clutching the mouse in her hand. The laptop screen had dimmed, its indicator light blinking intermittently. Lu Yong stepped closer. The female CEO had fallen asleep. In her slumber, she shed the daytime aggressiveness. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow over her eyelids, her breathing steady. It seemed even the wealthy had their hardships. Managing a $100 billion conglomerate, constantly wary of underling schemes, she couldn't even sleep soundly. But her sleeping posture. Lu Yong observed Li Shishue's curled form. Her sleeping posture was truly indescribable. The wine-red nightgown had slipped from her thigh to the root, revealing a vast expanse of dazzling scenery. Lu Yong pulled out his phone and opened the camera. Click. A photo brimming with everyday life was saved to the album. This was a rare leverage. If this young lady ever put on her CEO airs again, it would serve as a nice reminder. Putting away his phone, Lu Yong bent down to pick up the blanket from the floor and casually draped it over her. His movements were gentle, but Li Shishue's instinctive alertness caused her lashes to flutter twice as she opened her eyes. Her just-awakened eyes were veiled with a misty haze. When she recognized Lu Yong, she snapped upright like an electric shock. "What are you doing?" Li Shishue instantly became wary. "Afraid you'd freeze to death in the living room, and I wouldn't be able to explain to your mother," Lu Yong said, flatly, surprised by how alert she was. "Why not sleep on the bed?" Li Shishue rubbed her eyes. She didn't know how she had fallen asleep watching the computer. Pushing aside the blanket, she stood up, but her foot stumbled. Having been curled up on the sofa for so long, her leg had gone numb. Her knees buckled and she lost her balance. Lu Yong stood nearby, and so she crashed directly into his arms. Li Shishue, pressed against him, had disheveled hair, a few strands brushed his chin, carrying the lazy fragrance of early morning. What was most deadly was the sensation from her chest. This weapon. So soft. This woman appeared slender, but was unexpectedly well endowed. Li Shishue's mind blanked for a few seconds. When she realized how ambiguous their posture was, her fair neck and ear roots flushed crimson in an instant. Panicked, Li Shishue tried to break free, but the numbness in her right leg hadn't subsided. As soon as she exerted force, her knees gave way again, and she pressed back against him. This time she pressed even closer. The weapon again thrust into Lu Yang's chest. "Miss, is this repaying kindness with enmity or throwing yourself into my arms?" Seeing Li Shishue's face blushing just inches away, Lu Yang's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Shut up." Li Shishue gritted her teeth, a mix of shame and anger. She took a breath, enduring the soreness in her leg, and rolled off him. She pulled up the slipping sheer outer garment, her eyes darting everywhere, but avoiding Lu Yong. "Don't you know to get up slowly when your leg is numb?" Lu Yong straightened his crumpled clothes. "None of your business." Li Shishue turned her head stubborn to the end, but her reddened earlobes betrayed her. "I'll make some food," Lu Yong said, not calling her out, and turned toward the kitchen. The fridge had toast and eggs. Lu Yang made a simple sandwich and heated 2 glasses of milk. When he brought them to the table, Li Shishue had already washed up and changed into a well-tailored black business suit. She had resumed her icy, unapproachable demeanor. But as she pulled out the chair to sit, her movements were slightly stiff, as if she hadn't fully recovered. They ate breakfast facing each other, neither mentioning the awkwardness. "Have you finished reading the copy?" Li Shishue suddenly asked. Roughly, Lu Yang nodded. In truth, he had fallen asleep after reading just a bit. "Come with me to the company today," Li Shishue instructed while eating. Although Lu Yang's position had flexible hours, he was still in the probation period and needed to go to the company more to learn. Lu Yang shook his head. "I'm not going to the company today." She looked up. "Not going to the company." Lu Yang hummed in affirmation. "I have things to attend to." Li Shishue frowned. She knew that the internship slots at her company would have top graduates from prestigious universities scrambling to get in, but Lu Yang, right after completing his onboarding, was declaring a strike. "What things, eh?" Li Shishue pressed. "Personal matters to deal with something," Lu Yang said. He hadn't planned to reveal the plan for the maid-themed milk tea shop yet. After all, it was still in the early stages. If he mentioned it now, this 100 billion value CEO would likely dismiss it as child's play. Although Li Shishue had given him a stable job as a man, he needed to have his own career. Li Shishue saw his perfunctory attitude and felt anger rising. "You're an intern now? If you don't put in more effort, what will the people in the department think?" "Let them think what they want." Lu Yang chuckled. "Besides, miss, I'm your man now. Shouldn't you have my back?" "Who wants to have your back?" Li Shishue turned away, unwilling to engage with him. Though she was angry inside, she couldn't quite muster the anger. Then she said, "The company doesn't keep slackers. If you don't pass the probation, you'll pack your bags and leave just the same." After breakfast, they walked out one after another. Regardless of whether Li Shishue wanted it, Lu Yang shamelessly sat in the passenger seat. "To the university, thanks." Li Shishue gritted her teeth in annoyance. What a detestable rascal. But anger was futile, the other party was thick-skinned, and she had no way to deal with him. At that moment, she suddenly felt regret. She regretted why she had ever asked this rascal for help. Soon the car started and drove out of the neighborhood. The morning rush hour in the city was congested, the traffic stop and go. Lu Yang took out his phone and opened WeChat. A message from Xia Ning popped up on the screen. "Boss, do I need to bring a resume for the afternoon interview? Oh, by the way, boss, do you like cookies? I baked some biscuits yesterday, I can bring you some to try?" It was followed by a sticker of a rabbit nodding frantically. Lu Yang smiled and replied, "Just bring yourself, and as for the cookies, you can bring them too." Xia Ning got it, boss. Then a sticker of a rabbit receiving. Then Xia Ning added, "Boss, I have a bestie who also wants to come for an interview. Do you still need people?" Lu Yang replied, "Sure, as long as she's female you can bring her. I'm quite short-handed since I just opened." Xia Ning replied, "Great, thanks, boss." Then a sticker of a rabbit bowing in thanks. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Li Shishue gripped the steering wheel, her gaze occasionally flicking sideways. From the moment they got in the car, Lu Yang had been staring at his phone. Though it was just a glimpse, she still caught the pink rabbit sticker on the screen. Clearly the person on the other end was a woman. "Who are you chatting with?" Li Shishue glanced at Lu Yang and asked casually. From just now, Lu Yang had been chatting with the same person, which made her a little concerned. Especially since the other person seemed to be a girl. "A friend." Lu Yang replied indifferently. "Friend." Li Shishue frowned and continued, "Male or female?" "Female." Lu Yang didn't lift his head, his fingers continuing to tap on the screen. Hearing this, Li Shishue's hand holding the steering wheel tightened. "Female." Chatting so enthusiastically. "You said you had something to do today." Li Shishue's voice turned cold and her foot on the accelerator pressed harder. "It wouldn't be to meet her, would it?" "Yes, so what?" Lu Yang replied casually, not paying much attention. The moment he finished speaking, Li Shishue slammed on the brakes, directly the car screeching to a halt by the roadside. The enormous inertia sent Lu Yang lurching forward, the seatbelt digging painfully into his chest. Lu Yang turned to look at her. "What are you doing?" "Trying to kill me." Li Shishue ignored his words, her chest heaving, her tone cold and hard. "Lu Yang, you're still on probation, so don't get distracted by all that nonsense. You'd better sort out the data for the merger case right now." Lu Yang rubbed his sore shoulder. He had no idea what was wrong with this woman. Why had she suddenly flipped out? He hadn't offended her, had he? "I've already sorted it out, and these two things don't conflict. I've already broken down the merger data last night. I can compile a summary for you this evening." Li Shishue turned her head and coldly spat out 2 words. "Get out." Lu Yang was stunned, a question mark on his face. "We're not there yet." Lu Yang felt it was absurd. They were still a long way from the school. "I said get out." Li Shishue said icily. Lu Yang looked at her frosty face as if she were about to explode. He wisely unbuckled his seatbelt and quickly opened the door to get out. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Li Shishue floored the accelerator. The exhaust pipe roared, and the car sped away straight. Lu Yang got a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yang coughed lightly, scratching his head as he looked in the direction the car had disappeared, utterly bewildered. What was wrong with this woman early in the morning? How could she flip her face faster than turning a book? Had her period come early? Wait. Lu Yang was thoroughly puzzled. Then he recalled the conversation just now. He had been chatting with a girl. After she found out, she started getting inexplicably angry. At the time, he hadn't thought much and just told the truth. Her reaction? Well, could it be that she was jealous? Thinking of this, Lu Yang found it hard to believe. No way. Could this Ice Queen actually be jealous of him? Lu Yang took a deep breath helplessly. With no other choice, he could only scan a shared electric scooter from the roadside. Fortunately, the school wasn't too far away. After riding for about 10 minutes, he finally arrived. As Lu Yang stepped into the school playground. At that moment, the playground was buzzing with noise. A large crowd had gathered around the track. Many students were holding up their phones to record. From the center of the crowd came rhythmic shouts. Lu Yang is my dad. Lu Yang is my dad. Lu Yang is my dad. The voice sounded familiar. Lu Yang quickly pushed through the crowd to see. On the track, Yuan Xiangrong was on his knees, moving forward inch by inch, shouting at the top of his lungs. Wang Hao stood a few meters away, holding his phone, the camera aimed squarely at Yuan Xiangrong's face. Li Yunbin and Su Guanquan stood on either side of Wang Hao. Seeing Lu Yang appear, Wang Hao immediately came over and said, "Old Yang, you're finally back. What's going on?" Lu Yang looked at Yuan Xiangrong, who kept shouting dad. Wang Hao laughed. Haha, didn't he say last time that if you got into Shuyu group, he would kneel on the playground and call you dad? Now he's keeping his promise. Lu Yang twitched his mouth. This guy actually kneels. I thought he would pretend to be dead and default. Wang Hao sneered. He dares to pretend to be dead. Last night, after I posted the contract in the group chat, he was silent for a long time. I sent 10 big red packets in the group. All the classmates who grabbed them started ING him. The whole class of 60, over 40 people lined up to spam. Even the counselor was alarmed. Li Yunbin added, and this guy has always been too full of himself in class. Many people have been fed up with him for a long time. This morning, we went straight to his dorm, blocked the door, and dragged him to the playground. Su Guanquan snickered on the side. Godfather, you're now a celebrity in our college. The first undergraduate to enter Shuyu group. All the limelight is on you. Yuan Xiangrong heard the commotion and looked up. When he saw Lu Yang standing in the crowd, his face instantly changed, and he said viciously, Lu Yang, don't be too smug. You're just an intern. You might get fired any day. Then we'll see how arrogant you can be. Lu Yang put his hands in his pockets and looked at him. Whether I can become a regular employee is my business. You still have half a lap left to kneel. Save your energy for shouting. Yuan Xiangrong was trembling with rage, but dared not retort. Wang Hao shouted from the side, louder. Didn't you eat? Where's that energy from before? Yuan Xiangrong shouted at the top of his lungs, Lu Yang is my dad. Lu Yang watched for a while and found it boring. This kind of childish bet gave him no sense of achievement. All right, you guys keep an eye on it. I'm going back to the dorm to grab something. Lu Yang said to Wang Hao, aren't you going to watch till the end? It's almost over. Wang Hao asked. I have things to do. Lu Yang refused. In the afternoon, he had also arranged to interview Xia Ning at the shop. Preparations for the maid cafe had to be accelerated. The shop had already been secured. For the hard decoration, he had found a renovation team that could start tomorrow or the day after. What he needed most now was staff, especially core employees who could uphold the store's image. In the morning, there were 2 economics classes. The professor for this course was notoriously strict with frequent roll calls. 3 absences meant automatic failure. On the podium, the old professor with a balding crown and reading glasses began the lecture. Lu Yang didn't listen. He opened his laptop and pulled up the financial data for the Shuyu Group merger case. Last night at Li Shishue's place, he had only looked at the beginning. The screen was filled with dense reports. Lu Yang dragged several core balance sheets together for comparison. In the accounts receivable column, there was a bad debt with an aging of over 18 months. Moreover, he discovered that the client corresponding to this debt was a shell company registered overseas. This was no longer a simple bad debt risk. This was asset transfer suspected of financial fraud. Financial fraud. These 4 words carried immense weight, and no one understood this better than Lu Yang. If it were merely ordinary bad debts, it would at most indicate poor management of the target company. But once financial fraud was involved, the nature of the situation became entirely different. After all, Shuyu Group had spent several hundred million to acquire this company, and on the surface the balance sheet appeared adequately funded, but in reality, the valuable assets had already been hollowed out by the original shareholders through overseas shell companies. What they had purchased was nothing but an empty shell, several hundred million down the drain. Moreover, once the acquisition was completed, if financial fraud was later discovered in the target company, what would happen to Shuyu Group's stock price? At best, Li Shishue, as the actual controller, would bear responsibility for flawed decision-making, and the board's trust would collapse entirely. At worst, it would involve false disclosure and trigger a formal investigation. By then, Li Shishue's troubles would extend far beyond losing a few hundred million. The very foundation of Shuyu Group would be shaken. Just at this moment, Wang Hao, who had just finished a game, casually leaned over to take a look. Old Yang, what are you doing? Working. Lu Yang didn't even lift his head. Looking at the incomprehensible information on the screen, Wang Hao felt his head spin. Hey, you're still just an intern. Why are you killing yourself over this? By the way, no class this afternoon. Want to go out and have some fun? Have fun. Go work at the store. Lu Yang said calmly. Clean out the kitchen waste this afternoon, and I'll treat you all to barbecue tonight. At the mention of barbecue, Wang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Father, you promised barbecue, no backing out. Su Guanquan also came over. I want pork belly, unlimited supply kind. Lu Yang closed his laptop. Unlimited. The old professor's lecture was both dull and lengthy. They finally endured until class ended. Wang Hao quickly packed his things. Let's go to the store. Li Yunbin said. What's the rush? It's not like you're going to meet a maid. I'm going to see my $300. Is that not allowed? Li Yunbin ignored this money-obsessed guy and turned to ask Lu Yang. By the way, old Yang, any progress on hiring the maid? Lu Yang nodded. Got a lead. The group walked out of the teaching building and scanned 4 shared electric bikes, one each riding off. At the shop, the 3 split up their tasks. Wang Hao was responsible for sweeping, Li Yunbin for wiping the walls, Su Guanquan for taking out the trash. Lu Yang himself took out a tape measure and began measuring every corner. The renovation team moves in tomorrow, so they needed to get the measurements done today. He'd already decided on the bar counter's location, facing the main entrance, so customers would see the maid standing behind the counter the moment they walked in. Maximum visual impact. The kitchen would go in a small back room, not too big, just enough space. Seating area by the windows, 4 to 5 two-person tables. The renovation style would focus on Japanese natural wood tones paired with warm lighting strips. Old Yang. Wang Hao stopped mid-sweep. I have a question. Go ahead. What's the name of this store? Lu Yang thought about it. Honestly, he hadn't really considered this matter carefully. What suggestions do you guys have? Wang Hao raised his hand first. How about Father's store? Get lost. Lu Yang replied coldly with a single word. Li Yunbin pushed up his glasses. How about Maid Tea House? It's cute and memorable. Too tacky. Lu Yang shook his head. What were these people thinking? Su Guanquan also thought, and said, how about Honored Guests Welcome? Do you want to attract the cops? Lu Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. The name had to be easy to remember, distinctive, but not too direct. If you hung Maid Tea House on the door, it would be no different from a sign for borderline services. Let's just call it First Encounter Tea House. First Encounter Tea House. No reason. Lu Yang put away the tape measure. It just sounds nice. The 3 continued working for about an hour. The surrounding garbage and oil stains on the walls were completely cleared. Lu Yang looked around and nodded. Almost done. Wang Hao collapsed onto the floor. Father, I've finished the 300 yuan work. When do I get my barbecue? Later. What about now? Waiting for someone. Wang Hao was stunned. Waiting for who? Before he could finish asking, at the shop entrance 2 figures appeared. 2 young women. The one walking in front wore a creamy white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a light gray pleated skirt. She wasn't very tall, around 165 centimeters, with a high ponytail, slender waist, and long legs and delicate features. The one walking behind had a completely different temperament. Clearly taller, estimated at around 170 centimeters. Long hair cascading over her shoulders, not tied up, falling naturally to her chest. Oval face, cool and refined eyes, full lips. When she wasn't smiling, there was a distant aloofness about her. She wore a black spaghetti strap top with a light denim jacket over it, denim shorts, and canvas shoes. One sweet, one cool. In terms of style, it was like the girl next door versus the older sister next door. Whoa, what gorgeous girls. The 3 guys' eyes immediately locked on. The next moment, the 2 girls walked over following the navigation. The one in front uncertainly asked, excuse me, is this the address for the interview? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang smiled and answered, you're Xia Ning here for the scheduled interview, right? The girl in front immediately nodded. Yes, I'm Xia Ning. With that, Xia Ning introduced the girl with the oval face behind her. This is my sister Xia Qing. However, before she could finish speaking, Wang Hao, Li Yunbin, and Su Guanquan rushed over, simultaneously greeting the 2 girls in unison. Hello, I'm Wang Hao. Li Yunbin, finance major student. Su Guanquan, friends call me Brother Kuan. They had expected the girls Lu Yang was hiring to be pretty, but not this pretty. Honestly, if these 2 girls were at their school, they would definitely be school belle level. Xia Ning instinctively grabbed Xia Qing's hand and stepped back half a pace. Clearly startled by the 3 of them, Xia Qing didn't move much, just furrowed her brow slightly. If these 3 dared to take one more step forward, she would immediately punch them away. Lu Yang immediately interrupted the 3 and pointed toward the back door. You 3 go move the remaining waste outside. Li Yunbin protested, unconvinced. Why? Su Guanquan also wanted to be an interviewer. We can't do all the dirty and hard work while you take all the good stuff, right? Lu Yang immediately transformed into the strictest father. Get out of my way. At Lu Yang's command, the 3 retreated reluctantly despite their visible discontent. Only after they had departed did Lu Yang extend his hand toward the 2 women before him. Hello, I'm Lu Yang. A pleasure to meet you both. Xia Ning reached out with a gentle grasp, her palms soft and her touch feather-light. Hello boss. I'm Xiaoning. We discussed this before. Lu Yong nodded, then turned his attention to the woman behind her. Xiaoqing did not offer her hand, merely inclining her head. Xiaoqing. 2 words, nothing more. Cold yet not entirely impolite. Lu Yong withdrew his hand and cast his gaze around the shop interior. The current environment was hardly suitable for an interview. We're still under renovation here. The conditions aren't ideal. Let me treat you both to a drink instead. Both women nodded. A chain cafe stood nearby. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the establishment was not particularly crowded. The 3 entered and took seats by the window. Lu Yong ordered 3 beverages. Xia Ning requested a matcha latte while Xiaoqing declined anything for herself, so Lu Yong simply ordered her a glass of lemonade. Xia Ning spoke first, producing a fresh-keeping container from her bag and sliding it across the table toward Lu Yong. Boss, I made these cookies myself. Please try some. Lu Yong lifted the lid to find a neat row of cookies, each decorated with lopsided little rabbits drawn in chocolate sauce. As for the craftsmanship, decent at best. Lu Yong took a bite. How is it? Xia Ning watched him eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Delicious. Though there's still room for improvement in the sweetness level. Lu Yong smiled. Xia Ning tilted her head. Was it too sweet? No, perfectly fine. Lu Yong steered the conversation back. Now about business. You both have experience working in food service establishments, correct? Xia Ning raised her hand like an eager student. I worked at a cafe for half a summer. I know the basics of coffee preparation and can make some simple milk tea drinks. Impressive. Lu Yong nodded approvingly, then turned to Xiaoqing. And you? Xiaoqing sipped her lemonade, her expression unchanged. I haven't worked in food service. Then what have you done? Taekwondo assistant instructor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong froze for a moment. Taekwondo assistant instructor. In his imagination, the ideal employees for a maid cafe should be gentle, sweet, and endearing. A Taekwondo assistant instructor. If a customer caused trouble, would she serve dishes or serve punches? Xia Ning quickly came to her defense. My sister hasn't worked in food service, but she planned and organized our school club activities before. Her organizational skills are excellent, and besides what? Besides, I can teach her. Lu Yong studied the two of them thoughtfully. What was the core competitive advantage of a maid milk tea cafe? It wasn't the milk tea, it was the people. Beautiful appearance, decent personality, that was sufficient. Food service experience was a bonus, not a requirement. Milk tea preparation could be mastered in a few days of training, but looks and temperament couldn't be taught. These two before him, one sweet, one cool. Together they formed an absolutely lethal combination. All right, you're both hired. Lu Yong took a sip of his coffee. Xia Ning's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, though we're still under renovation. The construction will take about a week. Come in for 2 days of training before the official opening. Xia Ning beamed with joy. Wonderful, boss. Thank you, boss. Xiaoqing showed no particular reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Yong stated directly, 30 yuan per hour, 1 meal provided per shift, and a 5% commission on any revenue exceeding the monthly target. Xia Ning raised her hand. Boss, I have a question. Honestly, she was quite satisfied with the compensation. Other milk tea shops offered a measly 10 yuan per hour at most. But Lu Yong was offering 30. This boss truly spared no expense. Go ahead. The job posting mentioned interacting with customers. What exactly does that entail? Here it was. This matter would have to be addressed eventually. Lu Yong cleared his throat. My shop follows a Japanese-themed beverage concept. Japanese-themed? The two women tilted their heads, looking puzzled and somewhat wary. Don't misunderstand. Lu Yong hastily clarified. It's not that kind of suggestive service. You wear maid uniforms, use honorific language, emphasize etiquette and ritual. It's similar to cosplay. And we're a legitimate themed restaurant. We have standards and boundaries. Any customer who gets handsy gets shown the door immediately. Hearing this, their expressions relaxed considerably. Xia Ning adapted, quickly tugging at Xiaoqing's sleeve. Sis, that actually sounds kind of fun. Xiaoqing remained silent. Wait. Lu Yong suddenly looked at Xia Ning. Didn't you just say she was your younger sister? Xia Ning stuck out her tongue playfully. Force of habit. She's actually 3 months older than me. She's my cousin. But she never let me call her sister, so I just got used to it. Sometimes I say sister, sometimes little sister. We have a great relationship either way. Well, that was tangled enough. But it didn't matter. As long as the people were usable. Lu Yong finished explaining the remaining details. Work hours, scheduling rules, dress code. Laying everything out clearly. Xia Ning nodded along like a chick pecking at rice throughout. Xiaoqing asked no further questions, but had clearly absorbed everything she'd heard. All right, then contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Lu Yong rose to pay the bill. Xia Ning paused, then smiled radiantly. Thank you, boss. The two stood to leave. At the door, Xia Ning turned back to wave. Xiaoqing followed behind with brisk strides, not looking back once. Sweet and cold, maximum contrast achieved. Lu Yong gathered his things and pushed open the cafe door. 3 faces immediately pressed toward him. Wang Haoli Yunbin and Su Guangquan had been pressed against the cafe's exterior glass window the entire time. You 3, Finished moving everything. Lu Yang frowned. Finished. Wang Hao seized Lu Yang's arm, his expression dripping with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Father, you've already got a wealthy patroness, yet you're chatting with two gorgeous girls for this long. Absolutely shameless. Li Yunbin chimed in. I was outside hauling garbage until my back nearly broke, while you were inside sipping coffee with beauties. Su Guanquan was the most direct. Do you have any idea what these 5 minutes have been like for us? Do you? It was just a job interview. Lu Yang said calmly, what on earth are you imagining? Interview? You call that an interview? Wang Hao was practically losing his mind. Do you have any idea how many times you smiled at that ponytailed girl? 7 times. Exactly 7. You counted that. What's wrong with you? Li Yunbin added salt to the wound. And the cold one was gorgeous too. Oh my god, if she wore a maid outfit. At these words, all three fell into simultaneous silence, each vividly conjuring the mental image. 3 seconds later, they swallowed hard in unison. Are you perverts? Lu Yang looked at the 3 expectant faces before him. What were these 3 thinking? After all, he was hiring legitimate employees. Godfather, we 3 have discussed it, the trio said with sincere expressions. You're working hard opening this store. We've decided to help you for free. Right. Li Yunbin adjusted his glasses. Money isn't important. We're brothers, so your business is my business. Su Guanquan patted his chest. Godfather, we don't need wages, just feed us. Lu Yang was amused. What do you mean no money? They just wanted to flirt with the girls. As a boss, he had the duty to protect his employees. He couldn't let others set their sights on his staff. Are you done? Yes. Since you're done, let me say something. No way. Hearing this, the 3 froze. Godfather, you're too heartless. Wang Hao couldn't hold back. Li Yunbin chimed in. Godfather, you're crossing the bridge after crossing the river. We moved the trash, swept the floor, wiped the walls, and now you kick us out. Lu Yang scanned the 3 and said coldly, in the initial stage, we don't need so many people. The 2 of them plus me are enough with clear division of labor. No extra hands needed. Godfather, with all due respect, you're hogging it. The 3 were angry but dared not speak out. Working with 2 girls in maid outfits, and as the boss. Just imagining the scene was thrilling. Damn it. The more they thought, the more envious they became. Just then 2 figures approached from a distance. One of them was all too familiar to Lu Yang, Wang Xing. She wore a floral dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders. The girl beside her was heavily made up with light brown hair. Wang Xing held her phone, looking down at the GPS navigation and muttering, it should be around here. She looked up. The next moment her eyes met Lu Yang's. Their gazes locked. The smile on Wang Xing's face froze instantly. Lu Yang. Lu Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the rolling shutter door. What are you doing here? Wang Xing couldn't help asking. Wang Hao, who had been bickering with Lu Yang, immediately grinned when he saw the newcomers. Yo, isn't this classmate Wang? Wang Xing ignored him and turned to Lu Yang. What are you doing here? Me. Just passing by. Lu Yang's expression was indifferent. Wang Xing had a complicated look in her eyes. Lu Yang was no longer the simp he used to be, but she wasn't here to see him today. Wang Hao's gaze swept between Wang Xing and her friend. What are you 2 doing here? The light brown-haired girl beside Wang Xing spoke, first her tone arrogant. Stinky fatty, what's it to you why we're here? The light brown-haired girl was Lin Xian, Wang Xing's roommate and best friend. She always clamored to find a wealthy boyfriend and was known as a gold digger in the class. Wang Hao's smile vanished instantly when he heard stinky fatty. He wasn't good at much, but he was a master of sharp tongue. How could he tolerate being called a stinky fatty to his face? Lin Xian, in broad daylight, your mouth is so foul. Don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Your hair's dyed like instant noodle seasoning. Oh right, I heard you changed boyfriends again. How many is that now? 6. 7. What? Want to be a public bus? Lin Xian's face darkened. Fatty, what nonsense are you spouting? Me nonsense. Wang Hao's tone grew more aggressive. Hey, who in the class doesn't know about it? You keep shouting that you want a rich boyfriend, but have you looked in the mirror? Are rich people blind? Ugly people do more mischief. You. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. She had only called him a fatty. He had directly launched a face-to-face attack. Beside him, Li Yunbin and Brother Cohen raised their thumbs in praise. All right. Wang Xing pulled Lin Xian back. Lin Xian fumed. Xing, this fatty called me a public bus. You know what he's like. Don't stoop to his level. Wang Xing comforted her friend. Although she said that only she knew the truth. This best friend of hers not only changed boyfriends frequently, but also liked to be with rich bosses. She remembered one night seeing her come back with weak legs. Then Wang Xing asked Lu Yang. Lu Yang, we're here to look for a job. We saw a job posting online, and the address is around here. Looking for a job. Lu Yang was taken aback. The campus beauty coming out to find work herself? That was rare. Lin Xian immediately said, Xing, didn't I tell you? If you need money, just come to me. I'll find you a rich boyfriend. You can earn in a day what those losers make in a month. Isn't that better than working? Besides, with your looks, I can definitely find you a big boss as a boyfriend. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but say, spread your legs, and you'll have everything right. Fatty, what did you say? Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Wang Xing shook her head. To be honest, she really couldn't do that kind of work. The big bosses Lin Xian mentioned were old enough to be her father. Wang Xing held up her phone showing the address. Lu Yang, do you know where this place is? We've been looking for a long time and can't find it. Can you help me? It was a job posting for a milk tea shop. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the food service industry, the hourly wage of 30 was very attractive. After all, milk tea shops in the surrounding area only paid about 10 per hour. Lu Yang glanced at the job posting on Wang Xing's phone. His eyes narrowed. This was actually the job posting he had put out. What a small world, so small it was speechless. Before Lu Yang could speak, Wang Hao exploded. Classmate Wang, the address you're looking for is right here. Here. Wang Xing was puzzled. She scanned the surroundings, but didn't see a milk tea shop. Yeah. Wang Hao said directly, this is Lao Yang's shop. It's being renovated, and the construction crew will come in tomorrow. Wang Xing turned to Lu Yang, incredulous. Your shop? Lin Xian laughed outright, curling her lips and snorting. You're just bragging. You poor losers can barely afford to eat, and you're opening a shop. What a joke. Wang Xing tugged at her, trying to stop her. Lin Xian put her hands on her hips and continued, am I wrong? How much is his monthly living expense? 1,000. 2,000. Renting this shop costs at least several thousand a month. How can he afford to open it? Lu Yang was not affected by the other's emotions. Instead, he smiled and said, Lin Xian, your old habit of looking down on others just like a dog still hasn't changed. Lin Xian stomped her foot. Who are you calling a lowlife who looks down on people? It's you. Don't you know your own bad habits? Wang Hao spoke up. At this moment, anyone who dared to oppose Lu Yang was opposing them. Lin Xian was so angry that her chest heaved. Wang Xing pulled her aside and turned to Lu Yang. Is this store really yours? Lu Yang didn't speak, neither admitting nor denying. It was equivalent to an admission. Wang Xing opened her mouth, her eyes full of astonishment. In the past few days, Lu Yang had given her too many surprises. First, he joined Snowy Region Group, and now he opened his own shop. At this moment, even she couldn't help but look at Lu Yang a few more times. The current Lu Yang was completely different from before. This contrast made Wang Xing feel a bit uncomfortable. If she had agreed to Lu Yang's confession back, then would the outcome have been different? Lin Xian sneered. Humph, even if this store is yours, what's there to be proud of about opening a lousy milk tea shop? Do you know how many milk tea shops are on this street? Half of them will close within 3 months, believe it or not. When you can't pay back the loan for this milk tea shop, I'd like to see what you'll do. Wang Hao laughed. Oh, you know the market well. Did you learn that while accompanying your big bosses, eh? You. Lin Xian's face flushed red, but she couldn't retort. After all, what Wang Hao said was true. Among the bosses she accompanied, many owned milk tea shops. Li Yunbin and Su Guanquan were snickering on the side. Lu Yang, is your store still hiring? Wang Xing asked Lu Yang with mixed feelings. She was full of regret. If she had agreed to Lu Yang back, then could she have become the boss lady? Not hiring anymore. Lu Yang shook his head directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian jumped out first. Who would want that? Even if you were hiring, our Xing wouldn't want to work in your lousy store. You might not even be able to pay her salary. Xing, let's go, I'll find you a better one. Wang Xing didn't move, her fingers unconsciously gripping her skirt. She looked at Lu Yang with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. 30 yuan per hour. This hourly wage couldn't be found at any other place nearby. Lu Yang. She spoke, her voice lower than before. Can we talk alone for a moment? Wang Hao and the other two exchanged glances with subtle expressions. Oh no. Could it be that Lao Yang was falling for her seduction? Lu Yang said bluntly, say what you need to say. There's nothing to talk about between us. Wang Xing hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. Those words you said to me last time, I've been thinking about them since I got back. I really feel that I was wrong before. I made a mistake. If you could give me another chance, can we start over? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, even doubting if they had heard correctly. Wait, this campus belle actually admitted her mistake. That was too unbelievable. Lu Yang smiled. Wrong. She didn't know she was wrong. She knew he had succeeded. Besides, a good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old grass. Lu Yang put his hands in his pockets and asked calmly, all right, I'll ask you a question. Go ahead. Wang Xing seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Lu Yang asked, if I were still that poor student with a few hundred yuan monthly allowance, would you still say these words to me today? Wang Xing was startled. She opened her mouth wanting to say yes. But that word stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Because she herself knew it was a lie. In the moment of Wang Xing's hesitation, Lu Yang simply turned and walked away. Wang Hao and the other two saw this and quickly chased after him. Then the three suddenly looked back and said, she looks like a dog. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the four of them found a barbecue restaurant near the school. It wasn't big, but it boasted authentic flavors and prices that were still friendly for students. As soon as the barbecue was served, the three of them ate as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. After eating, Lu Yang said goodbye to the three and rode a shared e-bike home. When he arrived at the community gate, the security guard didn't stop him this time and was much more polite. Perhaps he was just riding a shared e-bike to experience life. After all, there were rich second generations who delivered food in supercars. What was wrong with him riding a shared e-bike? The elevator doors opened. Lu Yong stood at the door stunned. The previous 2 times Li Shishue had accompanied him. Now the problem was he had no key and hadn't registered his fingerprint. He simply couldn't get in. Dong dong dong. Lu Yong knocked on the door, but no one answered. He knocked twice more. Still no response. He stepped back half a step and looked under the door crack, where a narrow strip of light was visible. It meant someone was home. He took out his phone and called. Beep beep beep. No one answered. He called a second time. The ringtone had barely sounded once before it was directly hung up. Lu Yong put away his phone. Well, it had escalated. The first call hadn't even finished ringing before the second was instantly hung up. It meant this woman was inside the house. But he didn't know why she wouldn't open the door. Lu Yong shouted inside, "Open the door. I know you're in there." As soon as he finished speaking, the light strip under the door suddenly went out. Fine. Deliberately leaving me out in the cold, huh? Lu Yong couldn't hold back anymore. If you don't open the door, I'll leave right now and never come back. However, there was still no movement inside. Just as Lu Yong was about to go back to the dormitory click, finally the door lock clicked. The door opened a crack, but the person had already turned and walked away. A cold back was thrown at him, not even a side profile visible. Lu Yong pushed the door open, entered, and changed into slippers. The warm light was on in the living room. Li Shishue sat on the sofa still in the same outfit from the day, not having changed. A white shirt tucked into a black pencil skirt, cinched tightly at the waist, accentuating the distinct curve of her waistline. The hem of the skirt was lifted slightly, due to her sitting posture, revealing a pair of legs in black stockings crossed one over the other with her ankles dangling over the edge of the sofa. From the moment Lu Yong entered until now, she hadn't said a single word, as if she was throwing a tantrum. Lu Yong sat down opposite her. "Have you eaten?" Li Shishue kept a cold face, ignoring Lu Yong, and continued typing on the laptop on her lap. "I said, have you eaten?" Lu Yong repeated. This time Li Shishue stood up directly, her black-stockinged long legs stepping on the floor, and walked toward the bedroom without looking back. "Hey!" Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut. Lu Yong stood outside the bedroom door, staring at the slammed door. Well. In the morning she kicked him out of the car. In the evening, she didn't answer his calls. Then came the full cold treatment. With this series of moves, even a pig brain would know what was going on. Originally, Lu Yong had some doubts. He hadn't expected that she was actually jealous. Is she jealous of me? At this thought, Lu Yong couldn't help but suppress the corners of his mouth. To be honest, he was still a bit surprised. With Li Shishue's personality, she was the type of woman who could wear indifference on her face. Theoretically, a woman like her who couldn't care less about anything shouldn't react this way. Yet just because he chatted a few words with a stranger, she exploded like this. What does this show? It shows that this female CEO, no matter how hard she talks, still cares about him deep down. But jealousy aside, he couldn't let her stay in this stalemate forever. Just then a system voice rang in his mind. Ding. Detected a conflict in the host's family. Your wife is sulking. Please resolve the conflict and restore your wife's favorability. As the system prompt faded, Lu Yong quickly knocked on the door. Xiaoxua. No miss, I'm telling you it's not what you think. Could you open the door and let me explain? His voice still received no response. At least say something. Even scold me, that's fine. Still nothing. Lu Yong pressed his ear against the door for 2 seconds. She wasn't asleep, just ignoring him. Fine. Lu Yong let out a sigh. He could only leave it to time. Let her cool down, then talk about it. After the bedroom door closed, Li Shishue leaned against the headboard, her laptop resting on her knees. On the screen was the data report for tomorrow's meeting, but she hadn't typed a single word. She stared blankly at the screen. Outside it was quiet too. Given up, Li Shishue pushed the laptop aside, grabbed a pillow, hugged it, and lay down flat. Angry. She was indeed angry. But what exactly she was angry about she couldn't quite articulate. Why am I angry at him? Li Shishue was utterly perplexed. She kept trying to figure out why she was angry. Wasn't it just a few words with a girl? And legally speaking, Lu Yong was indeed her husband. But that was an accident. Once the divorce cooling-off period ended, they would go their separate ways, no interference. That was the agreement from the start. So who Lu Yong talked to was his own business. Li Shishue closed her eyes, trying to sort out her logic. Hadn't she, Li Shishue, seen it all? Managing a company worth tens of billions with an IQ surpassing countless others, she could negotiate billion-dollar projects without blinking an eye. But when it came to this matter, she couldn't make sense of it. It was hard. Too hard. She tossed irritably, burying her face in the pillow. And the more she thought, the more tangled it became. This loss of control made her deeply uncomfortable. Li Shishue turned over then again and found herself unable to sleep no matter what. She sat up abruptly, grabbed her phone. Opening WeChat, she tapped into Lu Yang's chat. Her thumb hovered over the input bar for a few seconds, then she backed out. What to send? Where did you go today? No. That question was too stupid. Who was that girl? Even worse, too demeaning. Besides, she had no right to inquire about which women he met. Li Shishua tossed the phone onto the bed spread-eagled and lay back down. Fine. Let it go. He could do whatever he wanted. Just then, a scent drifted in through the crack under the door. Faint but tantalizing. Li Shishua's nose twitched. No need to guess. Lu Yang was definitely cooking. Then a second wave of aroma followed. It was meat. She couldn't identify exactly what meat, but she could tell it was the charred fragrance of fat meat in high heat. So delicious. Li Shishua's stomach jumped. She hadn't eaten dinner tonight. To be precise, since Lu Yang upset her this morning, she hadn't touched a single bite. She hadn't felt hungry before. But now with the aroma floating in her body was far more honest than her mind. She turned over facing away from the door. Not going out. Absolutely not going out. Today Li Shishua would rather starve to death die in this room than go out. Soon, a third wave of fragrance drifted in. Li Shishua swallowed. This time she recognized it. It was steak. How did he know I love this? Could it be a coincidence? No, Li Shishua, you absolutely cannot be swayed by him. Li Shishua pulled the blanket over her head, wrapping herself into a dumpling. But her stomach betrayed her, letting out a rebellious growl. Li Shishua bit her lip, burying her face deeper into the pillow. Next came a rich aroma. It was braised prawns. That was her ultimate weakness. Oh, that insufferable guy. How could he make all her favorite dishes? In the living room, Lu Yang placed the last dish on the table. The steaming fragrance spread. He stepped back, appraising the plating. Perfect. 2 of these dishes he had deliberately chosen. Pepper steak and braised prawns. He had seen half a box of leftover steak takeout in the fridge last time with her bite marks on the packaging. Braised prawns were the most frequently ordered item in her phone's takeout history. She thought he didn't know, but her taste preferences had already been added to Lu Yang's big data database. Lu Yang wiped his hands and glanced toward the bedroom door. The door was still closed. He sat down at the table, didn't touch his chopsticks, and waited. Nothing. He waited a bit longer. Still nothing. No takeout boxes in the trash, meaning she hadn't ordered food, so she definitely hadn't eaten. Even this couldn't lure her out. Lu Yang was a bit puzzled. Just as he was thinking, click, the bedroom door finally opened. Li Shishua walked out, changed into a set of loungewear, her hair casually draped, her face expressionless. She went to the living room to pour a glass of water. But as she passed the dining table, her gaze couldn't help but steal a glance at the food. Just a glance, but her eyes betrayed her. Lu Yang looked at her and said, "Want some?" "No." Li Shishua spat out those 2 words directly. Though they were cold, Lu Yang's heart surged with excitement. Because she had finally spoken. From being kicked out of the car this morning until now, this was her first direct response. No matter what, at least it showed a crack in the Cold War. It was working. Lu Yang turned and walked toward the entrance. "Where are you going?" Li Shishua asked. She didn't know why she asked. Clearly she didn't want to talk to him. "Back to school," Lu Yang said while putting on his shoes. "Oh, if you're not eating, just throw it away." With that, bang, the door closed. Li Shishua stood there staring at the door for a long time. He left. Seems like he really left. Her lips moved as if to say something, but she swallowed it back. Fine, let him go. What did it have to do with her? Li Shishua turned back to the sofa, picked up her phone, and swiped idly. But her attention wasn't on the screen at all. It uncontrollably drifted toward the dining table. Gazing at the array of dishes laid out on the table, Li Shishua's throat involuntarily tightened. Everyone had departed. What harm could there be in just taking a bite? The dishes were still emanating wisps of steam. The braised prawns glistened in their glossy, ruddy oil, the black pepper beefsteak already cut into perfect bite-sized morsels, accompanied by a small dish of garlic broccoli on the side. All her favorites. Li Shishua swallowed hard, and her body betrayed her better judgment as she walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Oh, forget it. The food had already been made. It would be a waste not to eat it. Better than letting it go to waste. Right, I'm simply being practical. Li Shishua attempted to rationalize with herself before eagerly grabbing her chopsticks and popping a plump prawn into her mouth. Her brow immediately softened. The shrimp meat was springy and succulent, bursting with freshness in every bite. It was infinitely better than any takeout she'd ever ordered. Before she'd even finished swallowing the first shrimp, her chopsticks were already reaching for the second. The steak was even more divine, crispy on the outside, tender within. Without even realizing it, she had abandoned all pretense of ladylike decorum and resorted to using her hands. Wait, wasn't there something else missing? Li Shishua wiped her hands and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Fine food deserves fine wine. That would make it complete. She eschewed the wine glass entirely, pouring it instead into an ordinary water glass. A full one at that. Li Shishua returned to the dining table with her glass, eating and drinking simultaneously. The alcohol took effect faster than she'd anticipated. After all, her stomach had been empty for half the day, and she'd been devouring everything so ravenously. 2 unnatural patches of flush bloomed across Li Shishua's cheeks. Her gaze began to drift. Her head felt pleasantly muzzy. She picked up her phone and opened the chat with Lu Yang. Her last message remained stuck on the work-related matter. Cold, perfunctory business. Her thumb swiped back and forth across the screen several times before she finally typed out 4 characters, "The food's decent." After sending it, she felt something was off and deleted it. She tried again. "I ate it." Deleted. "You made." Deleted. "When are you coming back?" Her finger hovered over the send button for 3 long seconds. She deleted everything. Li Shishue expelled a deep breath, hurled her phone to the far end of the sofa, and drained another gulp of wine. Li Shishue, get a grip. Who he talks to is none of your business. Once the cooling off period ends, you'll be divorced anyway. She repeated this mantra in her mind, but alcohol has its drawbacks. It erodes one's rationality with every sip. Even though she commanded herself not to care, her thoughts were flooded with the scene from that morning's car ride. A friend. A female one. Li Shishue took another long pull of wine. What friend? As if I would believe that, she murmured under her breath. The wine in her glass was quickly depleted. She sloshed another half glass for herself. Her alcohol tolerance was poor. To put it charitably, she was a light social drinker. To put it bluntly, 2 glasses, and she was done for. Today she was drinking this much simply to prove a point to herself. The living room was shrouded in silence. The warm amber lighting was gentle and diffused. Li Shishue lounged on the sofa, her hair cascading loosely, her collar gaping open to reveal a sliver of her collarbone. She cradled her wine glass, her eyes half-lidded, emanating an entirely different aura from her usual self, just as she was on the verge of drifting into a drowsy slumber. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Li Shishue's eyes flew open, and she stared blankly toward the entryway, wondering if she'd imagined it. Ding dong. It rang again. Who's there? Li Shishue rubbed her temples, hauling herself upright with effort. Her foot stumbled, nearly causing her to lose her balance entirely. She unsteady made her way to the door, stretching to peer through the peephole. A familiar silhouette stood outside. Lu Yang. At the sight of him, Li Shishue instinctively retreated a step. Hadn't he left? Why had he returned? She glanced down at herself. Her hair was disheveled. She turned to survey the living room, a battlefield of devastation. Shrimp shells piled into a mountain, the food completely ravaged. Her face burned crimson. This was mortifying. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Open up, it's me. Lu Yang's voice came through the door. Li Shishue bit her lip. She couldn't open it. Absolutely not. With this thought, she scurried back into the living room, intending to tidy up the wreckage. But then, the sound of an electronic lock keypad echoed. Click. The door swung open. Lu Yang stood in the entryway, and his first glimpse was the rather unbecoming sight of Li Shishue. Since when did he know the door code? Li Shishue stood frozen. Her hair was wild as a bird's nest, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yang changed into his indoor slippers and walked inside, his gaze instinctively falling upon the remnants of the meal on the table. Just as I thought, there's no resisting food. This woman is simply too stubborn. How did you get in? Li Shishue glared at him, her voice laced with mortification. Lu Yang pointed to a note by the entrance. Your mother wrote the code down here, and I memorized it. At this moment, Li Shishue wished she could vanish into a crack in the floor. She had sworn she wouldn't eat, not even a single bite. And yet look at the result. Everything had been scraped clean. Where was the CEO decorum? This was nothing short of being caught red-handed as a glutton. Li Shishue opened her mouth, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The alcohol had dulled her reflexes. I mean I was afraid of wasting it. I see. Lu Yang nodded. He merely nodded, then cast his gaze toward her chest. There was still a faint trace of wine stain on her collar. She ate, and drank too, no less. It was well known that the last time she drank it had caused nothing but trouble. Li Shishue concealed the wine glass behind her back. I only had a little. A little. Lu Yang lifted the wine bottle to inspect. More than half was gone. Is that what you call a little? Then he glanced at Li Shishue's face, flushed in even deeper crimson. Why did you come back? Li Shishue's gaze was hazy, looking precisely like a mischievous kitten caught stealing the master's food. Oh, I just came back to get something. Lu Yang answered matter-of-factly. That was what he said, but in truth he had simply been sitting in the corridor outside for a while. He had been contemplating. If Li Shishue hadn't taken the bait, he would have devised another scheme. As it turned out, the allure of food was still quite potent. She had taken the bait after all. Li Shishue's lips parted, but no words emerged. The scoundrel! He had been scheming against her all along. Perhaps owing to the alcohol, she tried to marshal her thoughts, but the words that reached her lips slipped away from her mind before she could seize them. As the wine's influence intensified, she felt her head growing increasingly dizzy, barely able to remain standing. Her legs buckled. Lu Yang swiftly extended a hand to steady her. When his hand brushed against Li Shishue's arm, she reflexively recoiled, but with her legs like jelly, her body refused to obey. It listed toward Lu Yang instead. You call this just a little? Lu Yang supported her with one arm, while retrieving the glass from her grasp with the other. Li Shishue was guided down onto the sofa. The warm amber light fell upon her face, the flush from the wine spreading from her cheekbones all the way down her neck, the small patch of skin above her collarbone tinged pink as well. Her eyes glistened with moisture, stripped of 90% of their usual sharpness, acquiring an indefinable quality instead. Lu Yong couldn't help but draw a sharp breath gazing at Li Shishue, who was so close before him. At this moment her face was flushed crimson as she was pressed down on the sofa. Her clothes slipped off her shoulders, revealing rounded fair shoulders. Her breathing was long and steady, her chest rising and falling in a regular rhythm. As a man, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But reason told him he must not. According to Article 236 of the criminal law, anyone who violates a woman's will shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Even if they were legally married, if the woman pressed charges, he would still end up in prison. Moreover, she had been drinking, falling under the category of ignorance. Under such circumstances, it was 100% real jail time. Lu Yong immediately pulled himself away, went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of warm water, and handed it over. Drink some warm water to sober up. Li Shishue didn't take it. She tilted her head and looked at him, her gaze drifting. You did it on purpose. Did what on purpose? Lu Yong asked. Li Shishue pointed a finger toward the dining table. But because she was drunk, her finger wobbled. You deliberately made my favorite dishes. Lu Yong didn't deny it. Didn't you say you weren't eating? Li Shishue's lips pouted, but she said nothing. After a long moment, she muttered sullenly. Hungry. If you're hungry, why did you drink so much? None of your damn business. Fine, even drunk, she was still this sharp. Lu Yong placed the warm water on the table and was about to get up to clear the mess on the table. But just as he stood up, his wrist was caught by a fair hand. The grip was light, soft, and limp. Lu Yong turned around and saw her fingers loosely hanging around his wrist. Her nails were neatly trimmed and coated in a layer of pink nail polish. What's up? Lu Yong asked. Li Shishue said nothing, just held on. Lu Yong tried to pull his hand away. Instead, she tightened her grip. If you want to leave, then go. Don't come back. The words were said in a fit of pique, her voice slurred and indistinct. Lu Yong looked at her for 2 seconds, then sat back down. I'm not leaving, okay? Only then did Li Shishue slowly let go. But her whole body was lopsided, unconsciously leaning toward Lu Yong. She couldn't control herself, and her shoulder directly pressed against his arm. Lu Yang's body went slightly stiff. The fragrance of her hair mingled with the smell of alcohol drifted over. Your body is so hot, Li Shishue mumbled. That's because you're drunk. Li Shishue ignored him and didn't move away. The two of them just leaned against each other. The living room fell silent for a while. Lu Yong was about to pull away, but as soon as he moved, he found that the woman's body had already gone limp like a puddle. This woman keeps taking advantage of me. He wondered why the law didn't have a clause against violating a man's will. I'll forget it. He'd just consider it charity. Lu Yong. Moi. Today you. Li Shishue paused, her words stuck for several seconds. Who was the person you met today? Finally she asked. Lu Yong felt the tension in his heart finally ease. The inevitable had come. She had been holding it in all day, and this was what she truly wanted to know. An applicant for a job. Li Shishue tilted her head, her cheek rubbing against his sleeve. Applying for what? Lu Yong thought for a moment, but still didn't mention the milk tea shop. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but saying it would only deepen the misunderstanding. Besides, she was so drunk that she probably wouldn't remember anything when she woke up tomorrow. I'm helping a friend recruit someone. I'm just sitting in on the interview. Interview. Li Shishue repeated the word. What interview? Didn't you already join my company? Or are you short on money? Just tell me how much you need. Lu Yong, though tempted, still replied with righteous indignation. No, just helping out. Li Shishue let out an oh. Then what did you talk about with her? Work arrangements. How long did you talk? Just about 10 minutes. I saw you smile several times in the car. Lu Yong was stunned. This woman had even remembered how many times he smiled. She sent some memes. I was just being polite. Is that not allowed? Li Shishue said nothing. After a while she asked again, is she pretty? Who? That woman. Lu Yang's tone faltered. If he said pretty, he'd be asking for trouble. If he said not pretty, this woman, drunk as she was, still had her wits about her and would know he was brushing her off. Average. Lu Yong answered that. Yeah, safe middle ground. Then why did you chat so happily with someone average? Li Shishue frowned. Lu Yong was speechless. Was this some kind of vicious circle? No matter how he tried, he couldn't escape. Fine. Ugly. So ugly, I didn't even want to look at her twice, okay? Lu Yong said. Li Shishue didn't respond. But the pressure of her leaning on his arm grew a little heavier. After another moment, Lu Yong. What now? From now on. Li Shishue's voice grew softer. From now on, can you not smile so happily when you chat with other girls? Why? It makes me uncomfortable. At those words, Lu Yong didn't know how to respond. Wait, could this young lady actually have feelings for him? No way. It couldn't be right. After all, their relationship had always been an act. Under the lamplight, Li Shishue's profile was flushed beyond belief. It was partly the alcohol, but not entirely. She bit her lower lip, her eyelashes lowered, looking both flustered and awkward. He had never seen Li Shishue like this. When she usually argued with him, she wouldn't hesitate to kick him. But now, over such a trivial matter, she had been upset for an entire day. Lu Yong suddenly thought this woman was actually quite adorable. As you command, my lady. He said just those few words. Li Shishue's body trembled slightly. She didn't press further or say anything else. The two of them just leaned on the sofa, neither moving. The night breeze gently lifted the living room curtains, and the city lights outside the window looked like a painting. Lu Yang. I'm telling you. I wasn't angry at you. I'm not angry. I just thought that if you didn't perform well during your probation it would embarrass me. Embarrassing. Stop saying Li Shishue's brow shot up. Then what do you want me to say? Lu Yang asked helplessly. Li Shishue opened her mouth, but stopped. She realized that no matter what she said this man would brush it off with a perfunctory reply. She was so mad. But she no longer had the energy to be angry. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The alcohol combined with the day's exhaustion soon brought a wave of drowsiness. After a moment Lu Yang looked down. She had fallen asleep. Li Shishue's head rested on his shoulder, her lips slightly parted, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. Her hair was scattered across his chest, a mess. Lu Yang tried to shift his body, intending to carry her back to the bedroom. The moment he moved, Li Shishue frowned, and at the same time his wrist was suddenly pulled. At some point Li Shishue had grasped his wrist. Her 5 fingers tightly locked around it, as if holding on to something she didn't want to let go. Li Shishue's 5 fingers tightly gripped Lu Yang's wrist, refusing to release him no matter what. Lu Yang took a deep breath and attempted to pry her fingers open one by one. But just as he pried open the first finger, her hand shrank back, her 5 fingers tightening once more, nails digging into his skin and leaving shallow marks. This woman has quite the strength even while asleep. Lu Yang tried again. This time it was even more exasperating. Not only did Li Shishue not let go, but her entire body nestled closer to him, her head tilting directly into the crook of his neck. Her breath fell evenly against Lu Yang's neck, ticklish and warm. Lu Yang had no choice but to give up. If he kept prying, her nails would only dig deeper into the flesh. He leaned back, trying to make their position less awkward. The sofa was quite spacious, yet 2 adults squeezed together could never find a comfortable position. Li Shishue shifted her neck, drawing further inward as her breathing became even steadier. Lu Yang could even feel the warmth of her breath. He glanced down at her. In her drunken state, she resembled nothing more than a koala clinging to him. A flush spread from her cheeks all the way to her earlobes, her lips slightly puckered, long eyelashes drooping, utterly peaceful. What a stark contrast to that cold, oft-irritable female CEO from the daylight hours. The warm lamp in the living room still glowed. The city nightscape beyond the window was serene, with only scattered lights remaining in distant office towers. Lu Yang couldn't help but yawn. Sleepiness overcame him. He had intended to hold on, but drowsiness was relentless. His eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment. Then consciousness faded away completely. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows, drawing a bright line across the living room floor. Li Shishue's consciousness slowly returned. Ouch! Pain. Her head throbbed terribly. The first sensation upon waking was pain, as if her mind had been blown apart. Her temples ached with a dull throbbing sensation, her mouth dry and bitter, every fiber of her being protesting. This was the aftermath of a hangover. She had experienced it before, but never this severely. Li Shishue narrowed her eyes, her vision blurred for a long while before gradually sharpening. Her first thought, where am I? Not the bedroom. The living room. She lay on the sofa wrapped in a woolen blanket with something neither too hard nor too soft beneath her head. It wasn't a pillow. Pillows don't have contours. And they certainly don't have a heartbeat. Li Shishue's mind went blank. Very slowly she lowered her gaze. Lu Yang's head was resting on her chest. His head lay in that exact position, his hair brushing against the collar of her nightgown, his nose nearly touching her collarbone. His breathing was even sound asleep, with drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth. What was worse, Lu Yang's right hand was draped across her thigh. To be precise, it wasn't just resting there. That hand was moving. Whether it was an unconscious gesture in a dream or something else entirely, his palm pressed against her thigh, slowly stroking back and forth. That sensation transmitted clearly, precisely, without the slightest deviation, directly to her skin. Li Shishue's brain processed this information in virtually 0.1 seconds. Resting his head on my chest, touching my leg, and stroking. Lu Yang. Li Shishue erupted in a roar. She sprang up like a startled cat, with its fur on end. Without support, Lu Yang's head struck the sofa armrest with a heavy thud. The next moment he jolted awake, rubbing the back of his head as he sat up, eyes still not fully open. What's wrong with you? So early in the morning. Though he had no idea what had happened, he opened his eyes to find this woman inexplicably exploding at him. You. Li Shishue tugged her collar upward with one hand, while pointing at him with the other, her fingertips trembling. Her face could no longer be described as merely red. From her neck to her forehead, the entire area blazed with a translucent crimson, even her eye sockets tinged with color. Your hand. Lu Yang asked instinctively, what's wrong with my hand? Just now your hand was. Li Shishue couldn't bring herself to say it. What could she possibly say? That your hand was stroking my thigh over and over. Speaking those words aloud would be even more mortifying than the actual event itself. Lu Yang rubbed his bleary eyes and yawned. Miss, could you try being reasonable? I'm being unreasonable. Li Shishue was furious. She had never been touched by a man like this in her entire life. You're taking advantage of me, and you have the nerve to. Who's taking advantage of whom? Lu Yang cut her off, lifting his wrist. 5 distinct scratch marks were clearly visible, the red marks still fresh. Who was it last night who refused to let go of me no matter what? And who was it who wouldn't let me leave? Faced with Lu Yang's assertive tone, Li Shishue was momentarily speechless. She had clearly been taken advantage of, yet found herself unable to retaliate. Because she couldn't remember last night's events. Her mind was a chaotic mess like spilled glue. It was all the alcohol's fault. Damn it. Last time the alcohol had caused her to marry someone for life. This time the alcohol had caused her to be. At this thought, Li Shishue immediately examined herself. Other than the impression on her chest left by Lu Yang's head, nothing else was amiss. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Lu Yang seemed to read her thoughts and spoke up. As a law-abiding citizen, how could he possibly do something so shameless as taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? It was actually her who was the culprit. If there were a male consent protection law, he would sue her in an instant. Lu Yang suddenly said, by the way, do you want to know what you said and did last night? I didn't. I don't know. I said nothing. Li Shishue covered her ears, refusing to listen. You didn't. Lu Yang waved his wrist with its scratch marks. Did I do this to myself? Li Shishue averted her gaze, staring fixedly at the curtains. Even if that's true, why was your hand on my... She trailed off mid-sentence, her voice catching again. On your what? You know what I mean. I really don't. Lu Yang wore an expression of pure innocence. He truly had no idea what she was talking about. He only knew that he had dreamed of constantly touching something very smooth. As for what this thing was, he couldn't remember. All he remembered was that the texture was excellent, incredibly delicate. Get away from me. Li Shishue threw off the blanket, clutching her chest, as she stood up, intending to leave the sofa. Lu Yang's explanation was logical and well-founded, but she didn't believe a single word. However, after the hangover, her physical coordination was practically non-existent. The moment her foot touched the floor, her knee buckled. Familiar situation. But Lu Yang didn't catch her this time. Take your time getting up. I'm going to wash up first. With that, Lu Yang simply stood up and left. Li Shishue steadied herself against the sofa armrest, watching his retreating figure with a mixture of anger and frustration. And she had a vague feeling that last night, she might have said some things she shouldn't have. Specifically what she couldn't recall. But that sensation was intense, like the gut feeling of, I probably said something foolish. Li Shishue picked up her phone and glanced at it. There were no messages sent in the chat history. Good. At least she hadn't sent any random messages to others which would have completely ruined her image. At that moment she wished she could travel back to last night and smash that bottle of red wine. Just then the bathroom door opened. Lu Yang walked out, drying his face with a towel. Seeing her still frozen in place, he said, why are you still standing there? Get lost. Li Shishue clutched her skewed collar, glaring at him with resentment. What did he mean by leashed? Was she a dog? Whatever, she couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Yang. She had an important meeting today and had to get back to the company immediately. Li Shishue snatched the towel from Lu Yang's hand and slammed the bathroom door shut. The moment the door closed, she braced herself against the sink and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was a complete mess, the corners of her mouth still stained with last night's red wine, her collar crooked and wet, probably from Lu Yang's drool. Li Shishue, you've disgraced yourself so thoroughly. She gritted her teeth and angrily turned on the faucet. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Not only had he used her chest as a pillow, but he had also touched every inch of her legs. She even felt the urge to find a piece of tofu and smash herself to death. Angry as she was, life had to go on. She washed her hair, blow-dried it, changed clothes, and touched up her makeup. When she stepped back into the living room, Lu Yang had already laid out breakfast. 2 fried eggs, 4 slices of toast, a glass of warm milk, and a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Li Shishue sat down, too embarrassed to even look at him. Eat. Lu Yang pushed the glass of milk toward her. I don't want milk. Drinking coffee with a hangover. Are you trying to ruin your stomach? Li Shishue pulled the milk glass over and remained silent. They finished breakfast in silence. Setting down her cup, she let out a sigh and finally spoke. About last night. Lu Yang looked up, waiting to hear her excuse. I don't remember anything. Li Shishue bit her red lips as she said. Lu Yang paused for a moment, then said, oh, you must not remember either. Li Shishue stared at him, her expression serious and solemn. Lu Yang looked straight at her. What do you mean by that? How am I supposed to control what I remember? I don't care. Li Shishue took a sip of milk. From now on, last night never happened. Lu Yang sighed. This woman's logic was always what I say goes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Fine, it never happened. Whatever you say, miss. Li Shishue's expression relaxed slightly. Then she added, don't ever bring it up in front of me. I won't. And don't tell anyone else. I won't. And, what else? Li Shishua hesitated for a moment before saying, "Don't deliberately cook to tempt me in the future." Lu Yang was taken aback. Why? Because. Li Shishua pressed her lips together. If it hadn't been for those dishes tempting her last night, would all that mess have happened? But she would never admit that. Lu Yang saw through it, but didn't expose her. "Alright, I won't cook anymore. Actually, cooking a little once in a while isn't bad." Li Shishua suddenly changed her tone. To be fair, Lu Yang's cooking was truly unmatched. Even someone like her who had tasted countless delicacies had never eaten such delicious food. "As you command, my lady," Lu Yang replied perfunctorily. Then he also made a request. "For fairness, I have one too." "What request?" asked Li Shishua. "Simple. You can't keep giving me the cold shoulder all the time," Lu Yang said directly. To be honest, when this woman got jealous, she was as cold as an eternal snow mountain. If he hadn't known her weaknesses in advance, it would have been really hard to explain. "Me? Give you the cold shoulder?" Li Shishua was stunned. "When did I ever give you the cold shoulder? Do you want to see what you looked like last night?" Lu Yang's lips twitched. Last night, Li Shishua tried hard to recall. Since learning that Lu Yang had been chatting with a girl, she had been brooding over it. She had a cold face for everyone. She couldn't say why. She just felt irritated all over. Could it be? No way. Absolutely not. Li Shishua's face flushed red as she immediately argued. "I was just supervising your work." After all, she had interviewed Lu Yang herself. If Lu Yang's work performance was poor, she would lose face too. That must be it. That must be why she was angry. Alright, supervising work." Lu Yang wore an expression that said, yes, whatever you say." "What's that look?" Seeing his dismissive attitude, Li Shishua got angry again. But for Lu Yang, her anger was nothing but a futile tantrum. "By the way, let me show you something good." Lu Yang suddenly took out his phone and opened the video album. There was a clip of exactly what Li Shishua had said while drunk. As they say, record the good moments. How could he let such a beautiful moment slip by? He opened the video and hit play. "Lu Yang. Who is that girl? Is she pretty? In the future, can you not chat with other girls while?" Slap. Before the words finished, Li Shishua's lips twitched, a vein bulging on her forehead as she pressed down the phone and pocketed it. "From now on, this phone is mine." Lu Yang panicked. Before he could react, Li Shishua pulled out a brand new iPhone. Even though it was a one-for-one swap, Lu Yang still felt it was a loss. After all, it contained her embarrassing history. After breakfast, they cleared up and left the house one after another. This time she didn't kick him out of the car, but the entire ride was silent. Neither spoke, until the car neared the school gate. "Lu Yang, give me the merger data today." She was talking about business. Her tone had returned to that cold professional manner. Lu Yang said, "I'll email it to you before the end of the day." Li Shishua nodded. "Also, if you have time today, come to the company." "Alright, I'll try." The car stopped at the school gate. Lu Yang got out. Just as he was about to close the door, Li Shishua called him back. "Wait a moment." Lu Yang turned around. Li Shishua stared at the windshield ahead, not looking at him. "That meal last night. It was passable barely." With that, she stepped on the gas and drove off. Lu Yang stood there watching the car disappear into the traffic. A smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his mouth. Stubborn woman. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving a family conflict. Wife's affection increased. Reward 10000 yuan. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at the reward number. So making up with the wife, is that profitable? Should have let her get angry a few more times. No, that way I'd probably be dead from exhaustion first. After all, this woman is a handful when she's angry. Now with the previous balance, there's already a considerable amount in the card. More than enough to start a milk tea shop. Back at school, Lu Yang first went to the dormitory. Wang Hao was still asleep. A lump of quilt curled into a ball, only half a face visible, mouth open, drool soaking the pillow. Li Yunbin and Su Guangquan were both out, probably at the cafeteria. Lu Yang ignored that sleeping pig, sat down at his desk, and opened his laptop. First, he compiled the data on the merger case. The evidence chain he had previously dismantled was already highly complete. Accounts receivable, equipment depreciation rate, procurement cost, premium. All three lines pointed in the same direction. The original shareholders of the target company were systematically transferring assets. Sun Wenba's evaluation report showed all green lights. This guy is either stupid or malicious. Given his 5 years of experience in the finance department, the possibility of stupidity is almost zero. Lu Yang organized the report into PDF format and sent it to Li Shishua. Soon a reply came with the word OK. Shortly after, Li Shishua sent another message. "There's an important meeting for the merger project at 3 p.m. today. When will you come?" Lu Yang checked the time and replied, "What time will it end?" Li Shishua, "Not sure, depends on progress." Lu Yang thought for a moment and replied, "I'll come later. I have something in the morning." A few minutes after sending the message, a new one popped up. Li Shishua, "What is it? How this young lady is at it again." Lu Yang's mouth twitched, sensing an interrogative tone. If he said the wrong thing this time, he might not even be able to go home. Lu Yang replied without a blush or a tremor, "Handling some school matters. Don't worry, I'll get it done before 3 p. This time the reply came quickly. Li Shishua, don't be late. Lu Yang put down his phone and exhaled. Finally managed to dodge that. Meanwhile, the lump of quilt on the bed finally stirred. Wang Hao's head emerged from the quilt, and he started shouting before his eyes were even open. What time is it? 10:30. Damn, I have a class at 10. Wang Hao threw off the quilt, jumped out of bed, and frantically put on his clothes. Your underpants are on backwards. Lu Yang reminded him in a no-nonsense tone. Wang Hao looked down and saw they were indeed backwards. Old Yang, you're not going to class today. No. Lu Yang shook his head. Old Yang, you haven't been to class for days. Aren't you afraid of failing? Wang Hao said as he put his underpants back on. Lu Yang leaned back in his chair. The counselor told me I can coordinate my schedule. I don't need to attend every class. That goody. Flexible arrangement. I attend when I need to, and I can skip when I don't. Wang Hao was extremely envious. He looked at Lu Yang, then at his own schedule packed with classes from Monday to Friday. Old Yang, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Wang Hao's tone was full of jealousy. Not only did you get into Shuyu group, but the counselor also gives you the green light. I was 3 minutes late for macroeconomics last class, and old Zhao made me stand for the whole class and my legs went weak. Then you should go find an internship too. I wish I could. Wang Hao sighed. The problem is when I send out my resume, getting a read but no reply is already polite. Most don't even show as read. By the way, boss, let me ask you something. Wang Hao's face suddenly turned sycophantic. Lu Yang frowned, not giving him a good look. Spit it out. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together. It's about you. Can you talk to your rich sister-in-law or something? Pull some strings for me. Just stuff me into any internship. I'm not picky. Tea, pouring, sweeping, mopping, anything. Lu Yang didn't even lift his head. Get lost. Seeing that it wouldn't work, Wang Hao had to give up. Then he asked again, by the way, do we need to work at the shop today? Not you guys. I'm contacting the construction crew today to start. Construction crew. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Which one did you find? Reliable. Not decided yet. I arranged for them to come see the site this morning. Wang Hao made an oh sound, hesitated for a second. Then my 300 a day. Lu Yang was about to speak. The next moment a phone rang. The call was from the construction foreman. Boss Lu, we're at your shop door. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Yang ignored Wang Hao, went straight downstairs and unlocked a scooter. The foreman was surnamed Zhao, around 40, with deeply tanned skin. Boss Lu. Seeing Lu Yang, foreman Zhao was slightly surprised. Lu Yang looked like nothing more than a student. He hadn't expected Lu Yang to be so young. A college student starting a business. Foreman Zhao's first words were, how much did you pay for this shop? Lu Yang told him a number. Foreman Zhao nodded, neither saying it was expensive nor cheap. He followed Lu Yang inside, took a look around, and then asked, are the changes big? Lu Yang handed him the design plan he had prepared. The bar area was set facing the entrance with the kitchen in the back, so customers sitting outside could see the action inside, increasing the sense of ceremony. The seating area was by the window, all with booths. The walls were not tiled, blank spaces would have a few Japanese-style decorative paintings. After looking at the design, Foreman Zhao nodded. The plumbing at the bar needs to be rerouted. It's a bit of trouble, but doable. How many days will it take? If all goes smoothly, it'll be finished within 5 or 6 days. Great. Lu Yang smiled. This was much faster than he had expected. If the inspection fails, the final payment won't be settled. Of course. Foreman Zhao patted his chest and assured, I'll get it done. You can trust me. After several rounds of bargaining on the price, they finally agreed on a number acceptable to both. Lu Yang shook hands with Foreman Zhao. We'll start officially tomorrow. Foreman Zhao folded the blueprint and stuffed it into his pocket, asking curiously, Boss Lu, what's the theme of your decoration style? Japanese style. Foreman Zhao gave an O and looked around, muttering to himself, haven't seen this style on this street. It's the first one. To be fair, this was an advantage. Everyone theoretically understood differentiation, but when it came to actual implementation, most people still chose to follow the same path as their peers to avoid pitfalls. Moreover, being the first to do something carried much greater risk. It could be said that Lu Yang was truly bold. Just as Lu Yang finished giving instructions, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the message and saw a pink rabbit emoji saying hello. It was a message from Xiaoning. Lu Yang opened the message to find a message from Xiaoning, boss, when does the training start? Followed by a string of emojis. A pink rabbit raising its hand, a pink rabbit bowing, a pink rabbit sending hearts. This girl's chatting style was just like her personality, sickeningly sweet. Lu Yang replied, the renovation will take another 4 or 5 days. We'll notify you in advance when you need to come in. Xiaoning replied instantly, okay boss. By the way, do we prepare our own costumes, or does the shop provide them? Lu Yang replied, directly we provide them. Send me your height and weight, and your sister's too. I'll place the order. A few seconds later, Xiaoning sent over the height and weight data for both of them. At the end, she added, boss, please don't look at my weight. I've gained 2 pounds recently. Sobbing face. After replying, Lu Yang opened the shopping app to search. Japanese style, maid outfits, authentic style. The maid outfits on the market were of mixed quality. Most were borderline inappropriate, with skirts cropped dangerously short. Lu Yang was running a proper business. Though his heart wanted otherwise, he certainly couldn't choose those. He browsed for ages. Finally, he found a shop that specialized in these garments. The ratings were good and the customer photo reviews looked normal. The style he chose was the classic black and white long dress. A black dress as the base with the hem reaching the knees, a white apron tied at the waist, lace trim around the cuffs, and a small bow pinned at the collar. There were also a pair of white knee-high socks to go with it. The overall style leaned toward classical British, modest yet full of ceremonial elegance. He picked 2 sets, size M for Xiaoning, size S for Xiaqing. When placing the order, Lu Yang specifically glanced at Xiaqing's measurements once, then looked again. 172 centimeters, 98 pounds. What kind of proportions were these? Oh well, she reported it herself. It wasn't his business. The 2 outfits plus shipping came to just over 2,000 yuan, with express delivery expected in a day or 2. With the outfits selected, Lu Yang took a screenshot of the customer review photo and sent it to Xiaoning. After waiting about 2 minutes, a line of text appeared. Boss, do we really have to wear this? Followed by a rabbit covering its face, an embarrassment emoji. Lu Yang, is there a problem? After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiaoning replied, won't this look weird? Weird. Lu Yang turned his phone sideways to take another look. The style was proper, the hem fell past the knees. Where was this weird? Perfectly wholesome, no issues here. Lu Yang replied, it's normal work attire. Just greet the customers. Nothing weird about it at all. Xiaoning, but what if there are weird customers? Lu Yang replied, very seriously, we have rules here. If any customer dares to get handsy, they're shown the door immediately. You just focus on doing your job well. Leave the rest to me. After a pause, he added another line, as for wages, I'm adding 10 yuan per hour to each of your hourly rates. The reply came back almost instantly. Okay boss. No problem. Rabbit sprinting emoji X3. Lu Yang stared at the 3 frantically running rabbit emojis and flipped his phone over. This girl, as long as the money was right, all her concerns vanished. Meanwhile, at Chengjiang University of Science and Technology, Xiaoning grabbed her phone and dashed back to the dormitory, shoving the door open. Xiaqing sat at the desk by the window, the lamp glowing as she elegantly read a book about training programs. Sister, knock first. All right, almost forgot. Xiaoning immediately stepped back, closed the door, and knocked. No response came from inside. She pushed the door open, her expression excited. Sister, look. Xiaqing turned a page of her book without lifting her eyes. Xiaoning shoved the phone directly into her face, the costume renderings displayed right before her. Black dress with white apron, hem reaching past the knees, a butterfly bow at the collar. Xiaqing's gaze fell on the image and lingered for 3 seconds. Then she pushed the phone away and continued flipping through her book. Then she spoke calmly, what's this? Our work uniform, of course. Xiaoning said with a grin, isn't it cute? To be honest, she didn't mind this kind of anime-style clothing at all. If anything, she'd been wanting to try wearing something like this for a while, but had never had the courage. This was the perfect chance. Work uniform. Upon hearing this, Xiaqing shifted her gaze from the book, looking at the image on the phone screen again. Black dress, white apron, lace cuffs, butterfly bow collar. Her eyebrows shot up, and she pushed the phone back to Xiaoning. I won't wear it. 2 words, blunt and final. Xiaoning froze. Sister, this is our normal work uniform. I said I won't wear it. Xiaqing turned a page of her book, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiaoning placed her hands on her hips and pouted. She knew her cousin too well. Xiaqing had been the stubborn and conservative type since childhood. Getting her to wear such distinctive clothing was nearly impossible. Xiaoning tried again. But sister, the boss ordered these for all the staff. We can't exactly show up to work in our own clothes, right? Then I won't work there. Xiaqing closed her book, stood up, and walked to the window, where she gathered a t-shirt from the balcony that had been drying. Xiaoning panicked and chased after her to the balcony. Not work there. You already agreed before. I agreed before, but I didn't know I'd have to wear this. Xiaoning caught up to the balcony doorway. Sister, just think of it as cosplay. Besides, don't those girls at anime conventions all dress like this? That's their business. Xiaqing said coolly, it has nothing to do with me. Xiaoning narrowed her eyes. This attitude. She was absolutely set in her ways. But the problem was they really needed this job. Xiaoning sat down on the edge of her bed, her voice dropping significantly. Sister, so what do you plan to do? Find something else. Other milk tea shops only pay 10 yuan per hour. 10 yuan is fine too. 10 yuan an hour. Work 8 hours a day, and that's only 80. Our aunt's hospital bills for one day alone are more than that. Xiaqing's hand, which had been folding clothes, stopped. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Xiaoning knew she'd hit a sore spot, but she had no other choice. Xiaqing's mother, Xiaoning's aunt, had suffered a sudden cerebral infarction and been hospitalized half a month ago. The surgery saved her life, but the follow-up rehabilitation treatment was a considerable expense. Health insurance had covered part of it, but the remaining out-of-pocket costs kept climbing day by day. Xiaqing's father had passed away long ago. The family had been held together by her mother alone, and now that she had fallen ill, all the financial burden fell on Xiaqing alone. Xiaoning's family wasn't exactly well off either, but at least her parents could help out a little. But Xia Qing was different. She had to rely entirely on herself. And with her salary as a teaching assistant at the Taekwondo gym being only around 3,000 yuan, there was no way she could cover the hospital expenses. Health insurance had covered part of it, but the remaining out-of-pocket costs kept climbing day by day. Xia Qing's father had passed away long ago. The family had been held together by her mother alone, and now that she had fallen ill, all the financial burden fell on Xia Qing alone. Xia Ning's family wasn't exactly well off either, but at least her parents could help out a little. But Xia Qing was different. She had to rely entirely on herself. And with her salary as a teaching assistant at the Taekwondo gym being only around 3,000 yuan, there was no way she could cover the hospital expenses. Sis, if you don't want to do it, then I'll do it myself. I can't just watch Auntie's illness drag on like this. Xia Ning took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind about something. Since persuasion was futile, she had to go herself. Xia Qing remained silent, continuously folding t-shirts and placing them into the wardrobe one after another. Xia Ning didn't try to persuade her anymore. Then Xia Qing closed the wardrobe door, turned around, and crossed her arms over her chest. Is that boss reliable? Xia Ning blinked, judging by the tone. Was there a chance? He's reliable, Xia Ning quickly said. Although I haven't known him long, his words sound very sincere. Xia Qing frowned. So what makes you think he's trustworthy? Xia Ning thought for a moment. Intuition. Xia Qing stared at her for 2 seconds. Intuition? Could something like this rely on intuition? Is the salary daily or monthly? I'll ask. Xia Ning immediately pulled out her phone. 10 seconds later the reply came weekly. Weekly. Xia Ning held up her phone for her to see. Xia Qing was silent for another few seconds. If it was weekly, then working this week would mean getting paid next week. Mother's hospitalization was burning money day by day. She wasn't afraid of hardship nor of exhaustion. But she was afraid of being too late. If the illness was delayed, it would be trouble. All right, I'll go. Her voice was very soft, but she still chose to compromise. Xia Ning froze for a moment, then her entire face lit up. Sis, are you serious? Don't call me sis. Okay, sis. Xia Qing shot her a glare. But that glare had no real force because Xia Ning was already spinning around in excitement. Sis, don't worry. I'll teach you when the time comes. It's very simple. Just add a few polite phrases when guests arrive. Enough. Oh. Xia Ning obediently shut her mouth. But she knew in her heart that convincing Xia Qing to wear a maid outfit was already a great success. For now she would just take it one step at a time. At 3:20 p.m., Lu Yong finally arrived at the Snow Domain Group building. He had finished handling matters at the store, and now it was time to focus on company affairs. Although he was a bit later than the agreed time, at least he had made it. The meeting probably hadn't ended yet. The receptionist at the front desk looked at Lu Yong with a strange expression. Mr. Lu, President Li is waiting for you in the conference room. At this moment the conference room was extremely quiet. Everyone sat around the long table, no one spoke, no one flipped through documents, and no one even dared to drink water. The reason was simple. Li Shishua sat at the head of the table. She twirled a ballpoint pen in one hand, propped her chin with the other, and wore a blank expression. 20 minutes had passed since the agreed time. This guy was actually late. The meeting hadn't started and Li Shishua hadn't explained why. No one else dared to ask either. She just sat there occasionally glancing at her phone, and then continued sitting. Sun Wenba, sitting in a nearby seat, tapped his fingers twice on the table. His expression was unpleasant. As the manager of the financial analysis department, the merger case had been his main project from the start, and he had personally written the evaluation report. But today Li Shishua hadn't even followed the procedure. She had directly notified everyone to attend. He had a bad feeling. A senior analyst beside him whispered, "Brother Sun, who exactly are we waiting for?" Sun Wenba didn't answer. Vaguely a figure emerged in his mind. Lu Yong, a newly hired newcomer. Could President Li be waiting for him? No. As the president of Snow Domain Group, how could she make so many people wait for a newcomer who had just joined? That defied logic. Moreover, everyone here was management. A newcomer didn't even have a seat at the table. Shunyan, standing to Li Shishua's left, looked down at her phone. President Li had just asked her to send a message to Lu Yong. In other words, today's meeting was specifically waiting for that intern who had been hired less than a week ago. Thinking about this, Chun Yin felt even more astonished. She couldn't believe that the entire management team had been summoned because of a newly hired newcomer. What surprised her even more was that this newcomer was actually late. The glass doors of the conference room were semi-transparent. Occasionally someone would pass by the corridor, glance inside, and then quickly walk away. Today the heads of the finance, legal, and risk control departments were all gathered together. This lineup was at least for a project decision meeting worth tens of millions. Just then, finally, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The next moment the conference room door was pushed open. Lu Yong walked in breathless. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes in the conference room all turned to look at him. Lu Yong was dressed in ordinary casual wear today, looking completely out of place in such an occasion. Tu Yong, the head of the legal department, adjusted his glasses and frowned. He didn't know Lu Yong, so naturally he didn't understand why Li Shishua was waiting for a greenhorn. The others also glanced at Lu Yong, their gazes lingering on him for less than a second before looking away. Not interested. Sun Wenba, however, leaned back in his chair with a complex expression. Li Shishue finally moved. She stopped twirling the pen and lifted her chin. Sit down. Just 2 words, her tone no different from usual. But everyone present was no fool. She had held the entire meeting for 30 minutes just to wait for this person. A newly hired newcomer. Lu Yong scanned the room. The seats on both sides of the long table were mostly occupied except for one empty seat near Li Shishue's right hand. He walked over, pulled out the chair, and sat down. This seat was less than a meter away from Li Shishue. People's mouths opened and then closed. This kid was late, and he dared to sit next to the president. That was the chair for the company's second-in-command. Utterly lawless. More than a dozen people sat around the long table. Although no one spoke, their eyes were communicating with each other. The meaning of that exchange was probably, who is this? What right does he have to sit there? What qualifications does he have to sit there? The head of the legal department in his early 50s had been with Snow Domain Group for 6 years and was a veteran from Li Shishue's father's era. He adjusted his glasses and spoke first. President Li, I have a question. Li Shishue lifted her eyelids. The legal department head stared intently at Lu Yong and said, I haven't seen this colleague before. Could you introduce him? His tone was very polite, but the meaning was anything but. Translated it was, who the hell are you? This is a decision meeting for a project worth tens of millions. What right do you have to sit here? Lu Yong was about to speak, but Sun Wenba spoke first. Director Qian, and everyone, let me introduce him. Sun Wenba crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, this is Lu Yong, a new intern in the analysis department. He joined less than a week ago. A new intern just hired. The surrounding executives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. After all, a newcomer like Lu Yong wouldn't even qualify for a seat at the table. Yet here Lu Yong was not only seated but positioned further ahead than all of them. This was no longer about equality. He was directly overshadowing them. Brother Sun, the intern you mentioned earlier, could it be him? An analyst nearby couldn't help but ask. He was curious about the newcomer's background. Sun Wenba remained silent, but his meaning was clear. Chunyin stood up and handed a meeting document to Lu Yong. The gesture seemed natural, yet carried immense subtext. Because Chunyin was Li Shishue's personal assistant, she usually only served Li Shishue alone. Yet today, she proactively handed documents to Lu Yong. Which department head present had ever received such treatment? As she passed the documents, Chunyin shot Lu Yong a glance implying he had taken the wrong seat. Noticing this, Lu Yong instinctively looked at Li Shishue and lowered his voice. Did I sit in the wrong place? As a fresh office recruit, he hadn't thought much and simply took the first available seat. Moreover, psychologically, since he didn't know anyone else, he subconsciously chose a seat closer to Li Shishue. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing. Li Shishue was the company CEO, and the seat he now occupied was the closest to hers, second only to her own. Do you really need to say that? The corners of the executives' mouths twitched. If not for the meeting's prohibition on loud disturbances, they would have thrown Lu Yong out long ago. A newcomer sitting so prominently. How could they, the veterans, save face? Lu Yong got up, preparing to stand to the side. Li Shishue said directly, just sit there. At these words, everyone was stunned. Finally, Sun Wenba couldn't contain himself and stood up to speak. President Li, if I may say something perhaps inappropriate. In previous years, only vice presidents or department directors were qualified to sit beside you during project decision meetings. Him, a newly hired intern, sitting in this position. Isn't it inappropriate? The words were veiled, but the meaning was blunt. The others nodded in agreement. The head of the legal department removed his glasses, wiped them, and said slowly, rules must be maintained. As his voice faded, all eyes focused on Li Shishue's face. Chunyin stood nearby, gripping her meeting minutes notebook a little tighter. She knew Li Shishue too well. In such a situation, being openly challenged about her arrangement, given President Li's temper. Sure enough, Li Shishue slapped her pen down on the table with a crack. Meeting begins. Just 4 words. No explanation, no response, skipping straight ahead. Translated as, I decide where he sits, and anyone with objections can keep it to themselves. Sun Wenba's face stiffened slightly. He glanced at the surrounding executives, who shook their heads. After all, Li Shishue was the one in charge here. They could offer opinions, but whether she listened was another matter entirely. The meeting officially commenced. Chunyin brought up the overall framework of the merger case on the projection screen. Ladies and gentlemen, today's agenda is singular. Li Shishue began. The acquisition of Xinyuan materials. The preliminary assessment report is ready, and I need each department to review it once more. She turned to Sun Wenba. Manager Sun, you go first. Sun Wenba opened the folder before him. He was thoroughly prepared. No, it should be said he was too prepared. President Li, everyone. Sun Wenba stood up and walked to the projection screen. Our team has tracked this new energy materials company for half a month. We conducted a comprehensive investigation into financial data, business structure, and upstream and downstream partners. He flipped to the first PPT slide. The data was impressive. The PPT was also professionally crafted. Sun Wenba, turn to the next page. Moreover, our gross margin remains around 28%, which is an excellent level within the industry. The attendees jotted down a few notes, said nothing, and raised no objections. Everything seemed normal, at least on the surface. Sun Wenba flipped to the accounts receivable page. Regarding the issue of accounts receivable, there is a sum of 32 million with an aging of over 18 months. I conducted a detailed investigation into this amount. He paused. The debtor has a registered capital of 200 million. This company has indeed experienced delayed payments over the past 2 years, but according to our assessment, the main reason is the longer project cycle downstream, not a solvency issue. Our conclusion is that although this accounts receivable has a longer aging, the recovery risk is manageable. After finishing, Sun Wenba closed the laser pointer and scanned the room. These are my evaluation conclusions. In summary, the company's fundamentals are solid, the acquisition price is reasonable, and I recommend proceeding. Very smooth, very professional, and very clean. Several department heads exchanged glances, ready to voice their agreement. Manager Sun's report is very detailed. A senior executive spoke first. We've also reviewed the equity structure and the performance-based clauses, and there are no major issues. The deputy head of risk control added, risk control's opinion aligns with Manager Sun's, we recommend proceeding. 2 departments. 2 green lights. Sun Wenba's lips twitched slightly. He didn't smile, but the pride was already written all over his face. As long as everyone agreed, this project would be his. According to procedure, the next step was Li Shishua's signature for confirmation, then final approval. He turned to Li Shishua, waiting for her single word, approved. But Li Shishua said nothing. She glanced at the documents beside her hand, then at Lu Yang. Everyone's gaze followed hers. Do you have anything to add? Yes. She directly ignored Sun Wenba and chose to ask a newcomer. The pride on Sun Wenba's face instantly froze. Add. What could an intern possibly add? The surrounding executives looked at Lu Yang with keen interest. They were curious to see what this newcomer was capable of. Just then, a system voice echoed in Lu Yang's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a workplace challenge. Please demonstrate your ability before your superior and expose hidden financial risks. Perfect timing. Lu Yang smiled. Feeling the gazes around him, he calmly opened a document. One he had prepared earlier. Not much, just 2 or 3 pages. I have a few questions. Lu Yang suddenly spoke. Manager Sun mentioned that accounts receivable earlier. The debtor is this company, right? He pointed at a company name. Yes. Sun Wenba nodded. What about it? The legal representative of this company is Li Jianjun and the actual controller is Li Jianguo. Lu Yang said with a smile. As far as I know, they are cousins. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted instantly. The head of the legal department stopped polishing his glasses. The deputy director of the risk control department, who had been drinking water, held the cup to his lips, neither setting it down nor taking a sip. Cousins. The legal department head pushed up his glasses. Manager Sun, why wasn't this relationship mentioned in the assessment report? Sun Wenba's report was indeed well written, but regarding this accounts receivable, he glossed over it with just 8 words, delayed collection, controllable risk. It must be noted that failing to disclose such a hidden related party relationship in a due diligence report is a major professional oversight. Everyone, I can explain this matter. Sun Wenba forced an awkward smile. The two are indeed relatives, but commercially they are independent entities, so strictly speaking, it does not constitute a related party transaction. The rhetoric was smooth. Clearly he had anticipated this scenario. 2 or 3 of the senior executives present nodded slightly, evidently swayed by his explanation. Lu Yang didn't rush to speak. Instead, he scanned the reactions around him, gaining a clear picture. Sun Wenba's tactic was to evade the crucial issue. He wrapped the rotten core in a compliant shell. If it were any ordinary intern, they would have been completely silenced at this point. After all, he was a seasoned professional well-versed in rhetoric. Manager Sun is right. Lu Yang continued. But I checked the actual investor information of the debtor. This company has a registered capital of 200 million, of which 60 million came from another partnership. Among the limited partners of that partnership, there is a natural person named Zhou Lin. He looked up at Sun Wenba. Zhou Lin is the wife of the target company's actual controller. Sun Wenba's smile finally faltered. Well, Zhou Lin is just a limited partner. She doesn't participate in management. Manager Sun. Lu Yang interrupted. I didn't say she participated in management. What I said is that this accounts receivable flowed out from the target company, and your assessment report didn't mention a single word about it. Did you omit it, or did you choose not to mention it? It's so hard to guess. The last question was direct and pointed. Li Shishua, seated at the head, frowned slightly. Her gaze fell on Lu Yang with surprise. This man had prepared more thoroughly than she had imagined. In fact, not only did Lu Yang not show stage fright today, but his performance far exceeded her expectations. After all, Lu Yang was just a newcomer to the workplace, yet he matched the seasoned veterans in presence. Truly a man worthy of her favor. Meanwhile, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Sun Wenba's forehead as everyone awaited his response. Sun Wenba took a deep breath and calmed down. How long have you been with the company? About a week. Roughly. Do you know how much work goes into a full report? I know. Then you should also know that we focus on business sustainability, not digging up someone's family relations. Manager Sun. This time it wasn't Lu Yang who interrupted him. It was Li Shishua. Go on. Those words were directed at Lu Yang. The muscles in Sun Wenba's cheek twitched. He clenched his teeth and sat silently in his chair. Lu Yang nodded. Accounts receivable is just the first issue. First, those around exchanged glances. There's more. Lu Yang smiled as he looked at Sun Wenba. Manager Sun, there's a production line with an original cost of 38 million, but in the assessment report its net value was written as 16 million. You did that, didn't you? Slander. Sun Wenba pointed at Lu Yang, then addressed the senior executives. This kid is slandering me. The executives frowned, ignoring him. Li Shishua flipped through the documents in her hand, locating the corresponding line. The numbers indeed matched. Sun Wenba argued, we conducted an impairment test on that production line midway. Lu Yang nodded. The report was issued by a firm. He paused for a second. Manager Sun, are you familiar with that firm? Sun Wenba's tone turned slightly heavy. We've cooperated a few times. It has a decent reputation in the industry. Lu Yang smiled. The reputation is indeed decent, but it's rare to find a shareholder of that firm named Sun Wenba. Sun Wenba. Everyone was taken aback. Using company resources for private insider trading, huh? They knew that was illegal. Coincidence. Sun Wenba gritted his teeth, still trying to defend himself. Same surname. There are plenty of Suns in the world. Indeed, plenty. Lu Yang's smile deepened. But coincidentally, the household registration information is Lin Jiang, and right now there's only one Sun Wenba sitting in this office. You bastard. You dared to investigate me. Sun Wenba was furious. This is an invasion of my privacy. You're breaking the law, do you know that? Invasion of privacy. This time it was Li Shishua who interrupted. She didn't look at Sun Wenba, but rested her chin on one hand while slowly flipping through the documents with the other. Manager Sun, instead of that, shouldn't you explain the matter of private insider trading? President Li, I think the focus of this meeting has gone astray. Sun Wenba quickly added, today we are discussing the feasibility of the merger, not investigating someone's shareholder identity. Has it gone astray? Li Shishua finally looked up. She stared at Sun Wenba with an extremely calm expression. To Lu Yang it might mean little, but to others Li Shishua at this moment was the queen ruling the workplace. Whenever she wore that expression, it meant someone in the company was doomed. The firm that issued the report. You yourself are a shareholder, and the evaluation received a green light all the way. Sun Wenba, tell me, what is this called? President Li, I can explain. Li Shishua didn't intend to listen. She turned directly to Chun Yen. Call the police. 2 words. Crisp and decisive. Chun Yen took her phone and left the conference room. The other executives chimed in. Manager Sun, if you feel wronged, you can explain it to the public security later. Sun Wenba was stunned. He scanned the colleagues present. Everyone either pretended to look down at their documents or averted their eyes. No one stood up for him. That's the workplace. When you're at your peak, everyone calls you brother Sun. When you fall, everyone fears getting splashed with mud. About 10 minutes later, 2 uniformed police officers walked into the conference room. As Sun Wenba was being taken away, he paused for a second when passing by Lu Yang. He looked at Lu Yang, his eyes filled with hatred. He never imagined that a seasoned professional like himself would be defeated by a newcomer. The door closed. All eyes turned in unison to Lu Yang, who was sitting beside Li Shishua. Unlike the earlier disdain, the gazes this time were far more complex. Young people are truly formidable indeed. You're Xiaolu, right? Haha, I actually saw your potential long ago. That Sun Wenba is a despicable scoundrel. We trusted him so much, yet he secretly conducted private deals behind our backs. If it weren't for Xiaolu, we'd all be in the dark. Young man, keep up the good work. Your future is boundless. Everyone present changed their expressions. Compared to before, it was like 2 different worlds. The head of the legal department was the first to approach, patting Lu Yang on the shoulder. Xiaolu, your analysis of related party penetration is thorough and solid. Our legal team actually missed that earlier. I'll have my team make it up. The head of the risk control department also stood up. Comrade Lu Yang, you're welcome to drop by our department anytime. I happen to be short of a capable hand. Several analysts who usually kept close to Sun Wenba were now smiling more warmly than anyone. After all, their master was gone, and they needed a new one. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran. And with President Li holding Lu Yang in such high regard, he was clearly an excellent choice. As long as they clung to Lu Yang's coattails, they would have President Li's backing. In the workplace, it's all about relationships and being on the right side. Xiaolu, if there's anything you don't understand or need help with, just say the word. We're all colleagues here. Yes, we're one family, no need to be formal. How about we exchange contacts? I have a great secretary I could introduce to you. Lu Yang nodded politely and responded with a few words. How true to life. These people had looked down on him before, and now they were practically begging to be sworn brothers. He understood. That's how the workplace was. If you had ability and resources, there would be an endless stream of people willing to polish your shoes. Just then Chunyin walked to the door and opened the conference room door. Everyone, today's meeting is adjourned. I'll send follow-up items via email. Those words were a clear dismissal. The senior executives took the hint and gradually packed up their things to leave. As they left, each person either nodded or patted Lu Yang on the shoulder as they passed. Some even took out their business cards. When the last person exited, Chun Yin also withdrew, closing the door behind her. Only 2 people remained in the conference room. Li Shishua hadn't spoken a word the entire time. She was still flipping through the documents in her hand. Lu Yang leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. To be honest, although he had appeared calm, it was his first time speaking in such a setting. Moreover, everyone across the table was a seasoned veteran with over a decade or 2 of workplace experience. As a newcomer who had been on the job less than a week, it would be pure nonsense to claim he felt no pressure at all. But the outcome was acceptable. Reason? Li Shishua finally spoke, though her eyes remained on the documents. What reason? Lu Yang countered. You were late. Li Shishua glanced at her watch and said coolly. Traffic jam, Lu Yang replied. So that's your excuse for being 30 minutes late. Lu Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose, unsure how to explain, so he made up a reason. It was quite bad. Li Shishua frowned, her voice lacking warmth. The entire management of the company was waiting for you. Do you know how much each person's time costs? Lu Yang remained silent. This was indeed his fault, and there was no point in arguing. Li Shishua finally closed the documents, tapped the table twice lightly, and then turned her gaze to Lu Yang. However, she paused. Your performance today was passable. Her tone as she said these words was identical to when she praised his cooking as barely acceptable. The corner of Lu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. What a hard-headed woman. Was it really that difficult to give him a genuine compliment? But receiving praise from her was already good enough. After all, he knew this woman too well. The colder her words, the more she approved in her heart. Ding. Host has showcased his ability in front of his superiors, successfully earning the superior's appreciation. Mission complete. Reward 100,000 yuan. Another easy 10,000. Lu Yang smiled. Compared to working, doing missions was indeed the way to go. The next moment, Lu Yang suddenly received a message. It was a voice message from his mother. He tapped on it. Xiaoyang. Mom wants to tell you something. Last time your manager Li came all the way to our house, not only spoke up for you, but also gave such an expensive gift. Your father and I have been feeling guilty about it. We thought we should thank her in person. Since we're free today, we bought some gifts and are heading to your company to see Manager Li. Let your boss know. Lu Yang's hand froze midair, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What's wrong? Li Shishua and noticed his strange expression and asked. I need to tell you something. Don't panic, Lu Yang said. Panic? Li Shishua laughed. She had seen plenty of storms. Panic? Impossible. Even if the sky fell, she wouldn't panic. Lu Yang looked up at her. My mom said the gift you brought last time was too generous, and she feels obliged to come to the company to thank you in person. Upon hearing this, Li Shishua's expression instantly shifted from aloof to flustered. She quickly shook her head. Quick. Stop her. But just as she finished speaking, Lu Yang tapped the next voice message. By the way, your father and I are already at the entrance of your company. Lu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. What's the situation? Li Shishua asked anxiously. Come on, tell me. They're already at the entrance. The pen slipped from Li Shishua's hand. The two stared at each other. Time seemed to stop at that moment. What did you say? Li Shishua reacted belatedly. Couldn't you have stopped them? If they came to the company, their whole facade would collapse. I tried. I sent 3 messages telling her not to come. Guess what she replied? Lu Yang turned his phone around to show her. Zhou Huifan's reply was just 6 words already in the lobby. Li Shishua opened her mouth, then closed it without a word. She panicked. Lu Yang panicked too. He quickly called the front desk to have them hold the visitors first. As soon as the call connected, the front desk receptionist's voice came through. Mr. Lu, there are 2 people here claiming to be your parents. They're waiting in the lobby and say they want to see President Li. Not President Li. Lu Yang quickly corrected her. She's Manager Li. Remember Manager Li? The receptionist was taken aback. Huh? Just say Manager Li is in a meeting and ask them to sit and wait in the lobby. Oh, and this is also President Li's instruction. The receptionist was a bit confused, but our company doesn't have a Manager Li. Lu Yang glanced at the flustered Li Shishua beside him and replied, now we do. He hung up the message. Lu Yang turned around. The usually aloof CEO was now supporting herself on the desk with both hands, her expression too complex to describe. From the receptionist to the cleaning ladies, everyone here called her President Li. Now she was supposed to pretend to be a manager in her own territory. This was no longer acting, it was performance art. Thinking this, Li Shishua began pacing anxiously around the office, uncertain of what to do. Lu Yang put his phone back in his pocket and said, I know you're anxious, but don't be too anxious. How can I not be anxious? Li Shishua's face was genuinely worried. Your mother didn't even give a heads up. Everyone in the company called her President Li. The moment Liu Yang's mother walked in and asked anyone, the truth would come out. Liu Yang thought for a moment and said, we need to spread the word quickly. Spread the word. Li Shishua laughed in anger. You want me to send a company-wide notice telling everyone to call me manager from now on? Was that realistic? Obviously not. Besides, if this got out, where would she put her face? Liu Yang said, not the whole company. Just this floor, or find a few reliable employees to act along. No way. Li Shishua refused outright. Then do you have a better idea? Liu Yang asked. Li Shishua opened her mouth, then closed it. She really didn't. After all, she had never imagined such a situation. Liu Yang stepped forward. Since we've come this far, we have to see the act through. Li Shishua glared at him fiercely. She should never have agreed to play the manager last time. Now they were stuck in the same boat. If the boat capsizes, no one benefits, Liu Yang said, spreading his hands. Besides, they came all this way to thank you in person. If you refuse to see them, what will they think when they go back? They'll think I'm doing poorly at the company, that even my boss doesn't like me. No. Li Shishua crossed her arms, still looking unyielding. Let whoever wanted to do it handle it. She wasn't going to. After all, she was the company's CEO being demoted to manager. It was absurd. Liu Yang crossed his arms and mimicked her tone. Then I won't handle your mother's situation either. You dare threaten me? Li Shishua gritted her teeth. Liu Yang said bluntly, if your parents find out you got drunk and married a stranger. Li Shishua bit her lip. How can I help you? In truth, it wasn't that she didn't want to help. She just found it absurd. The two people downstairs in terms of relationship were her own in-laws. Putting on a different face, pretending to be a mid-level manager under her own command, and showing her in-laws around her company. If anyone heard about this, they wouldn't believe it. Just think of it as experiencing life, Liu Yang said tentatively. Experience your head, Li Shishua retorted, then let out a long sigh. Forget it. At this point, beating him or cursing him wouldn't help. She pressed the intercom to her assistant's office. Assistant Chen, come to my office. Soon Chun Yin pushed the door open. Li Shishua closed her eyes as if making a difficult decision. Even multi-billion-dollar projects hadn't troubled her this much. Notify everyone on this floor. From now on, in front of outsiders, call me Manager Li. Huh? Chun Yin was stunned. Then she looked at Liu Yang, stunned again. What the hell? Manager? From CEO to manager, a demotion of 18 levels. Chun Yin asked in confusion. President Li, are you? Call me Manager Li. Li. Manager Li. Yes, that's it. Are you sure? Say that one more time. Chun Yin wisely shut up and walked out quickly. But as she stepped out the door, Liu Yang saw her struggling to suppress a smile. Clearly she was holding back laughter. The contrast of the company's CEO suddenly becoming a manager was unmatched. Li Shishua sat back in her chair, her legs crossed in black stockings, one foot swinging in the air. That was her nervous habit. Also, Li Shishua suddenly remembered something. While your mother is here, if she asks about any personal questions regarding me, you handle it yourself? No problem. If she asks me again whether I'm married, I'll answer for you. Hearing this, Li Shishua's expression softened slightly. Nothing else for now. They'd improvise when the time came. A minute later, Chun Yin returned. Li, Manager Li, everyone on this floor, everyone on this floor, has been notified. As she said the last few words, her lips twitched for a moment, but she held it in. She was a trained professional. Normally she wouldn't laugh. Are you laughing? Li Shishua frowned. No, President Li. Chun Yin pressed her lips together and added, I've also instructed the reception desk, but Mr. Liu's parents have already started asking, saying they want to come up and visit you. Li Shishua took a deep breath, then, after a moment, said, let them come up. Chun Yin nodded and left. Liu Yang also felt like laughing, but he didn't. Instead, he said seriously, I appreciate it, Manager Li. Li Shishua clenched her fist, then relaxed. She didn't hit Liu Yang, but the look in her eyes translated too. Just you wait. The elevator doors opened, and Zhou Huifang and Liu Jiangwo stepped out. Liu's mother, Zhou Huifang, was carrying a plastic bag containing 2 boxes of pastries, the packaging clearly expensive. Normally she would only buy discounted gift boxes from supermarket promotions, but this time was different. She had spent a lot on these pastries. The couple looked around as soon as they exited the elevator. Spacious corridors, glass partitions, abstract paintings on the walls, the kind that looked incomprehensible but expensive. To be honest, it was their first time seeing such a high-end company. At that moment, Liu Yang walked quickly out of the office. Liu Jiangwo and Zhou Huifang were standing in the hallway looking around. Their outfits clashed completely with the floor's aesthetic. Dad, Mom. Zhou Huifang saw Liu Yang and loosened her grip on her bag strap. Xiaoyang, over here. Didn't I tell you not to come? What? Not allowed. Did you do something shameful at the company? Liu Jingguang shot him a glance. Liu Yang felt a bit guilty. I'm working hard. Zhou Huifang's attention was no longer on her son. She scanned the area and immediately lowered her voice. Xiaoyang, is this where you work? Yes, Liu Yang nodded with a smile, then took the bag from his mother. Come on, I'll take you inside to sit down. The couple followed Liu Yang, taking in the office areas on both sides. Through the glass walls, they could see the workstations inside. Each person had a dual-monitor setup, coffee cups on the desks, and ergonomic chairs with headrests. Lu Jiangwo had spent over 20 years standing in a factory workshop using the same metal stool since his first day. "This chair is nice." The three walked forward. An employee spotted Lu Yang and immediately flashed a standard professional smile. "Brother Lu. Back so early." "Lu Yang. Brother Lu." That title was way too exaggerated. Clearly, he had been instructed beforehand. After speaking, he nodded politely to Zhou Huifang and Lu Jiangwo, then hurried away. A few more steps. At the corner, a male employee holding a cup of coffee saw Lu Yang and smiled too. "Brother Lu, good afternoon." Zhou Huifang's mouth slightly parted. She glanced at Lu Yang. Had her son already become so popular with his colleagues at the company? Lu Yang smiled and nodded in response. But inside he wanted to curse. Everyone was calling him Brother Lu. When had he earned such a seniority? Especially those older than him. The title felt awkward. Yet Zhou Huifang was already awed by the show. She tugged at Lu Jiangwo's arm, whispering close to his ear, "Old Lu, did you see that? Our son is well liked at the company." Lu Jiangwo kept a straight face, but his eyes were secretly scanning the surroundings. "Don't make a fuss. Remember, we may not have seen much of the world, but we must never show it or their leaders will think we're narrow-minded." Zhou Huifang quickly nodded. Right, we can't embarrass our son." Though they said that their hands instinctively touched and smoothed their shirt collars. They reached the end of the office area. Lu Yang stopped. He first glanced at the door. Last time he came, a nameplate beside it read President's Office. Now, the nameplate was still there, but the word President had been covered with a piece of white tape, changed to Manager. The edge of the tape was slightly curled, and upon closer inspection, you could faintly see the character beneath it. The corner of Lu Yang's mouth twitched. He could imagine Chen Yan's expression when she stuck that tape. But from now on, his identity was an ordinary employee and Li Shishue was the manager. "Let's go in." Lu Yang pushed the door open. The office was spacious, at least 70 square meters, with the same view as the meeting room. But unlike last time, the piles of documents on the desk were much fewer. No, they had been cleared away. Li Shishue sat in the office chair. The moment she saw the door open, she immediately stood up, offering a polite smile. "Uncle, Auntie." Lu Yang was once again impressed by this woman's acting skills. Just a moment ago, she was throwing a tantrum at him in the office, and now she had switched to a demure, virtuous woman. And more importantly, she had even changed her clothes while he was out picking up his parents. She was now wearing a plain knit sweater, not her usual professional suit, and no high heels. Her hair was down, and she had added a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, unlike the last time he saw her at home. All traces of a president's demeanor were gone, making her look like an amiable middle-level manager. Impressive. Lu Yang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. This woman really knew how to act. So professional. Li Shishue walked around the desk to greet them. Zhou Huifang quickly handed over the gifts she had bought. "Manager Li, we felt so sorry for troubling you last time, so we thought we'd come by today. This is just a small token, nothing expensive, just a gesture." Li Shishue took the gifts. The brand looked pricey. The couple must have spent a lot. "Annie, you're too kind. It was nothing, just a quick stop on my way. You didn't have to make a special trip. It's the least we could do." Zhou Huifang held Li Shishue's hand warmly, her attitude full of enthusiasm. Lu Jiangwo's eyes wandered around the office. Impressive. Very impressive. He never expected that this brat would actually land a job at the city's most famous Shuyu company. "Uncle, Auntie, please have a seat." Li Shishue invited them to sit. They grunted in acknowledgement and settled onto the sofa. Chen Yan knocked twice and entered carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 cups of tea. "President Li, the tea is ready." The moment the words President Li left her mouth, Chen Yan instantly felt 2 murderous glares. Li Shishue and Lu Yang both stared at her. Chen Yan swallowed hard and quickly corrected herself. "Manager Li, the tea is ready." "Yes, that's right." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. After setting down the tea, Chen Yan bowed slightly and hurried out of the office. Zhou Huifang picked up her cup and sniffed it first. The tea's aroma was on a completely different level from the chrysanthemum tea she had at home. "Manager Li," she said after taking a sip, "our Xiao Yang has never been one to put us at ease. His grades in school were all over the place, and I always worried he wouldn't amount to much. Now that he's working at such a big company, I feel truly relieved. Auntie Xiao Yang is a quick learner on our team." Li Shishue replied with a smile. He handled the data materials for a previous project very neatly. Several senior colleagues said the young man has a sharp mind, but he can be a bit unreliable sometimes. Lu Yang's lips twitched. "Fine. Praise me then. But why did you have to bring me down?" Zhou Huifang slapped her thigh. "Manager Li, you're absolutely right. Xiao Yang has been like that since he was a kid. In high school, he once promised to buy tutoring books for a classmate, took the money, but forgot to buy the books. I had to drag him by the ear to the bookstore and buy them one by one." Li Shishue couldn't help but laugh, turning her head to look at Lu Yang. It was clear that her amusement came at the expense of his embarrassment. Lu Yang's face grew a bit stiff. "Fine. Intentional. 100% intentional." This woman first praised him, then immediately mentioned his unreliability, just to get his mother to criticize him. Lu Yang silently noted this down. "Just wait. When I meet my mother-in-law, I'll tell on her too. And another thing. Zhou Huifang continued with a smile. In high school, he had a crush on a girl in his class. What was her name? At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly signaled her to stop. But it was useless. Zhou Huifang was on a roll. I can't remember her name, but she was a pretty girl sat next to Xiaoyang. They secretly dated for half a semester, and I didn't know about it until the teacher called. His father and I gave him a beating when he got home. And guess what? They got back together in secret afterward. Later they secretly got together again. Mom, why are you bringing this up? Lu Yang panicked. At that moment he could clearly feel a chill down his back. The smile on Li Shishue's face vanished, replaced by an aura filled with murderous intent. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhou Huifang glared at Lu Yang. She turned back to Li Shishue and said, later that girl broke up with him on her own. Manager Li, guess why? Li Shishue was holding her teacup, her movements paused, and a smile reappeared. Why, oi? Because this kid promised to give her a gift on Valentine's Day, but he forgot. The girl waited for him the whole day, but he went to an internet cafe to play games. Lu Jiangwo sat beside them, without a word, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Li Shishue put down her cup and looked up at Lu Yang. Xiao Lu, you've had a relationship before. Her tone sounded very calm. But Lu Yang sensed the underlying meaning. What was it? Probably you're done for. It was in high school, immature, just fooling around. Lu Yang gave a dry laugh, hoping to quickly move past this topic. Li Shishue smiled, but didn't press further. Yet her smile, no matter how you looked at it, seemed off. Zhou Huifang was completely oblivious, still chatting happily. After all, who would have thought that the Li Shishue standing before them was her son's nominal wife? Manager Li Xiaoyang was so mischievous as a child, let me tell you. Mom! Lu Yang shouted. If he didn't stop her, he would be finished. Manager Li is very busy with work, we shouldn't disturb her. I'm not busy. Li Shishue interjected with a smile, then said to Zhou Huifang. Auntie, I love hearing this. Please go on. Lu Yang. In the end, he had underestimated a woman's curiosity gossip. With Li Shishue's encouragement, how could Zhou Huifang hold back? The following period was the longest and most agonizing time in Lu Yang's life. Manager Li, you don't know, Xiaoyang was quite good-looking as a child, and he had a sweet tongue, always attracting little girls. The earliest one was in the second year of middle school, a little girl from the next class. That girl was fair-skinned, not tall, with 2 ponytails. She brought milk to Xiaoyang every day. Once I rummaged through his backpack and found a letter inside a pink envelope with a heart drawn on it. I immediately dragged him over and asked. Guess what he said? He said, Mom, don't look, it's a math test paper. Next to them, Lu Jiangwo, who had never heard of this before, couldn't help but type 666. Indeed, he was his own son, bearing some resemblance to his younger self. Oh, there's such a thing. Li Shishue's lips twisted slightly as she turned to look at Lu Yang. His expression could no longer be described as mere embarrassment. Li Shishue asked with a smile what happened next. Later, when they were in the 3rd year, they were separated into different classes, so it ended. But this kid didn't stay quiet for long. In the 3rd year, another one came. This time it was Li Shishue's turn to type 666. Who would have guessed that this guy had such a colorful past? In the 3rd year, there was a girl who attended the same tutoring class with him. Every time after class they would walk together. One day, I went to pick him up early and caught them sharing a cup of milk tea with one straw in a milk tea shop. Zhou Huifang said. Lu Jiangwo chimed in from the side. That cup of milk tea was bought with my secret stash money. Lu Yang muttered inwardly. Dad, don't add insult to injury. Li Shishue's smile stiffened slightly. A woman's intuition told her there was more to come. She asked, just 2 in middle school. Far from it. Zhou Huifang roughly calculated, and then said, even more in high school. As these 4 words fell, Lu Yang shrank back toward the door. In the 1st year of high school, there was a liberal arts girl. She was infatuated and waited for him at the school gate every Friday. Later, Xiaoyang thought she was too clingy and said they weren't suitable, so he rejected her. But after rejecting her in the next semester, he got involved with another one. That girl was very beautiful, a piano student, gentle and refined. Once during their school's art performance, Xiaoyang and she performed a duet on stage. Listening to this string of embarrassing past stories, Lu Yang's hand holding the cup trembled incessantly. Well, now he couldn't wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The key was Li Shishue's expression. Although she kept a smile on her face, that smile was becoming more and more wrong. It was like a demonic smile. If his mother continued, his entire romantic history from childhood would be exposed. Mom. Lu Yang immediately stood up, ready to pull Zhou Huifang away. Manager Li has a meeting this afternoon, let's not delay her work. But I haven't finished yet. You finished, it's very finished. Lu Yang said hastily. If he let her continue, his mother would be digging up his grave. Zhou Huifang wanted to speak again, but Lu Jiangwo tugged at her. All right, the leader is busy with work, let's not cause trouble. All right. Zhou Huifang finally nodded in agreement. Her sudden visit was already quite presumptuous, she couldn't possibly delay the leader's work. Manager Li, we won't disturb your work then. Zhou Huifang stood up and said with a smile. Li Shishue also stood up and returned a smile. No disturbance at all, uncle and auntie. Feel free to come again when you have time. Zhou Huifang stepped forward and held Li Shishue's hand. Manager Li, if Xiao Yang doesn't behave at the company, you should discipline him, scold him, don't be polite. Don't worry, auntie, I will definitely take good care of him. This sentence was delivered with exceptional sincerity. Yet Lu Yang felt a chill down the back of his neck. He took a deep breath, not daring to let his parents stay any longer, so he hurriedly escorted them to the elevator. Before leaving, Zhou Huifang was still muttering, Xiao Yang, your manager Li is such a good person and beautiful too. Sigh, if you could find a daughter-in-law like her in the future, I would rest in peace, even in the underworld. Are you dreaming? Don't you know what kind of person this brat is? Lu Jiangwo said bluntly, he has to be worthy of her. Lu Yang said nothing. Xiao Yang work hard in the company from now on and never cause trouble for manager Li. Zhou Huifang finally urged, and she's been so good to you, you must learn to be grateful. Grateful? Me grateful to her? Lu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Remembering the way this woman had tormented him, he couldn't hold back. Even if I die, I will never be grateful to her. Ding! At that moment the elevator arrived. The doors slowly opened. Lu Yang was about to send his parents in. However, as the door opened, a middle-aged woman stood inside. She was holding an insulated lunchbox and her attire was rather elegant. Song Xiulan, Li Shishue's mother. Song Xiulan, Li Shishue's mother. What is she doing here? Lu Yang was completely bewildered. First his parents showed up, and now Li Shishue's mother. Did these two groups coordinate their timing or something? Fortunately, Lu Yang's reflexes were quicker than an ordinary person's. He grabbed his mother Zhou Huifang's hand. Mom, wait. Zhou Huifang looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? The elevator is here. This elevator is broken. Broken? That can't be right. Zhou Huifang had clearly seen the elevator functioning normally. Before she could finish speaking, Song Xiulan had already stepped out of the elevator. Her first reaction upon seeing Lu Yang was to break into a warm, kind smile. Oh, Xiao Yang, you're here too. This is bad. These three words were all that remained in Lu Yang's mind. Song Xiulan was carrying a thermal container in her hand, her smile exactly the same as the last time they met, as if she were greeting her most favored son-in-law. I made some soup for Shueshua. I'm worried she'll order takeout again for lunch, so I specially brought it over. Perfect timing. You should try your auntie's cooking too while you're here. Lu Yang stood frozen in place. His current situation could be described with two words. A sandwich cookie. His birth mother on the left, his mother-in-law on the right. One side doesn't know he got married, the other doesn't know Li Shueshue is pretending to be a manager. If either side says even one more word, the situation will explode. Zhou Huifang couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yang, who is this? Lu Yang immediately spoke up, Mom, this is Miss Li. Ms. Li, manager's mother, Annie Song. Having said that, he turned to Song Xiulan, his eyes filled with desperation to survive. Annie Song, these are my parents. They came today to see where I work. The Li manager remark made Song Xiulan pause. Li manager? What Li manager? Her daughter was the president of Shuyu Group. When did she become a manager? Although it was strange, she didn't think much of it. Maybe Lu Yang just got the title wrong. After all, as a newcomer, it's quite normal to use the wrong form of address. So you're Xiao Lu's parents. Song Xiulan took the initiative to extend her hand. Zhou Huifang quickly wiped her hands on her pants before shaking it. After all, this was the mother of the company manager. She wouldn't dare be negligent. Hello, Annie Song. Wait, how should I address you? Just call me Xiulan, no need to be so polite. Song Xiulan smiled particularly warmly. Lu Jiangwo stepped forward and shook hands as well. He was more composed than Zhou Huifang. After sizing up Song Xiulan a couple of times, her clothing wasn't ostentatious, but the fabric and style made it clear she wasn't from an ordinary family. Xiao Yang has been well taken care of at your place, Zhou Huifang said with a smile. Song Xiulan laughed along, no. Xiao Yang is such a sensible child. We've met several times, and every time he... Lu Yang suddenly interrupted their conversation. Mom, Annie Song must be busy. Song Xiulan waved her hand with a smile. It's fine. I retired from company affairs long ago. My daughter took over my position. I'm completely free now. Lu Yang quickly found another excuse. Annie Song, your soup is going to get cold. Song Xiulan replied, it's fine. The weather is hot these days. It'll be better slightly cooled down. Then why don't we sit down and chat? Zhou Huifang's eyes lit up as she suggested. Wasn't the mother of her son's boss? This was an opportunity to bond that she simply couldn't let slip. Besides, building relationships with people her own age was her specialty. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Lu Yang quickly slipped into the office. Li Shueshue was sitting in the office chair, legs crossed, her expression clearly not looking good. She had just seen Lu Yang's parents off and hadn't even had time to remove those plain glasses when the door was pushed open again. Lu Yang, at the sight of this face, the fire in her heart immediately flared up. She had endured it in the office for a full 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 50 minutes? Li Shueshue opened her mouth about to explode. Lu Yang beat her to it, panicked and flustered. Your mother. Li Shue, who had been about to lose her temper. Was he cursing at her? Your actual mother. Liu Yang's voice rose and fell dramatically, unable to find the words. Your mother. She's right outside. What did you say? Li Shue froze, the anger in her heart vanishing in an instant. Her first thought was she absolutely could not let her meet Liu Yang's parents. The next second, as if Liu Yang knew what she was thinking too late. They've already met. Where is my mother now? Right outside chatting with my mom. Li Shue. The two fell silent for a moment. Now what do we do? How should I know? The two looked at each other, one watching the other, neither speaking first. At this moment outside in the hallway, two middle-aged women were already chatting animatedly. Zhou Huifang sat beside Song Qiulan, the two laughing and talking. The atmosphere couldn't have been better. They had even started addressing each other as sisters. Your mother really has her ways. Watching the two chatting happily not far away, a wry smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Li Shue's mouth. She never expected Liu Yang's mother to be so capable. Only a few exchanges, and she had already become best friends with her own mother. After all, she hadn't seen her mother this happy in a long time. Liu Yang retorted, your mother is the same. Li Shue shot him a glance, she's your mother too. Both of them felt their scalps go numb. What will your mom say? Liu Yang asked. She'll say everything. Li Shue answered. This statement left them with not a shred of confidence. Li Shue turned around. Your mom asked what I do for a living. I said I was a manager and she believed it. But my mother. Your mother sees someone and immediately wants to make them her son-in-law. Liu Yang finished the sentence for her. Li Shue didn't argue. That was just her mother. A mother who would spend her own money just to marry her off. The two peeked through the glass. At the end of the corridor, the two mothers were chatting enthusiastically. Liu Yang suddenly made a move to go over. Li Shue grabbed him. What are you doing? I'm going to stop them. Can you stop two mothers alone? Liu Yang faltered. That was a fair point. But they couldn't just do nothing, could they? Call Chen Yan. Li Shue spoke first. She turned to press the intercom on her desk. Chen Yan, come in for a moment. Li Shue hung up without further explanation. The two stood waiting. About half a minute. A knock came and Chen Yan pushed the door open. Just as she was about to report something, she looked up, saw the expressions on their faces, and the words she was about to say immediately died in her throat. There are two aunties sitting outside in the hallway. Li Shue got straight to the point. Chen Yan nodded yes. Mr. Liu's parents and your mother. Exactly. Li Shue said directly. I need you to separate them now. Huh? Chen Yan was stunned. One set of parents of uncertain status and the president of the company's mother. She was supposed to separate them. Do I have that kind of ability? Chen Yan's lips moved several times. She had a bitter taste in her mouth, but couldn't speak it out. She had been with Li Shue for 3 years, rising from secretary to assistant, and had taken on every tricky task imaginable. But this task alone she had never done. How was this any different from asking the White-Bone Demon to slay the Tang monk and his disciples? Wasn't this just making things difficult for herself? Moreover, the two were now chatting like long-lost sisters. How was she supposed to separate them? With what excuse? Li Shue didn't bother to wait for her agreement, directly giving orders in the tone of a boss. First separate them. Then what? Then? Liu Yang and Li Shue exchanged a glance. Then leave it to us. Chen Yan had no choice but to brace herself and go ahead. The two of them, not far away, secretly peeked out half their heads to observe the situation. Their expression read, go ahead, start your performance. Chen Yan took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked over with a smile on her face. Aunt Song. Song Qiulan looked up. Xiao Chun. What's the matter? Chen Yan immediately spoke. Li. General manager asked me to check if the soup you brought should be drunk while it's hot. I see the thermos has been sitting for a while. Song Qiulan glanced down at the thermos. Oh right. I almost forgot. I need to send it in to Xiao Shui quickly. She stood up and picked up the box. Success. Chen Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Chun, why don't you take it in for me? I finally met a good sister today, and we're having such a lovely chat. Song Qiulan suddenly stopped, put the thermos down. The two had even started calling each other sisters. Chen Yan's smile froze on her face, stuck in place. But soon she spoke. Aunt Song, I'm really sorry, but Manager Li asked me to prepare a document right now, and it's quite urgent. I can't leave. What document is so urgent? It's... Chen Yan's mind went blank. It's a very important document, absolutely cannot leave. Song Qiulan gave an O and didn't press further. Zhou Huifang smiled beside her. Sister Qiulan, go ahead and deliver it. I'll wait for you here. After you finish chatting, I'll treat you to tea. Song Qiulan heard this. Good sister, I'll be right back. She picked up the thermos and walked toward the office area. Success. Chen Yan stood there, immediately pulled out her phone and sent Li Shue a message, mission accomplished, Commander. After sending it, she let out a long breath. As for what happened next, she left it to those two big shots. Liu Yang and Li Shue saw the message. They exchanged a glance. No need for extra words, they split up. Li Shue spoke first. You go intercept your mother. No. Liu Yang thought for a moment. If you go out now, my mother will definitely say hello to you, and then you'll be stuck together again. It's better if I go intercept your mother, and you find an excuse to send my mother away first. Besides, right now you're my boss. Your words carry more weight than mine. Li Shishue was stunned for a moment. This logic. She couldn't find a flaw. Fine, you go. Wait. Lu Yang called her back. My mother is the kind of person, the more polite you are, the less she wants to leave. You have to make her feel embarrassed to stay, and then she'll go. How do I make her feel embarrassed? Act busy. Lu Yang said bluntly. Li Shishue frowned. Are you sure your mother will fall for that? I'm sure. My mother hates most to delay others' work, especially since you're my boss. The moment you say you're busy, she'll be more eager to leave than you. Then what about you? How are you going to intercept my mother? This question stumped Lu Yang. He knew his own mother well, but he didn't know Li Shishue's mother. My mother. Li Shishue's expression was a little shy, her voice lowered. My mother's biggest wish in life is to find me a suitable husband. She has a very good impression of you. Lu Yang frowned. So you just latch onto that, and she'll listen to anything you say? Li Shishue said. Lu Yang thought it over. Not bad. It actually made sense. Last time Song Qiulan had indeed been extraordinarily warm to him. In that case, he just needed to firmly establish the role of the good son-in-law. All right. With the plan settled, the two split up. Lu Yang was the first to push open the office door and walk toward the left corridor. Song Qiulan was coming from the elevator with the thermos, her pace unhurried but her destination clear. He had to intercept her before she reached the office area. Aunt Song. Lu Yang hurried up to meet her. Song Qiulan stopped. Xiao Yang. Auntie, let me help you carry that. Lu Yang reached for the thermos. Song Qiulan smiled. No need, I can manage myself. You're such a thoughtful child. By the way, is Xiao Shui in her office? She is, but... Lu Yang slightly shifted his body, blocking the path to the office area. Auntie, Xiao Shui just received a phone call. It seems there's a problem with a client and she's handling it. It's not convenient to go in right now. Song Qiulan gave an, oh, then I'll wait. Please have a seat over here. Lu Yang guided her in the opposite direction. They reached the rest area, and Song Qiulan sat down, placing the thermos on the table. Xiao Yang, you look well today. Slept decently. Is the apartment comfortable? Very good. Song Qiulan nodded with satisfaction, then added, by the way, why did your parents come to the company today? Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat. They came to see where I work. Oh, I see. Song Qiulan gave an oh. But your mother is quite talkative. We chatted a bit, and she seems like a very nice person. By the way, are your parents still over there? Should I call them over? We can all chat together. No. Lu Yang blurted out. At the same time, Li Shishue adjusted the clear glasses on her nose. They had no prescription. At this moment, Zhou Huifang was sitting on a chair, while Lu Zhengwo was looking around here and there. Uncle, Auntie. Li Shishue walked over with a smile. Zhou Huifang saw her, and immediately stood up. Manager Li, are you done with your work? Almost. Li Shishue sat down beside her, smiling. Auntie, I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't finish saying everything. Zhou Huifang took her hand. You're too polite. We're just adding to your trouble. Not at all. I'm very happy to see Uncle and Auntie. By the way, Manager Li, what did you want to see us about? Li Shishue's mind went blank for a few seconds. Auntie, I mainly wanted to talk about Xiao Lu. I wanted to discuss something with you. What is it? Go ahead. Zhou Huifang asked. Next week, a colleague in our department has a business trip. It might be out of town for 2 or 3 days. Li Shishue fabricated without flinching. Xiao Lu will have to go along. Don't worry, the company will cover all travel expenses. A business trip is great. Upon hearing about the business trip, Zhou Huifang didn't hesitate. Instead, she slapped her thigh. Young people should get out there more, see the world. Manager Li, feel free to take him along. The boy has nothing else but a thick skin and can endure hardship. If he dares to complain, just call me directly, and I'll give him a piece of my mind. Li Shishue smiled gently and charmingly, though her heart was full of unspoken bitterness. As the president of a major corporation, she was now reduced to making small talk with an intern's mother, all while pretending to be a caring leader. Auntie is right. Well, I'll go arrange the specific itinerary for the trip. There's a cross-department meeting this afternoon, so I won't keep you, Uncle and Auntie. Li Shishue seized the opportunity to say. Zhou Huifang, being sensible, quickly pulled Lu Zhengwo to stand up. All right, work comes first. Manager Li, you get busy, and we'll be on our way. As they walked away, they kept muttering that Manager Li was truly a kind person, not only without the airs of a manager, but also so polite. Their son Xiaoyang had really met a benefactor. After seeing off those two Buddhas, Li Shishue leaned against the corridor wall and let out a long sigh of relief. She wondered how Lu Yang was doing. The scene returned to the rest area. As the word no fell, Song Qiulan looked at Lu Yang with a puzzled expression. Her brows raised, her face full of confusion. This young man usually seemed so steady. Oh, why was he so jumpy today? Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, Auntie Song, my parents are in a hurry today. Yes, in a hurry. In a hurry. Song Qiulan asked, what hurry? It's noon, and they haven't even had a bite to eat before leaving. Lu Yang made up an excuse. Auntie, it's like this. There's an urgent matter at home that needs handling. They're probably already downstairs catching a bus. Oh, that won't do. Song Xiaolan looked regretful. They traveled such a long way and didn't even get a meal. I was thinking of finding a nice place for our families to sit down and have a good chat. Lu Yong quickly waved his hand. No need, auntie. Next time there will definitely be an opportunity for us to gather properly. What a pity. Song Xiaolan sighed, then put on a smile. But that's true. There will be plenty of opportunities. When you and Xiaoxue get married, the in-laws will have all the time to chat. I'll make sure to treat your parents well then. Wedding. Lu Yang's mouth twitched. At that moment a figure walked back toward them. It was Li Shixue. She made an okay gesture to Lu Yong. Seeing that gesture, Lu Yong relaxed completely. It was done. His mother was taken care of, and his part of the mission was complete. As Li Shixue approached, her expression had already returned to its usual aloofness, and she had taken off her flat-rimmed glasses. Song Xiaolan, upon seeing her daughter, immediately opened the thermos. Xiaoxue, I was waiting for you to finish work. You came just in time. I brought you some soup. Mom, why did you come to the company again? Li Shixue's tone carried a hint of helplessness. What do you mean again? I hardly ever come. Song Xiaolan rolled her eyes, then opened the lid of the thermos, and a rich aroma drifted out. I started simmering this soup at 6 in the morning. Song Xiaolan ladled out a bowl of soup. Li Shixue was about to reach out to take it, but Song Xiaolan bypassed her and handed it directly to Lu Yong. Xiaoyang, have a bowl first. You've worked hard at the company. Lu Yong took the bowl, still not quite sure what was happening. Li Shixue bit her lip. Mom, I'm your daughter. Song Xiaolan didn't turn around. I know. Then why didn't you serve me first? What's the rush? There's still more in the pot. Song Xiaolan said calmly. And you're a grown woman. Can't you serve yourself? Li Shixue's lips moved a couple of times, then she closed them. Serve herself. She looked at Lu Yong, who was drinking the soup, then at herself. So she had fallen behind Lu Yong in the family's pecking order now. Song Xiaolan, completely oblivious to her daughter's mood, looked at Lu Yong with eager expectation. Taste it. How's Auntie's soup? Lu Yong took a sip. To be honest, it was really good. It was on a completely different level from the mystery soup served in the cafeteria. Delicious. Lu Yong was sincere. Hearing this, Song Xiaolan beamed with joy. If it's good, drink more. Auntie's skills may not match those of professional chefs, but this soup is my specialty. Xiaoxue has been drinking it since she was little. Then Song Xiaolan ladled some meat into Lu Yang's bowl. Xiaoyang, you're too thin. You need to eat more. A boy who's too thin doesn't look good. Lu Yong quickly declined. Enough, auntie. On the other side, Li Shixue served herself a bowl of soup and sat opposite, drinking it in silence. But her expression could be translated into 3 words. Heartbroken. My own mother. Truly my own mother. Mom, he can't drink that much. What do you mean he can't drink that much? Song Xiaolan glared at her. You two are living together now, and the work pressure is heavy. How can you get by without some nourishment? Get your bodies in good shape early while I'm still strong enough to help, and give me a big healthy grandchild soon. Li Shixue's ears turned red. Lu Yong touched his nose and played dead, saying nothing. But the soup was indeed nourishing. After drinking this potent tonic, would he even be able to sleep tonight? As the soup neared the bottom, Song Xiaolan closed the thermos with a smile, then sat up straight, ready to chat. Xiaoyang, it's been a few days since you moved in. How's it going? Any discomfort in daily life? Lu Yong glanced at Li Shixue. Li Shixue's gaze drifted over, signaling him not to say anything out of line. Lu Yong looked away and replied with a smile, It's fine, auntie. That's good. Song Xiaolan nodded, then asked, What do you two usually eat? You're not ordering takeout every day, are you? No, auntie. I cook myself. Lu Yong blurted out. Song Xiaolan's eyes lit up. You can cook. A little bit, Lu Yong said modestly. Song Xiaolan turned to glance at her daughter, then looked back at Lu Yong, speaking with a tone of frustration. Xiaoyang, let me be honest with you. My biggest worry in life is that after Xiaoxue gets married, no one will take care of her. This child from childhood to now not only can't cook, but she even managed to burn a pot when making instant noodles. Li Shixue's mouth twitched. Mom. Song Xiaolan ignored her and continued, Do you know what she did back in school? Lu Yong pricked up his ears. Song Xiaolan said, One winter she thought the water heater was too slow, so she bought herself an electric kettle. But within 3 minutes of plugging it in, the entire floor tripped the circuit breaker. Not only that, but the kettle was sparking and flashing like lightning. An electric kettle? A trail of sparks and lightning. Lu Yong couldn't help but glance at Li Shixue. He never imagined that this queenly figure, usually so aloof in the company, had such embarrassing moments during her student days. He couldn't imagine how spectacular the scene of her trailing sparks and lightning must have been. Guess what happened next? Song Xiaolan chuckled, continuing her tale. Li Shixue's face was flushed red, but her mother showed no regard for her daughter's feelings. Or perhaps that's just how a real mother is. When I got the call from the dorm supervisor, I nearly had a heart attack, thinking the dormitory had exploded. When I rushed over, the dorm auntie was charging up with a fire extinguisher, thinking there was a fire. That auntie, over 50 years old, ran from the first floor to the 6th, carrying a fire extinguisher, kicked the door open, and sprayed the whole room. In the end, Xiaoxue couldn't get her hair clean for 3 days. Luyang nice. Mom. Li Shishue couldn't hold it in anymore. Why would she bring up such an embarrassing story? How was she supposed to save face? What? Did I say something wrong? Song Qiulan said with righteous indignation. Li Shishue red-faced said he doesn't want to hear this. No, I do. Luyang said directly, I really enjoy hearing anything about Xiaoxue. Hearing this, Li Shishue gritted her teeth. Fine, this guy is getting back at me, right? Earlier, she had made him look foolish in front of his parents, and now it was her turn to be embarrassed. There's another story even more outrageous. Since Luyang enjoyed it, Song Qiulan didn't hold back and continued. Xiaoyang, did you know? During her high school military training, on the third day they were standing at attention. Under the scorching sun, the instructor said no moving. This girl, a mosquito bit her, and she just had to scratch it. The instructor caught her and made her run 10 laps around the track. When she came back, her soles were blistered. For half a month, she walked like a penguin, waddling from side to side. Luyang listened with great interest. A penguin. His mind automatically conjured an image. This young lady walking like a penguin waddling. The image was too vivid. Li Shishue's face had turned red all the way to her neck. Mom. Enough. Mother and daughter glared at each other for a moment. Song Qiulan pursed her lips and finally stopped. It wasn't that she was afraid of her daughter, but she didn't want her son-in-law to think her daughter was too embarrassing. Though enough had already been exposed, she still wanted to leave her daughter a little dignity, lest her son-in-law find too many flaws and become disdainful. It's getting late. Song Qiulan glanced at her phone. It was indeed late. Right, I have a beauty appointment later, so I won't disturb you too. Take care, Auntie. Luyang said. Ding, the elevator doors closed. The two of them stepped back simultaneously. Li Shishue stared at the elevator doors for a long while. After confirming that her mother wasn't coming back, she leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. Gone. Gone. Really gone. Really gone. Li Shishue closed her eyes. Both mothers were gone. To be honest, this afternoon was more exhausting than all the projects she had managed combined. First she had to play the manager, then act virtuous in front of Luyang's mother, and then endure her own mother exposing her dark history. The point was her dignity was shattered. Li Shishue turned to look at Luyang. At that moment the corners of Luyang's mouth were slightly raised and a faint snickering sound could be heard. That smile was subtle. If it were anyone else, Li Shishue might not have cared. But this was Luyang. She knew him too well. He was mocking her. Luyang. Everything you heard today. Li Shishue enunciated each word clearly. Don't remember a single thing. Luyang blinked, looking innocent. Which part are you referring to? All of it. More specifically. Li Shishue stared at him, grinding her teeth. She knew perfectly well that Luyang was doing it on purpose. Luyang spread his hands, the electric kettle with sparks and lightning, or the penguin. Shut up. Li Shishue gritted her teeth and walked up to him, pressing her finger firmly against his chest. Forget the electric kettle. And definitely forget the penguin. Otherwise. Before she could finish, Luyang interrupted. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Li Shishue paused. Right. She really couldn't do anything to him. Alright, I'll forget everything. Luyang didn't want to mess with her anymore. He was exhausted too, so he wouldn't tease her. Li Shishue snorted, turned around, and walked toward the office. Then she changed back into her original high heels, sat at her desk, and began reorganizing. The files she had stashed away to deal with Luyang's parents were now all brought back. She also took off the knitwear and changed back into her business attire. The plain glasses were also thrown into the drawer. The familiar CEO was back. Luyang thought for a moment, and then said, you worked hard today. Li Shishue's hand that was flipping through files paused. She didn't look up. Don't say things like that. Why? Because it makes me think you're being polite to me, and I don't like politeness. Luyang scratched his head. It was a thank you, not politeness. But arguing with this woman was pointless. He was about to turn and leave. Wait. Li Shishue finally looked up. How long did your mom and my mom talk in the hallway? About 10 minutes or so. What did they talk about? Luyang recalled, I overheard a bit before I left. They were talking about vegetable prices and health. Li Shishue's brow didn't relax. A woman's intuition told her they must have talked about more than that. Just that. Probably, maybe, I think so. Luyang wasn't sure either. Hopefully that was it. Li Shishue was silent for a moment before looking away. She knew that today's crisis was dodged, but what about the future? If the two mothers got in touch later and became familiar, what topics wouldn't they discuss? Once they started talking about their children's marital status. Li Shishue didn't dare to think further. She rubbed her temples. Exhausting, too exhausting. At that moment she finally realized the truth. To cover up one lie you need countless lies to hide it. Forget it, let's go home first. Which home? The one my mom bought. Li Shishue shot him a cold glance. Do you think my mom is that easy to fool? Her bringing soup today was just an excuse to probe and see if we were really living together. If we don't go back there, she'll come straight to the company tomorrow to check. Luyang was speechless. This mother-in-law's reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills were wasted. Ooh, she should have been a spy. On the way home neither of them spoke. Li Shishue drove with her eyes fixed on the road, occasionally tapping the brake. Low music played inside the car. Luyang leaned back in the passenger seat, glanced out the window, then looked away. This afternoon had truly exhausted them both. To be honest, they had never been this tired in their entire lives. Pushing open the front door, Lu Yong didn't even bother to take off his shoes properly. He collapsed onto the sofa, slumping back, his body completely sprawled out. Li Shishue went into the bedroom to change. When she came out and saw him in that state, she frowned. It had only been a few days and this guy was already treating the place like his own home. How outrageous. But Li Shishue ignored Lu Yong and went straight into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Soon the sound of showering could be heard. Just then Lu Yang's phone vibrated. He picked it up. It was a message from his mother Zhou Huifang. Zhou Huifang, Xiaoyang, that manager Li of yours is really wonderful. Mom is very reassured. Work hard at the company and don't let her down. Oh, and she said next month you're going on a business trip with her. Remember to pack enough clothes and take care of yourself. Lu Yong stared at the screen, stunned. Business trip? What business trip? He hadn't heard anything about it. Just as he was thinking, another message from Zhou Huifang came in. Xiaoyang, remember to call me when you're on the trip to let me know you're safe. And don't be stingy with money. Eat well, drink well, don't shortchange yourself when you're away. Oh, Xiaoyang, Mom chatted with Aunt Song today and discovered something very important. Lu Yong instinctively replied, what is it? Zhou Huifang, I found out that her daughter, your boss manager Li, is not married yet. Lu Yong was stunned. Not married. Although he didn't know why his mother would say that, it was certain that Song Qiulan hadn't told his mother that he and Li Shishue had already gotten their marriage certificate. In other words, he hadn't been exposed yet. Lu Yong quickly replied, Mom, how do you know? Zhou Huifang immediately responded, even though Aunt Song didn't say it outright, your mom is no pushover either. I chatted with her for a long time today, and I could guess from her tone. And don't forget, your mom may not be good at many things, but I'm the best at reading people. Wow, she could tell that from the conversation. Lu Yong curled his lips. Before he could reply, Zhou Huifang quickly sent another message. Xiaoyang, Mom tells you that manager Li has such good conditions, a great personality, she's beautiful and capable. You need to seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity. What opportunity? Lu Yong stared at the screen, frozen for a few seconds. He couldn't just reply, Mom, no need to seize it, we already got the certificate. At that moment, the sound of water from the bathroom stopped. Li Shishue came out wrapped in a loose loungewear, set holding a towel, drying her hair with slow, deliberate strokes. Her hair was wet, strands sticking to her shoulders, water droplets trickling down the ends, leaving a trail on her collarbone. Her cheeks were flushed from the hot water, and her lips were moist and rosy. Seeing this, Lu Yong snapped back to reality. Well, not only had they gotten the certificate, he was even living with her now. He put his phone back in his pocket and looked up. Li Shishue stood under the living room light, her hair still wet. She casually wiped it a couple of times with the towel and then stopped. Her loungewear was a loose cotton type, much more relaxed than her business suits, and she seemed more relaxed herself. Lu Yong stared at her for a long moment. She was nothing like the woman who had been pressuring a group of executives in the meeting room earlier that day. Li Shishue noticed his gaze and frowned. What are you looking at? Her tone was a statement, not a question. I'm looking at how beautiful you are, Lu Yong said directly. Li Shishue was stunned for several seconds, then said, what did you say? You're beautiful, Lu Yong repeated. Li Shishue's face flushed instantly. She tightened her grip on the towel and turned away from him. Lu Yong, are you crazy? No. Then why would you say that out of the blue? Before she could finish, Lu Yong interrupted, my mom said so. Li Shishue paused, her expression softening slightly. What else did your mom say? She also said you're a good person and a good boss, Lu Yong replied. And she told me to seize the opportunity. Li Shishue's movements froze. Your mom is nosy. It's not nosy, Lu Yong said, annoyed. It's that my mom and your mom are thinking the same thing. At those words, Li Shishue fell completely silent. Both mothers were urging them from opposite sides, one pushing and one pulling in, more enthusiastic than any matchmaker. Li Shishue turned and grabbed a throw pillow, hurling it at Lu Yong. All right, go to bed. Lu Yong caught the pillow effortlessly and tossed it back. Good night. The next morning, the curtains weren't drawn, and a sliver of light slipped through the gap. Lu Yong stretched, put on his slippers, and pushed open the bedroom door. The entire living room was quiet. The master bedroom door was closed. Clearly this woman was still asleep. No wonder. She must have been exhausted yesterday. Lu Yong didn't disturb her. He went to the kitchen, made a simple breakfast in 2 portions. He ate one himself and set the other on a plate on the dining table, then left the house. He hailed a cab straight to the school. When he arrived at the gate, there weren't many people yet. Lu Yong had already eaten, but as he passed the steamed bun shop near the school, the aroma tempted him, and he turned back to buy 2 more. He was munching on a bun, about to head back, when his steps suddenly halted. Not far away at the entrance of the neighboring school, 2 figures looked very familiar. It was Xia Ning and Xia Qing. Xia Ning wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her hair tied in a low ponytail. Beside her, Xia Qing sported a black sports vest, her hair casually tied in a high ponytail, with a few stray strands falling across her forehead. Seeing them, Lu Yong took another bite of his bun. He almost forgot. Their school was right next to his, only a few dozen meters apart. Xia Ning. A voice rang out at that moment. A male voice, loud and resonant, heard by everyone around. Xia Ning's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a deadpan expression as if she wished she could disappear. This annoying pest is here again. Beside her, Xia Qing frowned. She clenched her fist about to stride toward the man. Xia Ning grabbed her arm urgently. Sis, don't do anything rash. Xia Qing turned back. Don't worry, I won't hit anyone. Zhou Yu, the starting guard of the Chengjiang University of Science and Technology basketball team, stood at 185 centimeters and possessed a handsome appearance. Yet these were not the focal points. The crux of the matter was that since the previous semester he had set his sights on Xia Ning. Every few days he would confess his feelings, presenting flowers, milk tea, love letters, and even orchestrating a highly embarrassing public spectacle on the sports field with a banner. Xia Ning had rejected him no fewer than 10 times. Regrettably, it was to no avail. Zhou Yu's logic was simple: if she hadn't agreed, it meant he hadn't tried hard enough. He was like a stubborn piece of taffy, impossible to shake off. Xia Ning, I need to talk to you. Zhou Yu gracefully held a guitar, exuding a sense of ceremony. Meanwhile, quite a few students had gathered to watch. It was utterly mortifying. Xia Ning covered her ears, exasperated by him. There is no Xia Ning. Xia Ning is dead. Leave. However, Zhou Yu paid no heed. Soon the sound of the guitar filled the air. The prelude was a cheesy, overplayed love song. Xia Ning's face screamed one word: help. The onlookers couldn't help but cover their mouths in laughter, and some even began to jeer. At that moment, Xia Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She clenched her fists and stepped forward. Sis, don't worry, I won't hit anyone. When Xia Qing said she wouldn't hit anyone, she meant it. Zhou Yu looked up, and as he saw Xia Qing approaching him, his fingers froze on the guitar strings. Xia Qing, Xia Ning's cousin, was from the Physical Education Institute. The two were famously known as the sister duo on campus. Unlike Xia Ning, Xia Qing was usually aloof, and rumor had it that she was quite violent. For this reason, despite having many suitors, they had all been deterred. Well, to be more precise, they had been beaten back. But when it came to her looks, there was no denying it. Especially today, clad in a black sports tank top, her long legs standing there, she drew the gaze of half the male onlookers. Zhou Yu's lips curled slightly. Why was she voluntarily walking toward him today? Could it be that she was moved by his enchanting singing? One of life's 3 great illusions. She likes me. Although he was originally pursuing Xia Ning, a person must learn to adapt. Switching targets wasn't out of the question. After all, both of them were stunning beauties, easily worthy of the title campus queen. Zhou Yu quickly adjusted his collar, a smile he deemed handsome spreading across his face. He stopped playing the guitar and casually pulled out a bouquet of roses he had prepared in advance. Xia Qing. He stepped forward, extending the flowers. Although these flowers were meant for your sister, if you like them, I can give them to you. Before he could finish, his outstretched hand was about to touch Xia Qing. To be precise, the moment his fingers grazed Xia Qing, something happened that no one present could react to in time. Zhou Yu, as if struck by a spectral counter, was sent flying. His 185-centimeter frame, along with the guitar and roses, hurtling through the air. A dead silence fell over the crowd. They had always thought the rumors of Xia Qing's violence were just hearsay. Sis, didn't you say you wouldn't hit anyone? Xia Ning was dumbfounded, her mouth agape. To be honest, she feared nothing more than Xia Qing's intervention. In her eyes, no one could afford to provoke Xia Qing. I didn't hit anyone, Xia Qing said. You call that not hitting? Xia Ning blurted out. Not just her, but everyone present wanted to say the same thing. Xia Qing, he tripped. Everyone's 6. Then Xia Qing turned and walked away, casually dropping, let's go. Lu Yang finished the remaining half of the steamed bun, clapped his hands, and stood at the school gate, watching Xia Ning and Xia Qing enter the campus. He couldn't help but marvel. Interesting. He had previously thought the girl was merely aloof, never expecting her to be so violent. The first class in the morning was Old Zhao's. When Lu Yang arrived at the classroom, Wang Hao was already seated in the back, textbooks spread on the desk, phone hidden beneath, scrolling happily. Lu Yang sat down beside him. Wang Hao didn't even look up. Old Yang, you're actually attending class today. Did the sun rise in the west? Nothing much today, thought I'd catch up on some lessons. Alright, but Old Zhao has been as irritable as a hornet's nest lately. Probably got cuckolded or something. I suggest you pay attention and don't provoke him. Lu Yang opened his textbook and ignored him. Old Zhao arrived right on the bell, placed his thermos on the podium, and began the lecture with a stern face. About 10 minutes into the lecture, Wang Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down, then shot up from his seat. Holy shit. The sound wasn't loud, but a couple of people in the front row turned around. Old Zhao pushed up his glasses, glanced at the back, and continued lecturing without comment. Wang Hao lowered his voice and shoved his phone in front of Lu Yang. Old Yang, check this out. The screen showed a post from the campus forum. The headline read, Girl sends 185 centimeters jock flying 3 meters with bare hands. Below the post was a short video clip of about 10 seconds. The footage was a bit blurry, but the content was clear. A male student holding flowers was flipped to the ground by a female student. The guitar flew away. The roses scattered. The person was down. The comment section exploded. Holy crap. Is this some kind of fighting queen? Isn't that guy who got thrown Zhou Yu from the basketball team? Ha 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 ha, dying. Serves him right. He's always bothering her, how annoying. But seriously, that girl is so cool. Anyone know her? Looking for her name. I know her. Xiaqing from Chengjiang Physical Education Institute, you're welcome. The one next to her is her cousin Xia Ning, also from Chengjiang. They're known as the Chengjiang Twin Flowers. Twin Flowers. I hereby declare myself an honorary alumnus of Chengjiang University. Wang Hao grew more excited, slapping Lu Yang's arm. Old Yang, look at these two. Lu Yang glanced at the screen unfazed. Of course, he had witnessed it firsthand. The angle of the post wasn't even as good as where he had been standing. Wang Hao replayed the video, growing more animated. Suddenly, he zoomed in on the faces in the video with his fingers. Wait. Wang Hao stared at the screen for 3 seconds, then another 3. He jerked his head up, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. I've seen these two before. Lu Yang responded calmly, yeah, you have. Not just yet. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement. Aren't these the two girls who came for the interview at your milk tea shop last time? Yeah, what's the problem? Wang Hao opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. What's the problem? The problem is huge. Wang Hao pointed at the screen and reiterated, Old Yang, did you even read the post? Lu Yang propped his chin on his hand. I read it. So what? Seeing Lu Yang remain unmoved, Wang Hao grew anxious. Lao Yang, these two are the famous Chengjiang Twin Flowers from the neighboring city. Do you realize what it means to have them working at your shop? Lu Yang replied calmly. It means I have 2 more employees. Wang Hao slammed the table, his eyes reddening with impatience. No, Lao Yang, think about it. If they work as your shop assistants, won't all those guys line up to buy milk tea? Lu Yang pondered. Although Wang Hao wasn't usually the sharpest tool in the shed, his words did carry some weight. He hadn't expected to pick up 2 campus queens as employees. The one in the back. At that moment, old Zhao's stern voice lashed down from the podium. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. A few students in the front row stole glances back, their eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Everyone knew old Zhao had been in a foul mood these past few days. To dare to chat during his lecture at such a time was practically asking for trouble. Old Zhao took off his glasses, wiped them twice, then put them back on. Stand up. Wang Hao glanced at Lu Yang beside him and slowly rose from his chair. Old Zhao's voice was stern. Wang Hao, what were you chatting about so happily? Come on, share with everyone. What were you discussing just now, eh? Wang Hao's mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. What could he say? That he was talking about the twin flowers of Chengjiang. That he was debating which girl was prettier. Wouldn't that be like a public execution in front of the whole class? However, the classmate seated by the window next to him spoke up. Teacher, Zhao, he was discussing with Lu Yang which girl selling milk tea was more attractive. The moment the words left his mouth, the classroom erupted in laughter. Old Zhao's face darkened instantly. His usual dark expression was like an overcast day, but today's was the harbinger of a storm. 1,000 words self-criticism on my desk before class ends. Time flew by and a few days passed. That day, Lu Yang went to personally inspect the construction site. Foreman Zhao was standing at the door smoking. When he saw Lu Yang, he stubbed out the cigarette. Boss Lu, the work's done. Come in and see if you're satisfied. Lu Yang nodded. The moment he pushed the door open, he paused for a step. Most of the fixtures were already in place. To be honest, it was better than he had expected. The counter faced the main entrance, and when open, a warm halo of light spilled outward. By the window, 5 sets of double tables were arranged with round-back chairs in natural wood color and cushions swapped for creamy white. The walls bore no flashy decorations, just 2 simple line drawings in a Japanese style, clean and refreshing. The kitchen was in the back compartment with equipment already installed. Everything that should be there was there, no corners cut. All right, no problem, Lu Yang said. I'll settle the balance payment today. Foreman Zhao smiled. Got it, boss. Lu is always straightforward. They settled the accounts on the spot. Just then Lu Yang's phone buzzed. Xia Ning had sent a message. Boss, is the shop renovation done? Lu Yang checked the time. It happened to be the weekend, so he could have them come for a trial shift. He replied, it's done. If you're free this afternoon, come on over. Xia Ning replied instantly, great. Great. Xia Ning, what should we wear this afternoon? Just casual clothes. Lu Yang, sure, come for the trial shift and try on the uniforms while you're at it. Xia Ning, roger that. I'll tell my sister. At 2 in the afternoon, Xia Ning and Xiaqing arrived punctually at the shop entrance. Xia Ning wore a light pink t-shirt and carried a small crossbody bag. Xiaqing followed behind in a black short sleeve, her hair tied up high, standing silently. You're here, Lu Yang said, unlocking the door and pushing it open. As soon as Xia Ning entered, her eyes lit up. Wow. She made a half-turn around the shop from the counter to the seating area, then ran to check the kitchen, her voice brimming with excitement. Boss, your decoration is really beautiful. Xiaqing said nothing. After a full look around, her expression remained neutral. She just nodded slightly. That was a sign of approval. Lu Yang took out 2 sets of uniforms from the cabinet. Go change. The changing room is behind the kitchen. Xia Ning picked up her size, glanced at it, then looked again. Boss, do I really have to wear this now? Training is more intuitive when you're in uniform. Xia Ning took the clothes and went into the changing room. Though she sounded a bit shy, her expression was eager. Xiaqing, however, stood still, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Lu Yong asked cautiously, how about you try it on too? After all, this young lady had a background in martial arts. If she wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do. Xiaqing didn't respond, but Xianing quickly came out and dragged her inside. About 10 minutes later, the curtain of the changing room stirred. Xianing emerged first. A black dress, a white apron, her ponytail retied higher, the bow slightly askew. She pinched the hem of her skirt and walked toward Lu Yong, her Mary Jane heels clicking crisply on the floor. Boss, what do you think? Lu Yong gave her a quick glance. To be honest, she looked much better than the product photos. Indeed, a good figure makes all the difference. Xianing was already stunning, and in this outfit she matched the warm tones of the shop perfectly. Standing behind the counter, she would be the first thing customers saw, instantly boosting customer retention. Not bad, but your bow is crooked. Where? Xianing reached up to touch it, but couldn't find it. She checked herself in the small mirror behind the counter, adjusted it, then turned back. Is it okay now, eh? It's fine. Lu Yong smiled. Xianing sighed in relief, then called out, sis, are you done? There was no response from inside. Xianing called again. The curtain moved, then stopped. Xianing put her hands on her hips and shouted, sis, what are you dawdling for? Wait a moment. A flustered voice came. Then silence again. Lu Yong stood by the counter pretending to check the equipment, occasionally glancing over. After another moment, the curtain was finally pulled open a crack. Xiaqing's head peeked out, scanned the room, and finding Lu Yong with his back to her, she ducked back in. Xianing couldn't take it anymore. She walked over, yanked the curtain open, and pulled the flustered Xiaqing out. Lu Yong turned around. He froze for a second. The two stood together, one in a white dress with a white apron and a crooked bow, the other standing straight, her apron tied neatly, creating an indescribable contrast. Curiously, although Xiaqing had put on the uniform, her expression made it clear she wasn't about to accept any comments. Xianing looped her arm through Xiaqing's, one on each side, then turned to Lu Yong and asked, so boss, do we look good? Still passable, I suppose. Lu Yong cleared his throat softly and said, passable. Xianing let out a knowing hum, apparently not quite satisfied with this answer. Well, alright. It's actually quite pretty. Lu Yong finally voiced his true thoughts. Satisfied, Xianing tugged at Xiaqing's sleeve. Sister, you should look too. You look adorable right now. No need. Just one peek. No need. Xiaqing refused flatly. She dared not look at her current appearance. Lu Yong cleared his throat again, getting back to business. Alright, let's begin the hands-on practice now. Great, great. Xianing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, adopting an expression of a diligent student. Xiaqing stood to the side, gazing forward, her expression turning serious. Lu Yong took out the pre-prepared tea base and began explaining the procedure. He demonstrated as he spoke, his movements deft and practiced. Add the syrup based on sweetness preference. Full sweetness gets 3 pumps, 70% gets 2, half gets 1. You'll memorize this eventually, but for now, just remember it. Xianing pulled out her phone and opened the Notes app to record, while Xiaqing simply listened. Finally, add ice, pour into the shaker, put on the lid, and shake 30 times. With the explanation complete, Lu Yong pushed the shaker towards Xianing. Go ahead, you try first. Xianing nodded, then gripped the shaker with both hands and began shaking vigorously. Perhaps her strength wasn't enough. After just a few shakes, her rhythm fell apart. The shaker wasn't sealed tightly, and by the 10th shake, the lid suddenly came loose. Up. The tea inside sprayed out instantly, splashing half of Xianing's hand. She stood frozen for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Lu Yong. Boss, I'm so sorry. Lu Yong handed her a tissue. The lid needs to be sealed tight. Press down on it before you shake. Xianing wiped her hand clean and tried again. This time the lid was secure, but she put too much force into the shaking. Her wrist angle was off, and the entire shaker nearly flew out of her hands. She hastily caught it with both arms, clutching it to her chest, her expression like she'd just rescued some precious treasure. Lu Yong sighed. We'll take it slow. Xiaqing stood nearby, watching Xianing's frantic display, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. A very subtle movement. But Xianing caught it. Sister, what are you laughing at? Xianing hugged the shaker, her face flushing. Wasn't laughing. Liar, you were clearly laughing. Xiaqing turned her head away, her expression immediately composed again. Xianing quickly set the shaker back on the counter, placed her hands on her hips, and tossed her chin up at Xiaqing. Sister, you try it. Xiaqing glanced at the shaker, then at the tea stains splattered everywhere from the earlier mishap. I'm good. What do you mean, I'm good? Xianing tilted her head, studying her. Sister, don't tell me you're afraid you'll shake it wrong too. The words had barely left her mouth. Xiaqing took a step forward without hesitation. Clearly her competitive spirit had been ignited instantly. Lu Yong stepped aside, refilled the shaker, sealed the lid tightly, and pushed it toward her. Show us what you've got. Xiaqing reached for the shaker. Just from how she picked it up, the difference was obvious. When she grabbed the cup, Lu Yong thought she would definitely handle it better than Xianing. After all, she was an athlete. Surely her grip strength was sufficient. As it turned out, Xiaqing's problem was precisely the opposite. She was far too strong. She gripped the shaker so tightly that all the ice inside piled up against one end. Xiaqing tried again, still applying too much force. The ice inside clattered and banged against the walls. Xiaoning held back, trying not to laugh, but her eyes betrayed her amusement. Lu Yang couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped in personally. He took her hand. Hold it like this. The moment Lu Yang's hand made contact, Xiaqing's body tensed up instantly. It wasn't normal nervousness. It was a reflexive muscle tightening. She always had this issue. Once someone touched her, her body would react before her mind could. The last time with Zhou Yu, she'd flung both him and the flowers flying because of exactly this reaction. But this time the response stopped there. Lu Yang didn't notice anything amiss. He merely adjusted her grip on the shaker and casually corrected her wrist angle outward. You're too rigid. Your wrist needs to stay loose when shaking, not relying on brute force. Xiaqing looked down at her hand, saying nothing. Lu Yang released her hand and stepped back. Try it again. Xiaqing gripped the shaker firmly once more. This time she held back her strength and began to shake. The rhythm was much steadier than her first attempt, and the sound of the ice became even and consistent. Yes, like that. Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Xiaqing finished shaking and quickly set the cup back on the counter. Throughout the entire process, she didn't say a single word. Seeing this, Xia Ning felt somewhat puzzled. What puzzled her wasn't that Xiaqing had shaken it better than her, but that Xiaqing had remained completely calm. Throughout their lives, her sister couldn't let anyone touch her except for Xia Ning herself. Apart from Zhou Yu, there had been a senior once who had accidentally brushed Xiaqing's wrist. She had then flicked him away on the spot, and he had spent the following week and more confined to the hospital. But just now, Lu Yang had directly held her wrist, and Xiaqing had been completely unmoved. Though Xiaqing herself was clearly more aware than anyone of what had just happened. She tugged at her skirt again, her expression unnaturally focused on the counter, as if trying to force herself to appear completely composed. Her earlobes were slightly flushed. Xia Ning turned away, continuing to practice her shaker skills. And then Lu Yang began explaining the other procedures. From sealing the cup to applying the label to confirming sweetness and ice levels with the customer. Every single step he broke down and explained in detail, speaking at a measured pace. Xia Ning took meticulous notes, her phone keyboard clacking away as she typed out long strings of reminders, pausing every so often to look up and confirm, as if she were cramming for an exam. Xiaqing didn't write a single word, but every sentence Lu Yang spoke, she absorbed completely. Training to remember movements, relying not on notes, but on the mind. This was muscle memory ingrained in a sports academy student. After finishing the theory, Lu Yang had the two of them each make a complete drink. Xia Ning went first. This time the shaker didn't fly out, nothing splashed, and the seal was tight. The only issue was that when it came time to apply the label, it ended up crooked. She stared at the lopsided sticker for a moment, then decided to pretend she hadn't noticed. Boss, I finished. She pushed the cup over, wearing an expression of proud accomplishment. Lu Yang glanced at the somewhat crooked label, without comment took it, and took a sip. The sweetness is off by one level. And there's the label. I know. Xia Ning pouted, grabbed the cup back, turned around, and applied a new label. It seemed her attempt at cutting corners wouldn't pass after all. It was Xiaqing's turn. She worked slower than Xia Ning, thinking through each step before acting. The shaking was steady, the seal was clean, and the label was applied perfectly straight. Lu Yang took a sip, then nodded, not bad. Just 2 words. Xia Ning stood nearby, feeling somewhat dejected. Boss, you're playing favorites. Xia Ning pursed her lips, tracing circles on the countertop, with her fingertip a hint of resentment in her expression. She had been trying so hard herself, yet Lu Yang hadn't offered a single word of praise. Lu Yang turned to face her, utterly exasperated with the girl. How am I being biased? Xiaqing had simply done a good job. How could that be considered favoritism? Xiaqing stood by the workbench, wiping down the used shaker and rinsing it clean, paying no attention to the argument unfolding beside her. Sis, don't you think the boss is being unfair? Xia Ning suddenly directed the question at Xiaqing. Xiaqing dried the shaker and replied with a single word, yes. Lu Yang was speechless. Well, 2 votes to 1. He had lost. With newfound support, Xia Ning perked up immediately. Boss, take another sip. Just 1 more. I really think my sweetness level isn't off at all. Take a sip yourself first. Xia Ning picked up the cup, took a big gulp, and her expression froze. It was indeed 1 level too sweet. You can't tell the difference anyway, she insisted stubbornly, though her voice had dropped considerably. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to argue further. After all, a single degree of sweetness made a world of difference to a customer's palate. Making drinks wasn't scientific research. Precision down to the milliliter wasn't necessary, but a basic sense of proportion was essential. A few days of practice would do the trick. Alright, that covers the basic procedures. Having finished the instruction, Lu Yang addressed the two. Let me go over a few other things. First, during work hours, everyone must wear the uniform. No unauthorized alterations. Xia Ning raised her hand. Boss, can I change my hair accessory? I have a bunny ear clip, super cute. Sure, as long as it's not over the top. Lu Yong nodded and continued, second service language. Try to maintain a pleasant attitude. As he said this, his gaze naturally fell on Xiaqing. Xianing was easy enough. She had a sweet tongue. But Xiaqing, that young lady, had spoken fewer than 50 words in total since they'd met. Asking her to greet customers with a welcome, that was about as likely as scaling the heavens. Xianing clearly had the same thought. She glanced at Xiaqing, then stole a look at Lu Yong, her expression conveying a clear message. Boss, you handle her yourself. I can't persuade her. It had already taken a great deal of effort to get Xiaqing into a maid outfit. Now asking her to greet customers warmly was a task she simply couldn't accomplish. Lu Yong opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he held back. Never mind. He'd take it one step at a time. Besides, some customers actually preferred that cool, aloof style. Wasn't there an online term for it? The cold beauty goddess. With Xiaqing's aura, just standing there silently was already a selling point. Third, Lu Yong raised 3 fingers. This is the most important rule. Both girls instantly pricked up their ears. Lu Yong spoke seriously. We're a legitimate business. No matter who the customer is, rules are rules. If anyone tries anything inappropriate, don't hold back. Just tell them to get out. Not ask them to leave, tell them to get out. After all, customers with no decency were not worth keeping. Xia Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. To be honest, that was her biggest concern. Now that the boss had made it clear, it showed he genuinely had their backs. Boss, what if they refused to leave? Xia Ning suddenly asked. Difficult customers were a real possibility. Call the police. And if they still won't leave after that? Lu Yong glanced at Xiaqing. Your sister's right here. Isn't that more effective than the police? All right. Xia Ning nodded. That made sense. If anyone dared to lay a hand on them, Xiaqing could send them flying with a single punch. So she didn't need to worry too much about that. All right, those are the 3 basic rules. Lu Yong said. Any questions? If not, we'll leave it at that. Xia Ning raised her hand. Boss, I have a question. Go ahead. Are we starting business tomorrow? Yes, we'll start a soft opening tomorrow. Lu Yong thought for a moment. The preparations were mostly done, so it was time to begin. Arrive by 9:30, open at 10:00. Got it. Lu Yong added one last warning. Don't be late, or I'll deduct from your pay. The mention of a pay cut startled Xia Ning. Don't worry. I definitely won't be late. All right. Lu Yong swept his gaze over them. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. Boss, will go change then. Go ahead. Xia Ning dragged Xiaqing back into the changing room. This time they were much quicker at getting dressed. A few minutes later they emerged in their original attire. Xia Ning folded the maid outfit neatly and placed it on the counter. Boss, we're off. Take care on the way. The two left one after the other. Watching their figures disappear around the corner, Lu Yong let out a sigh. Although the store's renovation was finished, there was still a mountain of rough work. The storage cabinets behind the counter hadn't been set up, the freezer needed cleaning, and the leftover debris from the renovation had to be cleared. In short, it was dirty, tiring work. Asking the 2 girls who had just finished training to do it. Not appropriate. Doing it all alone. Also not ideal. So Lu Yong pulled out his phone and dropped a message in the dorm group chat. Got work, come quick. The reply came instantly. Su Guanquan replied, what kind of work? Lu Yong replied, you'll find out when you get here. Su Guanquan replied, I'm not coming unless you tell me. Last time I helped you move that junk, I almost threw out my back. Li Yunbin replied, I'm in a ranked match. Wang Hao replied, we're duo queuing. Lu Yong replied, 300 a day. All 3 replied, father, send the location. Lu Yong gave them the usual spot. About 40 minutes later they arrived. Damn, old Yong, you must have spent a fortune on this renovation. The 3 were slightly stunned by the interior. In just a few days the shabby store had been transformed. Of course, by this point Lu Yong had nearly exhausted the cash he had set aside for this venture. He clapped his hands to draw their attention. Stop gawking. Get to work. Wipe down everything and clear out all that trash on the floor. The 3 looked at the piles of debris, then back at Lu Yong. Su Guanquan spoke first. Seriously, why are we always stuck with the dirty, heavy jobs? Wang Hao chimed in, my shoulder's acting up again. Li Yunbin was even more direct. I've got calluses from gaming. Can't exert any force. Lu Yong swept his gaze over them and said flatly, add another 100 per person. As the 2 words, extra money, fell, Su Guanquan crouched down and lifted the heaviest box, his back straighter than a military posture. His waist instantly felt fine. Wang Hao had already picked up a rag and started wiping the surrounding equipment. Li Yunbin, without a word, grabbed a broom and began sweeping from the doorway inward. Lu Yong looked at the 3 of them and shook his head. No wonder some people said money could do anything. Though that statement was a bit absolute, when applied to these 3 the accuracy was 100%. The 4 of them worked for over an hour. Lu Yong inspected everything and found it basically fine. Tomorrow's trial run shouldn't have any issues. Alright, wrap up. As soon as the 3 heard, wrap up, their exhausted expressions vanished instantly. For $100 in the bag. Su Guanquan was the first to speak. Godfather, next time can you give us a heads up? I'd at least wear sneakers. These slippers almost broke my toes. Wang Hao flexed his slightly sore wrist and counted today's pay. Then he said, Oh, by the way, old Yang, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. What's up? There's a long holiday in a few days. The class discussed it and plans to organize a trip together. Where to? The beach. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Who organized it? Who else? The class monitor, of course. Wang Hao shrugged. He posted a poll in the group. The costs split evenly. Li Yunbin and Su Guangquan showed no reaction. They were never interested in such social activities. Wang Hao added, over 20 people have already signed up in the group. Lu Yang pulled out his phone and checked. The class group was indeed lively. Yuan Xiangrong had posted several photos of the sea view in the group along with the caption, "Youth leaves no blank. Go see the sea with passion." Yuan Xiangrong immediately followed up with another message, "Ziying, I'll arrange a sea view room for you, window facing the ocean. Watching the sunrise in the morning will be especially beautiful." Lu Yang glanced at a couple of messages, then slipped the phone back into his pocket. Boring. Old Yang, are you going? Wang Hao asked. Lu Yang replied directly no. To be honest, this kind of pointless social gathering was just a waste of his time. Besides, his mind was fully occupied with tomorrow's trial run. All right, let's head back. Lu Yang glanced at the sky. The three responded. They each returned to their school dormitories. Lu Yang, on the other hand, went back to the apartment complex. By the time he reached the building entrance, it was already dark. He went upstairs and pushed the door open. The room was pitch black. The lights were off. Not back yet. He thought Li Shishua hadn't returned, so he reached for the switch on the wall. The moment the light came on, he saw the figure on the living room sofa. Li Shishua was lying on her side, her long legs and black stockings curled up, a thin blanket draped over her, one hand pressed against her lower abdomen, her face buried in the throw pillow. Her hair was loose, and she still wore her work suit from the company. She had changed her shoes, but only one slipper was on, the other lay crooked on the floor by the sofa leg. Lu Yang was taken aback. What was she doing? He asked instinctively, what's wrong? Li Shishua glanced at him in the hallway without lifting her head and spoke softly. Nothing, nothing. Her voice was very faint, muffled in the pillow, sounding weak and weary. Lu Yang stepped forward a few paces. When he reached the sofa, he noticed a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and her lips were paler than usual. She clearly didn't look fine. Really nothing. Lu Yang asked again. This time Li Shishua didn't even bother to respond. She just buried her face deeper into the pillow. Lu Yang glanced at the table. A glass of cold water sat there next to her phone, the screen still lit, showing a few unread messages from Chen Yin, which she hadn't even opened. He looked at her curled up posture and the hand clutching her stomach. Got it. He understood everything. Her period had come. Lu Yang didn't ask further. He turned and walked straight to the kitchen. Li Shishua peeked at him through the gap in the pillow. Her voice was tiny. Where are you going? To boil water. I'm not thirsty. Before she could finish, Lu Yang had already entered the kitchen. He opened cabinets, searching. The first shelf held tea and coffee. The second had spices. On the third shelf in a corner, he found a half-used bag of brown sugar. He checked the date, still within the expiration period. He then rummaged through the fridge, but found no ginger. Oh well, this would have to do for now. Lu Yang filled the kettle and set it to boil, then retrieved a hot water bottle from the very bottom of the cabinet. It was brand new, still in its plastic packaging, likely prepared by Song Qiulan for her daughter. Though his mother-in-law tended to worry about everything, he had to admit she had a well-stocked collection of supplies. After the water boiled, Lu Yang made a cup of brown sugar water, filled the hot water bottle, tightened the cap, wrapped it in a towel, and carried everything out. Li Shishua, pale-faced, remained in the same position, not having moved. Lu Yang held out the hot water bottle to her. Put this under you. Li Shishua lifted her eyelids, saw the towel-wrapped hot water bottle, and froze. What are you doing? Aren't you? Ahem. Aren't you feeling unwell? Lu Yang quickly corrected himself. Putting it under you will make you feel better. This woman was too proud, he couldn't say it directly. Li Shishua hesitated for a moment before tucking the hot water bottle beneath her stomach. The warmth seeped through the towel, and her brow relaxed slightly. Lu Yang then placed the cup of brown sugar water beside her. Drink this. Li Shishua opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She reached for the cup and took small sips. After drinking most of the brown sugar water, some color returned to her face. Lu Yang sat in the single armchair nearby, also silent. And so the room remained quiet for a long while. Finally Li Shishua spoke. Who did you take care of before? What? Lu Yang asked back. Brown sugar water, hot water bottle. You're pretty skilled at this. Li Shishua remarked that even she as a woman wasn't as familiar with the routine as Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled. My mom suffered from cramps every month. I grew up watching it, so you don't need to have taken care of anyone to know this stuff. Li Shishua was silent for a moment. She finished the brown sugar water, set the cup down, and curled up again with the hot water bottle. After a while, a very faint voice came. Thanks. The voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Then the room fell silent again. Outside, the lights from passing cars swept through the curtain gap and then disappeared. Li Shishua pressed the hot water bottle farther under her stomach, eyes closed. Whether she was asleep or simply didn't want to talk was unclear. After that, thanks, faded, she spoke again. Oh, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Lu Yong asked. Li Shishue said, next week I have to go on a business trip. Lu Yong. So, Li Shishue, you're coming with me. A business trip, eh? Lu Yong stared at Li Shishue bewildered. Taking a subordinate along on a work trip was perfectly normal. But the question was, why him? After all, he was merely a fresh recruit. The company had countless seasoned analysts and project managers queuing up, yet it skipped everyone to bring along an intern. Don't misunderstand. Li Shishue hugged the hot water bag, shifting her position against the sofa arm, tucking her legs beneath her, and quickly explained, your performance with Sun Wenba last time was decent. Your analysis was quite thorough, which happens to be useful this time. I'm simply recognizing your value. Li Shishue brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, emphasizing, so inviting you to come with me is purely a work requirement. Don't overthink it. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes, watching her intently. The more she told him not to think, the more he wondered. At that moment, Li Shishue had buried her face back into the cushion, revealing only a small strip of forehead and her cascading hair. Just then, a familiar system chime rang in Lu Yang's mind. Ding. Your supervisor needs you to accompany her on a business trip. Please agree and fulfill her request, demonstrating your value to gain her recognition. The cumulative task completion count has been reached. Completing this task will trigger an additional reward. Meanwhile, noticing Lu Yang's unwavering gaze, a hint of color rose to Li Shueshue's cheeks. Eventually, she tossed out a proud remark. Fine, go or don't go, whatever you please. I'm in. Lu Yong replied with 2 words without hesitation. Li Shueshue peeked out from behind the cushion, casting him a sidelong glance. Just moments ago he had been dithering, yet now he agreed so readily. Lu Yong smiled. Since you've asked, how could I possibly refuse? Besides, what reason would I have not to? I mean, what reason? He almost slipped up. Li Shueshue frowned slightly, sensing he was fobbing her off. But never mind. Since he had agreed, the matter was settled. As for why she had chosen Lu Yong to accompany her, she actually couldn't quite understand it herself. Perhaps it was because Lu Yong was a very capable newcomer. After all, she did have an appreciation for talent. The hot water bag had cooled somewhat, so she shifted her position again and wrapped the blanket more tightly around herself. When exactly are we leaving? Lu Yong asked. In a couple of days. Where are we staying? A hotel. The company will book it. 1 room or 2. Li Shueshue's gaze shifted noticeably. What do you think? 2 rooms. I'm just joking. Lu Yong quickly amended. Li Shueshue snorted and buried her face back into the cushion. She suddenly regretted her decision to bring Lu Yong along. Shortly after, Lu Yong went to take a shower. When he came out, the hot water bag on Li Shueshue's belly had gradually cooled. She adjusted her position, reaching for the laptop beside her. This woman simply cannot stay still and rest. Lu Yong couldn't help but grumble internally. Even in this condition, she's still thinking about work. Sure enough, no sooner had Li Shueshue typed a few lines than her fingers suddenly stopped. Her brow furrowed and she shrunk back against the sofa's backrest, instinctively pressing her hand back onto her lower abdomen. Still pushing yourself? Lu Yong said. Li Shueshue ignored him, stubbornly continuing to tap away at her laptop. Lu Yong walked over and snapped the laptop screen shut. What are you doing? Li Shueshue raised her snow-white chin, trying to reopen the computer. Lu Yang's tone was firm. This can wait until tomorrow. This is tomorrow's itinerary. If I don't confirm it today, the sky won't fall. Li Shueshue glared at him, but before her imposing demeanor could sustain even 2 seconds, another wave of pain struck her abdomen. She curled back up, lips parting to suck in a sharp breath. It hurt. Lu Yong sighed and carried the cooled hot water bag to the kitchen to refill it. It's fine. Li Shueshue shook her head, wanting to refuse. Lu Yong furrowed his brow, his tone serious. If you won't take it, I'll just leave it here. Once it cools again, I'll change it. Li Shueshue stared blankly for a long moment, then pouted and muttered, What's with that tone of yours? Even though she said that, she still placed Lu Yang's hot water bag back on her belly. Oh, that felt better. Lu Yong then spoke up. Have you eaten? I have. Li Shueshue replied crisply. The moment her words faded, growl. A telltale sound emerged from her stomach. Li Shueshue's expression froze, mortification setting in. Just as she was about to explain, Lu Yong didn't wait for her to speak, turning and heading straight for the kitchen. This woman was not only stubborn, but also tsundere. The refrigerator's contents had grown sparse. Lu Yong swept his gaze across at eggs, half a head of cabbage, a bundle of dried noodles, and 2 carrots. Considering her current condition, anything too oily was out of the question. Then something simple it would be. Lu Yong boiled a pot of water, added the noodles, chopped the cabbage finely, and tossed it in, shaved the carrots into shreds, and added those 2, finally cracking in 2 eggs. He kept the seasoning light, just a pinch of salt and a few drops of sesame oil. A few minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were served. Li Shueshue gazed at the 2 bowls, instinctively swallowing, her rebellious stomach letting out another rumble. This time the sound was even louder than before. Lu Yong smiled. I thought you said you weren't hungry. Then watch me eat. Lu Yong lifted his own bowl, settling beside her, and beginning to slurp the noodles. Just ordinary dried noodles. Nothing special in terms of culinary skill, but piping hot. Li Shueshue remained in her sideline position, eyes half closed, the hot water bag still pressed beneath her belly. The aroma of the noodles drifted over bit by bit. After a moment of struggle, she finally propped herself up on the sofa. Once sitting, she smoothed her disheveled hair and lifted the bowl of noodles, picking up her chopsticks. I just don't want to waste it. I just don't want to waste it. I'm helping you out. Lu Yang gave a non-committal hum, wearing an expression that said he saw right through her, but chose not to expose her. Go on, keep being tsundere. Li Shueshue ate slowly, small bite after small bite. Occasionally choked by the steam, she'd pause to catch her breath. Before long, the noodles were all gone. Li Shueshue set down her chopsticks, instantly feeling much better. Delicious? Lu Yang asked. Not delicious. Li Shueshue shook her head. Then why did you eat so much? Lu Yang laughed. Li Shueshue was at a loss for words. This time she truly could not find any excuse. Lu Yang didn't press the issue, collecting the bowls and taking them to the kitchen to wash. When he came back out, Li Shueshue had her laptop open again, fingers flying over the keyboard. Perhaps it was the warmth of the meal combined with the brown sugar water Lu Yang had made, but she looked much better than before. Do you have an addiction or something? Lu Yang walked out, wiping his hands, utterly floored by her. Li Shueshue didn't even look up, continuing to type. This email is needed for tomorrow's meeting. Lu Yang didn't close her laptop again. At the end of the day, this woman was in charge of a company worth tens of billions. Some things truly couldn't wait. Lu Yang returned to his room and closed the door. He lay down on the bed and opened his phone's memo app, reviewing the materials for tomorrow's trial operation. This was his first venture into business. Honestly, he wasn't nervous. But there was still a lingering unease about opening the doors for the first time. It wasn't fear of no customers, but rather a worry that preparations might fall short. If the initial experience was poor, the beginning would be ruined. In business, the reputation built in the first 3 days often determined the trajectory for the next 6 months. Lu Yang took a deep breath, mentally running through everything that needed attention tomorrow. He visualized each step in his mind. As he went through the motions, his eyelids grew heavy. The images in his mind gradually blurred. When the alarm rang, the sky was still not fully bright. At 5:30, Lu Yang turned off the alarm, sat on the bed for a few seconds, rubbed his face, and then pushed open the bedroom door. Only a warm-toned floor lamp was lit in the living room. A sliver of light seeped through the curtains, casting the sofa in a half-lit, half-shadowed glow. Li Shueshue was lying on the sofa, already asleep. It was clear she had worked late into the night and simply crashed there. At some point she had rolled over and the thin blanket that had covered her slipped to the floor, leaving her sprawled out in all directions. Her home clothes were loose and askew, the collar sliding to one side, one leg draped over the armrest, the other dangling off the edge, and the hot water bottle had rolled somewhere onto the floor, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. This woman's sleeping posture was still so. Lu Yang sighed. He bent down, picked up the blanket, shook it out, and draped it over her. His movements were not harsh, but Li Shueshue let out a soft hum from her lips, turned over, and pulled the blanket tightly around herself. Then she muttered, "That damned Lu Yang. Why are you so aggressive? Just wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later." Hearing this, Lu Yang was taken aback. Well, still thinking about me in your dreams." He was curious about what he had done in this lady's dreams. Lu Yang didn't linger. He washed up, changed clothes, and quietly slipped out the door. The morning air still carried a chill. He hailed a car and headed straight to the milk tea shop. When he arrived, it was just past 6:30, and all the shops on the street were still closed. Lu Yang rolled up the security shutter and began checking the equipment. He tested the ice machine and the sealer one by one. The tea base had been brewed the night before. Lu Yang took a sip. The concentration was perfect, no issues. After finishing these tasks, it was already 9 in the morning. He stood at the door and glanced outside. Pedestrians were starting to appear on the street. Just then his phone vibrated. "Xiaoning, boss. We're on our way." Lu Yang replied with a simple "okay." At 9:30, Xiaoning and Xiaqing arrived on time. Xiaoning, carrying a small crossbody bag, came in and first looked around the place. "Boss, you're here so early. There's a lot to prepare." Xiaoning let out an "oh," put down her bag, and clapped her hands. "Then let's get ready too." Xiaqing followed behind, without a word, heading straight to the changing room. 10 minutes later, they were both changed. Xiaoning had deliberately pinned a rabbit-shaped hair clip on her head, hopping over to the counter to look in the mirror, turning left and right for a couple of glances. "Boss, look, I bought this yesterday. Isn't it cute?" Lu Yang glanced at it. "Yeah, it's fine. Just fine." "Very good. Really?" Xiaoning blinked her eyes. Lu Yang didn't respond further, turning his gaze toward the direction of the changing room. Xiaqing had already come out, standing behind the workstation with her apron tied neatly, her expression exactly the same as yesterday. A stone-cold face, as if daring anyone to come close, ready to knock them out with a single punch. Lu Yang sighed inwardly. This lady standing behind the counter. The first reaction of customers entering might not be to buy milk tea, but to turn around and leave. But he couldn't worry about that too much. Before that, Lu Yang had hung up the menu for the milk tea varieties. It listed 8 drinks, each accompanied by a simple illustration. Get familiar with these quickly. Our new milk tea selections, Lu Yang said to the two. Xiaoning leaned in, tilting her head as she stared for a long while. Boya, Juexian, Qingqing Nuoshan, Xingshi Chunshan. Xiaoning read the names once, then again. Then she turned to Lu Yang, her face full of confusion. Boss, these are names of milk tea. But I can't tell what they are at all. Xiaoning scratched her head, pointing at the first one. Boya Juexian, what flavor is that exactly? Tiguanyan tea base with amber syrup topped with a layer of light cheese. Then why not just write cheese Tiguanyan? That would be too mundane. Xiaoning looked at the second one. What about Qingqing Nuoshan? Glutinous rice-scented pu'er tea with coconut milk and a layer of green tea jelly. And Xingshi Chunshan. Longjing fresh milk, half sugar with a sprinkle of osmanthus petals on top. Xiaoning fell silent. No, she was speechless. What was all this? If Lu Yang hadn't explained each one just now, she would never have guessed what was inside. Boss, let me be honest. Xiaoning looked sincere. When ordinary customers walk in and see this menu, their first reaction isn't to order. It's to be confused. Being confused is exactly the point. Huh. Xiaoning was even more perplexed. Not just her, even Xiaqing beside her looked baffled. Letting customers be confused. What kind of new marketing trick was this? Lu Yang smiled and said, think about it. There are milk tea shops everywhere. What do they name their drinks? Pearl milk tea, mango smoothie, oolong tea. Customers see those and know exactly what they are. Once they know, there's no curiosity. No curiosity, no memory. But if you write something they don't understand, they'll get curious. Curiosity is human nature. Once customers are curious, they'll remember, right? And if they remember, they'll come back. Xiaoning blinked, her mouth slightly open. Though she felt the logic took several twists and turns, she had to admit. It kind of made sense. What if they can't understand and just leave? They won't. Lu Yang pointed to the bottom of the menu. Xiaoning looked down. Beneath each name, tiny gray letters listed the specific ingredients and flavor descriptions. Those who don't understand the names will read the small print. Those who do understand will appreciate the style. Both sides win. Xiaoning stared at the small print, then looked up at the names again. Her simple mind scratched her head, not fully grasping it, but somehow she was convinced. All right, boss. You're right. I'll listen to you. Beside her, Xiaqing stood silently throughout, not interjecting a word. But she glanced at that menu more than once. Though she couldn't understand the names, just as Lu Yang had said, they did spark curiosity. This marketing strategy, you had to learn from it. At 9:45, Lu Yang finished briefing the final instructions. Remember, take it easy on the first day. I'll stay steady. It's okay to make mistakes. Just don't let your attitude falter. Got it. Xiaoning snapped to attention and saluted. Xiaqing merely nodded, remaining silent. At exactly 10 o'clock, the doors opened for business. The shop was quiet. This street was not short of milk tea shops. Several were visible within Lu Yang's line of sight. Competition was fierce, but Lu Yang remained unfazed. On the first day of opening, it would be a miracle if customers were swarming in. Xiaoning stood behind the counter, her hands neatly placed on her apron, the rabbit hairpin on her head glinting. She tiptoed to glance outside twice, then retreated. Boss, why is no one here? We've only been open 3 minutes. Oh. Xiaoning nodded, then tiptoed for another look. Boss, it's been 4 minutes now, still no one. Lu Yang shot her an exasperated glare and ignored her. Xiaqing stood behind the workstation, arms crossed. Compared to Xiaoning, she seemed unfazed. Whether there were customers or not made no difference to her. She would simply stand as she was. Minutes ticked by. Finally, half an hour after opening, the shop welcomed its first customer, a bespectacled young man. He carried a backpack and wore earphones, likely a nearby college student. Xiaoning instantly perked up, instinctively straightening her posture, hands neatly placed on her apron. Welcome. Xiaoning's crisp voice rang out. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoning wore a traditional maid outfit. Modest yet more captivating than any internet clickbait, especially her courteous demeanor, which was an added charm. To be honest, this was his first time seeing such a milk tea shop, and it successfully piqued his curiosity. Eventually his gaze fell on the menu board above the counter. Then his expression froze. Boya Ju Xian Qing Qing Nua Shan Xing Shi Chun Shan by Wu Hongchun. He scratched his head, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Wasn't this a milk tea shop? How come the items on sale were completely unfamiliar to him? Xiaoning noticed this and immediately glanced at Lu Yang, her expression somewhat smug. See, she had said it. Normal people's first reaction to this was confusion. But she remembered her boss's words, when people see something they don't understand, their curiosity is sparked. Sure enough, the young man didn't turn away. Instead, he leaned in curiously, tilting his head to read the small gray text beneath the menu names. Then he pointed at Boya Ju Xian and asked, how much is this? 15. Xiaoning quoted the price. After a moment's thought, the young man said, I'll have 170 sugar regular ice. Coming right up. Xiaoning turned and began working. For some reason, she was brimming with energy. She took the tea base, added syrup, and regular ice. This time she had learned her lesson. She pressed the lid firmly twice to make sure it was secure before shaking. Much better than yesterday. Oh, at least nothing flew off. After shaking, she sealed it and attached the label. Yerbo Yaju Xian 70 sugar regular ice. Enjoy. The young man took the cup and took a sip. He paused. Then he took another sip. Delicious. Just 2 words, but Xia Ning's eyes instantly lit up. She stole a glance back at Lu Yang, her expression clearly saying, "Boss, did you hear that? He said the milk tea I made was delicious." Lu Yang's face remained impassive, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The first sale was made, a good omen. The young man sat down by the window sipping his drink while pulling out his phone. He held it up to take a photo of the cup, then another of the shop's interior, his fingers swiping across the screen, probably posting to his social media. Lu Yang noticed this detail. Social media spread, didn't need his push, customers would do it themselves. After all, young people today love taking photos of their drinks and sharing them. That was advertising, free advertising at that. After the first customer left, the next half hour brought no one else. Xia Ning went from excitement to boredom, from boredom to anxiety, and from anxiety to lying on the counter counting her fingers. "Boss, why is no one coming?" Lu Yang remained silent. The foot traffic on this street was decent, but with a new shop, no reputation, and no signboard, passers-by had no reason to turn in. The worst thing in business is impatience, especially on the first day. "Boss, how about I go out and hand out flyers?" "Do you have any flyers?" "No." "Then what are you going to hand out?" Xia Ning pouted and muttered, "How about I stand outside and shout?" Lu Yang's lips twitched. Shout? What was this girl thinking? This wasn't selling roasted sweet potatoes. Besides, he was the boss. Why was she more anxious than he was? Xiaqing simply shifted her stance, switching from crossed arms with the left hand on top to the right, her gaze fixed on a butterfly fluttering outside the door. Lu Yang was about to call his roommate to help boost the scene when the door opened. Not one person but 3. 3 young men entered together, one of them looking at his phone, which displayed an image. "This is the place." They walked to the counter. Xia Ning shot up, her rabbit hairpin bouncing. "Welcome." The 3 young men all looked at her. "Whoa," the lead one blurted out, then got elbowed by his companion. He quickly added, "It's real. A maid cafe milk tea shop. I thought it only existed online, but it's actually real." Xia Ning caught that and smiled. "What would you like to order?" The 3 huddled around the menu for a long time. "What's by Wu Hong Chun? Is Xing Shi Chun Shan good? Do you recommend Boya Ju Xian?" Xia Ning was a bit flustered by the barrage of questions. She snuck a glance at her memo, then looked up and answered each one with a smile. The 3 eventually ordered 3 different drinks. "By the way, miss, can I take a photo of you?" Xia Ning tilted her head. "Of me, eh? You to make a video and promote your shop?" Xia Ning glanced at Lu Yang. He nodded. "Sure." Xia Ning made a peace sign at the camera. The video was posted. Over the next 10 minutes, the door opened again. And this time more and more people came. "This is the one. It matches the picture on the school forum." "A post? What post?" Not far away, Lu Yang overheard this and instinctively pulled out his phone, opening the school forum. No, it wasn't his school's forum. It was from the neighboring Chengjiang University. A post hung on the front page, posted 10 minutes ago. The title was straightforward, shocking. "A new milk tea shop just opened near the school. Beautiful decor, drinks with great taste, even if I can't understand the names, and the key point, the staff are the twin beauties of Chengjiang." Looking at the content on the forum, Lu Yang's brow involuntarily twitched. He clicked in. The post was accompanied by several pictures. The first one was a close-up of the menu. The second was a close-up of a cup of boijuexian, quite artfully shot with soft lighting. The last one showed Xia Ning standing behind the counter wearing a maid dress, beaming, and cheerfully flashing a peace sign. Moreover, the comment section already had hundreds of replies. "No way, really. The two beauties of Chengjiang are working in a milk tea shop, wearing maid uniforms. Bro, let's talk in private. Where's the address? Hurry. Post it, I'll go right now." "Whoa, my god, Xia Ning is so cute, she looks amazing in a maid dress." "Hold on, are you saying Xiaqing is also there? The Xiaqing who beat up Zhou Yu? She's wearing a maid uniform. I don't believe it unless you send me a front-facing photo." "Ha ha ha ha, I dare not take a photo, afraid of being hit. To be honest, I kinda wanna be hit by her once, please go ahead and torment me. Reward bro, right?" Lu Yang put down his phone, exhaled, and then looked toward the shop in trance. People were starting to gather. Customers entered the shop one after another. Compared to the deserted scene just moments ago, it was a world of difference. Lu Yang never expected that the popularity of Xia Ning and Xiaqing would be so immense. Xia Ning was taking orders while saying, "Welcome," but her operation speed couldn't keep up. Orders piled up, she couldn't manage with just 2 hands, and even the shaker was knocked over. "Sis, come help me." Xia Ning turned around and shouted to Xiaqing. 1 or 2 were fine, but now there were too many people who she couldn't handle it. Xiaqing stepped forward and began to make drinks as well. After selling 1 cup, another came. Working together, their speed increased significantly. But the crowd kept growing, the line stretched from the counter to the door. People were still coming in through the door. Lu Yang came over to lend a hand. With 3 people working simultaneously, an assembly line was formed. The rhythm finally stabilized. Boss, there's no more tea base for Boyju action. Xiaoning panicked. Lu Yang looked back and saw the tea bucket was empty. Substitute with oolong for now. But the customer ordered Tiguanyin base. Tell the customer that Tiguanyin is sold out. If they mind, they can switch to another type, if not the taste difference is negligible. Xiaoning quickly nodded, turned around, and explained to the waiting customers. Surprisingly, no one left. Not only did they not leave, but some even said sold out. Then I have to try it even more. The fact that it's sold out means it must be delicious. Xiaoning 6. This can also be marketing. Lu Yang was also taken aback. This might be the scarcity effect. He didn't deliberately create it, but the effect emerged on its own. Moreover, as the queue formed at the door, the herd effect also kicked in. And so word of mouth spread spontaneously within the shop. Customers chatted with each other, took photos, and posted them on Moments, which attracted new customers who in turn took photos and posted on Moments. It formed a perfect closed loop. They had drunk too many milk tea shops on the market, but a milk tea shop like Lu Yang's with its innovative approach directly piqued customers' curiosity to the fullest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the last batch of peak hour customers finally dispersed. Xiaoning leaned against the counter, arms spread out, her whole body, slumped, her eyes clear. Boss, my hand is ruined. No, I'm almost ruined. She wasn't exaggerating. From the start of business, aside from a trip to the restroom, she spent all her time making drinks. Over 3 hours shaking hundreds of cups. Her hands were truly sore. And she would probably be shaking milk tea in her dreams tonight. Xiaqing's expression didn't change much, but Lu Yang noticed she was flexing her fingers one by one. Admittedly, those who have trained do have good stamina. Lu Yang tallied today's cup output. Over 100 cups. It wasn't that they could only sell that many, but that they had used up all the prepared materials. Moreover, Xiaoning and Xiaqing were both newcomers not yet proficient in the operation process. For the first day of trial operation, this result was already quite good. After resting for a moment, Xiaoning began to check today's record. Boss, 137 cups. Her tone carried a hint of pride, even more than when she scored full marks at school. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Lu Yang responded. To be honest, this number did exceed expectations, but he didn't intend to get too excited too early. Most of today's traffic was driven by the popularity of that forum post. In essence, it was one time. Once the novelty wears off, the ones who truly stay will be repeat customers. When that time comes, it will all come down to the product itself. But that's a story for later. After all, he had great confidence in his own product strength. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely keep working hard. Having received Lu Yang's approval, Xiaoning raised her little fist, even more motivated. Just as the 3 were about to wrap up, a burst of murmuring came from outside the door. It wasn't just one voice, but several. And the voices sounded somewhat familiar. Is this the place? Navigation says it's on this street. Hey, look at this shop. Isn't it the newly opened milk tea shop from the post? Chujian Tea House. That's right. This is the one. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Yang looked up at the entrance. Several figures were walking straight into the shop. Walking in front was Yuan Xiangrong, followed closely by several classmates. Among them was Wang Ziying. She wore a familiar floral dress with her hair up, giving her a very pure appearance. Ziying, let me tell you, this milk tea shop just opened today, and I heard it's very popular. Especially the variety of milk tea they have. Yuan Xiangrong spoke to Wang Ziying. But before he could finish, he suddenly caught sight of a figure, causing his words to die in his throat. Lu Yang. What was he doing here? At that moment, Lu Yang was standing behind the counter, still wearing his apron, still working. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of silence. Yuan Xiangrong spoke first. Lu Yang. He glanced around, then looked at the apron on Lu Yang, a subtle expression crossing his face. What are you doing here? Meanwhile, several classmates behind Yuan Xiangrong also noticed him. Hey, isn't that Lu Yang? What is he doing here? Working a part-time job. No, didn't he get an internship at Shuyu Group? Why is he working a part-time job? A murmur arose around them. It was well known across the school that Lu Yang had entered Shuyu Group. Now, why was he wearing an apron working at a milk tea shop? It was hard not to speculate. At that thought, Yuan Xiangrong instantly became smug. The corner of his mouth curled up as he smiled, and said, Lu Yang, I told you the only reason you got into Shuyu Group was pure dumb luck. I told you long ago what kind of place is Shuyu Group. Yuan Xiangrong puffed out his chest, his tone dripping with smug pride. That's $1 billion enterprise. Just the interns they eliminate each year number in the thousands. Lu Yang has neither education nor connections. Even if he did get in, how long could he possibly last? The moment he finished speaking, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, that was the truth. After all, at such a prestigious level, competition was fierce. Once problems arose during the internship period, one's position would likely be revoked. Now Lu Yang had abandoned such a promising job, yet here, he was wearing an apron at a milk tea shop. What did this indicate? 8 out of 10, he didn't pass the trial period and got filtered out. Yuan Xiangrong feigned sympathy. Can't blame anyone else. Skill speaks for itself. Getting in is easy, but establishing yourself is the real test of competence. A classmate beside him chimed in, no way. Remember how it spread like wildfire across the faculty forum? That our school finally produced an undergraduate who got into Shuyu group. And now it's been only a short while. Yuan Xiangrong smiled. He had waited for this day far too long. The incident where he knelt on the playground shouting, "Dad," still haunted his thoughts. That video had stayed pinned on the campus forum for days, and every time he went outside, mocking laughter followed him everywhere. But now, fortune had finally turned. He had already begun contemplating how to announce this to the entire world. This time he would thoroughly humiliate Lu Yang. Shuyu Group didn't want you anymore, so working odd jobs is only natural. After all, you still have loans to repay. Lu Yang finally lifted his head and spoke, "Finished. Now scram." Yuan Xiangrong froze momentarily, then sneered coldly, "A wretched employee telling us to scram." With that he turned to Wang Xing, "Let's ignore him. He probably can't bring himself to admit it." Wang Xing stood a few steps away silent. Her gaze fell upon Lu Yang. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. After Yuan Xiangrong finished speaking, several classmates behind him let out a few mocking laughs. "Alright, I'm done wasting time on you." Only then did Yuan Xiangrong remember why he had come. To buy milk tea. Wang Xing's favorite drink was milk tea, so he often bought some for her. But the milk tea shops nearby all lacked originality, their offerings blending together in severe homogeneity. This newly opened milk tea shop was different. Rumor had it that not only had they changed their entire style, but their milk tea varieties were highly creative as well, even though the drink names were incomprehensible. As the saying goes, the more incomprehensible something is, the more high-end it must be. Yuan Xiangrong commanded Lu Yang, "What was this one called? Owe you something. Give me a cup." "Xing, what would you like?" Before Wang Xing could respond, Lu Yang directly said, "The shop is closed. We're not selling." Yuan Xiangrong hesitated slightly. The other classmates paused as well. "What did you say? Not selling?" Yuan Xiangrong burst out laughing. "You decide when we're closed. It's only 2 in the afternoon. Are you turning away customers at will? Does your boss know about this? And what's with your service attitude? Haven't you heard of the saying, the customer is God? By the way, where's your boss? Call your boss out here right now. I want to file a complaint against you." Before the words even finished echoing, the back kitchen's curtain was lifted. Xia Ning walked ahead carrying an empty supply box, with Xia Qing following behind her. Before the two could set down the supply boxes, they noticed a crowd of people standing in front of the counter. Several pairs of eyes narrowed simultaneously. Yuan Xiangrong's eyes widened first. Xia Ning wore a formal black and white maid dress, with that signature rabbit hair clip pinned in her hair. Xia Qing stood behind her dressed in the identical uniform, her belt cinched tight, her black hair tied into a low ponytail falling behind her shoulders. But these two faces alone were enough. Stunningly beautiful. The mouths of the surrounding male classmates also fell slightly open. One of them pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and muttered quietly, "Holy." The post said it was actually real. This milk tea shop really does have maids. To be honest, the male students present weren't strangers to beautiful girls. Wang Xing stood right beside them. As the school beauty of Linjiang University, whether in looks or figure, she was the type who turned heads everywhere she went. But today's situation was somewhat special. Compared to these two before them, their campus flower instantly paled in comparison. Xia Ning had delicate features and possessed an inherent warmth, the kind of beauty that wasn't aggressive but rather made people's hearts soften at the sight of her. Xia Qing, on the other hand, was completely the opposite extreme, cold, fierce, with sharp, angular features. Standing there without saying a word, her mere presence was enough to overwhelm others. Two completely different styles. Several male students' heads turned back and forth between Xia Ning and Xia Qing like pendulums. Wang Xing had clearly noticed as well. Her gaze swept over Xia Ning, then over to Xia Qing, her lips pressing together slightly. She wasn't a petty person, but being completely overshadowed by someone of the same gender, nobody would feel comfortable with that. "Boss." Xia Ning set the box on the counter and turned to call out to Lu Yang. "We need to restock materials. The tea base is being used up too quickly. We'll need to brew 2 more barrels tomorrow." She rattled off a stream of updates. As her words landed, the smug expression on Yuan Xiangrong's face froze completely. "Boss." What did she just call Lu Yang? "Boss." "Wait." Yuan Xiangrong turned his head. He looked at Xia Ning, then at Lu Yang. "How could a mere employee be called boss? What did you call him?" Yuan Xiangrong couldn't help but ask. Only then did Xia Ning notice the group of people standing at the entrance, all staring at her. She blinked her beautiful eyes. "He's my boss, why?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiangrong's face shifted to an indescribable hue. "Alright, I just heard someone saying they wanted to complain to our boss." Xia Ning said. "That would be you. What exactly do you want to complain about?" With a snap at this moment, Yuan Xiangrong might as well have been slapped across the face. The expressions of his classmates behind him grew increasingly varied and entertaining. They had been going on and on earlier, claiming he was a dismissed employee from Shuyu Group. As it turned out, he had become the boss directly. "Boss, are these people here to buy milk tea?" Xia Ning asked, tilting her head at Lu Yang. No. Lu Yang shook his head. Xia Ning asked curiously, then what are they here for? Lu Yang said, to be clowns. Clown. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiangrong's face turned completely green. He wanted to say something to salvage his dignity, but for a moment he couldn't find any words of mockery. Though the remark was blunt, he indeed seemed quite the clown. Wang Xing had remained silent all along, watching Lu Yang stand behind the counter flanked by two pretty girls calling him boss, a bittersweet feeling stirring within her. Meanwhile, Xia Ning burst into a series of muffled giggles. Beside her, Xia Qing also curled her lips into a rare smile. This boss was truly amusing. Yuan Xiangrong gritted his teeth. Even if this shop is yours, so what? There are dozens of milk tea shops on this street alone. If I may be blunt, out of 10 college students who start a business, 9.5 lose money. And the money you use to open this shop, it's a loan, right? College students starting businesses on loans, you'd better think it through. Once you lose, you'll never get back on your feet in this lifetime. As his words fell, Xia Ning couldn't hold back anymore. She curled her lips and immediately retorted, "What's your problem with the way you talk?" Her voice carried a fiery temper, and the rabbit hairpin on her head wobbled twice. But this time it didn't look cute. It seemed like the rabbit had perked up its ears ready to bite. "What did our boss do to you? If you're not buying milk tea, fine, but why curse his shop to fail?" With that, Xia Ning placed her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Yuan Xiangrong. After all, if Lu Yang's shop closed down, where would they find such a high-paying job? Blocking someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. How could she not be furious? Yuan Xiangrong's face grew even more sullen under Xia Ning's verbal assault. As the class monitor, how could he be scolded to his face by a milk tea shop waitress? What made it worse was that this girl was even prettier than the campus belle he had a crush on. That was something he couldn't accept. Why should all the good things go to Lu Yang? At that moment, Xia Qing, who had been silent all along, finally moved. She raised her right hand, slowly flexed her wrist, and then turned her gaze to Lu Yang. As if to say, if needed, she was ready to throw these people out at any moment. If Xia Ning's earlier counterattack was a verbal barrage, then Xia Qing's move was a nuclear deterrent on the physical level. Yuan Xiangrong instinctively stepped back half a pace. It wasn't that he was a coward. It was just that this woman's aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. Scram. Xia Qing spat out a single word, icy cold. Neither heavy nor light, but that one word sent a shudder through everyone in the front row. Then a short-statured male student stepped forward. His surname was Sun, full name Sun Li, who usually liked to hang around Yuan Xiangrong, calling him bro. In plain terms, he was Yuan's lackey. Now that his master had been scolded, this lackey had to put up a front to save face. Sun Li took 2 steps forward. "Your boss hasn't even said a word, and you, a mere employee, are putting on airs." Before he could finish, as he leaned forward, his shoulder bumped into Xia Qing's arm. In that instant of contact, before anyone in the vicinity could react, Xia Qing's arm moved with a reflexive strike. Thud. A dull sound. Sun Li was sent flying horizontally. No exaggeration, he actually flew. The whole process took less than a second. Ah, that familiar flick and throw technique. This time Xia Ning not only didn't stop her, but even gave Xia Qing a thumbs up. Beat them to a pulp. How dare they wish their boss's shop would go bankrupt. Uffed. What the? Haven't I seen her somewhere before? No wonder she looks familiar. She's that Xia Qing from the neighboring school. At that moment, the surrounding students suddenly remembered. A couple of days ago, they had seen a post on the forum about a woman who sent a 6-foot-tall guy guitar and all flying. That was her. This time, they finally realized they had kicked a steel plate. Though Xia Qing was the campus belle of the neighboring school, she was also the most unapproachable one. Guys who dared to pursue her were lucky if they only got sent flying. Xia Qing repeated once more, "Scram." Yuan Xiangrong clenched his teeth and hardened his tone, "Fine, we're leaving." With that said, the group turned around and left. Before they went, Xia Ning made a face at them, Naya. Thus the shop finally fell silent. Xia Ning held it in for a moment, then couldn't help it anymore. Sis, you're so cool." Xia Qing ignored her, went back to wiping the table as if nothing had happened. Lu Yang also smiled. He hadn't expected to hire not just an employee, but also a bodyguard. Such a return on investment, a total steal. "All right, you've worked hard today. Get cleaned up and head home." Seeing that the day was about over, Lu Yang said to the two with a smile. The moment Xia Ning heard the words "head home," she perked up instantly. "Yay. Off work. Boss will go change." Go ahead." Xia Ning dragged Xia Qing into the changing room. A few minutes later they emerged. Xia Ning had changed back into her white t-shirt and denim shorts, but the rabbit hairpin was still on her head, probably forgotten. Xia Qing had changed into a clean tracksuit. "Boss, see you tomorrow." Xia Ning slung her small crossbody bag over her shoulder and bounced toward the door. Xia Qing didn't move. Xia Ning stopped and turned to look at her. Xia Qing's fingers tightened slightly, then relaxed. She opened her mouth, paused, and hesitated. "Boss." "Moi." Lu Yang asked, "Is there something else?" Xia Qing took a deep breath and asked, "Could I get an advance on my salary?" When she uttered those words, it seemed to drain all her strength. The smile on Xia Ning's face instantly vanished. She let her hands hang by her sides, lowering her head without speaking. Xiaqing had always been strong-willed. She would never ask for help unless absolutely forced. How much do you need in advance? Lu Yong asked. 1 week's worth. Lu Yong frowned slightly. Xiaqing's expression remained unchanged, as cold as ever, but her hands kept clenching and unclenching. Did something happen? Lu Yong could tell immediately. Xiaqing didn't answer. Xiaoning stood by, her lips moving then closing again. She wanted to speak, but couldn't bring herself to. Lu Yong could see that their reactions were clearly off. And for someone as talkative as Xiaoning to suddenly fall silent meant she had something on her mind, something she wasn't in a position to say on Xiaqing's behalf. Xiaqing didn't offer any explanation either. She just stood there waiting for Lu Yang's response. After all, it was only her first day on the job, and asking for an advance on her salary. Any boss would find it a bit inappropriate. But Lu Yong wasn't just any boss. He didn't need to know the reason. Someone who never asked for help had finally spoken up today. That meant she was truly at the end of her rope with no other option. Lu Yong took out his phone, opened her WeChat chat window. Then he tapped the transfer page and entered a number. Soon, Xiaqing's phone chimed with a ding. She looked down at her phone screen. Amount received 100,000 yuan. Her expression finally cracked. Not a crack of surprise, but the kind that comes from being caught off guard, emotionally unguarded. Boss, that's too much. Keep it. Lu Yong slipped his phone back into his pocket, his tone casual. The extra counts as an advance on next month. Let me know if you need more. Xiaqing stood still, staring at the number on her phone screen. She was utterly stunned. 10,000. To others it might not be much, but for her 10,000 was a lot. After all, this wasn't the online world where everyone was worth hundreds of millions. To be honest, she had already prepared herself for rejection, even rehearsed in her mind what other options she would consider after being turned down. What she hadn't expected was this. No further questions, no hesitation, not even a second glance at her. He simply transferred the money and slipped the phone back into his pocket. As if that sum meant nothing at all. Xiaqing opened her mouth. Since childhood, she had grown used to bearing everything alone. Bearing the training, bearing the injuries, bearing the mess at home. She hated owing anyone anything, and even more she hated being pitted. But at this moment, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Not because of the money. It was because of Lu Yang's trust in her. A stranger she had only met a couple of days ago, yet he trusted her so completely. Silence stretched for several seconds. Xiaqing put away her phone and lowered her head. Thank you. Just 2 words. But from Xiaqing's lips, those 2 words carried more weight than anyone else's. Xiaoning understood. She knew her sister Xiaqing all too well. Xiaqing had rarely said thank you to a stranger in her life. Xiaoning's eyes reddened as well. Her nose tingled. Tears streamed down. Boss. Xiaoning sniffled, her voice hoarse. Lu Yong glanced at her. What are you crying for? I'm not crying. Xiaoning wiped her face with her sleeve. But the more she wiped, the more tears came soaking her face. She crouched down, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders heaving. Boo-hoo, boss, you're really... Xiaoning said in a muffled voice. You're the best, most super-duper amazing boss in the whole world. Lu Yong scratched his head and handed her 2 tissues. Best boss. Super-duper amazing. Their emotional reaction caught him off guard. It's just an advance on wages, why are they so moved? Xiaoning took the tissues, her nose still red. She sniffled twice and glanced at Xiaqing beside her. Xiaqing stood there, her face turned away. But Xiaoning noticed that her sister's hand was tightly gripping the hem of her skirt so hard that the fabric wrinkled. Some things didn't need to be said. Saying too much would only make it awkward. After a moment, Xiaqing's voice came through. I'll pay it back. Of course you owe me. Lu Yong smiled. Xiaqing's lips moved then closed again. She wanted to say something, but she wasn't good at it. She never was. So she chose what she was best at, remembering. Remember this debt, remember this person. And Lu Yong had made it clear that this was a loan, not charity. All right, stop standing around. Go get some rest. Lu Yong said with a smile. You've got work tomorrow. Xiaoning wiped her face clean and perked up again. She linked arms with Xiaqing and headed for the door, but after 2 steps, she turned back. Boss. What now? Tomorrow I'm going to make cups and cups of milk tea. Even more than today. Lu Yong chuckled, but said nothing. With that, Xiaoning and Xiaqing stepped out. After their figures disappeared around the corner, the shop fell back into quiet stillness. Lu Yong scanned the empty store and let out a breath. The tables were wiped clean, the floors swept, and all the equipment turned off. He was the only one left. He pulled out his phone and checked today's revenue. Based on the number of cups sold today and an average price of about 15 yuan each. After deducting raw materials and labor, the net profit for the first day was just over 1,000. Not a huge amount, but for a soft opening it exceeded expectations. And they had only been open for a few hours. Plus, because of the new staff, the tea-based usage was about 20% higher than estimated, mainly due to Xiaoning's shaky hand when pouring, often adding too much. That needed to be corrected. Later costs could probably be trimmed a bit. Well, we'll deal with that later. After tidying up the shop, Lu Yong let out another breath, then locked the door. It was getting late. The streetlights bathed the entire street in a warm orange glow. He hailed a car and soon arrived at his apartment building. He looked up at his window. Dark. He went upstairs and pushed the door open. As expected, no one was home. By the shoe cabinet, Li Shishue's black high heels were missing and her coat wasn't on the rack. She was probably working overtime. That woman was truly a workaholic through and through. Oh well. Lu Yang changed his shoes, tossed his stuff onto the sofa, and headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After a long day, a good shower was just what he needed to relax. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Just then, the front door opened again. When Li Shishua pushed the door open, the living room light was on and a jacket and a phone lay on the sofa. She changed her shoes, walked over, pushed the jacket aside, and prepared to sit down. She was exhausted from working overtime today. On top of that, her period had arrived, making her irritable. She rubbed her temples and was about to get a glass of water. Ding! The phone beside her lit up. It wasn't her phone. It was Lu Yang's. The screen was facing up and a message popped up straight in view. Li Shishua glanced at it. She didn't intend to look. Really, she didn't. It was Lu Yang's phone and she had no interest in it. Ding! Another message came through. Still, she didn't intend to look. Ding! Another message. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Annoying. She originally wanted to put Lu Yang's phone on silent. But as she picked it up, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the still-lit screen. The name was a female sender. It read Wang Ziying. Wang Ziying, Lu Yang, are you there? A barrage of the same message kept flooding in. Li Shishua averted her gaze, set the phone to silent, tossed it aside, and walked to the water dispenser to pour herself a glass. She took a sip, set the cup down, took another sip, set the cup down. She didn't care. She really didn't care. What did it matter to her who he was chatting with? Whatever. Then Li Shishua returned to the sofa, placed a laptop on her lap, and prepared to start working. She tapped the keyboard twice, then stopped. Tap, stop. For some reason, she couldn't focus at all. Because the phone beside her, though silent, kept lighting up. Clearly that girl was still messaging Lu Yang. And she was spamming. Li Shishua took a deep breath and glanced at the bathroom, where the sound of water was still running. Then she looked back at the phone. Picked it up. Put it down. Picked it up, put it down. In the end, she couldn't resist. She took a peek. By now, several messages had piled up with the latest at the top. Wang Ziying, Lu Yang, in a couple of days, it's the holiday break, and our class is organizing a trip to the beach. Do you want to come with us? Oh, and I bought a new swimsuit. You can tell me if it looks good on me later. She stared at the message on her phone. I bought a new swimsuit, you can help me check if it looks good later. And couldn't help but furrow her brow. Her first reaction was to wonder what exactly was the relationship between them. Classmates. Would a male classmate with whom she had a normal relationship ask her opinion about his swimsuit? Something's off. Very off. Could it be a girlfriend? At this moment, all sorts of thoughts surged wildly through her mind. Suddenly, she forcefully slammed the brakes on her thoughts. Wait. What does this have to do with me? Right, whatever he does with other women is none of my business. That's right, not the slightest bit of relation. Just then the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Hearing this, Li Shishua panicked and immediately placed the phone back where it was, then reopened her laptop and arranged herself in a working posture. The bathroom door opened. Lu Yang emerged wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt, his hair still damp. He wiped it briefly with a towel and walked out in his slippers. Li Shishua's eyes were fixed firmly on the screen, not blinking at all, looking every bit the person working diligently. Clack, 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 clack. As Lu Yang passed by the sofa, he glanced at her. You're back. Li Shishua hummed a response without even lifting her head, continuing to work with complete focus. Lu Yang didn't think much of it either. He picked up his phone that he'd tossed on the sofa and unlocked the screen. A flood of unread messages. And they were all from Wang Ziying. He had already blocked Wang Ziying before, but she somehow found a different account to message him. The content was basically asking him if he wanted to go to the beach. Wang Hao had mentioned this before, but he had already declined. After all, he certainly didn't have time to waste on this kind of meaningless socializing. Just as he was about to reply that he wouldn't go, Wang Ziying had sent another barrage of consecutive messages. Lu Yang, so many classmates have signed up. You should come too, we can all play together. I heard there's a private beach there, the water is especially clear, and there aren't many people. Plus it's my first time going to the seaside, I can't swim. You could be my personal coach and teach me hand over hand. Looking at this string of messages, Lu Yang smiled. This wasn't even an implication anymore. This was an explicit declaration. Lu Yang might not be lacking in emotional intelligence, but anyone could read between the lines of these messages. Back in the day, no matter how hard he tried, she would either ignore him or claim she was too busy getting her hair done. Now the tables had turned completely. Lu Yang couldn't resist replying, shouldn't you be asking about this kind of thing with Comrade Yuan? He just took swimming lessons recently. After he sent it, the other side fell silent for a moment. Then Wang Ziying immediately replied, Lu Yang, there's really nothing between me and Comrade Yuan. He chased me, but I never agreed to be with him. Besides, I don't even like him. He's the one who keeps pestering me. How annoying. Lu Yang, or else let's get back together. As long as you agree to reconcile, I'll do anything you want. Wang Ziying's intentions were abundantly clear. But the problem was he was already a married man now, even though this wife was forcibly bound by a marriage contract. But the certificate was real. Moreover, he had zero interest in Wang Xing now. Lu Yang sent a reply. I've been quite busy lately. The shop just opened. Can't get away. Talk later. After sending this message, Lu Yang simply hung up and had no intention of getting dragged into an argument. After all, they were now living in two different worlds. There was nothing left to discuss. Li Shishua sat at the other end of the sofa, her laptop balanced on her thighs, her fingers clacking away on the keyboard. Quite fast-paced. It's just that. The cursor had been blinking for ages, but the document was still blank. Right, she had just been randomly typing away. Lu Yang hadn't paid much attention. He leaned back on the sofa, flipping through the inventory list he needed to prepare for tomorrow. All sorts of different material stock to prepare. A whole bunch of things to deal with. Plus the tea base had been used up too quickly today. Tomorrow he would need to brew at least 3 more buckets ahead of time, otherwise it definitely wouldn't be enough. Additionally, he needed to tell Xia Ning and the others that they needed to come in at least half an hour early tomorrow. Just then, suddenly, Li Shishua's voice drifted over. What are you chatting about? Her tone was very casual. So casual it bordered on deliberate. Moi. Lu Yang looked up at her. It was quite rare for her to initiate conversation while working. I said, who are you chatting with? What are you chatting about? Li Shishua's eyes didn't move from the computer screen. Her fingers were still pretending to type on the keyboard. Oh, a classmate. Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. Not really chatting about anything much, just catching up on school stuff. Li Shishua's fingers paused. Oh, just one word, then she started typing again. But this time the typing was even faster. Yet still not a single word made it into the document. All random keys smashing. Lu Yang stared at her perplexedly. What's wrong with this woman today? He felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Based on her personality, if she truly didn't care, she wouldn't have asked in the first place. Her way of not caring about someone was to not even glance at them. But today was very unusual. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Lu Yang thought about it and asked, why did you suddenly ask about this? Nothing, just asking casually. Li Shishua finally lifted her head, her expression very calm. You're chatting quite enthusiastically with your classmate at this late hour. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang glanced down at his phone, then looked over at her. Wang Xing had sent him messages while he was still in the shower. The key point was his phone hadn't originally been in this location. Could it be? She secretly looked at his phone. Sensing Lu Yang's gaze, Li Shishua's cheeks flushed several shades redder. She immediately said, I didn't look at your phone. I didn't say you did. Lu Yang stated. Fine, so she had indeed snooped. Li Shishua cleared her throat lightly. The atmosphere immediately became somewhat awkward. She hastily spoke up. By the way, the business trip location in a couple of days is Chonghai. Get your luggage ready. Oh, Chonghai, not bad. Lu Yang nodded. He had heard of this place. It was adjacent to Linjiang City, not too far away. Besides, as a grown man, he didn't have much luggage to pack. Just a couple of changes of clothes and some underwear. Chonghai is a coastal city. Li Shishua said while typing on the keyboard. The client we're meeting has a project there. The handoff location is at a resort area by the beach. So, we're going to the beach to conduct business. Yeah. Li Shishua paused for a moment, then added. After finishing the meeting in the morning, there should be some free time in the afternoon. There's a private beach there with nice facilities. Lu Yang gave an acknowledging hum. Then, Li Shishua suddenly spoke up again. I'll bring my swimsuit then. I'll bring a swimsuit. As these words fell, Lu Yang looked at Li Shishua with a strange expression. Well, now he was completely certain that she had looked at his phone. Still, the thought of Li Shishua in a swimsuit was quite enticing. With that in mind, Lu Yang's gaze unconsciously swept from her face downward. Li Shishua remained fixated on the computer screen, her fingers still resting on the keyboard. At that moment, she still wore her office attire. A well-tailored suit skirt that hugged her curves in all the right places, accentuating every line without ambiguity. If she changed into a swimsuit, a scene suddenly flashed through Lu Yang's mind. Long black hair wet and clinging to her back, cascading from her shoulders to her waist. A simple dark one-piece swimsuit wrapped around her body with thin straps and the clean, elegant lines of her collarbones exposed. Paired with that icy, expressionless face of hers. Standing on the beach, wouldn't she turn every head? Damn it all. He was actually starting to look forward to it. What are you thinking about? Li Shishua frowned, her voice yanking Lu Yang out of his fantasy. From just a moment ago, Lu Yang had been staring at her. Fine, but his gaze was off, like he was imagining something. Lu Yang quickly averted his eyes and cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Don't misunderstand. I just think the beach conditions there are good, and since we're going, it'd be nice to go for a swim while we're at it, Li Shishua said. Lu Yang nodded. Li Shishua added, it's purely because it's a rare trip, and it'd be a waste not to enjoy it. Lu Yang nodded again. Li Shishua continued, it has nothing to do with you. Lu Yang kept nodding. He grunted several times, each one more perfunctory than the last. Hearing this, Li Shishua's face flushed, though the dim light made it hard to tell. She knew perfectly well that Lu Yang was brushing her off. She lifted the computer screen a little higher, using it to hide half her face. I'm just stating the facts, she added as a final remark. I know. Lu Yang kept nodding his head, bobbing with each Whatever you say. Li Shishua bit her lip and continued to explain, I'm bringing a swimsuit simply because I want to swim. There was indeed a beach there, so bringing a swimsuit was a perfectly reasonable and normal thing to do. Anyone going to the seaside would bring one. Very reasonable. It had absolutely nothing to do with Lu Yang. I'm not saying you can't bring one, Lu Yang shrugged. Besides, what does it have to do with me what you wear? At that, Li Shishue's face turned even redder. The more she tried to explain, the worse it got. It even sounded like she was making excuses. How embarrassing. Thinking this, Li Shishue grabbed the pillow she was holding between her legs and threw it at Lu Yang, then turned and went back to her bedroom. Lu Yang was speechless. It was a kind of inexplicable speechlessness. He hadn't said anything. Why was she angry again? All women on their period were truly hard to please. The next day, Lu Yang woke up before the alarm even went off. When he pushed open the bedroom door, he froze. The living room light was on. Li Shishue stood by the water dispenser wearing a light gray loungewear, set her hair casually tied up in a bun. She held a glass of water in one hand while scrolling through her phone with the other. Up so early today? Lu Yang couldn't help but ask. Li Shishue gave him a cold glance. When I get up is my business. Fine. Lu Yang didn't bother asking further. But honestly, during his time living here, he had somewhat figured out Li Shishue's routine. This young lady usually never left her bedroom before 7 or 8. Today was a rare exception. Had the sun risen from the west, Lu Yang didn't dwell on it and walked to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of warm water. As he passed Li Shishue, his peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of her phone screen. She wasn't busy with work or replying to messages. Instead, she was browsing a shopping app. Her fingers scrolled through a page full of various women's swimsuits. One-piece, two-piece, solid colors, floral prints. She scrolled quickly. Every few sets, she would pause, zoom in on the details, and occasionally tap to read reviews. Lu Yang took a sip of water. He pretended not to see anything, but the corners of his mouth were already giving him away. Picking out swimsuits first thing in the morning. Li Shishue, perhaps sensing Lu Yang standing nearby, paused her scrolling for a moment and swiftly switched back to the workgroup chat. The motion was incredibly smooth, like a student caught playing on their phone during class. What are you standing there for? She asked with a frown. Getting water. Lu Yang held up his glass. Then go after you've got it. Oh. Lu Yang leisurely walked toward the living room, glass in hand. As he passed her, he suddenly stopped. By the way, I like white. Li Shishue's hand froze. White what? Oh, nothing. With that, Lu Yang quickly made his exit, leaving a bewildered Li Shishue behind. She snapped back to reality and looked at the shopping app. There was a white swimsuit on the screen, and it was a deep V-neck style. The blush that had started at the tips of her ears spread all the way down to the base of her neck. That damn bastard. Lu Yang went downstairs and headed toward the shop. On the way, he sent Xia Ning a message. Come half an hour early today, be here by 9. Xia Ning replied, instantly got it, boss. Already on my way. Rabbit battle emoji. Lu Yang also sent a separate message to Xia Qing. After all, Xia Ning's messages couldn't necessarily speak for her sister. Xia Qing's reply was brief, okay. Consistent with her style. Lu Yang opened the shop on time and did a quick check of the equipment. Plus the stock he had ordered the day before had arrived. Perfect. At 8:30, Xia Ning and Xia Qing arrived, half an hour earlier than he had asked. Xia Ning bounced in, looking around as lively as ever. Boss, I got up extra early today. See how motivated I am. Not bad. Boss praised me. Just did. Not enough. Lu Yang ignored her and turned to Xia Qing. Xia Qing's work attitude was particularly proactive today. She had already changed into various clothes and stood at the workstation. But her expression was the same as yesterday, unfriendly to everyone. However, Lu Yang noticed that she tied her apron much more smoothly than yesterday, and the knot was positioned differently, fitting her waistline better for easier movement. Such small improvements showed that she had thought about it last night. Just then, Xia Qing suddenly placed a half-used insulated lunchbox on the counter. Lu Yang glanced at it and asked instinctively, what's that? Xia Qing was silent for a moment before finally saying, I made some pastries. Xia Ning emerged from the changing room, still straightening her skirt as she tugged at the apron strings behind her back. Sis, the zipper on my skirt is a bit loose, could you help me? Before she could finish her words, the next moment she froze. Ahead, Xia Qing was holding a thermal container with both hands, extending it toward Lu Yang. Her movements were stiff and nervous. What's this? Lu Yang took it, weighing it in his hands. It had some heft. Then he opened the lid. A scent of butter mixed with egg fragrance wafted out. Inside, 3 egg yolk pastries were neatly arranged, though they were not visually appealing. Some round, some flat, and one clearly had been squashed and then reshaped into a ball. Xia Ning bounced over, her eyes darting between Xia Qing and the thermal container. Sis, did you make these? Xia Qing nodded once, saying nothing. Xia Ning's eyes widened in surprise. She tilted her head, looking at Xia Qing. Wait, sis, you woke up so early today? Just to make this? Xia Qing nodded again, still silent. Xia Ning's mouth opened closed then opened again. That's not right, sis. I've lived with you for years. When did you ever make pastries? And you used to burn even eggs. When did you learn to make egg yolk pastries? Xia Qing shot her a blank look. The look translated roughly to enough nonsense. But Xia Ning clearly wasn't buying it. Sis, you're so biased. I've been with you for over a decade, and you've never once made me anything delicious. Xia Ning grew more aggrieved, pouting and planting her hands on her hips. I'm your little sister. Xia Qing frowned then uttered 2 words, cousin. Xia Ning was heartbroken. Want to try one first? Lu Yang pushed the container toward her. No. Xia Ning turned away, still sulking. She said no, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at the container. Honestly, she had never tasted anything Xia Qing had made before. Lu Yang didn't argue with her. He picked up 1 egg yolk pastry, then left the remaining 2, 1 for each of them perfectly even. Lu Yang took a bite. Xia Qing didn't urge him or ask if it was good. She just stood there quietly. It felt like a student who had just handed in an exam paper waiting for the teacher's grade. Lu Yang stuffed the pastry into his mouth. He chewed twice. Then he froze for a few seconds. This taste. Xia Qing's eyes were fixed on him. How is it? That was the first question she had initiated today. Lu Yang paused, then gave his verdict, not bad. Xia Qing's eyebrows twitched slightly. Not bad. Was that good or bad? She was about to press further when Xia Ning could no longer hold back. I want to try too. She grabbed one from the container and shoved it into her mouth. Then her expression went through 3 stages. First second a sly grin. Second blank. Third second furious. Sis. You made it wrong. The taste is so weird. What did you put in these? It's sweet, salty, and bitter all at once. Xia Qing's face finally changed. She looked at Lu Yang, now realizing what that not bad meant. Xia Qing was stunned. Xia Ning coughed. Sis, did you mistake salt for sugar? How did it turn out like this? Xia Qing's jaw tightened. She turned to glance at the half-eaten pastry in Lu Yang's hand. Then, she picked up another pastry and took a bite. It was terrible. All right. Lu Yang quickly smoothed things over. It's your first time, that's normal. Just be careful to tell sugar and salt apart next time. After all, this was Xia Qing's first attempt. Pouring cold water on it wouldn't be right. Xia Qing clenched her skirt and said earnestly, I'll do better next time. Lu Yang smiled and nodded. That's thoughtful. The effort was good, but maybe don't make them again. He got down to business. By the way, I have something to tell you both. They perked up. I have to go out tomorrow. Lu Yang crossed his arms, addressing the 2 in front of him. I'll probably be away for about 2 or 3 days, so I won't be at the shop. Xia Ning blinked. Boss, you won't be here. Then what about the shop? You 2 will hold down the fort, Lu Yang said. Xia Ning scratched her head, bewildered. Boss, is that okay? We've only worked 1 day. So starting today, I'm going to teach you every process. Lu Yang instructed. Stocking, preparing drinks, cashiering, closing. The whole thing all on you. Xia Ning's face was full of panic. She turned to look at Xia Qing. Xia Qing's expression remained unchanged, showing neither approval nor objection. She only knew that she had to do well and not let down Lu Yang's trust. But boss, what if something goes wrong? You have a phone. Call me. What if you don't answer? Lu Yang rolled his eyes. I'm only going out for 2 days, not dropping off the grid. Oh, okay. Xia Ning nodded. It made sense, but suddenly being put in charge of the whole shop was quite sudden. Next, Lu Yang walked them through the general procedures. Though it seemed like a lot of steps, it wasn't really that difficult. Lu Yang spent the entire morning breaking down every step from opening to closing. Boss, I can't tell the front from the back of the film. Glossy side down. But both sides look similar. Feel it, rough side up, smooth side down. Boss, the green tea jelly for Ching Ching Nushin is running low. There are 2 more boxes on the right side of the second fridge shelf. Boss, a customer wants no ice but extra toppings. How do we charge that? No ice is free, extra toppings are an extra yuan. Boss, a customer asked if we can give them another discount. Want me to break your leg instead, oi? Boss, a customer asked if they can pay in US dollars. No. One question after another, and Lu Yang answered them all. By the afternoon, Xia Ning's questions had noticeably decreased. At least she no longer flung the lid off while shaking the cup. The sealer didn't jam, and she didn't have to sneak peeks at the memo every time a customer ordered. At 4 p.m., the flow of customers gradually dwindled. Xia Ning lay on the counter, arms dangling in front of her like a cat basking in the sun. Boss, how many cups did we make today? 300. Wow. Double yesterday. Xia Ning jumped up, clenching her little fists, fatigue replaced by a sense of achievement. So I've improved, right? Improved. Can you be a bit more sincere when you praise me? You always just say not bad. It's too perfunctory. What do you want to hear? Just say I'm your most excellent employee, bar none. Xia Ning beamed. Lu Yang truly had no idea how to handle this girl. He sighed. All right, you're my most outstanding employee, okay. Xia Ning tilted her head. And the only one. Yes, the only one. Hearing this, Xia Ning beamed with joy. Oh, and Sis is too. She added, Sis is also the best, tied for first place. Xia Qing remained silent, looking bored. Then Lu Yong briefly tallied the day's revenue. Over 300 cups with an average price. The total turnover had more than doubled compared to yesterday. More importantly, most of the customers were walk-ins passing by, with a portion being repeat customers from yesterday. This was the truly valuable data, proving that the product itself was solid. 300 cups at an average price of 15, yielding a turnover of 4,500. After deducting raw material costs and various losses, the net profit was over 2,000. It had doubled compared to yesterday, and he was still a college student. Achieving this result on his first entrepreneurial venture already surpassed many of his peers. Halfway through tidying up, Lu Yong suddenly thought of a question. Xiaoning, can you come a bit earlier tomorrow? He wouldn't be around tomorrow, and they would need time to prepare many things. How early? 8 o'clock. Xiaoning let out an ah, then said, then I'll have to get up at 6:30. Can't make it. I can make it. Xiaoning patted her chest. Boss, rest assured, even if you told me to get up at 5:30, I'd manage. Lu Yong looked at Xiaqing. Xiaqing nodded expressionlessly. Good, all set. Lu Yong listed a few key points for tomorrow, wrote them on a slip of paper, and stuck it on the wall beside the bar. Xiaoning leaned in and read through them one by one. Boss, this is more detailed than my homeroom teacher's class rules. Your homeroom teacher managed you for a whole semester. I'm only managing for 2 days, so of course I have to be thorough. Xiaoning pouted, but didn't argue. After giving the instructions, Lu Yong pulled a set of keys from his pocket, the shop keys. Xiaoning stared at the keys he held out, blinking several times, frozen, unable to reach out. Boss, this is the shop keys. I won't be here tomorrow, so the shop is in your charge. Xiaoning's mouth slowly fell open. The boss had entrusted her with the shop keys. This meant she was officially taking over the store. Xiaoning swallowed hard, about to reach out, but halfway she pulled her hand back. But what if I mess up the shop? Then you'll have to compensate me. Xiaoning's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly withdrew her hand. She was terrified and nervous. She didn't have the money to compensate. Lu Yong smiled. Just kidding, take it. Xiaoning looked stunned. If you mess up, you won't have to pay. Xiaoning's expression lit up. She reached out and grabbed the keys. Then she raised her right hand to her forehead. Rest assured, Commander. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. After shouting, she added, if anything goes wrong, I'll stake my head on it. Lu Yong waved his hand. This girl wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so her head probably wasn't worth much. But fortunately, although Xiaoning was a bit careless, she was still reliable. As for Xiaqing, her personality made it impossible for things to get out of control. At worst, the probability of her sending a customer flying was a bit higher. Just then, Lu Yong suddenly received a message. He pulled out his phone. It was from Li Shishua. The message was only one sentence. The client changed the schedule temporarily. We leave tonight. Come to the office now. Oh, there are some handover materials you need to review in advance. Lu Yong couldn't help but furrow his brows. Tonight. So soon. He was about to reply when a second message quickly followed. Don't dawdle. Be here within half an hour. Fine. Lu Yong had no choice but to head to the office. He finished giving the last instructions, clapped his hands, and said, all right, remember what I said. Call if anything comes up. Xiaoning clutched the keys, nodding like a pecking chick. Lu Yong said no more, grabbed his coat, and walked out, leaving the rest to the two of them. As he reached the door, Xiaoning called out from behind, Boss, have a safe trip. Lu Yong didn't look back, just waved his hand. Xiaoning shouted again, Boss, remember to think of us. Lu Yong paused in his steps and turned to look at her. Xiaoning waved at him, smiling like a little son. Beside her, Xia-Qing yanked her back. Get to work. Oh. Lu Yong left the shop and hailed a cab straight to the company. On the way, he scrolled through the messages Li Shishua had sent. The client had moved the schedule forward by a day. The originally scheduled meeting for the day after tomorrow was moved to tomorrow. This meant they had to leave tonight. Shanghai was about 4 or 5 hours drive from Linjiang. If they took the highway and left at night, they'd probably arrive and settle in around midnight. The familiar glass curtain-walled office building. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Yong ran into two figures, a man and a woman. One of them was Zhao Lei, who had been close to Sun Wenba before and had kept his head down the whole meeting without saying a word. The other was Lu Lili, a senior analyst and also the head of HR. The moment they saw Lu Yong, their expressions changed instantly. Zhao Lei was the first to extend his hand. Oh, Brother Lu. Brother Lu. He hadn't addressed him that way last time. Brother Lu just arrived. I was about to go grab a package. Want me to bring you a coffee? Lu Yong waved his hand, no need. Lu Lili also sidled up, leaning close to Lu Yong, a strong perfume scent wafting into his nostrils. She smiled sweetly. By the way, Brother Lu, about what you said in the meeting last time, I went home and studied it for several nights. It was really well said. If you're free sometime, let me treat you to dinner, and we can have an in-depth discussion. Sure. Lu Yong gave a perfunctory reply, then slipped into the elevator. The doors closed. Zhao Lei and Lu Lili stood there, the warm smiles on their faces instantly vanishing. They exchanged glances. Zhao Lei spoke first. Why do you think he's coming to the office at this hour? Lu Lili glanced at her watch. 5 in the afternoon. It was almost the end of the regular workday. Lu Yong showing up now couldn't be just for a stroll. I heard from the admin people that President Li has a big deal to sign this week. You mean that resort project? Lu Lily nodded. Zhao Lei thought for a moment, but that doesn't add up. President Li rarely invests in resort projects, and even when she does sign, it's usually the other party coming to her with the contract. After all, for a giant like Shuyu Group, there was no need to go in person to sign a contract. People would line up to come to them. Moreover, the other party was just a small resort project. Lu Lily said directly, it's not that the client asked President Li to go sign, it's that President Li took the initiative to go sign. What? Manager Li went there herself. Zhao Lei was stunned, clearly not quite believing it. Li Shixue was notorious in the industry for being incredibly difficult to meet. Even major corporations in the city had to schedule appointments and wait in line just to see her. Now she would actually make a personal trip for a small vacation resort project. This made no sense. Lu Lily continued, the key point isn't even this. The key is that among the staff accompanying Manager Li on this business trip, there's only one person. Who? Lu Yong. A business trip with only one person. Previously, when Li Shixue traveled, she always brought at least 3 or 4 people. An assistant, a liaison specialist, an analyst, sometimes even legal counsel. But this time just one person. And a new employee who hadn't been with the company long. What are you suggesting? Zhao Lei looked at her, his expression speaking volumes. Lu Lily clasped her hands together. You were at that meeting too. You saw how Manager Li treated him. You're not blind. Zhao Lei certainly remembered. The entire conference room full of over a dozen executives had sat waiting for half an hour just for a tardy intern. And when that intern finally arrived, he went directly to sit next to Li Shixue, a spot even the vice president had never occupied. So now you understand. Looking at Zhao Lei's stunned, silent expression, Lu Lily's tone was calm. Manager Li isn't just nurturing new talent. She's paving the way for him. After Sun Wenba left, the position of analysis department manager had remained vacant. Following standard procedure, it should have been filled from within, someone like Zhao Lei, Lu Lily, or one of the other senior analysts. Yet looking at how things were developing, this position hung in the balance. If Li Shixue insisted on putting Lu Yong there, no one could stop her. Zhao Lei offered a bitter laugh. This kid's only been here, a few days? Not even a week. Someone who hasn't been here a week parachuting straight into company management. Fine. Zhao Lei sighed, his voice dripping with envy. It was good to have connections. Zhao Lei sighed. Then from now on, we'll have to change how we address him. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. When Lu Yong stepped out, the entire level was nearly deserted. It was nearly quitting time, and most employees had already packed up and prepared to leave. At that moment, he happened to run into Chun Yen, an assistant finishing her work and heading home. Seeing Lu Yong, Chun Yen flashed her signature smile. Mr. Lu, manager is waiting for you in the office. The way she said manager suggested she hadn't quite adjusted from their previous interaction. Lu Yong nodded politely to Chun Yen, then turned and knocked twice on the office door before stepping inside. Li Shixue sat behind her desk, no longer in the dark professional attire from earlier. Instead, she wore a black satin shirt with a subtle V-neck, the collar low enough to reveal her delicate collarbone layered over a white undershirt. Her hair was restyled, more loosely arranged than usual, with a few wispy strands falling beside her ears. Li Shixue glanced up, her expression cold and impassive. The materials are on the desk, the ones on your left. Lu Yong opened them to review. The documents spanned about 2 to 3 pages. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., they'd meet with the client to sign a contract with the afternoon left open. The company they'd be signing with was a local cultural tourism group. This cultural tourism company owned a piece of coastal land planned for a high-end resort, and they were urgently seeking investment, which was why they'd approached them. How much are we planning to invest? Lu Yong asked. The initial negotiation was 30 million, Li Shixue replied, after consideration. 30 million. Lu Yong couldn't help but interject. For this scale, do you really need to make the trip personally? To be honest, 30 million was substantial, at least for ordinary people. Yet Shuyu Group was a multi-billion-dollar corporation. For such a massive company, this was merely a routine, modest deal. In other words, a transaction of this magnitude didn't warrant a personal visit. Li Shixue rested her interlaced fingers on the desk. The project itself is indeed small, but the location of that land is excellent, and the surrounding facilities are in the planning stages. Long-term, it has value. Moreover, the owner of that company had connections with my father. My visit is also a gesture of respect. Lu Yong nodded, roughly understanding. Simply put, she was making the trip as a favor to an old acquaintance. The project was secondary, relationships were the priority. After all, in today's society, one cannot neglect the importance of personal connections. Lu Yong flipped to the next page. Basic information about the counterpart company along with a draft contract. The content wasn't complicated, far simpler than the previous merger case. During the meeting, you'll mainly handle the financial data, Li Shixue said. The other party's CFO will be present. If you have any questions, you can discuss them directly with him. Got it. Lu Yong nodded, closing the folder. Li Shixue tapped her fingers twice on the desk. After a moment of hesitation, she said, there's one more thing. Lu Yong pricked up his ears. Li Shishue spoke in a flat tone as casually as if commenting on the weather while typing on her keyboard. After Sun Wenba was taken away, the analysis department manager position has remained vacant. Lu Yang paused, so Li Shishue turned to look at him. After this business trip project is completed, you'll take that position temporarily. At these words, the office fell into an extended heavy silence. Lu Yang blinked, his lips parting slightly, his expression somewhat odd. The manager's position. For me, to be fair, when most people hear news of a promotion, the normal reaction should be excitement, even being overwhelmed with gratitude. But Lu Yang did not. All he felt now was confusion and bewilderment. He was just a newly hired employee. How did he suddenly get promoted? Perhaps because Lu Yang's reaction was so unusual. Li Shishue quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. You're only acting as interim. Once I find a more suitable candidate, you can step down." Fine, still being Sundara, are we? Lu Yang did not expose her. "I won't do it." Li Shishue thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" "I said I won't do it," Lu Yang repeated, very direct. To be honest, he had never once considered climbing the corporate ladder at this company. Coming to this company in the first place was purely because a system task had bound him here. Moreover, being an intern was wonderful. Less work, less pressure, flexible hours. You finish your tasks and can leave. Manager. Nobody in their right mind would want this job. Endless meetings, all-day reports that never end, people to manage. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Besides, his priorities were never on the company side. A true man should not submit to another's dominion. "I won't do it." As these three words fell, Li Shishue's brow furrowed involuntarily. Her expression was neither angry nor pleased. To be honest, Lu Yang's answer caught her off guard. After Sun Wenba left, the manager position had been vacant for nearly a week. During this week, she knew better than anyone how many people were secretly coveting that seat. Zhao Lei had approached Chun Yin to sound her out. Lu Lily had written several self-recommendation letters and sent them to her email, and even people from other departments had secretly asked around about the promotion process. Everyone was eager to climb up, and yet, she had given the opportunity to Lu Yang. Lu Yang actually refused it. "What's your reason?" Li Shishue spoke, her tone unreadable. Lu Yang said directly, "I'm just an intern who just arrived. You want me to manage the entire department. Who can handle that? Not being able to handle it is your problem, not the position's problem." Li Shishue frowned. "And you have to handle it, even if you can't." Lu Yang didn't think much and said bluntly, "Then let me put it another way, I just don't want to manage, okay?" Li Shishue's lips pressed together. Don't want to manage. Among the hundreds of employees in the entire company who didn't want to climb up, this was the first time she had encountered an employee who actively refused a promotion. And this employee was someone she had personally selected. Moreover, this was not the manager of an ordinary company, but the general manager of a group worth tens of billions. It could be said that the future ahead was bright. But with such a great opportunity placed before Lu Yang, he chose to refuse. "Do you know how many people outside are eyeing this position?" "I know, and you still refuse. So it's more suitable to give it to them." Lu Yang spread his hands. "Look, the others are quite good. They have more seniority and experience." Li Shishue let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms. Seniority enough. If they had enough seniority, how could they have known about Sun Wenba's internal transactions and still given him a green light all the way? Well, that was indeed hard to argue. Lu Yang withdrew his suggestion. After the incident with Sun Wenba, she had also deeply realized the truth. She couldn't trust outsiders too much. The office fell silent for another moment. "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you." Li Shishue took a deep breath, then let it out. Her tone softened a little compared to before. "I just think your abilities are wasted in an intern position. Although you're a newcomer with little experience, your talent is not bad." Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. The words sounded like praise, but he knew Li Shishue too well. Promoting him was indeed partly a recognition of his abilities. On the other hand, the vacant position needed to be filled, and there weren't many people she trusted. Rather than letting a bunch of scheming old hands take over, it was better to push her own person up. Lu Yang was that person. But the problem was he really didn't want to do it. "How about this?" Lu Yang said after thinking. "Leave this position vacant for now. If you can't find a suitable candidate later, we'll talk." Li Shishue stared at him for several seconds. In the end, she didn't insist further. "As you wish." After saying that, she stood up and asked, "Have you finished reading?" "Almost." "Then let's go." "Where to?" "To the sea. A business trip." "Now, what else?" Li Shishue retorted. "I haven't packed my luggage yet," Lu Yang said. "Pack what?" "I need to at least pack some clothes to change into right." Li Shishue glanced at his casual outfit without even a flicker of her brow. "Just buy them when we get there." Lu Yang couldn't help but say, "What about my on?" "Buy everything." Li Shishue cut him off, her tone decisive. "Fine." Lu Yang opened his mouth, then closed it. "Well, that was the world of the rich for you. Going on a business trip without even needing to pack luggage. Just buy everything when you arrive." Li Shishue gave him no time to hesitate, and the two of them walked downstairs one after the other. In the underground garage, a black high-end business car was already waiting. Li Shishue sat in the back and Lu Yang sat beside her. The city lights streamed past the car window in rows. Lu Yong leaned back in his seat, took out his phone, and saw a message from Xiaoning. The phone lit up. Boss, I finished tidying up the shop and closed it. The whole process went smoothly, followed by a long string of emojis. Rabbit waving a flag, rabbit setting off fireworks, rabbit spinning in circles. Lu Yong replied, good, keep it up. Xiaoning's reply came quickly, boss, rest assured. My sister and I will guard the shop with our lives. Rabbit saluting. After replying to Xiaoning, Lu Yong suddenly noticed the class group chat was flooding with messages. The group was buzzing with excitement. Dozens of unread messages scrolled up rapidly. They seemed to be discussing where to go for the holiday. Yuan Xiangrong posted a promotional picture of a seaside resort with the caption, brothers. Departure tomorrow, final confirmation of spots. Anyone who hasn't signed up, hurry up. A string of replies followed immediately. I'm in. I've already bought my swim trunks. Haha, I heard that resort has a private beach, the water is crystal clear. Classmate Ziying, are you going? If she goes, I'll go. Yuan Xiangrong quickly replied, Ziying is definitely going. I've already booked a room for her. Lu Yong scrolled down, his brow furrowing. Not because they were going to the seaside, but because of where they were going. Chonghai, could it be such a coincidence? Who are you chatting with so late? At that moment, Li Shishue's voice came from beside him. Lu Yong turned his head. Li Shishue was leaning back in her seat holding a document, but her eyes weren't on the paper. She was looking at him. More precisely, she was looking in the direction of his phone screen. Lu Yong locked the screen and said 2 words, classmates. At the words classmates, Li Shishue's expression shifted. A very subtle shift. But Lu Yong caught it. She withdrew her gaze, turned a page of the document in her hand, and said in a faint voice, oh, classmates. After turning that page, she didn't read on as she turned back. Which classmate? The class group chat. Class group chat. Li Shishue said, then added, that's quite lively. Lu Yong said nothing. He had already learned one thing. When Li Shishue asked questions, the calmer she appeared on the surface, the more unsettled she was inside. Sure enough, she spoke again. That female classmate again. Lu Yong was taken aback. Which one? Li Shishue turned her head and glanced at Lu Yong. A look that wasn't cold, but definitely not warm. The one in the swimsuit. Lu Yong immediately said, didn't you say you didn't look at my phone? Li Shishue faltered. Her lips moved twice, then closed again. It was just that when I passed by, your phone screen happened to light up, and I accidentally glanced at it. She quickly added, and you left your phone on the sofa with messages popping up constantly. Is it my fault? Well, so it's my fault. Lu Yong replied with a smile. Fine, he'd just consider it an accident. Lu Yong continued, then what else did you see? Li Shishue turned her head and glared at him. What exactly are you trying to say? Nothing. Lu Yong shrugged. I just feel like you're quite concerned about my social life. Who cares about you? Li Shishue instantly turned away, not looking at him. If you don't care, then why ask? Li Shishue thought for a moment. I'm your boss. Understanding a subordinate's social relationships is a basic management practice. Fine, you're right. Lu Yong didn't argue. He had been convinced by her twisted logic again. Then suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, did you buy a swimsuit? Upon hearing this, a flush instantly spread across Li Shishue's face. She gritted her teeth and said, none of your business. That night, the commercial vehicle exited the highway and soon entered Chonghai city center. This city was much smaller than Linjiang, but because it was by the sea, the air carried a damp scent. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a resort hotel. Lu Yong got out of the car and stretched. After sitting in the vehicle for 4 or 5 hours, his back was nearly breaking. Li Shishue walked ahead with her bag, her red-soled high heels clicking steadily on the marble floor. The front desk was a young attendant. She smiled at the two and asked, hello, do you have a reservation? Li Shishue directly gave her name. The front desk attendant checked the computer, then her expression turned troubled. Ms. Li, I'm very sorry, but all our hotel rooms are fully booked. Li Shishue frowned. I made a reservation 2 days ago. The front desk attendant nodded. We do have your reservation record, but due to a system error, one of the 2 rooms you booked was double assigned to another guest who has already checked in. So now there's only 1 room left. Li Shishue's tone instantly turned cold. The front desk attendant, intimidated by her aura, stammered nervously. Yes, I'm truly sorry. Would you too? Perhaps make do. Make do. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, Lu Yong and Li Shishue fell silent simultaneously. 1 room. 2 people. Make do. Lu Yong spoke first. Are there any other hotels nearby? The front desk attendant shook her head. The hotels around here are mostly full. I checked for you. The nearest one with vacancies is 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers. It was almost midnight. If they went through all that trouble, they'd be exhausted. Li Shishue's expression didn't look good. Lu Yong looked at the still dazed Li Shishue and said bluntly, let's go. What are you waiting for? Li Shishue. Fine, I haven't even complained about you, and you're already complaining about me. All right. Li Shishue said decisively to the front desk attendant, check in. We'll take this room. After saying that, she herself was stunned for a moment. Lu Yong was also stunned. The front desk attendant, however, was very professional and began the procedure without changing her expression. All right, miss, I've completed the check-in for you. After finishing the procedure and getting the room card, the two walked toward the elevator. The elevator doors closed. The two stood inside with at least a meter of distance between them. Li Shishue's fingers clutched the room card, her eyes fixed on the rising floor numbers above. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At that moment her heart was beating even faster than those numbers. Lu Yang leaned against the right side of the elevator, hands in his pockets. Silence. Too silent. So silent that she could hear the thumping sound of her own heart in her chest. What was she so nervous about? It was just sharing a room. It wasn't like she hadn't lived under the same roof with him before. Although they slept in separate rooms, wasn't it essentially the same thing under one address? Thinking this way, it didn't seem like a big deal. Big deal. 6, 7, 8. The floor numbers were still climbing. Li Shishue suddenly realized a problem. At home, there were 2 bedrooms. At the hotel, there was 1. And she hadn't even checked the room type earlier. Twin beds, or a single king. What are you nervous about? Lu Yang suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Shishue quickly regained her composure. Who's nervous? You've been rubbing the room card the whole time. Lu Yang pointed at the stubborn woman. Li Shishue looked down. The room card had already become warm from her rubbing. She quickly hid her hand behind her back. I'm confirming the room number. You've confirmed it 10 times already. Mind your own business. Ding. The elevator arrived. The doors opened. Li Shishue stepped out first. Her red-soled high heels made no clacking sound on the corridor carpet. Hey, what? You're going the wrong way. Lu Yang pointed ahead. She had been walking forward since getting off the elevator, not even realizing she was going the wrong way. I know. Li Shishue retreated back to her room, then pressed the room card against the sensor. The door opened. The room was not small. The floor-to-ceiling window faced the entire sea. The curtains were half drawn, and the salty sea breeze blew in, carrying a faint coolness. Then both of them simultaneously saw the bed in the center of the room and froze. 1. Yes, that's right. It was a king-size bed. Lu Yang tilted his head and looked at Li Shishue. Li Shishue immediately spoke up. I'll sleep on the bed. Why should you? Lu Yang protested. Because I'm your boss. Li Shishue instantly showed her boss's authority. Lu Yang retorted, I'm still your husband. Li Shishue ignored him. Lu Yang glanced at the sofa beside them. It was a double sofa, not too short, but not too long either. With no other choice, Lu Yang had to give up the big bed to her and sleep on the sofa himself. You can use the bathroom first, Lu Yang said after arranging the sofa. Li Shishue opened her suitcase. Just as she was about to take out a set of clean clothes to change into. Suddenly a white swimsuit inadvertently tumbled out. Though only for a moment, it was still caught by Lu Yang's eyes. Wasn't this the deep V white swimsuit he had mentioned that morning? She actually bought it. This woman said it wasn't good, but her body was honest after all. Seeing this, Li Shishue quickly packed away the swimsuit as if she had been electrocuted, then turned and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She twisted the lock once, then again, making sure it was securely locked. After that, she leaned against the door, let out a long breath, and looked up at the ceiling. Her heart was still racing. She was thinking about something. When the front desk said there was only 1 room left, she could have chosen to go to the hotel 20 kilometers away. But she didn't. She chose the option she should least have chosen. Li Shishue closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. She couldn't figure it out. Or rather, she dared not figure it out. Splash, splash. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Lu Yang found a comfortable position, half reclining on the sofa. Whatever, he'll just make do for the night. However, just as he glanced up, his expression abruptly froze. The bathroom design of this suite was rather unusual. Regular hotel bathrooms all have solid walls, in short, completely obscuring the interior. But this one side of the bathroom featured frosted glass, a translucent material. From outside, one couldn't make out the details. But once the lights were on and steam filled the air, the figure inside would be reflected on the glass. The silhouette, an extremely clear silhouette. As the hot water cascaded down, the steam climbed along the glass, creating a misty, blurred scene. The curve of the shoulders where the waist narrowed, long hair clinging to the back, a hand lifting to brush through hair. Lu Yang clamped his hand over his nose and sharply turned his head away. At this moment, words could only suffice as tumultuous, magnificent, terrifying indeed. Immediately after, his gaze wandered again. It wasn't that he wanted it to wander, but that glass faced directly toward the sofa. Who designed this glass? At this moment, the sound of water inside suddenly quieted, probably applying body wash. The shadow on the glass shifted, a hand sliding from shoulder to arm, moving very slowly. Lu Yang's mouth twitched, then he stood up and walked toward the window. To look at the sea. Yes, look at the sea. Looking at the sea is the right thing to do. The ocean is so wonderful, so vast and expansive, refreshing the soul. However, when he pulled back the curtain, it was pitch black outside, nothing visible at all. Moreover, due to the glass reflection, the window also reflected the scene from the bathroom. Lu Yang. He hastily pulled the curtain closed. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Li Shishue walked out barefoot, stepping onto the carpet. At this moment she was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her hair still wet, draping over her shoulders. Her face was clean and fresh, requiring no makeup at all. Her natural beauty was more than enough. Seeing her come out, Lu Yang didn't hesitate for a moment. With lightning speed, he sat on the sofa, phone raised in front of him, earnestly reading the documents for tomorrow's meeting. Li Shishua passed by the sofa, heading toward the bed. After taking 2 steps, she stopped. What's wrong with you? She noticed Lu Yang's face was rather flushed. Nothing, it's just a bit hot in here. Lu Yang fanned his face. Li Shishua glanced at the meeting documents in Lu Yang's hands, which were held upside down, and couldn't help but frown. Change of clothes are in the cabinet inside the bathroom. Oh, Lu Yang acknowledged and immediately got up to shower. The first thing he did upon entering the bathroom was to pull down the curtain inside. That way nothing would be visible. When he came out after his shower, Li Shishua was already lying on the bed, her back to him, wrapped tightly in the blanket, completely motionless. Whether she was asleep was uncertain, but that posture clearly signaled an unwillingness to talk. Lu Yang dried his hair, hung up the towel properly, then walked to the sofa and lay down. Lights off, time to sleep. The sofa was harder than imagined. He turned over once, then turned over again. 10 minutes passed. Lu Yang stared at the ceiling. Couldn't sleep. Not that he wasn't tired, but this sofa was acceptable for sitting, but lying on it was an entirely different matter. The cushion gap pressed against his back, his waist floating in empty space. No position was comfortable. The key was that luxurious king-size bed right next to him looked so comfortable. Li Shishua turned over on the bed. The movement wasn't loud, but Lu Yang heard it. She wasn't asleep either. A few more minutes passed, and the bed moved again. The blankets rustled as if she had changed direction. Lu Yang couldn't help but speak up. Are you making pancakes over there? Just sleep your own sleep. Li Shishua's voice carried a hint of annoyance, probably because he had hit the nail on the head. Lu Yang shifted position, then lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. A gust of sea breeze drifted in from outside, causing the bottom of the curtain to flutter. On the nearby bed, Li Shishua was also battling herself. Her usual sleep quality was excellent. She could even be said to be exceptional, falling asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. But this situation was a first for her. It wasn't that the bed was uncomfortable, but there was a person beside her. To be precise, Lu Yang was beside her. She could hear his breathing. Not deliberately. He was just breathing normally, evenly in and out. And precisely because she could hear it so clearly. Clearly to the point of annoyance. Li Shishua pulled the blanket higher, covering half her face. Her heartbeat was still rapid. Ever since entering this room, it hadn't slowed down. She pushed the blanket away, then after a while covered herself again, repeating this several times. What are you doing? Still not sleeping? Huh. The air conditioning is on your side, adjust it yourself. It was quiet for a moment. Li Shishua's voice was somewhat low. I adjusted it, still hot. Then kick off the blanket. Kicked it off. Then cold. Lu Yang. Fine, he was truly at a loss. You're not asleep either. Li Shishua suddenly turned over, looking at Lu Yang, who like her had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Lu Yang said with some irritation, it's because this sofa is uncomfortable to sleep on, and I've never slept on a sofa in my entire life. So this is your first time? What else? His words fell. Both fell silent. Outside the window, the sound of waves continued, one wave after another. Another gust of wind blew the corner of the curtain, lifted, then fell again. Who knows how much time passed? An almost inaudible voice came over. Come over and sleep. Lu Yang opened his eyes. He didn't immediately respond, not sure if he was already so sleepy that he was hearing things. She actually wanted him to share the bed with her. What did you say? Hearing this, Li Shishua's side fell silent for another moment. I said, this bed is very big, you sleep on the other side. Put a pillow in the middle, she added. Don't you dare cross over. She added another sentence. If you touch me, I'll kill you. Another sentence. Lu Yang sat up from the sofa. His lower back was indeed aching unbearably. He hesitated for a moment, then walked to the other side of the bed. Li Shishua had her back to him, wrapped tightly in the blanket. Her hair spread across the pillow, her whole person huddled against the wall. In the middle position, she had already placed a pillow, standing perfectly upright, like the line dividing Chu and Han. Lu Yang lifted the corner of the blanket and lay down. Honestly, this mattress was 1,000 times better than the sofa. Comfortable. So comfortable. On that side, Li Shishua didn't move at all. This lack of movement was actually the most telling. A person truly asleep wouldn't be this quiet. Don't snore. Li Shishua's voice suddenly came over. I don't snore. How do you know you don't? You can't hear yourself when you're asleep. Lu Yang. Fair point. Don't roll over to this side. I haven't rolled over. I mean later. Alright. Also, what's that smell on you? Lu Yang lowered his head and sniffed himself. The body wash you brought, why? Is something wrong? That's the female formula. Is there a difference? Lu Yang retorted. Or are you saying guys will get pregnant from using it? Li Shishua fell silent. She didn't understand why herself. Whenever she got nervous, she just couldn't stop talking. She was always cold and aloof with everyone, yet in situations like this, all sorts of irrelevant things would suddenly come spilling out. Do you have any other questions? Lu Yang let out a yawn and asked. Nope. Li Shishue turned over directly. Then good night, Lu Yong said. Surprisingly, no sooner had he lain down than drowsiness came over him. Having tossed and turned on the sofa for over half an hour, he was already exhausted and weariness washed over him completely. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. As he drifted in thought, his mind went blank. He didn't know how much time had passed. A sliver of light filtered through the gap in the curtains. Lu Yang's consciousness slowly surfaced. First came his hearing. The sound of waves a bit gentler than last night. The wind had also weakened, the curtains hadn't moved much. Then came his sense of touch. Something was pressing down on him. Not the blanket. He could tell the weight of a blanket. This was different. A weight with warmth, with a definite shape. Pressing down on his chest and arms. Lu Yong didn't open his eyes. First he tried moving his hand. It wouldn't budge. Something had him in a grip. He tried the other hand. That one was free. Strange. Lu Yong finally opened his eyes. The light wasn't strong, a dawn was just breaking. He looked down. Li Shishue was pressed against his side, her arms wrapped around his, her face buried in the crook of his shoulder. Her legs weren't idle either. One draped across his thigh, the other wedged between his legs. Her hair was scattered across the pillow, a few strands hanging over his collarbone. As for the pillow in the middle, it had long been kicked to the floor. Chuhan boundary. Non-existent. This woman's sleeping posture was no different from when she was at home. Her true sprawled-out nature was completely exposed. Except at home the sofa was bigger, so she could spread out without anyone caring. Now there was an extra person on the bed. She simply used him as a body pillow. Holy! Lu Yong took a deep breath, staring at Li Shishue draped over him. Only one thought remained in his mind. Is this woman related to crabs? No, crabs only have 2 claws. But she, 2 hands plus 2 legs, using all 4 limbs. Lu Yong tried to pull his arm free. Not a single inch. Tight. She had gripped him too tightly. Now he finally understood why the pillows on her sofa at home were all wrinkled. With this kind of grip, how could they not get wrinkled? Lu Yong quickly tried his other hand. That one was free. The problem was, if he woke her up, given this young lady's personality, she would definitely throw a tantrum, or even throw him out the window on the spot. Lu Yong took a deep breath. Calm down, stay calm. Her face was buried where his shoulder met his neck, her hair brushing against his chin, making it itch. Her breath was warm against his lips, carrying a faint hint of her scent. The leg draped over his thigh wasn't particularly heavy, but the leg wedged between his own was in a very delicate position. Very delicate. Lu Yong didn't dare move anymore. If he did, he was the one who would be in trouble. Fine, change tactics. Finally, he chose a crude method. First lift her hands off his arm, then brace against the bed and roll everything to the right. The movement wasn't elegant, but it worked. Li Shishue's hands grasped at air, grabbed at nothing a few times, then went to hug the blanket instead. Success. Lu Yong sat on the edge of the bed, letting out a long breath. Then he looked at the bed. Li Shishue had turned over facing the wall, wrapped entirely in the blanket with only a few strands of hair showing. Sleeping soundly. Lu Yong didn't wake her. He walked to the window and pulled the curtain open a crack. It was already light outside. The sea stretched out in vast shades of gray and blue. The distant horizon was pressed down by orange light as the sun gradually began to rise. The sea view was quite beautiful. Of course, compared to the ocean view, the scenery inside was pretty good too. Lu Yong went to freshen up first, then sent a message to Xiaoning. Today was her first day running things independently. As the boss, he should at least show some concern. Lu Yong, have you arrived at the shop? 3 minutes later, Xiaoning's reply finally came. Boss, I just reached the shop door. Got the keys. Door's open. Everything's normal. Very smooth. Followed by a salute emoji of a rabbit. Lu Yong asked, how about your sister? Xiaoning, my sister got here half an hour before me. She's already inside brewing the tea base. Alright, reliable. Lu Yong smiled. These two were pretty dependable. Especially Xia Qing, with a diligent work attitude. Lu Yong thought for a moment, then replied, also absolutely, do not let your sister throw any customers out. Xiaoning got it. Soon Xiaoning continued, by the way, boss, when are you planning to come back? Lu Yong, in a couple days. Perhaps, maybe, probably. Xiaoning, perhaps, maybe, probably. Followed by a confused rabbit emoji. Fine, so he's planning to be a hands-off boss. Lu Yong, just focus on running things well. I'll give you both a raise when the time comes. At the mention of a raise, Xia Ning's motivation instantly skyrocketed. Xia Ning, boss, rest assured, mission guaranteed. Followed by a rocket-launching rabbit emoji. Lu Yong replied that they should call if anything came up, then put his phone away. Just then, movement finally came from the bed. Li Shishue turned over, eyes still closed. Her hand groggily searched beside her pillow, found her phone, and picked it up to check. Then she sat up abruptly, hair a mess like a bird's nest, eyes not quite open, but her whole body had already bounced up. She turned to look toward the sofa. Empty. The blanket was neatly folded. Her gaze shifted to the window. There sat Lu Yong in the chair beside the windowsill, flipping through yesterday's documents, a cup of hot water beside him. Their eyes met. Li Shishue froze for a moment, then quickly looked away. The pillow. Where's the pillow? She looked beside her. On the floor. When did you wake up? She tugged at her pajamas whose buttons had come slightly undone, voice still hoarse from just waking. Just now, then you. Li Shishua's words caught. She wanted to ask something, but didn't quite dare. Lu Yong didn't look up. You slept pretty well last night. Using him as a body pillow, slept pretty well. Li Shishue was stunned. The words made no sense. She vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't put her finger on it. Never mind. Go wash up. We need to get going soon. With that, Lu Yong walked straight out the door, leaving Li Shishue alone on the bed staring blankly at the pillow that had fallen to the floor. It was 9 in the morning. They met at the hotel lobby. Li Shishue had changed into a black tailored suit with a light blouse, her hair neatly pinned up, and her makeup freshly applied. Lu Yong wore a white shirt with its sleeves rolled up twice. He hadn't brought any clothes yesterday, so Li Shishue had asked the hotel to purchase this for him. The brand was a foreign label he didn't recognize, but the size was just right. Then the two got into a black business car and slowly drove away. At the entrance of the resort hotel, at that moment a middle-aged man was already waiting at the door. He was around 50, slightly plump with a warm and approachable smile. He was Wang Jianyuan, the partner of this resort project. Also standing before him was a young man in his early 20s wearing a light blue suit with his hair gelled. Wang Jianyuan glanced at his wristwatch. There were still about 10 minutes until the appointed time. He tugged his son's sleeve, pulling him aside, and lowered his voice. When you see her later, mind your manners and speak sweetly, understand? Wang Ping shrugged nonchalantly. Dad, it's just signing a contract. Why are you so nervous? Wang Jianyuan glared at him, disappointed that his son didn't measure up. What do you know? This time it's the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Shishue herself, and she's coming in person. Li Shishue. Wang Ping recalled, his expression slightly shocked. The one who runs the Shuyu Group. The Shuyu Group was the leading enterprise in the city, even someone as ignorant as he had heard of it. Compared to her business, his own father's company was like child's play. Nonsense, is there any other in Linjiang City? Wang Jianyuan lowered his voice and leaned in. You met her when you were a child, remember? That year your mother and I took you to the Li house as guests. She was 3 years older than you and played with you in the yard. Wang Ping thought for a moment and said, I was only 5 or 6 back then, how could I remember? Remembering or not doesn't matter. Wang Jianyuan patted his son's shoulder, his tone meaningful. What matters is that she's still single. Wang Ping was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then he understood his father's look. Dad, you don't mean? I didn't say anything. Wang Jianyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant parking lot, the corners of his mouth curling upward. He had been mulling over this for some time. Li Shishue's status and background were top-notch not only in Linjiang City, but even in the national business circles. Moreover, the two families had a long-standing friendship, practically family friends. The key point was that Li Shishue had actually taken the initiative to come and sign a small project worth 30 million. What did that imply? Wang Jianyuan pondered back and forth, sensing there was something behind it. He knew best the scale of his own company. 30 million was nothing to the Shuyu Group, not even a drop in the bucket. Li Shishue had absolutely no need to come in person. So why did she come? Wang Jianyuan secretly calculated. Was it because of the friendship from the past? Or perhaps because of the bond his son had with her from playing together as children? Women, after all, tend to be a bit sentimental. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Dad, you're overthinking it, Wang Ping said after some thought, not very confidently. What's her status? How could she fancy me? Why not? Wang Jianyuan looked self-assured. You may be a bit slacker usually, but looks-wise you're not bad. I've also bought you a degree and you'll take over the family company when you return. As for conditions, our family is not inferior. Besides, if she really didn't care about old ties, would she have come in person today? Wang Ping, though finding it reasonable, still said, but I already have a girlfriend. Break up with her. Wang Jianyuan said bluntly. His son's acquaintances were all low-class women. Compared to the eldest daughter of the Li family, they were not on the same level at all. If they could successfully marry into the Li family, then they would directly rise to greatness like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. But I haven't even seen her yet, Wang Ping said somewhat reluctantly. If the other party was ugly, no matter what, he wouldn't sacrifice his love. Wang Jianyuan opened a photo of Li Shishue on his phone. Seeing this, Wang Ping's expression instantly changed, his eyes fixed. This was beyond ordinary beauty. She was sitting at her desk dressed in a dark professional outfit, her profile facing the camera, wearing a pair of thin-rimmed plain glasses. Her jawline was sharp and clean, her features so exquisite they seemed unreal. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders with no extra accessories, just a tiny silver stud on her earlobe. Yet it was precisely this unadorned state that was all the more striking. Wang Ping couldn't help but swallow. Honestly, in all his life he had been with many beautiful women, but he had never seen anyone as stunning as Li Shishue. It was the kind of beauty that made one know they were not worthy at first glance, yet still want to look again. Wang Ping wiped the corner of his mouth and unconsciously straightened his back. Dad, actually, for the family's future, I'm not unwilling to sacrifice. To restore the family's glory, I'm duty-bound. Wang Jianyuan, seeing his reaction, was amused. Just then a black business car drove in from the parking lot, and stopped steadily at the main entrance. Wang Jianyuan patted his son's arm. Here she comes. Stand straight. Wang Ping immediately stepped forward, his hands naturally at his sides, and even smoothed his hair. The car door opened. A pair of red-soled high heels touched the ground first. Then a woman in a black suit and skirt stepped out. She exuded an intense sense of distance. The moment she descended from the car, the security guards at the entrance involuntarily straightened up. Her presence was too commanding. Wang Ping could barely suppress his smile. The photo was nothing like the real person. The real person standing there was stunning on a whole other level. Wang Jianyuan greeted her with a beaming face. Xiaoxue, you must be tired from the journey. Uncle Wang. Li Shixue extended her hand to shake his, her tone much more polite than usual. After all, since he was an old acquaintance of her father, she gave him some face. The single Uncle Wang made Wang Jianyuan's eyes narrow into slits with joy. Long time no see, long time no see. I remember the last time I saw your father was. Last time. Wang Jianyuan quickly changed the subject. Come, let's go inside and sit down. It's cooler inside. After saying that, he stepped aside and pushed his son forward. Shixue, look who this is. Wang Ping stood before Li Shixue, forcing what he thought was a handsome smile. Miss Li, hello. I'm Wang Ping. We met when we were children. Hello, I'm Wang Ping. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Li. Wang Ping smiled, first wiping his palm with his sleeve before extending a hand toward her. Li Shixue's gaze lingered on Wang Ping's face for half a second, then she coldly uttered 3 words. Hello. Just 3 words, and then her gaze shifted away. She didn't shake his hand either. Wang Ping's smile still lingered on his face, but he already felt half frozen. It was clear she had no recollection of him at all. Seeing this, Wang Jianyuan quickly stepped in to salvage the situation. Xiao Ping just returned from abroad and is now helping me manage the company's affairs. He'll be participating in today's meeting as well. Li Shixue nodded once and said nothing more. As long as the contract was signed smoothly, it didn't matter who was involved. Just as Wang Jianyuan was about to continue the introduction, the other side door of the business car opened. Lu Yang got out of the car holding a document in his hand and walked over to Li Shixue. Wang Jianyuan and Wang Ping both cast their eyes on Lu Yang, sizing him up from head to toe. Young, seemingly in his early 20s. He looked like an assistant by Li Shixue's side. But as far as Wang Jianyuan knew, Li Shixue's assistant was supposed to be a woman. Why had it turned into a man? And this is a... Wang Jianyuan asked with a smile. Without turning her head, Li Shixue casually replied. My subordinate Lu Yang, responsible for the financial liaison on this project. Wang Jianyuan let out an oh. Since he was just a subordinate, there was nothing to be concerned about. It was normal for a young man to be brought along to gain some experience. Let's go. It's hot outside. Let's head in first. Wang Jianyuan gestured, leading the way into the lobby. The group entered the hotel's business meeting area. The place was well appointed. From the window side, one could see half a bay, a large grove of coconut trees, and beyond that the beach and the sea. A server brought tea. The 4 of them took their seats. Li Shixue sat in the main seat, Wang Jianyuan in the secondary seat. In terms of seniority, Li Shixue might call him uncle, but in business whoever held the higher status was entitled to the main seat. Lu Yang sat close to Li Shixue, while Wang Ping sat beside his father, leaning slightly in Li Shixue's direction. Xiaoxue, to be honest, Uncle Wang was actually planning to visit you in a couple of days. I'm truly honored that you came in person today. Wang Jianyuan held his teacup, his smile sincere. When I saw your father last time, he mentioned how busy you were, so I didn't even dare to bring it up. Li Shixue lifted her teacup and took a sip. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. I've looked over this project. The location and the area are both decent. Right? Let me tell you, I've had my eye on this piece of land for 3 years. I finally managed to secure it last year. The plans for this area are about to be implemented, and once that happens, the land's value will skyrocket. Once Wang Jianyuan started talking about the project, the words flowed one after another. He went from geographical advantages to surrounding infrastructure, and from infrastructure to return on investment. He spoke with great coherence. Lu Yang listened for a while, silently cross-checking in his mind. This project did have some value. The location was by the sea in a newly developed area. In the long run, the potential for appreciation was not insignificant. But it wasn't enough to warrant Li Shixue making a personal trip. Li Shixue nodded and looked at Wang Jianyuan. I've seen the first draft of the contract. There aren't any major disagreements on the terms. We can let the legal teams handle the rest. Good. Wang Jianyuan said with a smile. The contract matters were efficiently wrapped up. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. And whether intentionally or not, Li Shixue seemed unwilling to dwell on work matters. Wang Jianyuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, then looked at Li Shixue with a beaming smile. Xiaoxue, let's not talk business anymore today. The friendship between our families is already there. We don't need these few words. But there's something I've been meaning to ask you, though I feel a bit embarrassed to bring it up. Wang Jianyuan rubbed his hands together, feigning a troubled expression. What is it? Li Shixue asked. Wang Jianyuan hesitated for a moment. Xiaoxue, I heard you're still single. Lu Yang had just taken a sip of tea and nearly sprayed it out. Li Shishua shot him a glare. Then without changing her expression, she said to Wang Jinyuan, Uncle Wang, why the sudden question? I'm just worried about you, that's all. Wang Jinyuan waved his hand with a smile. When I spoke with your father on the phone last time, he mentioned that you're still single and your mother and he are so worried they've lost several strands of hair. The corner of Li Shishua's mouth twitched. My father is exaggerating. Hey, let me tell you, he wasn't exaggerating at all. Wang Jinyuan chuckled. Your father's tone on the phone was really anxious. He said you just work all day without even someone to share a meal with. Is that proper? Uncle Wang, Li Shishua said coolly, my personal affairs are none of your concern. Her tone was polite, but the boundary was clearly drawn. Any normal person would have stopped after that reply. But Wang Jinyuan didn't. He had come prepared. I know you're busy. Wang Jinyuan let out a feigned sigh, then continued, but speaking of which, look at Xiaoping. Wang Ping instinctively straightened his chest. Xiaoping just returned from abroad last year and is now helping out at my company. He's a few years younger than you, but he's reliable, sensible. Li Shishua interrupted in a neither hot nor cold tone. Uncle Wang, just say what you want to say directly. Wang Jinyuan was taken aback. His original plan was to smoothly steer the two of them together. He cleared his throat and decided to stop beating around the bush. Xiao Shui, actually what I mean is, look, you two have known each other since childhood and Xiaoping is single now. I think you could get to know each other, have a meal chat. As he spoke, he even shot his son a look. Catching the signal, Wang Ping quickly sat up straight and said, Miss Li, we've known each other for so long. We could definitely communicate more. If you're free, I could. No need. Li Shishua spoke her reply cold and concise. Just 3 words with no room left for negotiation. Wang Jinyuan's smile was starting to falter, but he was still trying to maintain the facade. Xiao Shui, don't be so quick to refuse. Getting to know each other won't cost you anything. You're young after all. Uncle Wang, Li Shishua set down her teacup. I already have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she reached out, pulled Lu Yang, who had been silently focusing on his meal, close to her side, pressing him against her chest, and wrapped her arm around his. Let me reintroduce you, my assistant and current boyfriend, Lu Yang. The reason I came in person is mainly because he said he really wanted to go to the beach recently. As for this project, it's just something to do on the way. Everyone at the table was full of question marks. Among them was Lu Yang. He was busy eating, yet somehow he got dragged into this. And wasn't it Li Shishua who initially said she wanted to go to the beach? How did it become him wanting to come? Lu Yang lifted his head about to speak when Li Shishua shot him a look. That look was unmistakable. Shut up and don't ruin this. It was clear she was tired of blind dates. Lu Yang then turned to the 2 petrified faces across the table. Fine. Since the boss had spoken, he'd play along. The atmosphere grew awkward. Wang Jinyuan's smile froze on his face. After all, he had intended for Li Shishua to be his future daughter-in-law. Wang Ping fared even worse. He had just been thinking about how to ask her out, and now her boyfriend was sitting right next to him. Wang Jinyuan gave a dry laugh. Xiao Shui, you have a boyfriend. Why didn't your father mention it? We just met. Hearing this, Wang Jinyuan took another look at Lu Yang. Young, too young. He looked several years younger than his own son, like a student who hadn't even graduated. And this young Lu, what does he do? Li Shishua answered before Lu Yang could speak. He's my intern. Wang Jinyuan let out an O. An intern at the company. So a subordinate. A boss dating her subordinate. Was this how young people played these days? Well, that's nice. Young people looking out for each other. Wang Jinyuan laughed it off. There was none of the old-fashioned condescension. Though a little disappointed inside, Wang Jinyuan maintained his composure. He turned to Lu Yang and extended his hand. You're Xiao Lu, right? Young and promising. To catch Xiao Shui's eye, you must be something special. Lu Yang shook his hand and smiled. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. Come, let me formally introduce you. Wang Jinyuan pulled Wang Ping over. This is my son Wang Ping. He's in charge of finance at my company. Xiao Lu, since you're also handling financial liaison, you two should get to know each other. Wang Ping's expression stiffened. But he was a man of the world and quickly adjusted. He nodded at Lu Yang. Brother Lu, it's an honor. The honor is mine. Lu Yang replied. They shook hands. After releasing, Wang Jinyuan clapped his hands and called for the contracts to be brought up. There were 2 contracts. One was the overall budget for the resort development. The other was the cash flow statement and balance sheet for the past 3 years. Xiao Lu, here are our financial figures. Have a look. Wang Jinyuan pushed them over. Lu Yang took the documents and opened them. Beside him, Wang Ping also opened his own copy, ready to start the coordination. Lu Yang's eyes swept over the pages, occasionally circling a figure or making a note. Cash flow balance sheet. He cross-checked each item against the draft contract, and they all matched up within acceptable margins. Uncle Wang, there's an unusual fluctuation in Q3 revenue of the second year. That's the demolition compensation for the land, right? Wang Jinyuan paused, then nodded. Yes, that was government compensation recorded as non-operating income. Then it's fine. Lu Yang closed the documents directly. All other data checks out. No objections. Wang Jinyuan glanced at his watch. From start to finish, it took less than 10 minutes. He had been in business for over 20 years and had met many financial liaisons, but never won this fast. Xiao Lu, your efficiency. Wang Jianyuan couldn't help but marvel. Li Shishua's lips twitched slightly. Sure enough, this kid was a natural. She hadn't chosen wrong. With proper training, he could become one of her own. One of her own. Huh. She thought about it, and felt something was off. He was her husband now. That was far more intimate than just being one of her own. Though it was only in name, the marriage certificate was real. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ping was still flipping through the first document. His brow furrowed as he tapped the calculator, then flipped back to the previous page to check, then flipped forward again and tapped the calculator once more. Back and forth in a fluster. Dad, how is the depreciation rate calculated again? Wang Ping asked. Wang Jianyuan's face darkened. This is your own company's accounts, and you're asking me. Dad, 12 million divided by 15 years, what's that? Wang Ping tapped the calculator for a while, then looked up with a serious expression. Oh, it's 8 million. Lu Yang nearly spat out his tea. At that moment, he finally understood why it was better to have no ambition than to let a rich second generation start their own business. Calculate it again. Wang Jianyuan's voice was strained. The scene grew awkward. Wang Jianyuan let out a dry laugh, trying to cover up his son's incompetence. Li Shishua didn't rush him, but she glanced at her watch. That gesture was more cutting than any words. Wang Ping's forehead began to sweat. He sped up, but the more he rushed, the more mistakes he made. Finally, half an hour after Lu Yang had finished his review, Wang Ping managed to complete his own copy, but it was riddled with typos. Done. Wang Ping closed the file and wiped his forehead. Wang Jianyuan looked at his son, then at the young man across the table. The other was just an intern, yet the contrast between them was like night and day. He had wanted his son to shine in front of Li Shishua, but instead he had stumbled before even starting. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Xiao Lu. Wang Jianyuan gave a dry laugh. Your work efficiency is indeed impressive. Lu Yang smiled. Uncle Wang flatters me. It's just the basics. Basics? Wang Ping cursed inwardly. His son had spent weeks on those reports, yet this guy scanned them and saw all the flaws in minutes. That called basics. From then on, things moved quickly. Signatures and stamps were done in one smooth motion. After the contracts were signed, Wang Jianyuan stood up, patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Lu, if you ever need anything in Shanghai, just come to me. I can't speak for the other side of the river, but in this territory, I, Wang Jianyuan, still have some influence. Whether it's business or personal, one phone call is all it takes. Lu Yang smiled. Then I'll thank Uncle Wang in advance. Wang Jianyuan waved his hand. Don't mention it. We're all family. With the contract matters settled, Li Shishua stood up and shook hands with Wang Jianyuan. Uncle Wang, let's leave it here for today. I'll have my team follow up on the contracts. All right, no rush. Wang Jianyuan smiled as he escorted them out. By the way, Xiaoxues, since you're in Shanghai, take a couple of days to enjoy yourselves. The beach here is lovely. I'll have someone arrange it for you. No need, we'll just look around on our own. Li Shishua declined firmly. With work matters settled, she didn't want others interfering in her private life. All right then. Wang Jianyuan wasn't the type to overstep. He quickly added, if you're free this afternoon, feel free to explore the resort. I've informed the front desk, the hotel, and the private beach are available for you anytime. Li Shishua didn't refuse this time. It was a holiday after all, with heavy visitor traffic. Many popular attractions and hotels were already fully booked. Wang Jianyuan didn't insist on keeping them. He escorted them all the way to the entrance. Xiaoxu, and next time you come to Shanghai, let Uncle Wang know in advance, and I'll arrange everything. Li Shishua waved her hand, gave a faint and got into the black business car. Lu Yang sat beside her. The car pulled out of the parking lot. Wang Jianyuan stood at the entrance watching the car drive away, his smile fading bit by bit. Dad, she's gone, what are you staring at? Wang Ping, hands in pockets, looked nonchalant. Wang Jianyuan turned, looked at his son, and directly slapped him across the face. 12 million divided by 15 equals 8 million. Wang Jianyuan's temples throbbed at the thought. 8 million, I'll teach you to equal 8 million. The next moment, Wang Ping went from hands in pockets to covering his head, beaten so badly he didn't know how to fight back. Finally, Wang Jianyuan stopped, frustrated and disappointed. When will you have even half of that person's ability? I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Ping, still covering his head, retorted, Dad, is it that serious? Just a miscalculation. Just one. Wang Jianyuan walked back with his hands behind his back, saying, that person is a few years younger than you, and still an intern. What about you? I spent a fortune sending you abroad. What kind of useless crap did you learn? Wang Ping, following behind, felt embarrassed. Dad, can you stop comparing me to others? If I don't compare you to others, who should I compare you to? Myself. Wang Jianyuan said irritably. Then, suddenly struck by a thought, he turned around. He looked at his son, who was still rubbing his head. Wait. Wang Ping looked up. What now? Wang Jianyuan didn't answer but frowned. He was pondering something. Li Shishua. He remembered when he first dealt with the Li family, she was only a teenager already with a cold, aloof personality. Later, when she took over Shuyu Group, she became an unclimbable iceberg. In the entire Linjiang business circle, who didn't know Li Shishue's temper? Forget bringing a man out with her, she would even avoid normal business socials whenever possible. But today, not only did she personally come to Chonghai, she also brought along a young man in his early 20s. The more Wang Jinyuan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. A 30 million project, she could have sent a vice president, or even had the legal department mail the contract, sign it, and mail it back. Yet she came herself. Why? Because that kid named Lu Yang wanted to go to the beach. Her own business was just a side note. Li Shishue, the head of Shuyu Group managing tens of billions in assets, normally wouldn't even take a man on a business trip, let alone waste time looking at anyone twice. But today this woman who was always busy with endless work actually drove for hours just because an intern wanted to play by the beach. Xiaoping. At this thought, Wang Jinyuan's tone suddenly changed. Wang Ping was still rubbing his head, muttering, "What?" "Listen to me carefully." Wang Jinyuan's expression was unusually serious. "Don't you ever offend that kid named Lu Yang, and don't even think about poaching him, got it?" Wang Ping looked puzzled. "Huh? Isn't he just an intern?" "An intern, eh?" Wang Jinyuan sneered. "Have you ever seen an intern that Li Shishue would personally bring out? Besides, even if he's just an ordinary intern now, what about later? What about the future?" Wang Jinyuan patted his son's shoulder, his tone softening. "Xiaoping, aren't you planning to start your own business someday? Dad is teaching you how to read people today." Wang Ping was stunned for a moment. Wang Jinyuan continued. "Remember, no matter whether he's ordinary or not, once he's caught Xiaoshue's eye, he's destined to be extraordinary. And Dad isn't trying to scare you. I'm reminding you, I'm teaching you. Our family's business will still need Shueyu's support in the future. We can't afford to offend Li Shishue, and even less so the people around her. Understand?" Wang Ping nodded. Though he felt a bit unconvinced inside, he wasn't stupid. His old man had been in business for over 20 years and had never been wrong about reading people. "All right." Wang Jinyuan thought for a moment, then said, "Now go do one thing." "What?" "Immediately contact their hotel and arrange for the best suite here to be switched for them." Wang Ping was slightly taken aback. "The best? Isn't that?" He met his father's gaze. For once their minds were in sync. "The top-tier VIP luxury couples suite." "You finally caught on, boy." Wang Jinyuan smiled, relieved. "Preferably with that kind of romantic atmosphere you youngsters like." "Don't worry, Dad, leave it to me." Wang Ping patted his chest confidently. "If they're not satisfied, I'll bring you my head tomorrow." Wang Jinyuan nodded approvingly, then pulled out a black card. "And send this along with it." Wang Ping took it and looked. It was the resort's top-tier VIP card. The entire resort only had a few of these cards. The holder could use all facilities free of charge, unlimited times, and even skip the lines. "Dad, didn't you say you were keeping this card for yourself?" "Keep it, my ass." Wang Jinyuan snapped. "Hurry up and send it over, and be polite." "Got it." Wang Ping received the task and hurried off. Meanwhile, Li Shishue rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the back seat of the business car, her gaze drifting toward the beach outside the window, her legs swinging casually. Today she wasn't wearing black stockings. The hem of her skirt rode up slightly due to her sitting posture, revealing a section of smooth, delicate calf. To be honest, when she wore black stockings, Lu Yang hadn't thought much of it. But seeing her bare legs today, he realized just how beautiful her legs truly were. With the contract signed, the morning's work was wrapped up. "Free this afternoon. Where do you want to go?" Lu Yang tilted his head, thinking, let's go back to the hotel first and change. Wearing a shirt to the beach isn't quite right. Who said anything about going into the water? Li Shishue shot him a glare. "Then why did you bring a swimsuit?" Lu Yang questioned. "And you said earlier you wanted to go to the beach. How did it become my idea?" Upon hearing this, Li Shishue's face flushed instantly. She turned her head to look out the window, but the redness on the tips of her ears was unmistakable. She opened her mouth to retort, but found she couldn't quite argue. After all, it was she who first suggested coming to the beach to discuss business. But she certainly couldn't answer like that. Otherwise, what would become of her dignity? She couldn't possibly say that she was annoyed by the company's boring affairs these days, and simply wanted to find someone to go out and relax, could she? Li Shishue bit her lower lip and said, "I was just making up an excuse to decline Uncle Wang, a casual lie." "A lie?" "Yes, a lie. So getting up early to pick a swimsuit was also a lie. I was checking work emails." "Work emails contain bikinis?" "Lu Yang." Li Shishue finally turned around and glared at him, her face completely red from her cheeks all the way down to her neck. "Say that again, I dare you." Lu Yang wisely shut his mouth. See, she was agitated. That proved he was right. But he didn't refute. A woman in a rage was not to be trifled with. Li Shishue turned her face back to the window. She crossed her arms over her chest, leaning toward the car door, putting distance between herself and Lu Yang. "Whether you believe me or not is none of your business." None of my business. I brought a swimsuit because I'm on a business trip and want to relax, so any normal person would bring one to the beach. Normal. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me. Lu Yang hummed in agreement. His tone was utterly infuriating. Li Shishue was so angry she could grind her teeth. She wished she could kick him out of the car right now. But she held back. After all, they were still in the car, it wasn't convenient to act. She would remember this grudge. Moreover, Li Shishue spoke again, her tone stiff and rigid. The white swimsuit I bought. It wasn't because you said you liked white, I just simply thought it was nice. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. I didn't ask anything. Li Shishue froze. Damn, she had fallen into the trap again. Lu Yang didn't press further, but the expression on his face said it all. Li Shishue didn't want to talk anymore. This guy was too despicable. Oh, every time she talked to him, she ended up embarrassed. A few minutes later, the business car stopped at the hotel entrance. The two got out. Li Shishue walked ahead, her steps quick, high heels clicking on the ground in a crisp rhythm. She just wanted to get back to her room and delete that conversation from memory. However, as soon as she reached the hotel lobby entrance, she stopped. At that moment, a group of people stood at the entrance. Several young men and women dragging suitcases were gathered together, chattering noisily. Lu Yang also saw them. Then his pupils slightly contracted. Because among these people were several faces he knew very well. No way. Lu Yang muttered under his breath. The people in front of him were all his classmates. Leading the way was Yuan Xiangrong. He wore a gaudy Hawaiian shirt with a pair of sunglasses hanging around his neck, the spitting image of a nouveau riche on vacation in Sanya. Beside him stood Wang Ziying. She wore a white dress, her hair loose, pulling a pink suitcase. Besides the two of them, there were several other classmates. Surprisingly, even his roommates Wang Haoli Yunbin and Su Guangquan were there. Moreover, there were also the counselors Zhang Daliai and teacher Lao Zhao. The group was gathered outside the hotel front desk, their expressions not looking good. What do you mean no rooms? We booked a week in advance. Yuan Xiangrong's voice came from the crowd. He was the initiator of this beach trip. Everything had been arranged, but now the situation had changed. The booked rooms were gone. The front desk lady looked troubled and said, Sir, I'm really sorry. These days are the holiday peak season. Your reserved room was cancelled due to a system issue. Currently our hotel is indeed fully booked. So you want us to sleep on the street? Yuan Xiangrong slammed the front desk, furious. More than anger, he cared about his face. After all, today, besides classmates, he had also invited teachers. And he had confidently said that he would take care of everything for this trip. Now it had backfired. Several classmates chimed in. Exactly. We came all the way here, and now you tell us there's no room. This is too much. I already took off my pants, and you tell me I can't get in. Can you think of something? We'll pay extra. The front desk lady shook her head regretfully. I'm really sorry, even paying extra won't help. Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing among themselves. What do we do? Maybe we should check other hotels. I just checked at this time this area is basically fully booked. Counselors Zhang Daliai and Lao Zhao frowned respectively. If it really doesn't work, maybe we should find Old Yang. Wang Hao suddenly suggested. Li Yunbin quickly nodded. Right. Old Yang knows a lot of people, maybe he can really help. Yuan Xiangrong laughed. Lu Yang, what can he do? And isn't he working at a milk tea shop? What milk tea shop? Working? How are you talking? He's a boss now. Su Guangquan immediately said. If opening a shop with a loan counts as being a boss, then calling him a boss is not wrong. But that shop of his, at most a month, it will definitely go bankrupt in a month. Just wait and see. Yuan Xiangrong crossed his arms and sneered. Counselor Zhang Daliai and Lao Zhao exchanged glances. Zhang Daliai pushed up his vintage glasses and asked, what's going on? Didn't Lu Yang join Shuyu Group? Yuan Xiangrong had been waiting for this question. He spread his hands, putting on a regretful expression. Teacher Zhang, don't you know about this? Know what? Zhang Daliai asked instinctively. Yuan Xiangrong laughed. Lu Yang. He was fired from Shuyu Group a long time ago. Fired? Zhang Daliai was stunned. Lao Zhao was also stunned. Zhang Daliai frowned. When did this happen? I'm not sure of the exact time, but it was a while ago. Yuan Xiangrong shrugged. Teacher Zhang, think about it. What kind of place is Shuyu Group? It's the leading enterprise in our city. How fierce is the competition? Lu Yang has neither an academic advantage nor connections. With his qualifications, how many days could he last in there? After saying this, Yuan Xiangrong's gaze swept over the surrounding classmates. Moreover, on the street where he opened his shop, there are dozens of milk tea shops, all chain franchises. A college student with no experience and no background. How can he compete with them? Zhang Daliai pushed his glasses and sighed. To be honest, he had always had a good impression of Lu Yang. Back when Lu Yang got the internship offer from Shuyu Group, he even posted a special message in the class group to commend him. But now hearing Yuan Xiangrong's words, they did make sense. In a place like Shuyu Group, not to mention undergraduate students, even graduate students from prestigious schools face a shockingly high elimination rate. It was already lucky for Lu Yang to get in. It's normal that he couldn't hold on and was washed out. Oh, what a pity. Zhang Daliai shook his head and let out a heartfelt sigh. Previously, Lu Yang had entered the Shuyu company, and as his teacher, he felt a sense of pride. He never expected him to be eliminated so quickly. Old Zhao also sighed. Young people falling down is not scary, but what's scary is not turning back after the fall. As for college students starting businesses, 9.5 out of 10 lose money, and the remaining half barely break even. Ah, this child is also impulsive. Zhang Dalai sighed. In this environment, it's not easy to start a business. Yuan Xiangrong, upon hearing these words from the two teachers, could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for this effect. The teacher is right. Yuan Xiangrong wanted to add fuel to the fire. I actually feel sorry for him too, after all we were classmates. But some things, no matter how hard you try, it's not enough, though it depends on fate. Alright. Zhang Dalai waved his hand, directly interrupting him. As a teacher, he naturally knew what Yuan Xiangrong was thinking. Moreover, the two had never been on good terms at school, so he certainly wouldn't listen to everything the other said. Let's not talk about this first. How do we solve the room issue? Lao Zhao followed up. Yuan Xiangrong then remembered the real matter. Right, they still didn't have a room. He went to negotiate with the front desk, but the young lady at the front desk was very polite. There were simply no rooms. Offering more money didn't work, begging didn't work, and slamming the table was even more useless. How about we find another place? Wang Xiying said softly. Where to? A classmate beside her spoke. All the rooms in this area are fully booked. The nearest available rooms are dozens of kilometers away. It would take over an hour to go back and forth. What's the point of playing then? Everyone fell silent for a moment. They had traveled all this way only to find nowhere to stay. What a waste. At that moment, the automatic doors of the hotel lobby opened. A figure in a white shirt walked in, sleeves rolled up, steps casual. He was accompanied by a woman. She wore a black suit dress, her long hair tied up, and red-bottom high heels. Her entire aura was on a completely different level from the surrounding tourists. Lu Yang and Li Shixue had just returned from outside and were about to go upstairs to change clothes. As soon as they entered the lobby, they saw a group of familiar faces crowded at the front desk. Lu Yang paused for a moment. Li Shixue also stopped. Lu Yang hadn't expected to run into them here. He had seen in the class group chat that they were coming to Shanghai for a trip, but he thought it wouldn't be this coincidental. Indeed, it was that coincidental. And it was the same hotel. Old Yang. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Wang Hao instantly became excited. He was the first to rush over, followed by Li Yunbin and Su Guangquan. The three of them looked as if they had seen their long-lost father, eager to pounce and give him a hearty brotherly embrace. Old Yang, what are you doing here? Wang Hao asked with surprise. Business trip. Lu Yang replied with 2 words. Business trip. Here. Su Guangquan looked Lu Yang up and down, taking in his white shirt, then glanced at Li Shixue, behind him, his eyes nearly popping out. Was he actually out with a wealthy woman? Li Shixue exchanged a glance with Lu Yang, saying nothing. The general implication was that she would go up first and let him handle these matters himself. Then Li Shixue walked away on her high heels. Lu Yang got down to business, looking at Wang Hao and the other two, and directly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you all standing in the lobby?" Wang Hao slapped his thigh, face full of misery. Don't even mention it. The rooms we booked are gone. The front desk said there was a system problem and our rooms were canceled. Now the whole hotel is full, not a single room left. Wang Hao got angrier as he spoke. We came all this way and we don't even have a place to sleep. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Li Yunbin added, we checked other hotels nearby too, all full. Su Guangquan squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands. It's over. I guess we'll have to sleep on the street tonight. Shouldn't have come. Lu Yang frowned. This was indeed quite unlucky. During the holiday peak, all hotels in the area were fully booked, and finding a room on short notice was basically impossible. By the way, Old Yang, where are you staying? Wang Hao leaned in, looking at him eagerly. Can we squeeze into your room? Get lost. Wang Hao was taken aback, then quickly recovered. No, Old Yang, I'm serious. We really have nowhere to stay. Just let us squeeze, and even the floor is fine. My room only has 1 bed. 4 people can still sleep on 1 bed. We squeezed together back in college, didn't we? That was a bunk bed. Lu Yang rolled his eyes. And my room has someone else. Wang Hao blinked, his mind spinning. Someone else. Holy crap. Su Guangquan was extremely envious and couldn't help but say, Old Yang, your life is too comfortable, isn't it? Who else could that someone else be but Li Shixue? Not only did she accompany him for fun, but also for sleep. The key point was that she was also beautiful. Such a job, even if he had to pay to work, he would be willing. The three were just talking when a voice drifted over from the crowd. Yo, Lu Yang. Yuan Xiangrong, unaware of when he had approached, walked over in a floral shirt with 2 buttons undone, sunglasses pushed up to his forehead, wearing a playful expression. What are you doing here? Weren't you busy opening a milk tea shop? Could it be that you just opened a couple of days ago, and it's already failing, ready to go bankrupt? Wang Hao's expression changed. Yuan Xiangrong, are you insane? Did I say something wrong? Yuan Xiangrong spread his hands. Then tell me, why is he here? Before Lu Yang could speak, the next moment, a young man in a light blue suit ran in. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was clutching a black card. Wang Ping. After entering, he scanned left and right. When he saw Lu Yang's location, his eyes lit up immediately. He was about to walk toward Lu Yang. President Wang. Yuan Xiangrong suddenly recognized Wang Ping and immediately smiled as he approached. President Wang. What are you doing here? Wang Ping heard this, glanced at him, and quickly looked away. The two had interacted before when doing business. Yuan Xiangrong's father's waste recycling company had a few small collaborations with the Wang family with insignificant amounts, but Yuan Xiangrong always followed his father to freeload meals, so they got to know each other. You are? Wang Ping frowned, thought for a couple of seconds. Oh, that Yuan family guy. Yuan Xiangrong's smile froze for a moment. That Yuan family guy? What did he mean by that? After all, he was the son of a business partner, and he couldn't even remember his name. But he quickly adjusted, stepped forward, and said, President Wang, what a coincidence. Are you here on vacation too? After all, Wang Ping's father Wang Jinyuan was involved in local tourism and vacation projects in Shanghai. As long as Wang Ping was willing to lend a hand, maybe they could solve the hotel accommodation issue today. Wang Ping shook his head. Oh, I'm not here on vacation. I'm here to look for someone. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lu Yang. Manager Wang, who are you looking for? Let me help you. Yuan Xiangrong raised his voice deliberately when saying this, afraid that the surrounding classmates wouldn't hear. As expected, the gazes of several nearby classmates all turned toward them. Yuan Xiangrong smiled and turned to introduce to the crowd. Let me introduce you. This is Manager Wang Ping, the young master of this resort. Hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. You see, this resort was no small establishment, with 3 hotel buildings alone, not to mention private beaches, a golf course, water parks, and more. The kind of wealth required to own an operation of this scale was truly staggering. Yet Yuan Xiangrong actually knew the young master of such a place. Feeling those envious eyes upon him, Yuan Xiangrong's posture straightened even more proudly. Then he turned to Wang Ping. Manager Wang, do you still remember the project my father collaborated on with your side? He's been wanting to treat you to dinner for so long. Wang Ping frowned and ignored him. To be honest, his mind was entirely occupied with the task his father had assigned. As for who Yuan Xiangrong was, he truly had no recollection whatsoever. After all, trivial people weren't worth wasting his mental storage space on. Yuan Xiangrong failed to notice this detail. He clapped Wang Ping on the shoulder with an air of camaraderie. Manager Wang, you see, there's a problem with the rooms we booked today. Could you help us sort it out? Just say the word. Wang Ping finally glanced up at him, then removed Yuan Xiangrong's hand from his shoulder. Please step aside. Yuan Xiangrong froze in confusion. In the next moment, Wang Ping walked past him and went directly to Lu Yang. Brother Lu. At this point, Wang Ping's attitude was the complete opposite of how he'd treated Yuan Xiangrong. No, it would be more accurate to say the roles had been reversed entirely. Wang Ping wore a broad smile as he extended the black card in his hand. By the way, Brother Lu, this is something my father specifically asked me to deliver. The resort's supreme VIP card. All facilities across the entire area are at your unlimited disposal. And my father also said whatever you and Miss Lee need during these few days, just find me. Food, accommodation, entertainment. We'll cover everything. After saying this, Wang Ping pulled out another room card from his pocket. There's more. My father also had me upgrade your room. It's on the top floor, the ultimate VIP penthouse suite. The conditions are much better than where you're currently staying. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Wang Jinyuan certainly knew how to handle things properly. And right on cue, with the afternoon beach outing with the young miss planned. These gifts had already arrived. One might as well take what's offered. All right, thank Uncle Wang for me. Don't mention it, it's the least we can do. Wang Ping rubbed his hands together, his demeanor one of utmost deference. This scene witnessed by everyone around. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Yuan Xiangrong's expression froze solid. He had practically bent over backward to chat with Wang Ping, yet the man hadn't even given him a proper glance. But toward Lu Yang, presenting cards and arranging rooms, his attitude was almost servile. And every sentence started with Brother Lu. What was going on here? Yuan Xiangrong's mind was struggling to process this. Manager Wang, do you know him? Wang Ping turned back, glancing at Yuan Xiangrong with a strange expression. Of course I know him. Brother Lu is currently a partner of our group. Partner? At these words, everyone present was even more dumbfounded. Wang Ping scratched his head and quickly corrected himself. Oh, I meant partner. Business partner. Everyone. When these words left Wang Ping's mouth, the minds of everyone present short-circuited. Yuan Xiangrong's voice carried a note of disbelief. Business partnership. Manager Wang, surely there's been some mistake. This guy is just a bubble tea shop owner. What kind of business could you possibly have with him? Don't tell me he's been swindling you. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Ping's face vanished instantly. Swindling. Brother Lu is not only my business partner, but also the most important investment consultant at our company. Li Shixue was an investor in his company. So calling Lu Yang an investment consultant was entirely accurate. Wang Ping suddenly frowned. By the way, who the hell are you? Why should I explain anything to you? Yuan Xiangrong. What do you mean wasn't the introduction just given? I'm Yuan Xiangrong, Manager Wang. My father is Yuan. Oh, the scrap recycling one. Wang Ping finally had a vague recollection, but the tone of his voice gave the other party not a shred of face. Then he turned to Lu Yang, his expression returning to that deferential appearance. Brother Lu, is this person a friend of yours? Lu Yang shook his head directly. No. Two words, crisp and unambiguous. Yuan Xiangrong's face instantly stiffened. Wang Ping gave an acknowledging sound, and then scanned the people around him. Then what about all these people? Lu Yong looked around at the surroundings. Acquaintances, I suppose. Lu Yong replied. Of course, he wasn't referring to everyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping immediately slapped his chest. Brother Lu, since these are your friends, consider it handled. I'll have the front desk open a few more rooms right now, my treat. The moment these words came out, those classmates who'd been worrying about where to stay all had their eyes light up simultaneously. No way, really. That's great, I thought we'd really have to sleep on the street tonight. Just then Lu Yong suddenly spoke. No need. Wang Ping froze. Lu Yang's tone was very casual. I'm not familiar with them. No need to trouble yourself. The moment these words landed, silence fell over the area. Wang Ping blinked, somewhat unable to react. Brother Lu, what you mean is? What I mean is there's no need to arrange anything for everyone. Lu Yang's tone was flat, yet a smile played on his face. Most of these people here I really am not familiar with. No need to make you spend unnecessarily. Wang Ping understood and nodded. He was a smart person. When Lu Yong said he wasn't familiar, that meant he didn't want to get involved. As for why he didn't want to, that wasn't his concern. He just needed to follow whatever Lu Yong said. However, Lu Yong turned the conversation, looking at Wang Hao and the other two. These three are my brothers. Please arrange accommodations for them. The eyes of Wang Hao and the other two instantly brightened. Truly their beloved godfather. They were almost ready to kowtow to Lu Yong. And also, Lu Yong glanced at Zhang Dalai and Lao Zhao standing at the back of the crowd. Those two are my teachers. Please arrange something for them too. Wang Ping slapped his hand. No problem. 5 rooms, right? I'll go handle it at the front desk right now. Wang Ping turned to process the formalities at the front desk. The entire procedure took less than 2 minutes before 5-room cards were handed over. A hotel that was supposedly fully booked, yet getting a room, was as simple as Lu Yong saying a few words. Brother Lu, all taken care of. Lu Yong took the room cards and handed one to each person. From start to finish, he didn't spare even a glance at the other classmates. Not deliberately ignoring them. Simply couldn't be bothered. And precisely this silent disregard was more excruciating than any voiced mockery. The surrounding classmates stood frozen in place, their expressions shifting through several rounds. One by one they exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. Lu Yong. Finally a classmate couldn't help but speak. What do you mean? You just arranged rooms for your brothers, and what about us? Yeah, aren't you going to arrange one for us too? And we don't ask for much, just a standard single room each. Lu Yong finally glanced at them, a cold sneer curling his lips. 1 room each. You must be dreaming. What does your business have to do with me? Besides, I'm not your father. But we're all classmates. A female student began. Classmates. Lu Yong laughed. To be honest, everyone knew exactly what his status in the class used to be. Now suddenly they all clamored about being classmates. Lu Yong. All of a sudden a female voice emerged from behind the crowd. Wang Ziying. She stepped out from among several classmates, still dragging that pink suitcase. Dressed in a white dress, hair cascading over her shoulders, a trace of hesitation on her face, but she still spoke. Lu Yong, could you, for my sake, arrange a room for me? As she said this, her voice was soft, carrying a pleading tone. Lu Yong lifted his head to look at her. Wang Ziying's expression was complicated. She bit her lower lip and added, just 1 room, I'll stay alone. Lu Yong didn't answer immediately. He looked at Wang Ziying, his gaze calm. Not cold, not disgusted, just that kind of serenity that comes from already being in a different world from you. Before Lu Yong could speak, Yuan Xiangrong stepped forward. Ziying, why beg him? It's not like we don't have other options. Wang Ziying's lips moved, but she said nothing. Yuan Xiangrong immediately turned around, straightened the collar of his floral shirt, and then looked at Wang Ping. He put on a flattering smile. Brother Wang, we're acquaintances. My father has always had business with your company. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a small favor. I'll cover the cost of all the rooms open today. Just help me coordinate some vacancies. Yuan Xiangrong's meaning was clear. I, Yuan Xiangrong, have connections too. I don't need to beg Lu Yong. After all, his own father had some business dealings with the other party. For such a small favor, the other party would surely show him some face. Wang Ping finished listening and turned his head. He glanced at Yuan Xiangrong. That look, how to describe it? It was like looking at a small ad plastered on a roadside utility pole. Show him face. Keys cost $3 a piece, $10 for 3. Are you even worthy? Then he shifted his gaze to Lu Yong. Brother Lu, this person. Lu Yong neither nodded nor shook his head. Wang Ping understood instantly. No response meant he didn't care. Sorry, but. Wang Ping withdrew his gaze and spread his hands to Yuan Xiangrong. The hotel is fully booked today. I can't do anything. Yuan Xiangrong's face turned green instantly. Not the green of fury, but the green of someone who had just been slapped in the face and couldn't retaliate. Just moments ago, Wang Ping had opened 5 rooms for Lu Yong without a second thought. 5 rooms. He opened them on the spot in less than 2 minutes. Now he was telling him the hotel was full. Yuan Xiangrong wasn't stupid. If he could open 5 rooms for Lu Yong, how could there really be no vacancy? It was clearly that he didn't want to open any for him. But he didn't dare say that. Who was Wang Ping? The young master behind the entire resort. His father's paltry scrap recycling business wasn't even fit to tie shoes in front of this man. If he truly angered Wang Ping, not only would he lose the hotel, but his father's cooperation would also collapse. The surrounding classmates had also figured it out. What did preferential treatment look like? This was it. The same person, the same words. The gap was ridiculously huge. Hey, a male classmate whispered to Yuan Xiangrong. Maybe we should go beg Lu Yang. Yuan Xiangrong shot him a glare. Beg Lu Yang. Make him Yuan Xiangrong beg Lu Yang. The incident of kneeling on the playground and calling him dad still hadn't passed, and now he was supposed to bow his head again. Absolutely impossible. At that moment Wang Ping had already settled everything. He handed all 5 room cards to Lu Yang, all decent rooms, standard Sea-View King rooms. Wang Hao and his 2 friends grinned, as if they had found money. Zhang Dalai and old Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't be sleeping on the streets tonight. Classmate Lu Yang, this is really troubling you. Zhang Dalai adjusted his glasses, a note of emotion in his voice. He had actually believed Yuan Xiangrong when he said Lu Yang was fired from Snowland Group. But what happened? Not only was he not fired, but he was also on brotherly terms with the young master of this resort. Who was the one doing well now? Thank goodness he hadn't believed Yuan Xiangrong's nonsense. Lu Yang smiled. Teacher, you're too polite. It's nothing. Wang Ping waited nearby until Lu Yang finished arranging everything before speaking. Brother Lu, I'll be off then. Yeah, thanks for the trouble. Don't mention it. Wang Ping waved his hand, then added, oh, and Brother Lu, if you need anything while you're here, just call me. Anytime, day or night, I'll be there. With that he left. Before leaving, Wang Ping slipped a few more room cards into Lu Yang's hand. The implication was clear: give them to whomever you want. To be honest, when it came to handling human relationships, this father-son duo had it down to a science. Not only did they give full face, but they also left room for maneuvering. After Wang Ping left, Lu Yang held a few room cards in his hand. The classmates who hadn't gotten rooms all stared at those cards. To be honest, the scene was rather ironic. Classmate Lu Yang, could you? Before the other person could finish, Lu Yang tossed the cards directly to Wang Hao and his 2 friends. If you get tired of your room, switch to another one tomorrow. Wang Hao and his friends were stunned for a moment, then responded in unison, got it, Godfather. With that, Lu Yang turned and walked straight toward the elevator. Behind him, silence reigned. Yuan Xiangrong's face was ashen. A dozen pairs of eyes fell on him simultaneously. Yuan Xiangrong gritted his teeth. Let's go find somewhere else. Even if it's 20 kilometers away, we'll just take a taxi. But no one moved. A hotel 20 kilometers away would mean over an hour of round trip. How could they still enjoy themselves? And who would pay for the taxi? Yuan Xiangrong, didn't you organize this trip? You said you'd take care of everything. You look at the mess now. I knew we shouldn't have listened to you. The scene descended into chaos. Wang Xiying stood in the corner silent. She watched Lu Yang's figure disappear into the elevator, unconsciously clutching the handle of her suitcase. Xiying, let's go. We'll find somewhere else. Yuan Xiangrong came over, intending to pull her along. Wang Xiying pressed her lips together. You guys go ahead. I'll think of another way. Ding. The elevator arrived at the top floor, and the doors opened. The suite Wang Ping had arranged was indeed a whole level larger than the previous one. The living room was a good 40 to 50 square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretched from the floor to the ceiling, presenting the entire unobstructed ocean view right before their eyes. The bedroom was on the left, with the door half open, revealing a huge round bed inside. Round. The bathroom door was also ajar, showing a built-in round bathtub with candles and flower petals placed beside it. Flower petals. Candles. Round bathtub. Lu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Well done. This was clearly a honeymoon suite. That Wang Ping kid really knew how to handle things. No, he should say it was a one-step solution. Just then a figure stepped through the doorway. Li Shishua walked in. By now she had changed into a different outfit. On her feet a pair of white woven beach sandals, while above that a pair of khaki high-waisted shorts that elongated her legs, on top a short camisole that reached her ribs in a light beige color with thin straps. The neckline wasn't particularly low, but because the fabric was thin, the outline of her figure was faintly visible, hanging there in a tantalizing shadow. And she had a white sun protection jacket draped over her, unzipped and open. When the wind blew, the hem of the jacket fluttered backward. She was a completely different person from her state in the office. Losing that aloof aura, gaining a little indefinable something. In short, it was the kind of feeling that made you want to look twice, but not dare to look for too long. Li Shishua swept her eyes over the room. Round bed. Flower petals. Candles. What kind of room is this? Couples VIP Supreme Suite. Lu Yang was honest. Li Shishua turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? Change rooms. Isn't this the room we already changed to? Lu Yang spread his hands. They specially arranged it. If you ask to change again, they'll lose face. Li Shishua turned back, her gaze falling on the round bed. Did you set up these flowers, eh? Do I have nothing better to do? Li Shishua said nothing more and pulled open all the curtains. Sunlight flooded in instantly, and the reflection from the sea illuminated the entire room brightly. The ambiguous atmosphere of the honeymoon suite was largely dispelled by the sunlight. Let's go. Li Shishue pulled her sunglasses down from the top of her head and put them on, her aura instantly rising. Where to? The beach. Lu Yang changed into a short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts, and the two left the hotel one after the other. The private beach of the resort was just behind the hotel, reachable in a few minutes' walk. They said it was a private beach, but it wasn't completely exclusive. Due to the holiday, part of the area was open to the public, so there were still quite a few people on the sand. The sand on the beach was very fine, not uncomfortable to step on. Li Shishue casually chose a lounge chair closest to the sea and sat down, taking off her sun protection jacket and draping it beside her. Aren't you going into the water? Lu Yang asked. I'll sunbathe for a while first. Beside him, Li Shishue leaned back on the lounge chair, her sunglasses covering most of her face, her expression unreadable. Seeing that Li Shishue showed no intention of moving, Lu Yang stood up on his own. I'll go ahead then. Li Shishue asked, where are you going? Swimming. Lu Yang had already taken off his short-sleeved shirt. Coming all the way to the beach, I can't just sit around doing nothing. Li Shishue said nothing. Lu Yang walked toward the sea with his upper body bare. To be honest, his physique was actually decent. Not the exaggerated lines from a gym, but well-proportioned broad shoulders, narrow waist, and a faint outline of abdominal muscles. The kind that didn't come from deliberate training, but had a good foundation. Li Shishue glanced at his back through her sunglasses. Just one glance. She suddenly felt a desire to torment him. Then she quickly moved her gaze to her phone. The seawater temperature was just right, and the waves were not big, coming and going in a comfortable rhythm. Lu Yang swam a few laps, then turned over and floated on his back on the surface. He squinted, his eyes, arms spread out on the water, drifting like a salted fish. A rare moment of leisure. Lu Yang was enjoying this tranquility. In his peripheral vision, a figure appeared on the shore. Lu Yang glanced toward the shore. Then he stood up. To be precise, he sprung up from his floating position abruptly. Li Shishue was standing at the edge of the shallow water, her ankles just lapped by the waves. She had taken off her sun protection jacket and changed her shorts, and was wearing a swimsuit. But it wasn't white, nor was it deep V. It was a black one-piece swimsuit with a neckline high up to the collarbone, only a small section of the back exposed, and straps that weren't thin. The style was as conservative as a school swim team's uniform. Lu Yang stared for a few seconds. To be honest, he had been quite looking forward to the white deep V one, but changed to this. How to put it? Li Shishue had a talent for looking good in anything. Precisely because the style was conservative, it added a sense of mystery. Didn't you say you weren't going in the water? Lu Yang said. Li Shishue ignored him, extended her toes to test the water temperature, then took a step forward. The seawater reached her calf. Li Shishue continued forward 2 more steps. The water reached her knees, and she stopped. Are you planning to fish by standing still? Shut up. Li Shishue took another small step forward. A very small step. The water just passed her thigh. Then she stopped again. Lu Yang finally figured it out. You can't swim. Hearing this, Li Shishue's shoulders tensed slightly. Who said that? Then come in. I'm adjusting to the water temperature. You've been adjusting for 5 minutes. Mind your own business. Fine. Lu Yang came back from the deep water and swam to her side. Up close, Li Shishue's face showed a calm expression, but her hands were clenching slightly. She really couldn't swim. Afraid of water? No. Then your hands are shaking. Li Shishue looked down at her fingers and quickly released them. The water is cold. You said it was hot earlier. Can it be hot then cold? Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He stood in front of her and extended his hand toward her. Grab it. Li Shishue looked at his outstretched hand. Didn't move. I don't need it. Fine, then take your time adjusting. Lu Yang turned and walked toward the deep water. He had only taken 2 steps. Wait. The voice behind him was very soft. Lu Yang turned around. Li Shishue tilted her head, her gaze looking into the distance. You? Stand a little closer. How close? Just a little closer. Lu Yang said nothing more and moved back to her side. Li Shishue took another step forward. This time the water passed her waist. When a wave splashed up, she swayed and instinctively grabbed Lu Yang's forearm. She grabbed tightly. Her nails almost dug in. Lu Yang looked down at her hand, then looked up at her. Li Shishue faced forward as if she had done nothing. She was pretending well, but her hand never let go. The two of them remained in the shallow water like this. Li Shishue started off stiff, but gradually relaxed a little. She could stand steady in the water now, but her hand still rested on Lu Yang's arm. Can you let go now? Wait a little longer. You're already steady. I said wait a little longer. Fine. Lu Yang didn't urge her anymore, he just stood there. The sun shone on the two of them, the seawater soaking their lower halves. Occasionally a wave would roll in, and Li Shishue would lean closer to him. The waves weren't large, but they came frequently. Every 10 seconds or so another one would push in, not strong enough to knock her over, but for someone who couldn't swim it was enough to make her unsteady. Each time a wave pushed Li Shishue over, she would tilt toward Lu Yang. The first time her shoulder bumped into his chest. The second time she pressed herself against him. The third time Liu Yang's body stiffened noticeably, because when she leaned in the two soft mounds of her chest pressed directly against his arm. Through the thin swimsuit fabric the sensation was unmistakably clear. How to describe that feeling? It was like two water balloons filled with air forcefully pressed against you, still carrying the warmth of her body. Li Shishue probably realized what was happening too. She stepped back half a pace, but the next wave came. She pressed against him again. Liu Yang took a deep breath. Then another. It didn't help. After about 20 minutes in the water, Li Shishue finally managed to stand steady. Though her hand still occasionally rested on Liu Yang's arm, at least she no longer flung herself at him with every wave. Progress no small amount. Liu Yang suddenly turned and walked toward the shore. Where are you going? Li Shishue frowned. Feeling a bit hot. Going up to buy a bottle of water. Liu Yang waved his hand and walked off without looking back. By the beach was a row of small stalls selling water popsicles and beach umbrellas for rent. He took 2 bottles of mineral water from the cooler, scanned the code to pay, twisted off the cap, and took a few gulps. Cold. Refreshing. He was no saint. The commotion in the water earlier would have stirred anyone up. Liu Yang took another gulp of water and was about to head back. Lao Yang. Just then a familiar voice called out. There was Wang Hao, shirtless, wearing a gaudy pair of beach shorts, running over from a distance, followed by Li Yunbin and Su Guanquan, each one darker than the last. When did you guys come down? Liu Yang asked. Just now. Wang Hao panted. We changed and came straight down. This beach is really nice and the water is clear. The highlight here is. The three of them couldn't help but let their gazes drift toward the bikinis around the beach. All sorts of styles, truly an eye-opener. Li Yunbin leaned in. Lao Yang, you're alone. You're. He looked around behind Liu Yang, but didn't see Li Shishue. Mind your own business in the martial world. Liu Yang smacked him on the back of the head. The three of them chuckled knowingly, wearing expressions that said, we understand, we understand. As they were talking, another group appeared on the beach not far away. Yuan Xiangrong had changed into a black pair of swim trunks, his upper body bare, which combined with his face, gave off the vibe of a gym trainer trying to sell a membership. Beside him were a few other classmates, both boys and girls. And walking at the very front was Wang Xing. She wore an orange bikini, the top tied with cross straps behind her neck, and the bottom was a low-rise triangle cut fastened with thin strings on the sides. The fabric in front was minimal, leaving little to the imagination. Her figure wasn't bad to begin with, and this outfit accentuated every curve. The only flaw was her chest. Or rather, it wasn't so much small as it was unremarkable. Class monitor, 20 kilometers. How much would a taxi cost for that trip? One car can't fit everyone, we'd need 2, and going back and forth is a hassle. How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves like this? Several classmates couldn't help complaining, especially those close to Yuan Xiangrong, who felt extremely resentful. Wang Hao and his 2 friends who hung out with Liu Yang were already staying in a Seaview luxury apartment. Yet here they were following Yuan Xiangrong, almost sleeping on the floor. I'll pay for all the taxis today. Yuan Xiangrong gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford a taxi fare? As he said it, his heart was bleeding. So many people, 2 cars one way, over 200 yuan round trip, nearly 1,000. And they'd have to make the same trip again tomorrow to come back and play. He could afford it, but it hurt. What hurt more was his pride. Class monitor. A male voice behind him spoke up. Maybe. You should go ask Liu Yang. He seems to be on good terms with Boss Wang. He might be able to get a few more room cards. Shut the hell up. Yuan Xiangrong turned around, nearly glaring his sunglasses off. Me ask him. Begged Liu Yang. The guy shrank his head and didn't dare say another word. Just then his eyes involuntarily darted toward Liu Yang again. Liu Yang was already walking back into the sea. Wang Hao and the other 2 were laughing and following behind. Wang Xing lifted her foot and walked in the direction of Liu Yang. Yuan Xiangrong's gaze paused. That orange bikini, he had paid for it. Before coming, he had specifically dragged Wang Xing to 3 stores and finally chose this one. Back then she had asked him if it looked good, and he nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He had thought this swimsuit was meant to be worn for him. But then she said, I wonder if Liu Yang will like it. Liu Yang had just come back from the shop with water, and when he turned around, Wang Xing was standing right in front of him. Wang Xing stood barefoot on the sand, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. The orange bikini was quite eye-catching in the sunlight. However, Liu Yang only glanced at her and then looked away. Honestly, compared to Li Shishue's magnificent figure, hers was like a poorly developed one. Liu Yang. My. Wang Xing blinked, standing in front of him, her face full of anticipation. Do you think this swimsuit looks good on me? Liu Yang was twisting the cap of his water bottle, his movement pausing slightly. Then he took a sip and replied calmly. Not bad. Hearing this, Wang Xing's face lit up with surprise. Then how about we go swimming together? I know a great spot perfect for swimming. Liu Yang was about to speak when suddenly the soft sound of footsteps stopped nearby. Li Shishue stood behind him a few meters away. She was still wearing that black one-piece swimsuit with a thin gauzy cover-up casually thrown over it. Her long hair was lifted by the sea breeze dancing against her collarbone. She frowned slightly, her gaze first falling on Lu Yong, then on Wang Xing, and then sweeping over that orange bikini. Just one look. It wasn't deliberate, but it carried a dangerous edge that was unmistakable. Li Shishue stood still and straight. The sea breeze blew her sheer outer wrap backward, revealing the silhouette of her black one-piece swimsuit. To be honest, her swimsuit style was quite conservative. The neckline reached her collarbone, and the back only had a small opening. Compared to the colorful bikinis around her, it covered everything tightly. But that was the problem. The more it covered, the more deadly it became. Because some things simply couldn't be concealed by fabric. The places that should be ample were still ample. It even seemed like the fabric might burst at the chest. Whoa! Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was just an ordinary swimsuit, but on Li Shishue, it was instantly elevated. Li Yunbin's mouth hung slightly open. Su Guangquan's voice trembled slightly. Is this the sister-in-law? There was no helping it. It was human instinct. And it wasn't just the three of them. The reaction from the group of classmates in the distance was even greater. Yuan Xiangrong's sunglasses slipped down his nose, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe there could be such a perfect woman in the world. Devilish curves combined with a fox-like beauty. A female classmate couldn't help but speak. Look at her figure. What kind of proportions are those? Another girl said sourly, it must be surgically done right. Could surgery achieve this? If you have the skill, go get one yourself and see. Meanwhile, Wang Xing's expression froze. She instinctively glanced down at herself. The top half of her orange bikini was a bit loose, not filling it out well. She had been quite confident in her figure. At least few in school could compare. But now compared to Li Shishue, it wasn't just a difference, it was a completely different dimension. And Li Shishue wore the most conservative one piece, covering more than anyone, yet the visual effect was even better than Wang Xing's exposed style. Everything that should be there was full and ample, yet her waist was incredibly slender. Wang Xing instinctively pulled her arms in toward her chest. Li Shishue slowly walked over to Lu Yong, her gaze sweeping past Wang Xing's face. Quickly she withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Yong. Did you buy water? Yes. Lu Yong handed her the other bottle of mineral water. Li Shishue took a sip, and then looked at Wang Xing. And who is this? There was a subtle hint of hostility in her tone. Of course, it could also be just her natural demeanor. After all, this woman always kept a cold face when speaking to strangers. Before Lu Yong could speak, Wang Xing bit her lip and offered a polite smile. Hello, I'm Lu Yang's classmate, and also his best friend. Best friend. When those words left Wang Xing's mouth, Li Shishue's lips twitched. Oh, friend. Lu Yong had a bad feeling. Behind that word friend, there were at least a few hundred unspoken implications. Wang Xing straightened her back, stretching her body's lines as much as possible. Though indeed a notch below Li Shishue among her peers, her figure was already quite good. Lu Yong. Wang Xing stepped forward and naturally hooked her arm around Lu Yang's. I'm not very good at swimming. Could you teach me? She tilted her head, her tone laced with a hint of coquetry. I remember you taught me before. I want to learn from you again. Lu Yong looked down at the arm she had hooked. Then he looked up. Li Shishue stood beside him holding the mineral water bottle. She said nothing. Her face showed no expression. But Lu Yong noticed that the mineral water bottle in her hand was being squeezed, nearly deformed. Lu Yong, Wang Xing called again, tightening her grip and leaning closer to him. With that lean, her chest pressed against Lu Yang's arm. Though the contact area was small, the intent was clear. Lu Yong was about to pull his arm away. Li Shishue's lips twisted. She walked over. Her steps were not fast, making no sound on the sand. But each step carried a chilling pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. She stopped in front of Lu Yong. Weren't you just saying you'd teach me to swim? Huh, Lu Yong was about to say, did I say that? But her eyes told him that was not something he could say. Wang Xing didn't let go, holding tightly to Lu Yang's arm. She smiled. Sister, I was here first. Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Sister. As soon as that address came out, Li Shishue's eyebrow twitched. Though calling her sister was not wrong coming from Wang Xing's mouth, it sounded anything but right. It was clearly implying she was older. Li Shishue ignored her and looked at Lu Yong coldly. Are you going to teach her or teach me? Lu Yong. The meaning was clear. A choice between two. His current situation, a pendant on his left, an iceberg in front of him. Wang Xing's hand clung tightly to his arm, and her lips pouted slightly. Lu Yong, didn't you say before that you'd teach me to swim if you had the chance? Lu Yong frowned and said instinctively, when did I say that? At the class party during freshman year you said it. Lu Yong thought for a long time, but had no memory of it. That Lu Yong. Before you teach me to swim, could you help me apply some sunscreen? Wang Xing was not subtle at all. I can't reach my own back. Help me out. Indeed, one couldn't reach their own back. That excuse was flawless. But said in this context, the flavor was different. Especially in her bikini, the back had little fabric to begin with, exposing several times more skin than it covered. Apply sunscreen. Where? Lu Yong was about to refuse. I want it applied too. Li Shishue also spoke. Lu Yong turned his head. He saw Li Shishue resting one hand on her waist and pointing with the other toward the small exposed patch of skin on her back. Here I can't reach it either. Huh, you're wearing a one-piece swimsuit. The back only has an opening the size of a palm. That counts as not being able to reach. Lu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. But seeing Li Shishua's icy profile, he swallowed the words. Fine. If she said she couldn't reach it, then she couldn't. Wang Xiying's smile froze slightly. She hadn't expected Li Shishue to be so confrontational. But this also stirred her competitive spirit. Of course Li Shishue was no exception. Her competitiveness was stronger than anyone's. 2 women, 2 bottles of sunscreen. Wang Xiying held one in her hand, and Li Shishue produced one from somewhere. Both pairs of eyes fixed on Lu Yang. And Lu Yang stood right between them. The meaning was clear. Whom would you help apply it to? In the distance, Wang Hao and the other 2, along with the rest of the classmates, crouched on the beach watching the scene with expressions full of delight. These 2 women fighting. How entertaining. What the hell is going on? Wang Hao couldn't help muttering. Although standing quite far away, he could clearly feel the strong tension between the 2 women. The reason was actually over a man. Don't speak, just watch the show. Su Guangquan squatted on the beach holding a slice of watermelon in his hand, staring intently, without blinking. Li Yunbin also squatted down beside him, nearly drooling with envy. Damn it. What kind of luck does old Yang have? One was a mature beauty, the other a schoolbelle. Wang Hao said, to be honest, 2 beautiful women fighting over one man. I thought that only happened in novels. No. Su Guangquan took a bite of watermelon and corrected him. Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. It's too fake. Readers would definitely criticize. The 3 of them fell silent. Then they said in unison, that son of a bitch old Yang. At the same time, the classmates standing nearby had various expressions. Oh, why does this guy get to enjoy such good fortune? The school belle is throwing herself at him, and he looks so indifferent. Wasn't it Lu Yang who used to chase her before? Now it's reversed. And who is that older sister in the black swimsuit? I'm not picky, I just want her. You're dreaming. Not picky. You directly chose the best one. As these comments fell one after another, Yuan Xiangrong, the biggest victim of this incident, was biting the collar of his own floral shirt. Yuan Xiangrong had spent so much money and put in so much effort just to invite Wang Xiying out to play. And now she was wearing the bikini he bought and running off to find another man. A complete fool who labored in vain for others. Pain. So painful. As for Lu Yang, he was now squeezed between the 2 women, his scalp tingling. On his left, Wang Xiying clung to his arm and refused to let go. On his right, Li Shishue grasped his arm, her face colder than the sea. The sunlight was beautiful and the sea breeze was pleasant. But Lu Yang was not feeling good at all. With the malicious stares all around, if he made a choice, he would probably be buried in the sand on the spot by a group of people. Lu Yang suddenly raised his hand. How about you apply it yourselves? As soon as he spoke, 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. No, not allowed. Wang Xiying tilted her head and looked at him. Lu Yang, I really can't reach my back. Would it hurt to help me? Li Shishue shot him a cold glare, staring at Lu Yang without speaking. But her meaning was clear. Just try helping her and see what happens. You'll be dead. Lu Yang lowered his hand and rubbed his face. He glanced at Wang Hao and the other 2 who were squatting in a row eating melon, wishing he could go over and kick each of them. These 3 bastards. The emperor was about to die, and they just watched the fun without coming to his rescue. Lu Yang tentatively spoke. I have a suggestion. The 2 women looked over at him simultaneously. Why don't you just apply sunscreen for each other? Wang Xiying was the first to shake her head. I don't know her. Li Shishue was even more blunt. I'm not interested in her. Okay, useless. Lu Yang paused. These 2, one smiling and refusing to let go, the other cold and unyielding. When it came down to it, this was not about applying sunscreen at all. It was fundamentally a competition. Wang Xiying suddenly let go of Lu Yang's arm, tilted her head, and looked at Li Shishue with a syrupy sweet tone. Sister, I've known Lu Yang for many years, and we've always had a good relationship. Li Shishue hummed in response, her expression unchanged. Is that so? Wang Xiying continued smiling. He used to help me a lot back in school, getting meals, bringing water, things like that. We were really close. Li Shishue didn't respond. But the water bottle in her hand had been completely crushed. However, soon her expression returned to normal. So it seems you're used to asking him for help. Wang Xiying nodded, her smile even sweeter. Right, we're good friends after all. Li Shishue spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Then, as his old friend, you should know his current situation, right? Wang Xiying was stunned. What situation? Li Shishue tilted her head, glancing sideways at Lu Yang. He has a girlfriend. At these words, Lu Yang's mouth twitched. Wang Xiying's smile froze on her face. Impossible. She shook her head, her tone firm. I'm in the same class as Lu Yang. If he had a girlfriend, I would definitely know. Oh, so he hasn't told you yet. Li Shishue crossed her arms, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. She was half a head taller than Wang Xiying, looking down at her. Wang Xiying gritted her teeth and continued, impossible. Lu Yang himself never said anything. Her logic was that if it wasn't public and no one knew, then it didn't exist. After hearing this, a rare smile appeared on Li Shishue's face. She didn't explain or argue, just took a step closer to Lu Yang. Then very naturally she reached out and hooked her arm around Lu Yang's, leaning sideways tightly against him, the soft curve of her chest pressing generously against his body. Lu Yang was instantly startled. Li Shishue looked up at Wang Xing, as if making a declaration. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Li Shishue, his current girlfriend. The wind on the beach was still blowing. The waves were still crashing. At this moment, everything around seemed to suddenly fall silent. Wang Xing stood frozen in place. Her gaze moved from Li Shishue's face to her hand on Lu Yang's arm, and then to their bodies pressed together. She pursed her lips again and again. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Lu Yang didn't dare speak at all. He turned his head slightly to look at Li Shishue, clinging to his arm. This woman. Usually at home, if he even touched her, she would scold him. But now she was sticking to him tighter than a plaster. Li Shishue didn't look at Wang Xing anymore. She turned her head and looked up at Lu Yang. Darling, can you help me apply sunscreen now? The corners of her mouth didn't lift and her tone was calm, but the pride of a victor was unmistakable. She had won. She had won completely. Lu Yang took a deep breath. This woman. Why was she getting smug? Fine. As long as you're happy. Lu Yang hummed in agreement. Li Shishue also hummed, then hooked his arm and turned to leave. Her steps were not fast, but her back was very straight. Her entire demeanor was like a female cat that had just finished a fight, tail held high, striding back to her nest with satisfaction. And it was the gait of a victor. Watching the two figures walk away, the group on the beach turned to stone collectively. So he really has a girlfriend. No shit, didn't you see, eh? They were practically glued together. But wasn't he always chasing after that classmate Wang? Why do you care about when it happened? The point is, did you see that older sister? That figure, that face. I can't even dream of that level. The key is she said her name is Li Shishue. Why does that name sound so familiar? On the beach, Li Shishue linked arms with Lu Yang, walking together for who knows how long. Only when they had completely disappeared from everyone's sight did Lu Yang finally speak. Can you let go now? Upon hearing this, Li Shishue let go quite decisively. After releasing his arm, she shifted half a step to the side, her expression returning to that look of someone who believes everyone owes her money. The woman who had been clinging to his arm and acting coy just moments ago was a completely different species from the person standing before him now. Nice acting, Lu Yang couldn't help but remark. What acting? Li Shishue asked. Girlfriend, Lu Yang replied, shrugging his hands. I treated you like a brother, and it turns out you wanted to be my girlfriend. Who would want to be your girlfriend? Li Shishue turned her head away, not letting him see her face. Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Being a girlfriend wouldn't be quite right. Being a wife would be pretty good. The two walked along the beach toward a less crowded area. After a few minutes, they finally found a relatively quiet spot. There were some empty lounge chairs here, and beside them stood a coconut tree that provided just enough shade from the sun. Li Shishue lay down on the lounge chair and handed the sunscreen to Lu Yang. Apply it. Lu Yang hesitated. Wait, you're serious? Why not? Li Shishue glanced at him, then looked at the bright sunshine outside. What if I get tan? Sunscreen is a hurdle that women can never overcome in this lifetime. With no choice, Lu Yang took the sunscreen, lowering his gaze to look at her black one-piece swimsuit. The neckline went down to her collarbone. On the back, there was only a palm-sized opening. This swimsuit of yours. Lu Yang held the sunscreen, looking her up and down. Where exactly should I apply it? Li Shishue lay on the chair with her hair swept to one side. The back. You only exposed such a small part of your back. Then just apply it to that small part. Lu Yang squeezed some sunscreen onto his palm, rubbed it open, then applied it to the exposed skin on her back. The texture was smooth and delicate. After being basking in the sun for so long, her skin was slightly warm from the heat. When his palm covered it, the cool sunscreen mixed with the scorching skin, creating a rather peculiar temperature contrast. Lu Yang originally thought that applying sunscreen to such a small area would only take 10 seconds. But he underestimated one thing. Her skin was impossibly smooth. Almost without any resistance, the thin layer of sunscreen was quickly spread across her skin. But once spread out, his hand couldn't stop moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop. The sunscreen needed to be applied evenly. Yes, evenly. Li Shishue lay on the lounge chair like a dried fish, seemingly enjoying it quite a bit. She let Lu Yang apply it. However, the area really was tiny. A palm-sized spot finished in just 2 strokes. Done. Li Shishue turned her head back, seeming unsatisfied. That fast? With only this little exposed, how could it not be fast? Lu Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth as he screwed the cap back onto the sunscreen. This swimsuit of yours is no different from wearing a one-piece bodysuit. Sunscreen is practically unnecessary. Li Shishue didn't speak, lowering her head to look at this black one-piece swimsuit. Indeed, it covered far too much. When she bought this one, she thought being more conservative would be better. After all, going out with Lu Yang, wearing something too revealing wouldn't be appropriate. But the scene she just witnessed made her change her mind. Wang Xing's orange bikini, even though it couldn't fill out the chest area, didn't hold back on showing off what should be shown. Waist, legs, collarbone, all on display. And herself, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Li Shishua bit her lip and stood up. Where are you going? Lu Yong asked. Change clothes. Change into what? Aren't we swimming? Li Shishua didn't answer, instead picking up the cover-up draped over the lounge chair and putting it on. She walked toward the changing room, her feet sinking into the sand. Lu Yong sat on the lounge chair she had left, still clutching that bottle of sunscreen in his hand. What is she doing? 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Why do women always take so long to change clothes? Lu Yong sighed, and with nothing else to do he picked up his phone and started scrolling. Just then a message came through. It was from Xiaoning. Xiaoning boss. Daily battle report. Below was a photo of a handwritten table with crooked and slanted handwriting, but the data was recorded quite clearly. Today's cup output 152 cups. 15 cups more than yesterday. Among them Bo Yaju Xian sold the best, Xing Shirchun Shan came second. Qing Qing Nuashan third. Lu Yong nodded. Not bad. Without him being there, these two could actually hold things down, and the cup output even increased. Lu Yong replied, good job. Xiaoning hee, that's a must. Shortly after she sent another message. Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Today several repeat customers came and gave us feedback saying our milk tea tastes pretty good, but the variety is a bit lacking. Lu Yong stroked his chin, thinking. His store has only developed 3 types of milk tea since opening, truly too few. For a new store, if they want to retain repeat customers, relying on just these few varieties won't sustain them for long. People's palates get tired. The first time feels novel, the second time is okay, and by the third time, they start wanting something different. Lu Yong replied to Xiaoning, you're right, we should expand the variety going forward. Xiaoning replied instantly, boss, are you coming out with new products? Lu Yong, let's discuss when I'm back. First I need to test the formulas. Xiaoning, when are you coming back? Tomorrow. The day after. The day after that. Lu Yong, what's the rush? Xiaoning, I'm not impatient, I'm excited. Lu Yong couldn't help but smile. This girl still has so much drive. Xiaoning sent another message, by the way, my sister was in great form today. She could do the work of 2 people. There was just this guy who checked her out a bit too long when ordering, and she almost glared him out. Lu Yong, she didn't hit anyone, did she? Xiaoning, no. I stopped her. Suddenly she replied again, well, just now someone tried to touch my sister, and then they came in walking, but left flying. Lu Yong, didn't you say she didn't hit anyone? Xiaoning, but he said he fell on his own. Lu Yong. Okay, he could probably imagine what kind of violence that person had suffered. Shortly after, Lu Yong sent back a message to keep it up, then put down his phone. Just then, the door to the changing room finally opened. Lu Yong looked up. In the next second, his expression, even his movements, froze instantly. He was stunned. At this moment, Li Shishua had changed into new clothes. No, it should be said she changed into a new swimsuit. The neckline started from her collarbone and went all the way down, stopping only at the center of her chest. The fabric on both sides was stretched tight, and the deep V line in the middle outlined a curve. And this swimsuit was white. Deep V style. White. A deep V-neck style. Lu Yong couldn't help but inhale sharply. This was exactly the swimsuit he had mentioned earlier. Not only did she buy it, she actually wore it. The fabric of the swimsuit had a subtle sheen clinging to her body and outlining every curve with crystal clarity. The V neckline extended from the center of her collarbone all the way down. The fabric on either side of her chest stretched taut, its edges slightly curling outward, the deep crevice between them like gazing into an abyss. Moreover, Li Shishua was already tall, around 1.7 meters, and with her proportionate figure standing on the beach, she looked as if she had stepped straight out of a magazine cover. No, even a magazine cover couldn't achieve this effect. Because no matter how beautiful the models in magazines were, they could never possess the aura that Li Shishua exuded. Sexiness and coldness coexisting in one person. A combination potent enough to cause any normal man's brain to short-circuit instantly. And at that moment, Lu Yang's brain was indeed short-circuiting. Beautiful. The kind that takes your breath away. The sea breeze lifted her hair, a few strands clinging to her shoulders, contrasting sharply against the white fabric of her swimsuit. A stark, striking black and white. Had your fill of looking. Sensing Lu Yang's gaze, Li Shishua instinctively pulled her sheer outer wrap back on. The gauzy material was thin, and the wind plastered it against her body. It covered her, yet the outlines beneath were still perfectly visible. In fact, with the added layer of hazy obstruction, it was even more tantalizing than when she was directly exposed. Lu Yong couldn't help but gaze into the abyss once more. While this time he looked openly and unabashedly without any pretense. Appreciating a beautiful woman was every man's nature. He was no exception. Still looking, Li Shishua gently covered the V-shaped cleavage with her hands, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. This guy wasn't even pretending anymore. Lu Yong finally snapped out of it, clearing his throat. Didn't you say you weren't going to wear this one? When did I say I wouldn't? Then why did you change? It's hot. Li Shishua raised a hand, fanning her sun-warmed cheeks. She was genuinely hot. Hot. Lu Yong didn't believe a word of that woman's excuse. Then with a light cough he took the initiative. Need help with sunscreen? Compared to her previous swimsuit, the one she was wearing now exposed far more skin. And it wasn't just by a little. Sunscreen was definitely a must. Li Shishue snorted and walked away as she knew exactly what Lu Yang was up to. However, just as she stepped into the sunlight, she turned back. Better help me apply it. Lu Yang was more than happy to oblige. This time with more exposed area, the difficulty had increased considerably. Li Shishue lay prone on the chair, her body occasionally tensing with the pressure of his application. Since childhood, she had never let any member of the opposite sex touch her, but she felt no resistance toward Lu Yang. All done. Lu Yang clapped his hands. This time he had thoroughly indulged himself. He suddenly stood up. Let's go. Where? To have some fun. Li Shishue tilted her head, and then was dragged by Lu Yang to a water recreation area. Jet skis, banana boats, and parasails. Colorful equipment lined the shallow water, looking quite lively. Come on, let's go play on that. Lu Yang pointed into the distance. Li Shishue followed his gaze. A jet ski? Yeah. I'm not going. Why, oi? I don't know how. Lu Yang rolled his eyes. You can't swim, you can't stand in the water, now you can't ride a jet ski. What exactly can you do? Li Shishue's face turned cold. I can make money. Fine, you're amazing. Lu Yang thought for a moment. You don't need to know how. Just sit behind me and hold on tight. Li Shishue said nothing, but her silence meant consent. The two walked to the water recreation area, and Lu Yang swiped the VIP card Wang Ping had given him. The staff immediately brought out the best jet ski. Lu Yang straddled the front and looked back at Li Shishue, who was still standing on the shore. Get on. Li Shishue hesitated for a moment, then swung her long legs over and climbed on. She sat behind him, her hands unsure where to place them. Hold me tight. Lu Yang grinned. A question mark floated over Li Shishue's head as if she hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Yang didn't waste words, he twisted the throttle. The jet ski shot forward with a jolt. Up! Li Shishue screamed, her body lurching backward. Instinctively she tightened her arms, locking them around Lu Yang's waist. Her face pressed against his back. The wind rushed and seawater splashed up, drenching them both. Li Shishue's hair was completely blown wild. She clung to Lu Yang's waist tighter and tighter, her entire body pressed against him. At that moment a curse rose in her heart. This infuriating guy, he did it on purpose. Lu Yang of course had no idea what she was thinking. The jet ski carved a white spray across the sea, picking up speed. The first lap ended. Li Shishue was utterly exhausted by him. The jet ski slowed, gliding back into the shallow water. She collapsed against Lu Yang's back, her hair a tangled mess, her face covered in droplets, gasping for air. Damn it, this guy was absolutely insufferable. Lu Yang turned to look at her, a grin on his face that begged to be punched. Exciting, huh? Li Shishue's chest heaved as she wanted to hit him. But her body was still trembling as she couldn't muster the strength. One more round. Get lost. Lu Yang shrugged, ignored her, and twisted the throttle again. You. Li Shishue erupted in fury. But this time she didn't scream. She pressed her cheek against Lu Yang's back, the wind rushing past on both sides. The salty smell of the sea mingled with the warmth of the sun, leaving only the roar of the engine and the sound of waves splashing. Her arms were wrapped around his waist, looser than the first lap, but she didn't let go. Not because she was afraid. Because she didn't want to. Suddenly the jet ski lurched violently, as if hitting something. Both of them were flung into the sea. Splash. Li Shishue floundered in the water for a moment, but luckily this was the shallow area, not very deep. She wiped the water from her face, her hair plastered all over it. Lu Yang emerged from beside her, still spitting out seawater. They had actually capsized. This was a huge embarrassment. Gulp gulp. Lu Yang spat out another mouthful of seawater. Then he turned to look at Li Shishue, intending to check if she was okay. But the next moment he froze. He saw the usually ice-cold woman actually smiling. Her eyes curved, the corners of her mouth lifted, and even the small mole beneath her right eye moved with the expression. It wasn't a polite smile nor a mocking sneer. It was genuine. Lu Yang was momentarily mesmerized. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful smile on her face. No defenses, no pretense, no eternal frost that always hung on her face. Just pure simple happiness.